Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. What a phenomenal privilege. I'm so grateful to the Ribono Shel Olam for giving me the opportunity to learn with you through shots, God willing, 2,711 videos where we are going to explore the Jewish history context of every single daf in the entire Babylonian Talmud. This is going to be so exciting. The plan is to provide 2 to 5 minute brief videos that will look at all elements of history that will enhance your learning of the daf. We're going to look at biographies of important figures, sometimes not so important figures, and incidental figures in the Talmud. We're going to look at culture. We're going to look at geography. We're going to look at archaeology. I'm especially interested in seeing the technology of the Talmud, and well, this is going to be so much fun. For today, since it is the very first of the videos of this entire series, let's look at the evolution of the communication of Talmudic information from its earliest period to the present day. The first stage, which lasted for hundreds of years, it was entirely oral. And you can see from time to time in the Talmud, including in this tractate as well, there are little passages that are inserted to help people memorize the actual text of the Talmud. And this is appropriate for something which is called, of course, the Torah Sheba'al Peh, the Torah that is oral. Then, sometime in late antiquity, it begins to move into a handwritten page. It begins to move into a scroll document where the text, when it is firmed up, like the Mishnah a couple hundred years before, it began to be codified into a written form. It was written on a scroll, which has a few advantages and a few disadvantages. The advantage, very important advantage, is it's less taxing on the memory. But on the other hand, the disadvantages are it's very expensive. It's a very time-consuming thing to copy out a manuscript by hand. It's hard to search for a given page. We're so used to searching things on our phones, and even in books, it's much easier to look up in an index and find the exact page. On a scroll, it's a very difficult thing to do. Probably around the 3rd century or so, begins to move into a form called the Codex. The Codex is actually more like what we would call a book. That is, large square pieces of parchment are written, and then they are bound together on one side in a book form. So it's basically like a handwritten book. The advantages are it's a fairly sturdy thing. You can bind it between hardcovers and things like that. A little bit easier to store, maybe. It's cheaper because, unlike a scroll, you can write on both sides of the parchment. The earliest full copy of the Talmud, incidentally, is a codex, the famous Munich Codex from the 14th century. Here's a picture of what it looks like. You can see it's basically like a page, but handwritten and much easier to deal with. The Aleppo Codex, which is actually not the Talmud, is the Bible. It's perhaps the most famous codex of the Jewish tradition. In the 15th century, in the late 15th century, we began to experiment with printing. Now, Jews were early adopters of printing. We love this idea. There are actually some evidence of Jews engaged in this in the southern region of France, even before Gutenberg. But definitely by the end of the 15th century, we are printing like crazy. The Bomberg edition, which appeared in Venice beginning in the early 16th century, is perhaps the classic of this era. Here's a photograph of it. You can see that it's really quite a beautiful edition, and it's much more standardized because they included, for example, page numbers, which were generally not included in codices and even in the first printed versions produced by the Sonsino family. Now, the advantages of printing are huge. First of all, the cost drops precipitously. Suddenly, the availability of Talmudic books becomes much more significant, and all kinds of people are able to own them. Now, they're still fairly expensive luxury items for many, but the idea of owning an entire shas becomes much more feasible, definitely within the reach of a wealthy community, for example, to have an entire shas in their synagogue, whereas prior to this, it was really not that common. People had to travel far and wide to consult individual manuscripts of the Talmud. So the printing era was extremely important. Now, the final stage, origins and final, the current stage, is the digital era. All of a sudden, with recorded Shiurim, suddenly people can appreciate the Talmud in an oral sense as well. Suddenly, orality becomes a factor again outside of the traditional rabbi classroom kind of environment. All of a sudden, it explodes, and now we have so many possibilities of learning Talmud in many many different kind of arenas, including the All-Dot app, which is what we're working on right now, that promises to expand the scope of Talmud learning to allow it to reach much deeper into the Jewish community in many different venues, and hopefully to enhance the study of Talmud overall. So that's the period we're in. We go from orality, ironically, once again to orality today. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
30-mile stretch, 50-kilometer stretch from the stream to the city, and there's only 55 feet, something like 30 meters difference in the height of those two locations. And since the water can be trapped by gravity, they had to calculate for
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav hashalom.
and also places in context what it must have been like for.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a discussion of the watches of the night, which obviously refers to the guard periods, the time in which guards would protect the city. And do you divide it into 3 periods of 4 hours each, or do you divide it into 4 periods of 3 hours each? Now, the specifics of that debate you'll have to engage in the Talmud itself. But to put it in historical context, ironic that what the rabbis are referring to is actually something that they would have experienced, because the Greek system of watching these cities was 3 per night, and the Roman version was 4 per night. So they were actually alluding, in some sense, to something which Jews had as a historical experience within the context of Israel. This gives me an excuse to speak about the 3 basic non-Jewish cultures that were especially active at the time when the Talmud was composed. The first was the Greek culture, which was associated with Israel after the period of Alexander the Great. Alexander engaged in a major world conquest that created one of the world's first major empires. It extended from the Greek region all the way throughout the Eastern Mediterranean, covering Asia Minor all the way down to Egypt, and of course Israel's in the middle there, and then extending much further east all the way to Central Asia, to northern India, Afghanistan, and so on. And what was fascinating about this particular period is that as his armies moved eastward, they brought with them much of Greek culture. This type of culture was called Hellenism, especially when it mixed with some of the elements of Jewish culture, which we'll discuss, God willing, in later videos. Nevertheless, this is the culture that pertained in Israel from about the last quarter of the 4th century before the Common Era, right up until Romans came into Israel. When Romans came into Israel, they actually inherited a lot of Greek culture as well, but they put upon it their own stamp. Let's have a look at the Roman extent of civilization. You can see that Rome is also a very major empire, taking over much of what the Greeks conquered, and extending much further west, all the way throughout the western Mediterranean basin and up into England, where they dominated much of Europe. The Romans were quite distinct from the Greeks in many ways, but we're not going to touch on them for today. The third major culture, which I also don't want to go into today because it's not relevant to this particular job, is of course Persian culture. Much of the Talmud was written not in Israel, but in the Mesopotamian region between the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers. We're going to return to that in later videos. But for now, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
The insisted that there be 2 windows, horizontal windows, added left and right, the vertical windows, such that when Jews actually enter the synagogue, they will be directly under the shade of cloaks.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav hashalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Rabbi, who was an incredibly important figure in the Talmud, and in particular he's associated with the Chasimas HaTalmud, the closing of the Talmud. Let's have a quick look at that idea and at his life in general. So we know that he died in the year 427 of the Common Era. He was one of the Amoraim of the 6th generation, meaning he was one of the latest of the Babylonian teachers that achieved greatness. He lived in Masya Machasia, which is here, as you can see on this map, His teachers included Rav Papi and Rav Kahana Nahar. His contemporaries included Amemar, Marzutra, and of course Rabina, who was also one of the people associated with the Hasimas Talmud. He lived in a period of Jewish growth in Babylonia under the unusually tolerant policies of King Yazdegerd, who reigned from 399 to 421. King Yazdegerd was known for his tolerant policies to Jews, but as you can see from this plate, for example, not so tolerant to Deer. But nevertheless, it was a period of great creativity and the flourishing of Jewish culture in Babylonia. And in many ways, Rav Ashi represented a very unique figure during a period which, for example, like in pre-expulsion Spain, when there were huge possibilities for Jews to excel not only in their traditional Jewish learning, but also in secular power. And that's the kind of person that Rav Ashi was, with very strong connections with the royalty and so on. His name is mentioned over 1,000 times in Shas. Turn to the issue of the Hasimas Talmud. Both Rashi and Rambam associate this specifically with Rav Ashi, based on a passage in Bava Metzia, Vav Amud Aleph, where Shmuel says that Rav Ashi and Rabina are the end of Torah. And this is understood by both Rashi and Rambam as meaning that's the end of the Talmud as we know it. Now, Shri Gaon, however, who wrote a very important letter that describes the history of the Talmud in the 10th century, he doesn't agree with Rashi and Rambam. It's a very troubling statement because he says that the term Torah does not refer to the close of the Talmud, it refers to something much more general. And although Rashi and Rambam are towering figures without compare, nevertheless, Shri Gaon's reading is supported by many passages in the Talmud that indicates that Rav Ashi could not have been the last, so to speak, speaker in the Talmud. For example, in Yudalad of Masechet Shabbos, there's a discussion in which Rav Ashi refers to a particular city that was never destroyed, and the Talmud goes on to say, but wait, it was destroyed. So then they offer a resolution that is logical over there, but nevertheless it seems that the discussion continues after the statement of Rav Ashi, which implies that he is not the last speaker in the Talmud. The specific question of when was the Talmud closed rages, particularly in academic circles. It need not affect us here. Let us just recall that Rav Ashi was one of the most important figures towards the latter period of the Talmud. I hope this illuminated your dots, and I wish you Hatzlacha in your learning.
Century old, and they allowed me to go back. This is incredible.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Rabbi, who is certainly one of the most important figures in the entire Talmud. In fact, although I've never checked this out for sure, there is a well-known saying that there are no consecutive pages in the entire Talmud that does not include the name Rabbi. That's primarily because he and his Chavrusa, Abaye, are constantly discussing all kinds of thousands of issues in the Talmud. In fact, the Talmud calls itself at one point the discussions of Rava and Abaye, just to give you some sense of his import in the overall Talmud. Now, his full name is Rav Abba ben Yosef ben Chama, and it was abbreviated to Rava. He died in the year 352 of the Common Era, and he was a resident of the city of Mechosa. His teachers included Rav Nachman and Rav Chisda Sura. Later, he married Rav Chisda's daughter. He also studied under Rav Yosef of Pumbedita. These two towns in particular are very, very important. We will return to them, God willing. You can have a look at this map where you see that Sura and Pumbedita are located in the Mesopotamian region between the rivers Tigris and the rivers Euphrates in Babylonia. His discussions with Abaye range all over the Talmud, and one of the most fascinating aspects is that Rava wins all of the arguments except for 6. There are 6 specific arguments that Abaye wins, otherwise Rava is all over him. Those 6 arguments, as you see in Bava Metzia, are so famous that they have their own acronym, Ya'al Kagam, 6 arguments that Abaye wins, otherwise you know that Rava is always the winner. Nevertheless, for reasons which we'll discuss later in the Talmud, when Rav Yosef died in the year 323, Abaye was chosen over Rava to be the head of the yeshiva in Pumbedita. Rabbi then went to Mechoza and established a yeshiva there, and he gathered many students around him, and he became very important, especially after Rabbi passed away in the year 338. We know that his occupation led him to become very wealthy. He was a large landholder towards the end of his life. He was very politically active. He had a lot of associations with the Sasanian king Shapur, known as Shapur Malka, that is Shapur Malka II, and his mother, Queen Yipra Hormizd, and we'll speak about them, God willing, in other videos. He had an incredibly huge impact on the entire Talmud. We will see Rabbi over and over again, but for now, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
The Capital Synagogue also featured two ovens, one for weekday use and one for
Yo, what up, Katan? How you living? Yeah, absolutely. You know how it works, dog. You know how it works. Did you dive in today? Davin? Did you lay to fill in? That's what I like to hear, big dog. Excellent, man. All right. Well, do you have to fill in? Do you have to fill in? To fill in. That's okay. Dog. Everybody's going to say it the way that I say it. It's tefillin. Do you have tefillin? All right. Well, in diaspora, we say tefillin. All right. So, do you have tefillin? Okay. Why not? Why didn't you get him on your bar mitzvah? Oh, you're a girl. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Very well. Well, then there's a good reason why you don't have tefillin. Okay, very well. All right, you're a girl. And you need money. Right? All right, so you have all the money. Oh, okay. In Israel, we say tefillin. Yo, girl, I'm gonna give you a breakdown on this. I know like 8 words. One of them is tefillin. You're saying tefillin. Oh, tefillin. Blah, blah, blah. Dog, it's tefillin, baby. I have all the money that I need. Quit asking me for it. Did you dive in today? No, did you? Oh, fuck. Girl, you know what Applebee's is? They have Applebee's in Hertzwell. It's the neighborhood bar and grill. No, Tiff, I'm not a boy. Oh, well, you had me fooled. I'm not a boy. 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 All I need is time. A moment that is mine. I'm not a boy. Did I what? Well, tefillin. In Israel, we say tefillin. Well, guess what, girl? On the west side, we say tefillin. We say tefillin. Yo, I'm going to give you a fucking breakdown. Everybody's going to say it the way that I say it. Why? Because I'm on camera. This would be like somebody writing the fucking Gemara. Be like, I'm going to put a J here. Okay, cool. Then everybody be saying shit with J's. They'd be shooting J's. They'd be saying J's. They've been smoking J's. Oh, that shit is so fucking funny. Off the chain. 2 chains. They're going to need 2 chains of this motherfucker. I'm not a boy. I'm 23. Yo, girl. Let me just lay it on you right now. 23-year-old Israeli chicks. Is your mom there? Yo. I'm not a boy. I'm not a girl. Not yet old. I have all the money that I need. Then why you keep asking me, girl? Dude, I can't believe I got an Israeli chicken here. It's like the white whale. It's a different zygote, different xenotype. Some kind of fucking extraterrestrial DNA. They don't make those on the west side. Psych! I had to take a shit. Poosh, poosh. Come on, you little bitch. Is it working? Dude, I wonder if she had a fantasy team. I'll be her fantasy team. I'm number 1 pick, girl. 23-year-old Israeli chick, I better be. Who do you want aside from this motherfucker? That Lior dude? He sucks. Look at these moves. That motherfucker was in a Windex commercial. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Yo, girl, did you watch Tim Dillon on Joe Rogan? Huh? Did you dive into tefillin today? Did you dive in today? Huh? Did you? We'll get to that. Where are your tefillin? Oh, tefillin. Yo. I'm just telling you. Your shit is younger than Mickey Mouse, okay? This shit has been working for a long fucking time. Your shit is younger than Mickey Mouse. Dude, Israel, you guys are never going to get over that. Just be like, Mickey Mouse is older than you. Shut the fuck up. It's like the thing. It's like if somebody doesn't have a job and you want to make fun of them, which isn't cool, but that's fine. You just be like, dog, where's your job? It's like, fuck you. It's hard to get over. Hard to beat that one. But, dog, Mickey Mouse is older than you. Not yet a woman. I like when this thing doesn't work. It goes. All I need is time, a moment that is mine. Well, while I'm in between. You ever take a shit allegedly and then it just didn't all come out and you knew it, but it was like, well, I could spend hours here or I could go about my day and then reload later. Yo, dog. What is this bullshit? I'm not a boy. Oh. Didn't you get them for the pre-bar? I was so excited. I was going to rip into this motherfucker. It's like I was going to tee off on a par 5 on this bitch. It's like, no, I'm not a dude. Oh, fuck. When's the last time you been in a Mick? But that was the next thing I was going to say. Well, we're learning about them. I know you can use one in fucking Prague or some shit where these assholes are. Oh, I was going to tee off on this motherfucker so badly. They motivated me, though, to fucking daven ASAP Rabbi. I get confused. There's bad Barbie. No, it's bad baby, but it looks like Barbie, and so I think it should just be Barbie. Then there's bad Bunny. There's Aesop Rocky. And I'm serious, does that have anything to do with Rocky and Bullwinkle? Or is it like Rocky like the boxer? I don't know. I was gonna tee off on this fucking bitch, this fucking dude so bad, but it's a girl. But so badly. I was just fucking winding up. Why didn't you fucking dive? And why aren't you with the fucking... Oh, we say tefillin. Bitch. Everybody's gonna say it the way that I say it. Got it? We say tefillin. Tefillin. It's like Nathan Fillin. I could have said, hey, did you use phylacteries? Where is your tefillin? Huh? I don't have that. I'm a girl. Oh, fuck. Not yet a woman. All I need is time. Oh, I was gonna tee off on this motherfucker so hard. I was gonna just be banging this motherfucker's head against the wall. Why? And you are with a minion. Why aren't you? I got socialized. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people. I got branded. That's 9. I make 10. Lo-fi girl doesn't count. Maybe. Not yet a woman. What is this bullshit? I was gonna tee off on that motherfucker so hard. I'm not a girl. Or I'm not a boy. Well, you had me fooled. Stream already exists. I'm a girl. Baby, you the white whale. An Israeli woman in here? You're a Sabra girl. I'm just gonna be like, you're a Sabra girl. And she'd be like, I'm not prickly. Fuck yeah, you are. Dog, you gotta dive in. Not yet a woman.
stuff. Yeah. And that's one of the things. This has been, it's funny because as I was reading through this, I couldn't tell you who wrote it or what the name of the book was, but I love these kinds of military thriller books. I eat them up. And there have been
Dog, I was gonna tee off on this bitch so hard.
operations just like this into North Korea specific in these novels. So whoever's writing these novels may or may not have some shades of intelligence that they know about these types of things that go on a regular basis. Now, interestingly, though, it also talks about sort of having this uneven track record, and the aborted SEAL mission prompted a series of military reviews during Trump's first term, and they found that the killing of the civilians was justified under the rules of engagement, and that the mission was undone by a collision of unfortunate occurrences that could not have been foreseen or avoided, and the findings were classified.
Braised beef. I'll give you some braised beef, girl.
About what we know about military operations, and we always celebrate the success. Right. But there are, I'm sure, plenty of operations where it is on everything must go right, and in the first instance of something going wrong, the mission is aborted. Now, is that a waste of money? Is it a waste of resources? Is it a waste of time? We're obviously set up those rules.
I'm Freeze McGee.
Protect American men and women who would be in harm's way. It's got to be perfect for this, because like this also, it's not just the death of an American soldier, sailor, Marine. That's not just what would happen. It could become a major international incident, and that's one of the reasons why we don't hear the failures or the aborted missions. And of course, we only learned about what could have been the failure going after Bin Laden when they tried to gain entry into the compound. Remember that? The helicopter came down hard. Oh my goodness! And then they realized we actually don't have to try that hard. There's the open gate, and they went in. But that could have been the end of it. Right then and there. And listen, we don't need Pakistan angry with us. Probably we don't care, but they are a nuclear armed.
Yo, dog.
So it's nice to have some communication. But God bless our military, and may I say for a moment, I each Friday, as what's the word? Frivolous? No, not the word I'm looking for. As silly? No, not the word I'm looking for. You'll help me out here in a second. Yeah. I wear red every Friday. You're wearing red today. I am. It is Friday, and red is the acronym to remember everyone deployed. And I've been doing it for years, and so it may seem like inconsequential. That's what I guess I was looking for. But I do it every Friday, and give shout outs on the air to our military service members.
Dog, what is this? Oh, that's because that girl came in. Dog, I was gonna tee off on this motherfucker so hard.
There's a lot of dispute over this. It could be that
You're too busy reloading guns. You should be down at the village.
Much of the discussion might have had to do with the complex laws of marriage and divorce and so on, possibly. There's also a possibility that it comes from the word cloud, meaning gathering or grouping, right? And it's also even inferred that perhaps it comes from the word kalila, which means like a garland, like a necklace, in the sense that the rabbis, when they would get together, they tend to sit in a big circle, in like rows of circles. Be that as it may, the term Yarchei Kala definitely refers to the gathering at least twice a year of the rabbis and lay people to learn Torah. It's a sign of solidarity with the intellectual and spiritual tradition of Judaism, and it is something that continues in the modern day. Many organizations organize Yarchei Kala, not necessarily at those 2 times of the year, but the concept of getting together on an annual or semi-annual basis is very widely held. For example, NCSY, you can see here, runs the Yarchei Kala, and Base Medrash Gavoha in Lakewood runs the Yarchei Kala. The Agudas Yisrael runs the Yarchei Kala. It's a very common theme that
We say tefillin.
Okay, I hope
Diaspora
this
says
and I wish you hatzlacha
tefillin.
in your learning.
I didn't understand your accent. Well, start figuring it out.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Rabbi Dostai, who was a Tana who lived in 2nd century Israel. His first name was Rabbi Dostai ben Yana. Now the name Dostai is a little unusual. It seems to be Greek in origin, from the term dositeos, meaning gift of God, kind of like Matanya or Matisyahu. And it's possible that he had a Hebrew name as well, but he went by his Greek name. This is not entirely unheard of. There are many figures in the Talmud that have Greek names, Rav Alexandri, Antigonus Ish Soho, and so on. And it's something that continues to the present day. For example, my own name is Hillel. That's what my friends call me. But Henry is my non-Jewish, my secular name, and I tend to go by both of them. So like Rav Dostai, people may have used more than one name depending on the context, and one name may have stuck more than another. But that's a little bit of speculation. At any rate, Rav Dostai was known in particular for his acerbic sense of humor and his profound sense of the absurd. We see this in particular in a passage in Gittin, Daf Yudalet, when he describes some humorous encounters with Babylonian people. But as with all the sages, humor is just one element of his personality. He's known much more profoundly for his deep and abiding moral sensibility. For example, one of my favorite passages in Bava Basra, he says, giving a coin to a beggar makes a person worthy to receive the Shekhinah, to receive the very presence of God. Fascinating. Okay, that's a quick word on Rabbi Dostai, 2nd century Tana in Israel. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
That's it? I could do that. Yo, dog, we're going to be reading this page. It's so boring. Next.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has reference to Aramaean people, so let's talk for a second about the Aramaic language. What exactly is it? So it's an ancient Semitic language, which was the lingua franca of the Middle East for centuries, and even spoken today by several groups in the region. Lingua franca, of course, means like the common language, the vernacular that will be used in everyday speech and was used widely throughout many different cultures. There are several different dialects of Aramaic, depending on the region from which it derives, and also 5 distinct historical groups identified by scholars. They are, first, ancient Aramaic, which we have in inscriptions that go all the way back to 700 before the Common Era. Then we have official Aramaic, which goes from about the year 700 before the Common Era to about the year 300 before the Common Era. And we see that, for example, in Tanakh, in the books of Ezra and the book of Daniel. These are the books that have some remnants of official Aramaic. Then we have Middle Aramaic, which we see in the Targumim, especially Onkelos, and also in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And the 4th period, we have what's called Late Aramaic, and that's primarily the Aramaic of the Babylonian Talmud. Finally, Modern Aramaic or Neo-Aramaic, which is the Aramaic spoken today, for example, by Kurds and other peoples in the Middle East.
Kurds and white.
There are some fascinating relationships to Hebrew. Of course, it is largely written in the Hebrew alphabet, and some of the words have consonantal shifts. Like, for example, the word zahav in Hebrew, gold, is dahav in Aramaic. So Zion can often switch with dalet. This definite article, if you had, let's say, ha-zahav, the gold in Hebrew, you would have zahava with the aleph at the end of an Aramaic word, replacing the hey at the beginning of a Hebrew word to represent the word the definite article. Now, late Aramaic was used throughout the Talmud all the way up until the 11th century, when we have the very first dictionary of the Talmud, written by Rabbi Nathan of Rome. That's a dictionary known as the Aruch. Okay, so that's a very quick overview of the Aramaic language. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning. Lenovo and the iHeartRadio Music Festival. Tech that hits different. In your gear, keep up with the beat. Lenovo PCs are built for creators. video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to bringing myrtle to the king. Rabbi Zera was required to bring myrtle to the king. Now, what is that all about? We know that myrtle, hadassim, are associated with celebration in the Jewish tradition. For example, the holiday of Sukkot is one of the Arba Minim and so on. It was also used at weddings as a kind of like a decorative and festive element. But what is all this business of like bringing it to the king and things like that? So it's interesting because myrtle is associated with garlands in many ancient cultures. Garlands meaning tiaras that are worn about the head as a sign of victory or a sign of achievement. They're called in English laurels, and you often see them on figures of great authority, especially after having achieved military victories or other such victories. Here, have a look at these examples. This is a modern representation of Julius Caesar, and he has myrtle around his head. Actually, these are bay leaves. Bay leaves were often used as well as myrtle. Here's another one of Napoleon, also a modern representation, and it evolves into like the wedding tiara and things like that as well. We speak about, for example, in English we say a Nobel laureate or a poet laureate. That refers to someone who has won the Nobel Prize, laureate, or someone who is like the chief poet of the country, the poet laureate, and so on. We also have the expression to rest on one's laurels, which means to like just chill and say, oh, I've achieved all these things in the past. I don't have to try any harder. I don't have to do any more. And it's to be a kind of like intellectually and spiritually lazy. This is definitely a bad thing, because if you rest on your laurels, it's like sitting on your hadassim. You're just going to ruin them, right? But nevertheless, that seems to be what's going on here with Rabbi Zera, is that bringing these laurels to the king is a way of kind of like showing obeisance and showing or recognizing victories of the king and so on, things like that. Okay, I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Developed with driver safety in mind, the Android Auto app interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction while making sure that you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app, just
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Uriah, one of the most remarkable women in the Talmud. She is an incredibly learned individual who lived in 2nd century Israel. She was raised in a scholarly home. Her father was none other than Rabbi Hanani ben Teradia, and of course she married the great Rabbi Meir and continued in this vein. Unlike most of the women mentioned in the Talmud, Uriah is an actor, an agent in Talmudic discourse, and her opinion is mentioned very favorably in contrast to many of her male interlocutors. In many occasions, like our daf, for example, she even corrects them like she does with her husband, Rabbi Meir. Now, she's known for her acerbic sense of humor. One of my favorite passages associated with Uriah is in Eruvin, Daf Yud Gimel, when Rabbi Yossi HaGlili approaches her and asks her some directions to get to the Lord. And he says it kind of in a little bit more verbose manner than he could have. And so she says to him, "You Galilean fool, don't you know what the Mishnah says, that you should not talk over much with women? You simply say, which way to Lord?" Right? And it's fascinating kind of like subversive comeback that she has for Rabbi Yossi HaGlili. Now, she herself endured tremendous personal tragedy, and her own experience in life is one of great sadness. Her father was killed in Hadrianic persecutions in a very terrible way. Her sister was sold into Roman slavery, and 2 of her own children died in some very moving passages that we will see as we go through Shas. Rashi in Avodah Zarah, Daf Yud Ches Amud Beis, offers a version of what happened at the end of her life. That's a very problematic passage, but it's not for today's discussion. But for now, that's a very short overview of the life and works of Uriah. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Friction كده محطوطة ولا بعد Shema
This video was
Yisrael
dedicated by the Huber
Adonai
family in memory of
Eloheinu
Pinchas ben Moshe
Adonai
Aaron Huber.
Echad. Baruch Shem Kavod Mechuto Elam V'ed.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to Rabbi Yehuda, an extremely important Amora who was mentioned many times in Shas. He was the founder of the yeshiva of Pumbedita in the 3rd century, and he died around the year 299. His father was Rabbi Cheskel, and his brother was Rami Bar Yecheskel. The two of them are often cited together. The Gemara says in Kedushin, daf Ayin Beis, that on the day that Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi died, Rabbi Yehuda was born, which connected the two Yehudas in a very significant way, because Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi, of course, was such a towering figure in the Mishnah. Our Rabbi Yehuda is a towering figure in the Talmud. He studied widely under Rab and Surah, under Rab Asi and Chuzal, and especially under Shmuel in Nahar Da. He was particularly close with Shmuel. Shmuel called him Shinana, which there's a difference of opinion as to what that actually means. Some say it means sharp one, i.e. clever one, in the sense of Vishinantam, right? You shall teach them, and they're learning, and so on. Others say it might refer to his shane, to his tooth or his teeth, that perhaps he had very long teeth, had like a bucktooth kind of look. This is a debate that is ongoing. Rabbi Yehuda is one of the most important Amoraim of the 3rd century. He died in the year 299, and he is associated in particular with the flourishing of the yeshiva of Pumbedita. In the year 259, he moved from Nahar Da to Pumbedita, and when he became the head of the yeshiva there, he attracted many students, including many from Nahar Da, who migrated to continue studying with him. Surah, under Rab's influence, was at the time the leading yeshiva of the era, but when his successor Rav Huna passed away, Pumbedita under Rav Yehuda eventually eclipsed even the great yeshiva of Surah. Rav Yehuda frequently contrasted his views with Rav Huna, who was at Surah at the time, in particular in Nizikin, and that was primarily the main subject of study in Pumbedita. Like his father, Rav Yehuda was also associated with many miracles, and the Talmud says that this was because of his tremendous self-sacrifice on behalf of the mitzvot. Okay, that's it for a very quick look at the life of the incredible Rav Yehuda. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Yeah, right. So the summer blockbusters, we're at 1.6 billion. We're a billion. Oh, wow. I'm sorry. Half a billion.
And that's one of the things that when we talk about how much money comes in for the summer, 2.6 billion just before the pandemic. Now we're back down to 1.6 billion. So this video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has the suggestion from Sumchus that we should extend the word Echad in the Shema, and specifically, the Magen Avraham says that we should extend the final letter, a Dalet, rather than the medial letter Ches. So, just trying to figure this out. What does that sound like? How do you extend a consonant like Dalet with the D sound? How do you possibly make it longer than it actually is? So I don't want to step into the halachic realm of how one should pronounce Shema. That's something you should definitely take up with your local Orthodox rabbi. But let us try to understand Sumchus' statement within the context of the history of Hebrew pronunciation. We are, of course, aware that there are varieties of Hebrew pronunciation, there's Sephardi pronunciation, Ashkenazi pronunciation, Teimani, and so on. And this is inevitably a result of the diaspora, that Jews lived in different places and different pronunciations evolved, and they developed the Masorah that goes back quite a long way to justify their specific pronunciations. This is something that we see even in the Talmud. Later on, we'll see that there's some discussions of the Jews of the north who might not pronounce their ayin the same way the Jews of the south do, and so on. So even while living in Israel, Jews were developing variant pronunciations. It's also exacerbated by the fact that Hebrew begins to fade as a vernacular language, even in the ancient period, as it's replaced by Aramaic in everyday use. It's retained as a scholarly language, a language of learning, a language of the liturgy, but the pronunciations themselves are lost, especially when you consider the vicissitudes of hundreds of years of wandering in often hostile environments. So let us return to the Dalit. Now, we would think that the Dalit is pronounced like what linguists call a plosive letter, like faith, gimel, and things like that. It's a plosive letter. It's closed on your mouth as well. But it's also possible that it can be pronounced as a fricative. Now, I'm not a linguist. I'm a historian, so this is a little bit outside of my area. It's a lot outside my area, but apparently when the medial and the final position, it can be pronounced in a slightly different way. Again, don't try this at home without speaking to your local Orthodox rabbi, but it's possible that Dalit can be pronounced as a voiced dental fricative, such that it doesn't sound like a d, but as a th, as in the word that or something. Under those circumstances, if it's a voiced dental fricative, then rather than a plosive, it's possible to imagine that you could pronounce the Dalit by extending not the Ch, but the Dalit, exactly like the Magen Avraham says you're supposed to do, and it could make sense. Okay, this is just a little bit of theory, but the history part is the varying pronunciations of the Jewish people of the Hebrew language. Before I get into more trouble, I'm going to sign off, and I'm going to hope that this offers some illumination to your Dalit, and that it gives you some hatzlacha in your learning.
On pense que c'est la guéguisarde de la synagogue, parce qu'on a retrouvé beaucoup de livres. Les vieux, comment on appelle ça,
This video was dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav hashalom.
Wow,
Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Yesterday we talked about Rabbi Yehuda and his association specifically with Rabbi Medisa. But earlier in Rabbi Yehuda's life, the most important place where he learned was, of course, Nahar Da under Shmuel. And so that's an extremely important place. Let's look at Nahar Da, which is referenced in today's Daf. So it's a major yeshiva, obviously an important settlement. The name Nahar Da appears to be Semitic in nature, a contraction of the words Nahar, which means knowledge. Nahar Da means the river of knowledge. This could be a kind of clever allusion to the fact that it is located, according to the text that we have, on a type of canal that would connect the Euphrates River over to the Tigris. There are several such canals that were constructed over the centuries, and it's hard to define exactly which one we're talking about that exists today. It's sometimes called the Nahar Malka, the King's Canal, but there's some dispute as to where exactly that is. Certain amount of time poking around trying to figure this out, looking at satellite images. I'll show you some in a second. At any rate, that river of the king, or the canal of the king, is identified with the Saklavia Canal. The only problem with that particular location is that it seems to be upriver from Aluja, which is identified as the site of Kubadita, whereas other sources place Nahar Da, for reasons for which I'm not quite sure, downriver of Fallujah. So I'm not precisely sure where Nahar Da is, and I'm not sure anyone is right now, but we'll keep studying and hopefully they'll come clear to us. Anyways, here's a quick look at a map. You can see that Al-Fallujah is the site of ancient Kubadisa, and you can see that it is somewhat to the northwest of Baghdad. And if you look at this satellite image here, you see the major blue line is the Euphrates, and then there are tiny little blue lines which sometimes run much straighter because they're man-made, that are canals that allow for irrigation throughout the region. Its association with Jews is very, very old. As very ancient Jews, there is a shul there that, according to Jewish tradition, was actually established at the time of the exile from the temple. So very, very old settlement there. It was destroyed in the year 259. By the reason why we're not sure exactly where it is now. It was destroyed by someone named Papa Ben Nezes, was identified by many 19th century scholars as not the Septimus was a vassal king of the Romans that destroyed Naharda in the middle of the 3rd century. This destruction in 259 prompted the flight of many of the citizens of the town to Pomedisa, and Pomedisa, again, also Lucha in our modern day map, is where Rabbi Yeshiva flourished, and in many ways because of the connection with Naharda, not only in the person of that Rosh Yeshiva, Rabbi
Yo.
but also in the person
What
of
up, Abdullah?
came there.
How you living, pimp?
Considered in many ways an extension
I
of
missed you.
Naharda. They apparently had some sections of the yeshiva that were reserved for students from Naharda, and it represents an intellectual continuity of Naharda. Okay, I hope that illuminated your doubt, and I wish you a lot of
would be appropriate for the 14th century when
Hey, how are you, dog?
the devil and witches and things like that. But it's not explicit at all. So I left.
Yo, there's this thing that we do in English where you, how are you doing? And then you respond. How's your day going? Thank God. That's wonderful to hear. Are you slinging dick like it's going on? There you go, big dog. What's on your agenda for today?
Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi.
All right.
Which is actually a very common form
That's
of
cool.
burial that we find in the ancient period.
What else?
Prompt burial is a very highly in Jewish Talmudic practice actually burial, which would be something more like what we are accustomed
Okay.
to. And then later, years and
Where, dog? I got you.
The family would go back and collect the bones from.
Well, that's cool. Best wishes with you. Yes, snitches get sheets, dog.
Bring them to a family crypt where they will be stored together with the bones of many other members of the ancestry of that.
Word, dog.
Certain, level of appeal to the family to be buried together.
That was a fun conversation. I liked it.
Reserve spaces in advance, all kinds of things like that. We actually have several examples of Jewish catacombs that house these ossuaries. For example, Beit Shan has the most amazing one. Here's a picture that gives you a sense of what it must be like walking through the catacombs of Beit Shan. And in Italy, there's some amazing versions that have been discovered, diaspora versions that go all the way back to the ancient period that are quite unusual in that they're highly decorated by all kinds of fantastical symbols and zodiacs and artwork and so on. So that's basically it for a discussion of ossuaries. I hope this illuminated your dot, and I wish you had fun in your learning.
The Talmudic tractate of Sukkah, in the beginning, they're discussing that there's a city somewhere called Ashterot Kanai, where there are two high hills, and they're discussing whether the shape. Then there's the Sukkah Pasulot. So I think they have actually, the Jewish community of Avignon has brought the Sukkah to the Ashterot Kanai and basically.
That's great.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to a unit of measure called a mil. It is a linear measurement of distance, and it is converted to basically time. Like how long would it take to walk a mil is a unit of time as well as of distance. The word is most likely derived from a Roman measurement, which means thousand, and in fact the word mil in many modern languages also means thousand. In French, for example, a mil is 1,000. I'm not exactly sure how that becomes millionaire in English, but definitely mil in many languages is 1,000. How long is a meal? So in terms of length, it was understood by the Romans as 1,000 steps, which would be roughly equivalent to about 1,500 yards. For reasons which are not clear to me, the Chachamim said that a meal is basically 2,000 amma, which was somewhat shorter than 1,500 yards. In contemporary math, so to calculate a meal, you would have to be based on exactly what you determined to be an amma, which is roughly understood as the distance from one's elbow to the tip of this finger, which is also called an amma, incidentally. Modern poskim hold that a mil would therefore be somewhere just under or just over a kilometer, which is about 0.6 of a mile, or maybe at most 3/4 of a mile for a mil. Anyways, that's where this word mil comes from. It means 1,000. The Romans understood this as 1,000 steps. We measure it a little bit differently through the Chachamim, but it's basically in the range of just under or just over a kilometer. Okay, I hope that illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Friends. Went back and started that episode back and watched the entire series. Relatable, love all the characters. I think about it often. Another show, not as good as that. It still plays and I still love it. Well, Modern Family, I love that.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has reference to Rav Safra, who was a Babylonian Amora of the 4th century. He was a frequent traveler to Israel, a student of Abba and a colleague of Rabbi Hanina Bar Papa. His brother was Rav Zimi, who is also a very frequent traveler. Now, one of the interesting things about Rav Safra is that even though he's very prominent in the Babylonian Talmud, he did not always get the attention you would expect in the Jerusalem Talmud. At one point, he even had his tax-exempt status, something that would be reserved for scholars, challenged at one point. So perhaps he was not as highly regarded, for reasons we don't know, in Israel as he was in Babylon. Besides his learning, his erudition, he was also regarded, however, as an exceptionally pious businessman. There's a beautiful story about Rav Safra in Gemara Makos, Daf Chaf Dalet, in which someone wanted to buy an animal from him, and he had mentioned a particular price. But Rav Safra, at the time he heard the price, was unable to respond because he was in the middle of davening, and so therefore, in the back of his mind, he said, "Okay, after I'm finished, I will accept that price." But the person kept thinking that Rav Safra's silence was, or lack of response rather, was an indication that he wasn't accepting the offer. He wasn't satisfied with the offer, and so he kept offering a higher and a higher price. Finally, when Rav Safra finished, he said, "Okay, I'll sell you the animal, and I'll accept the lowest price that you offer." And the guy was amazed. He said, "Why would you do that? I was prepared to offer you a lot more money." He said, "Yes, but I already accepted my heart to give it to you at the lower price." And that was just an example of his tremendous piety and his phenomenal business acumen. It's also not at all ironic that the name Safra is associated with a very large and successful family of Syrian bankers who are also known for their phenomenal philanthropy for Jewish causes. And you see the name Safra on all kinds of buildings and institutions all over the world. Okay, I hope that illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
First, then we'll take down the A and then the L. It'll take about a week. This will allow work on roadway improvements that are designed to reduce congestion in the country's busiest airport. The project to modernize the airport also includes pedestrian upgrades and improved signage.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today I'd like to spend a few minutes talking about something that is missing in the Talmud, specifically 3 missing words. So if you're learning with a traditional Vilna Shas, something like this one here with the traditional Source Adab, you'll notice that on Yud Zayin Amud Beis 17b, the 2, 4, 6 lines down from the bottom, there's discussion of several characters in Jewish history, and then it just ends with Tavshilo Rabbi, and that's it. It ends with a colon like that. But if you look in a more modern printing, like for example the Steinsaltz edition, you'll see that it adds 3 words. It says Shemakdiach Tavshilo Rabbi Kegon Yesho Hanotzri. What is going on here? So you can also, by the way, do this directly in the Aldaf app. There's differences here. If you're in the Aldaf app, you can actually see this yourself. Here, let me just take my other hand and enlarge this. You can see that, in fact, it ends here in the word Rabbi. Is that big enough for you? And then there's the two dots, the colon. And if you click on Safaria, you can see here that in the dot base, here we go, it has three words, Gon, Yeshel, and Notzri. And those are the words that are missing from the traditional Vilna Shas. So obviously those three words are highly sensitive, and they're most likely a sign of self-censorship. Because when the Talmud became known to the Christian world as a whole, in the 13th century in particular, when an apostate named Nicholas Donin complained to Pope Innocent III that, the reason why the Jews aren't converting to Christianity, the main reason is because they have this book called the Talmud. If you were to take control of the Talmud, then you would be able to, affect the spiritual trajectory of Jewish life, which is in fact true. Now, this ironically named Pope Innocent III ended up burning 24 wagon loads of Talmuds in Paris, which is a huge tragedy of incredible proportions. But after that time, the church became much more interested in what is actually in the content of the Talmud. We will return to the subject, I hope, as we go through shots. And there were several Talmuds that were printed with tremendous excisions throughout as a result of very invasive church censorship. Also related, perhaps even more significant, however, is Jewish self-censorship. Once printers realized that with censorship they could not publish certain doctrines, this is after the 16th century in particular, the beginning of the 16th century, Jewish printers began to censor their own works in order to make sure it would pass the censor, and they would rely on the oral tradition of the rabbi and student relationship to give over whatever is missing information or whatever is somehow elided in the text. So that's what's going on here. There's a reference here, an uncomplimentary reference to the founder of Christianity, and most likely the publishers decided not to include it in order to get past these censors. Now you might wonder, so how do we know it existed? Well, because we have many manuscripts that escaped the censor's attention. Manuscripts, for example, that were put together in Muslim countries, which did not have such egregious interference in the Talmudic text, and a lot of other manuscript research like that can generate these missing passages. So in the Al-Daf app, you have both the traditional text and you have some of the more modern readings that are a result of more critical scholarship. I hope that illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your life.
So really, just about that game. And now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, this space is crowded. Get ready for greatest escapes. A comedy podcast about the wildest escape stories in history. Each week, I'll be sitting down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers and comedians. People like Ben Helms.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to the sons of Rabbi, and these refer to the twin sons of this late Tana, an early Amora who lived at the transition period of the late 20th century, Rabbi Chia and his wife Yehudis. They were Babylonians who moved to Israel. The two sons were, of course, Yehuda and Chizkiah. Now, Chizkiah bar Chia is mentioned somewhat more frequently, but both of them were considered incredibly brilliant scholars. And the phrase Tana de Chizkiah, which means taught in the house of Chizkiah, refers to his activity in collecting braisos. So that's a very quick family note on who are the sons of Rabbi Chia. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
He assembled that he had a brand new startup called for a frame. They came up with this massive wall of text.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, alav shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has reference to Todos, that is Todos Ish Romi, Todos, the man of Rome. He probably went by the name Theodosius, and he was the leader of the Jewish community of Rome in the first century, towards the end of the first century. Roman settlement of Jews goes back even before the Common Era, but especially after the destruction of the temple, when there was a huge influx of slaves that were brought into the city, many of whom were eventually manumitted and achieved citizenship. This was one of the strongest diaspora communities outside of, let's say, Babylonia in the entire Mediterranean basin. It's noteworthy to see that they had such a significant population there that someone as prominent as Todos Ish Romi was in charge. And there's some interesting disputes that are recorded in the Talmud between the Jewish community in Rome under Todos and the rabbis in Israel. For example, in Pesachim, Daf Nun and Gimel, there's an interesting discussion over how the Passover sacrifice may be prepared. It's also noteworthy to indicate that the diaspora communities had some significant autonomy, and they did not absolutely rely on the authorities of the rabbis in Israel. Okay, that's it for a very quick note on Todos Ish Romi. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning. This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to the great sage Ravina. This is an abbreviation of the name Rav Avina, and there are several Babylonian sages who go by this name. Sometimes they're used with patronymics, meaning their father's names, but usually not, and so they're often usually confused. Now, our particular Gemara here is most certainly referring to Ravina the First, who died in the year 422. He was a student of Rava, who lived in Masachasya, and he was very close with Rav Ashi. The two of them are especially associated with the closing of the Talmud. Although, as we discussed in this Masechta, in the context of Rav Ashi, there's some dispute between Rashi and Rambam on one hand, and Shvira Gaon on the other hand, who argue whether or not it was this Ravina who was involved in the closing of the Talmud, the Chassimus Talmud. Another Ravina that appears in the Talmud is Ravina II. His full name would be Ravina ben Huna, and this was most likely the nephew of Ravina the First. He died in the year 499, and he was a student of Rav Amemar. He eventually became, he himself, Ravina II, became the head of the yeshiva in Sura, and this was during a period of incredibly intense persecution that I hope to discuss later on in this series. According to Shvira Gaon, this is the Ravina who closed the Talmud, which would be quite a bit later than Ravina I. He's considered the last of the Amoraim, meaning the next generation would be the Samoraim, another kind of like tectonic plate in the foundation of Talmudic wisdom. Oh my gosh, what a metaphor. Okay, I hope that illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
We didn't even talk about what happened for last night's game.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas ben Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom. Hello and welcome to Jewish History in Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to witchcraft, which is a topic that comes up from time to time in the Talmud. And there are a wide variety of practices associated with witchcraft, but there are basically two categories. The first is real witchcraft, which is maleficent and effective and is heavily punished. It's highly prescribed by the Talmud. The second is imitative practices, which may, bleed over from witchcraft into superstition, into popular culture. These include things like, in both categories, techniques to summon the dead, various types of fortune telling, incantations, spells, you name it. There's a wide gamut of things that are discussed in the Talmud. There's a significant evidence that indicates that Jews actually practice these things outside of the Talmud. For example, the Dead Sea Scrolls has a certain amount of references to witchcraft, and there's some fascinating archaeological evidence from Babylonia that indicates that there are, wide use of amulets, and my favorite, incantation bowls. These are such cool things. The amulets would typically be worn, and they would be like kind of like to ward off negative influences and things like that. Bowls were things that apparently were buried like under the threshold of what's open. You would write right away. These bowls that show you some pictures of them, they have like circular scripts on the inside in Aramaic, and sometimes some fascinating pictures in there too. And you would bury these under the threshold of your door to try and ward off evil spirits, perhaps maybe to like metaphorically catch them in the bowl before they go on flying home. It's kind of like a weirdly Jewish Talmudic feng shui kind of thing. And apparently these various folk practices were heavily associated with a well-developed angelology and demonology. Now, the rabbis exercise tremendous energy in trying to control these popular impulses. People are always looking for, as it were, kind of a spiritual shortcut to Parnassa and Shidduchim and all kinds of things like that. And there's many passages in the Talmud in which they're trying to say, look, these kinds of things are not acceptable. These kinds of things, well, if they're stated in a different way, it's not really so bad. We'll see those as we come along. At any rate, I hope this illuminated your dot, and I wish you had fun in your writing.
Rashi brought to the page. Rashi is especially known for his very pithy, clarifying comments that explicate the difficult phrases or ideas of the whatever he's commenting on, whether it's the Torah or whether it's Talmud, and he'll also incorporate the teachings of the oral Torah into his commentaries. Joseph will do something totally different. These are basically a large school of scholars.
This video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom.
Where they will look at a page of the Talmud and say, wait a second, how can it say
Hello
this
and
over
welcome to
here?
Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to retting flax, which is part of the process of making linen. How does this work? So if you take a piece of flax plant, and the first thing you do after you harvest it is you shave off the seed pods. The seeds can then be reused as for a foodstuff. For example, my wife, she puts flax seed in her challah, which is absolutely fantastic. I'm recording this share on a Tuesday, and I'm really wishing it was Friday already. But at any rate, then once you've got the seed pods off, you dry out the long stalks in order to make them brittle, and then you have to soak them for a really long time. This soaking is what's called the retting process. Now, essentially, you're allowing it to decay in buckets of water, like you can see in this picture here, where you just leave it outside for days at a time so that it becomes, all the cells break down and then you can start to beat it and make it into cloth. In some cases, you would use like lagoons or standing water and things like that. And needless to say, as we can see from our Gemara, it is very malodorous. I mean, this plant just sits there in the water and essentially breaks down, decomposes to a point where you take it out. Sometimes even weeks later, and then you beat it, and you can make it into cloth at that point. Okay, that's a small look into linen making technology that was both ancient and is in the present day. I hope this illuminated your doctrine. I wish you had luck in your learning.
He just recently published this very nice book, In This Land, Jewish Life and Legal Culture in Late Medieval Provence. I found it really quite stimulating. And the kind of examples he brings to bear, relying on the research of people like Professor Joseph Schatzmiller and others, is, for example, exemplified in one specific case where he describes
this video is dedicated by the Huberfeld family in memory of Pinchas and Moshe Aaron Huberfeld, Alav Shalom.
Within the 10 days of repentance in this particular
Hello and welcome to Jewish History and Daf Yomi. Today's daf has a reference to an unusual figure in Shas, Rabbi Miyasha. We don't know a lot about Rabbi Miyasha. His name is mentioned about 24 times in Shas, but we do know that he is the grandson of the famous Rabbi Yehoshua ben Levi. Rabbi Yehoshua ben Levi was a 3rd century rabbi. He was a transition point between the Tanaim and the Amoraim, and he was extremely active in Shas. And there's a lot to say about him. But what about his grandson, Rabbi Miyasha? He must have been a very young man when he is cited, because he's frequently citing his grandfather's teaching, and we know that he passed away very young, within the lifetime of his grandfather. So this must be an indication of just how brilliant he was, that he could.
At the age of 13, but it probably means a young man, someone who's probably unmarried and clean shaven, or at least without a beard. And apparently, this French Jew gets really upset. And he says, "What is going on in this synagogue? Don't we all follow the custom of my ancestors in France proper?" And says that these special prayers may only be led by an adult male with a full beard. You know, that these prayers have tremendous gravitas and seriousness. And how can you choose someone to lead your prayers who is so young and inexperienced? And apparently the father of the son confronts this man and says, "You know, wait, what is it? You're out of your business. This is our synagogue here in Provence, and we follow our own customs." And it actually descended into a battle of fists. That they actually fought each other. And in fact, it involved to some degree the use of the shovels and various tools that the gravedigger had brought with him. And this ended up in criminal court, non-Jewish criminal court, where we have the entire transcript. So I think this one little episode kind of illustrates the tremendous degree of the rivalry over a fairly small point in Jewish law, like who is or what is the appropriate age for someone to lead the prayers in synagogue, nevertheless to erupt into literally a violence between Jews who took this very, very seriously. So with this in mind, that you've got the rivalry between the French Jews in the north and the Provençal Jews in the south, specifically over who has authority to dictate the minhagim, the customs, this is where we should talk about Maimonides' entry. So Moses Maimonides was a person of no small consequence and no small controversy either. His works were quite challenging. He took on massive tasks with phenomenal ambition, and he actually brought them to fruition. One of his early works that made it to Provence during his lifetime was a book called the Mishnah Torah, literally the repetition of the Torah, in which he consolidates all of rabbinic writings into one completely refashioned legal code that goes through the entirety of how Jews should conduct themselves in this world. And it's a massive work, and we've spoken in many other lectures about why it is so special and so unique. It was received with great enthusiasm by the Jews of Provence, and they were so excited about this that, well, we've got to read more of this man's writings. And they turned to the Ibn Tibbon family, who were originally from Spain and were fluent in Arabic, and of course Judeo-Arabic, which is basically a version of Arabic written in Hebrew characters with a significant amount of Hebrew and Aramaic influences. And the Ibn Tibbons churned out book after book, translating the great classics of the Judeo-Arabic tradition, which is partially a Spanish tradition and partially a North African tradition, working on books like the Phobos of Babos, the Duties of the Heart by Rabbi Bakia, and then, of course, the great Oren Nebuchim, the great Guide for the Perplexed of Maimonides. Now, this got Maimonides into a lot more trouble because once he was rendered into Hebrew, specifically his philosophical work, Guide for the Perplexed, which was way more challenging in many ways than the Mishnah Torah, those French Jews from the north were incensed, and they were so upset with the amount of Greek thought that Maimonides openly included in his philosophical works that in the 1230s they actually denounced it to the Dominican friars and had Maimonides' books burned publicly in Paris. In France, that may have been the case, but to the south of Provence, even his greatest critics, such as the individual who is buried here, the Raivad, Rabbi Abraham ben David. There are actually several Raivads. This is known as Raivad II. He wrote a commentary on the Mishnah Torah, which is sometimes small corrections and sometimes very harsh criticisms, but nevertheless embracing the idea of Maimonides' works. This is actually a modern gravestone at the site of his burial, along with his son, Rabbi Isaac the Blind. That's Rabbi Yitzchak Saki Nahor. The phrase literally means full of light, but that is a euphemism for blind, who is one of the great Kabbalists of the region. So in its entirety, Provence, unlike France to the north, with the influence of the Tosfot in particular, was very tolerant of many different ideas, including Maimonides' challenging philosophical ideas, largely because they've already been introduced to this kind of thought through the influence of the Spanish thinkers, and especially the family of translators known as the Interpreters. Okay, wow, it's so amazing. I can't wait to go back to Provence and have a look at that amazing territory and see where these brilliant Jews live. I hope you'll be able to join us on Kosher Riverboat Cruises, and if not, God willing, we'll provide videos of the experience.
Welcome to the original subscribers, which is all these learning together to start shots and finish the shots with Mashiach and Meher B'Yameinu Amen. I'd just like to take this opportunity to point out some of the amazing benefits of Daf Yomi and some of the reasons why people fall off of Daf Yomi and what they can do to overcome them. The saying is, it's not about the Daf, it's about the Yomi. Daf Yomi provides an opportunity to learn every single day of the year, even once it's Shabbat, Yom Kippur, Yom Kippur, Shabbat, Sunday.
Do you have your tefillin? How would it go?
Promises that you will become a better person, a better husband, a better wife, a better father or mother. That the enemy, as Mayor Shapiro intended, unites all of Klal Yisrael. There is a special camaraderie between the people that come to share, and there's a special unification between you and the Tanoim and Amoraim, and especially between you and the Kodesh Baruch. That the enemy, Shas that is, encompasses all of Torah. You're not just learning halacha or agadah, but you're learning it all. As Tosis points out, Marta says, Yash Nish Adam, a person should spend a third of his days learning. Tosis says, this means Gemara, which includes Mishnah, Torah, Nevi'im, Suvim, Agadah, Kabbalah, encompasses it all. Every daf will bring concepts that if you haven't done that Yomi, you probably never heard it before. When you travel, you will see people learning on the planes, in the airports. 90% of the time, those are people who are learning that Yomi. There's nothing like starting off your day with a good daf Gemara, 45 minutes to an hour of Torah. And finally, when a person sets aside time to have a date with Haviyah and Baruch, that's an amazing connection they make with the Rebbe Shalom. And now, some of the reasons why people fall along the bandwagon. People say, that Haviyah is weak to quit. I don't retain much. I'm learning this. I don't remember what I learned last week. Or they'll say, I'm used to how we learned in yeshiva. Love this. This is not the proper way to learn it. You have to learn it slow. Love this. These are all valid points. I'm not going to get into whether we're supposed to learn like this, fast or slow. But the question is, what's the alternative? Are you learning every single day with yourself? Are you learning on Friday? Are you learning on Shabbos? Are you learning on Sunday? If the answer is no, then this is for you. The other question you have to ask yourself is, if you learn all of Torah, if you learn all of Shabbos, when are you going to do that? And finally, the Zohar says, the God talks about it. If somebody will learn something in this world, when he gets to Shemayim, he'll be able to learn that with the Baruch will explain it to me better. If you go through all of Shabbos, even if you don't remember it, even if you don't really understand it, the Baruch will explain it to you better. But if you don't learn it, you're going to be learning Kulim, the Nafis, the Svatim, the heart is touching. You don't learn it. You're not going to buy it to the share. And finally, one of the pitfalls that people have is when they miss a daf, inevitably you will miss a daf. There's sickness, there's symptoms, there's vacations. And a mistake that the Yitzhak makes people do is he says, you have to make it up. Don't go back to the shir. Let's make this up first because I don't want to have a hole in my Gemara and my perception. And that's a big mistake. Skip what you missed. Go back to the shir. Go back to where Klal Yisrael is holding. Write down what you missed. And you'll make it up at a different time. But today, you must skip. Don't fall for that. And don't be perfectionist when it comes to navigating. Don't say, well, I didn't finish the step, I don't want to do this. I need to finish. Because at the end of the day, if you finish 2,700 versus 2,711, it's not the end of the world. It's better to do that than not to do that at all. And now, let's just jump in to the beginning of Shabbos. The Mishnah discusses Kriya Shema. Third, it says, say Kriya Shema twice a day. When you go to sleep, nighttime, and when you arise in the morning. What is nighttime? The Mishnah in the Gemara brings down 6 shitas. The shita in the Mishnah says 6 megachots, and the Mishnah uses a lashon of when the Kohanim who are prophets go to the Bible, the mikvah, and then after it's a cover, they're able to eat truma. Until what point can they eat sacred Yeshua? Because it says until the end of the first mishmar of the Malach, the night is divided into 3, so a third into the night. The Ham say until Chatzos, halfway through the night. And Rabbi says until Avodah Shachar, until the light of dawn. In fact, the Gemara says the Chachamim agree with Rabbi that the time is Avodah Shachar. It has to get to the Sodom and Avera, and where the distance people from Avera, and it's Yaga get together, they said, you must say Kriya Shema before Chatzos. The same halacha applies to Hekmer Halavi Yivarim and to, in other words, links. Perhaps look at the abundance, the links on the Messiah, and certain abundance that are only linked for one day and the night, such as the Chatas and Asham. The shear is until Chatzos. The real shear is until Avodah Shachar. The reason why our Mishnah starts with Kriya Shema Meir and not Kriya Shema Shachar is two reasons. The Gemara, because the Torah says to the Shachar, you go to sleep, and then only afterwards go to rest when you get up. Or because the Kriya Silence says like he Erev starts the night, and then when he wakes the day. As I mentioned before, can eat truma after he's Bible, after chasing a hump, and even before he makes the Rambam, because the Torah says all Hashem Mishpah, unlike the typical meaning of the possible Pasuk means when the sun comes up, well, here means when the sun goes down, it's fire, and the chasing a hump came the day the light is God. And now we'll go to the 6 sheep that's in the Gemara beat down. Rabbi says the time of Saint Kriya Shema is Shkia, that's when Shabbos comes in. Remember the first sheep is slightly before Seisek Yochanan, that's when the Kohanim are Toilamik, where Yeshua says Seisek Yochanan, the middle Shita. That's when the Kohanim can eat the Truma. Danila says after Seisek Yochanan, that's when 4 people sit down to eat. And Rabbi in the second Shita says when you eat Friday night, it's slightly. After that, and your Hafez says this is the latest man. It's when people sit down to eat a weekday meal at night, have a wonderful day. You should be certain to finish shots together all day.
I was mentioning the other day, my wife watching my daughter put makeup on. She was talking to us while she happened to be recording it, but it was a fascinating. It's just a thing that you are drawn to. You can't control it.
Well, no, and there are plenty of spaces on YouTube where there are makeup tutorials where these makeup artists make tons of money because people like your wife and myself will go on there and watch it.
Rabbi's now given tremendous amount of every single one of you who started Shas. You should be so to stay on board, stick it out, and finish Shas B'Ezras Hashem. Welcome the over 1,500 new subscribers in the last 24 hours. That brings us up to 7,500 new subscribers in the last 4 days, I think it is. Our goal initially was to get to 10,000 new subscribers during the Siyum Shas. We're almost there. With your help, just send out the link, put it on your status, tell your friends about it. We'll make a tremendous Kiddush Hashem and a big difference. We learned in the Mishnah that according to Eliezer, you can take Kriya Shema until Soy Hashmur Rishayna, until the end of the first Mishmar. There are 3 Mishmars according to one sheet on Shemayim, that's when the Malachim say Shira, and when one Mishmar ends and the next one begins, that's when you can take Kriya Shema. The question is, if you divide the night into 3, it equals to 4 hours each. So why did the Mishnah just say you take Kriya Shema until 4 hours? The answer is to teach us that the Mishmars and Shemayim coincide with the Mishmaris down here. We also have Mishmaris. For instance, the first Mishmar, you'll hear the donkeys neighing and making noise. The second, at the middle of the second Mishmar, you'll hear the dogs barking. And at the beginning of the third Mishmar, the babies wake up from nerves. And when a couple wakes up, the wife starts talking to her husband. For the other shot, all three of these signs happen at the end of each mishmar. End of the third mishmar is already daytime. I don't need a sign. But to tell you that if you're in a dark room and your wife starts talking to you, or your baby wants a nurse, you should know it's time to say, Kriya Shema. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Shoyei Kari, he roars like a lion 3 times a day. And he says, Oyi Labanim Shbab Yisei Rabbi is basic. Wow to the nation that because of my sons, I had to destroy my house, and I had to burn my hechel, and I had to send place from the goals. He says, Rabbi Yisei, I was once on the way, and I had a daven, so I went off the path, and I went to ruin the Churban Achas Yerushalayim. And Rabbi waited for me by the door, and when I finished, he said, Shalom. And I said, Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi and Lawyer. He said, what are you doing here? I had a daven. He said, daven, you can daven on the way, you should daven to the Tzara. So as we're going to say, I learned 3 things from you. First of all, you don't go into a Churban. And if you're traveling, you daven on the way. And what do you daven? Shilas Habinenu, Shilas Tzara. And Eliyahu continued and asked him, what did you hear in the Churban? And he heard it. He said, I heard a voice that sounded like a pigeon cooing. The pigeon was saying, or the voice was saying, Oy Labanim, like you just said, that I had to be back from my house and burn my hechel, and I had to be back with my children. Says Eliyahu in the lashon of a shvuah, a double shvuah. I swear to you, double. And the Baruch Hu says this every single day, 3 times a day. When the Baruch Hu sees lights are going to the shoulders, and they say, Amei Yishmi Rabba, he bows his head Rabbi Yachol, and he says, he's been starved Rabbi Yachol, but he sent Klal Yisrael, and he goes, why don't you go into a Churban and ruins? There are 3 reasons in the Gemara. First is Chashash, suspicion. That's the reason if you're going with 2 people, they're not that good, they're cruising. So there's still a shot that a person will be with a Zaina. People will say that he's got a Zaina. The second reason is Machpelas when we're worried that the ruins will cave in. And that's a reason going in with 2 kosher people that you don't have a shot. Finally, the third reason is Mazikim Shadim. If it's a brand new place, and 2 people that are kosher, but it's in their place that the Mazikim like to hang out, it's still dangerous even though you have 2. Or if it's just with 1 person, or you're by yourself, and you're in a field, so there's no women, there's no shot. Yet, Mazikim, Rabbi says that the night consists of 4 mishmaros. In other words, 3 hours. The Rabbi says he woke up every night at Chatzos and says, I woke up 2 mishmaros before that. Now, if you hold that there are only 3 mishmaros in the night, and you all woke up at Chatzos, which is in the middle of the night, that means there's only 1.5 mishmaros left. How do we reconcile this? Says the Gemara, because I was saying that he woke up 6 hours to the end of the night, plus 2 hours, because kings would sleep 2 hours of the day. Basically, he woke up 8 hours before everyone else. 8 hours divided by 2 equals 4 hours. In other words, there's 2 mishmaros that he woke up before the other. Yes, there's only 6 hours of nighttime. 1.5 mishmaros was 8 hours before the king, which equals 2 mishmaros of 4 hours each. But Rashi says you can call 1.5 mishmaros, 2 mishmaros. Because it's halacha, in front of a dead person, you should not fucking learn it. Because it's like the Rosh, since the dead person can't talk in learning, he'll feel bad. Unless you talk in learning that the dead person was makadosh. Another Shanti word, you shouldn't talk any shiduyah, you shouldn't say anything in front of the mason. It still makes it feel bad unless you're talking about the mason's son. There's a contradiction seemingly in the Psukim. In one passage it says that the Rabbi woke up at Chatzos. Other passage it says they woke up before the night. The Gemara has 3 pshat. Either the Rabbi is saying, I never slept past Chatzos, or he said that I was learning Torah up on the Chatzos, like a horse that dozes off, like he's learning in his dozing. And then from that point on, he would be misgaber Kari, he would strengthen himself like a lion. Or the shot is, until Chatzos, he learned Torah, and then from Chatzos on,
You're so great. It's famous
when
things of all
something
time.
goes away, when the night becomes day, or when the day becomes night. So Rabbi says, Chatzos Lailo Akum, I'll wake up at Chatzos. So in other words, the Rabbi knew what Chatzos was, and on the other hand, it seems like Moshe Rabbeinu didn't know what Chatzos was, because he says, Kaf Chatzos Lailo, tells Pharaoh, Kaf Chatzos, almost like Chatzos. 4 Mishatim in the Gemara. Either David HaMelech knew and Moshe Rabbeinu didn't know, because David HaMelech had his kinor, his heart, which told him exactly what Chatzos was. Or the Pshat is Moshe Rabbeinu also knew just the Melech needed his kinar in order to awaken him. Third Pshat is Moshe Rabbeinu knew what Chatzos was, and just worried that people will say Moshe Badoi, he's lying Moshe Rabbeinu, so that's why he said Chatzos, so they don't catch him on his words. Or the Pshat is that Moshe Rabbeinu on the 13th of Nisan he said Chatzos, just like now, tomorrow, Shmuel was going to take Yisrael out of the truth. By Elisa Shachar, the Gemara tells us, Chachmei Yisrael came into the Melech. It means one time they came in, every day they would come in by Elisa Shachar, but once they came in, and he said, we need Baros and Klal Yisrael, so that our Melech, let them do business with each other. Make the farmer, it's not enough. The farmer sacrifice, he said, go out for war. He says, why do you go out for war? You ask Achitophel. In other words, the strategy of war you get from Achitophel. The opening Yodov means you ask for Shus from the Sanhedrin. It also means you ask for the Purim B'Tumim, and Yodov led them to war. Have a wonderful day.
Restream podcast. It can also be deadly. Join filmmaker Caroline Slaughter on the podcast as she uncovers the disappearances and deaths that have befallen Westerners who have taken a spiritual pilgrimage to India.
Because this is the Venus flytrap for your vulnerability.
Listen to Restream on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get podcasts.
Bracha is Daf Dalet. I'd like to thank each and every one of you. A few months back, I found out that my sister-in-law got sick. That day, I started a countdown. Just recently, I promised her that we're supposed to try to get 10,000 subscribers during the Sima Shas. In fact, today, Baruch Hashem, you were supposed to reach that.
Oh, it's funny as shit.
I also like to thank over 1,500 people who regular 42-minute cheer. You can find that on YouTube. Search under at least Bensky or Ramat and subscribe. Pasuk says in Tehillim, David HaMelech says, Shomer Nafshi, Chosin Adim. David HaMelech tells HaKadosh Baruch Hu, don't you think I'm a chassid? Don't you think I'm a chassid compared to the other kings of the world who get up 3 hours a day, and I get up at the place? Or the other kings, they sit around with their friends. Well, I act as a local rabbi, I check it out afterwards. With my fingers, I get my hands bloody to make sure that women are taught to their husbands. I'm a chassid. I ask you Pivoishes, known as Ishboishes. The reason why it's called Pivoishes is because he embarrasses David HaMelech. David HaMelech asks him questions. He says, is this tar, is this kosher? And he embarrasses him by Allah. He's much better than David HaMelech. But David HaMelech got his revenge, so to speak. He had a son, Daniel, who was called Kilov because he was able to embarrass Pivoishes in Allah. It says in the famous pasuk, Ule Himati, Lirois B'tuv Hashem. The word Ule has dots on top of it, Nekudos. David HaMelech wasn't sure that he would be Zoichel, Olam Haba. And the reason is because he was worried, perhaps he'll sin, he won't be Zoichel. As we see, but Yaakov Avinu, even though HaKadosh Baruch Hu promised his Shemira protection, it says in the pasuk, Vayira Yaakov, he was worried. Why? Shema Yikra. In fact, we see that the Chet was guarded. Ezra should have had the same kind of sin of Kriyas Yaakov as Klal Yisrael had the first time when they went into Israel. And the reason why it wasn't Zoich is because Gorab had Chet. According to Rabbi Eliezer, we know that the Shachbaka means when people go to sleep, the time that they go to bed, which is a 4-hour period from the time it turns dark until the end of Ashur Shaidah. According to Rabbi Eliezer, the Shachbaka doesn't mean when you go
Mr.
to bed.
Aquarius, how you living, girl?
You are sleeping, which means the entire night all the way.
What's good?
That's what the word Shachbaka means.
What'd you get? There you go. Are you enjoying it? Excellent. Yeah. It's like 11. Yeah, I had toast. Yeah, I had some tomatoes as well. Tomatoes? Tomatoes. There you go. Yep. And I'm programming robots. How was your doctor's appointment? Did they tell you? Oh, okay. I got you. All right. Well, that's good. And how you coming out of your physical therapy now that you haven't gone in like 2 weeks? Well, that's good. Excellent. That's always good. And now you're just enjoying some food. What's on the rest of your agenda for today? Well, that's great. Very well. How are the how are the discords treating you? You were on what? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, how many people followed you back on TikTok? You started. Oh, so you got eight. You got eight more people. All right, excellent. You know what to do now, right? There you go. Exactly. The easiest way to get followers is just follow other people, and especially, I would. I don't mean to say this in a. It's boys like girls, and girls like girls. Boys don't always like boys, and girls sometimes like boys. So a lot of times people want as many, especially boys, they want as many girls following them as possible, and they'll follow you right back. So that's kind of like a thing. Like you have going, it's advantageous to you. I was watching this guy last night. I really like him. He's got a great personality, and he streams on TikTok. And sometimes these NFL games, they're kind of, I mean, like I could go watch them on television, but when I do that, I get, like, if I had a television in here, I'll get um, copyright striked really, really quickly. So I do my best to watch it like on, like Brandon was had it streaming last night, and so I'll watch it on that, or watch it on my phone, or something where the speaker's not really, really big, or you can't see the screen. And this guy, I really like him, and he like the way that you can get a lot of people to follow. I'm not saying that you do this. In fact, I say don't do this. But what you do is you stream an NFL game, because all these people will come into your stream because they're looking for the game, and they all follow you. But then give it 2 or 3 hours and you'll get banned. But he got he got 55,000 people last night, uh, who at least liked his. That's a huge amount. But you don't want to do that. Like the best way to do it is just slow and steady. Follow as many people as you can per day, and then when it says you can't follow anybody more, you say okay, and then you just go about your day. Every single day you'll get 8, 10 new people, and let's do the math. Yeah, and then you can go back and unfollow everybody who didn't follow you. Let's see here. If we, because our goal for you is to get 1,000 followers, not because you're gonna go and change the world that you can stream, but that's just a good amount to have. So you've got like 58 right now. So if you get 10 a day, it'd take 90 like 3 months or so, but it won't take that long. It'll you'll be able to get more than that. Like basically, I'm trying to think. I used to do it. I used to get a lot. What's wrong? Oh, I can't let it cool, let it cool off. Um, I used to do this thing where I would just create. I had a robot that would just go through and follow. Uh, however many. I think it was 200 people a day or something like that. And then it would just switch accounts once it had done that, and go to another account, and another account, and another account. And the reason why I did that, I created over 1,000 TikTok accounts. And the reason why was because if I ever got one of my accounts banned, I could just follow with all my other accounts and then get it to be like 1,000 people. And I and I would say, believe it or not, TikTok is the most strict of all the apps when you stream. It's really easy to get. Yeah. They have like weird rules though, like that the other ones don't have. Like, and I've been banned for really like things that are kind of ludicrous. I got banned once for promoting hunting. I'm like, I don't promote hunting. You've never heard me talk about hunting once. I don't talk about hunting. That's not my thing. But somebody just goes in and they flag you for something and they choose whatever they want, and then all of a sudden your account gets banned, or not banned but suspended. I got one for it was like, and even if you are promoting hunting, it's like that's your thing. I get it. That's but like I've gotten them for just really stupid things. So um I do my best to, well, and then TikTok did this thing because I used to stream on TikTok a lot, but they instituted this thing. If you're using your phone, after 1 hour, it makes you do a captcha, meaning like you're a hero, which doesn't seem that bad. But if you stream 24 hours a day, that's 24 captures you have to do, and plus you have to be able to do them while you sleep, which really makes it really difficult. So the reason why they did that, they had people who were just starting up a stream and leaving it, which I think is fine. There was one that I used to watch a lot that was just a pool hall. So they just had people playing pool all day. I thought that was a really interesting one, but they can't do that anymore because somebody's got to go and do the captcha. And it's like people don't have time to do that. Well, that's good. Are they following? Hey, did you did you watch Kai Cenat last night? Did you watch Kai Cenat last night? It should it should be on his Twitch. That should be upload like immediately. Um or it should be I did see him, but he didn't have anybody on. So I I saw I saw Megan Thee Stallion on Big O one time. I saw Megan Thee Stallion on Big O one time. All right, let's make sure you missed them, because I think that you would think that they would put that in the description. Man, I can't stand Twitch with all its advertising. It's ridiculous. I can't do it. Miss Aquarius, I have ad blockers so that I don't ever generally have to watch advertisements. But for Twitch, I have them on. I have them on the computer, but it's hard. It's more difficult to do it on the app. And whenever I see an advertisement, I'm just immediately turned off. I think it would be smarter. I don't know, maybe not, but like you know what I'm sure you know what these are, but they're called like advertising banners. You know what I'm talking about? Like a banner. I think it would be more attractive to a user if the stream didn't get interrupted, but you had a banner that just was always there. I would much rather have that. It's right. Yeah, but they're only giving 15% to it. That's nothing. I'm not impressed by that at all. Yeah, let me think if he's the same guy who so I think he got famous through um he was like a soccer player in England. I was reading about him a couple weeks ago. His parents are from Nigeria, but he was born in London, and he started a drink company with Jake Paul, another loser dude who called Prime. Have you have you ever heard of Prime? Prime. So they started this drink company, and they got it to be really popular. But I'm going to tell you this, Miss Aquarius, I kind of so I'm the number one streamer all time in Kai Sanat's Discord, and nobody's ever in his VC. Like I could be in there for a week straight and nobody will come in, which tells me a lot of these numbers are inflated. They're fake. And I mean, Miss Aquarius, you see how it is. You very easily, let's say we wanted to make Miss Aquarius a household name and we had all the money we needed. We just buy you a bunch of followers, like a million followers on all the major platforms, and then you go live, you do something controversial, and then you get some people to write about you, and then all of a sudden you're a celebrity. It's literally that easy. It's just, you need Well, so you buy viewers on Twitch. If you want to know how many of his viewers are real right now, I'll tell you because there are websites that tell you all the real numbers. So just one moment. The one that I go to is called Botted, Botted, and um, let me see. Let me see. Yeah, I mean you'd expect that, but he doesn't own it. It's just they rent all this stuff. Oh yeah, he could definitely get a house, but a lot of them just rent these things because they want it to look really, really nice. Like they could buy a house too. I mean, he has a lot of money. He could easily buy a house, but um, yeah. All right. So Case Kaisenat, he's live right now. Very low engagement detected. The streamer may be botted or have an abnormal amount of inactive viewers, unless you believe they have 1% interaction. So like now he has 65,000 people watching him, but not that many unique chatters. Like it's about unique chatters. Basically, these people. I mean, I've done it. When I first started, I bought viewers and I bought followers. I have 40,000 followers on, or 49,000 followers on Twitch. I'm live on Twitch right now. You know how many people watch? Zero. Zero. Right. Yeah, they do. Um, it's really about um your status. Like basically, I get people who come into my streams and they'll be like, "You're not a big streamer. You only have 10,000 people, 10,000 followers on this thing, or 3,000 followers, or 150 followers, or whatever it is." And it's like you want to have this this uh this view to people that you are. So a lot of these people just buy their viewers. Okay, so here's how they do it. Mr. Aquarius, do you see Kai Cenat's um his stream, his chat? They just put emojis in there. And the reason why they put emojis in there is you can spam emojis a lot and not get like it doesn't look like you are a fake person as much. So you'll just see you'll pay a service to just spam the laughing emoji 10 times and you'll just have them do that every 5 seconds. Or you'll get people who just spam W, which stands for win. It's like it makes your chat go really quickly, and when that happens, people think that you're really popular. I can't stand how many ads are on Twitch. It to me is almost unusable. Like it's so ridiculous. And maybe it's just because I use ad blockers and so I barely ever see any ads, but it's too much for me. if anything, show me it in a little box, and so I can still see what's going on. But like, I don't. I almost will be like, I will use your product less if you have a bunch of bad ads.
KFI sunny highs upper 70s and 80s for Metro LA. 90s for at 100 Valley. They have a brand new crash in the center divider area, but grounded. Try to get this clear. The Legion Park and the 5 northbound before you get to the 110. Stall still in the center lane. It's going to be backed up all the way to the 60. In Baldwin Park, 605 northbound before you get to Valley Boulevard. Had a pickup truck and had a cement mixer in the back, and the cement mixer exploded. So there's debris in the 3 right lanes. Several cars have stopped trying to clean this up. Cerrito, 605 northbound to 91. Got that 3-car crash along with the carpool lane. And in San Bernardino, 215 northbound between University Parkway and Palm Avenue. Still working on an earlier incident. The left lane is going to be blocked. Western California's most accurate traffic report inside Jenny Harden. Thanks to you, thousands of teachers now and their students.
Yeah, yeah. I saw one of them. I'm gonna watch another one later today, and um, it was good. It took it like was it like took some of the original Office and made it this new show. So I thought that was really cool. And I like shows that don't have. Well, let me say this: in the 1980s and 1990s, I liked when shows had laugh tracks. Like before Lucy and all that stuff, that was fine with laugh tracks. But I don't like laugh tracks now, and this show does not have a laugh track, which I like. I just don't like I don't know what it is about. I guess they overdid it. Like before, they'd be like, the Cosby Show was filmed before a live studio audience, and it'd be like real people laughing. But when they started just mailing it in, I did not appreciate that.
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way. If you've got a Roku TV, then you've got iHeartRadio right there in your living room or bedroom. iHeartRadio is available on the Roku smart soundbar speaker or Roku players. And with Roku's voice search, you can Easily access your favorite artists or radio Screen TV with Roku. Check it out.
What are you trying to do?
iHeartRadio. Anywhere you The iconic LAX sign at the entrance to the Los Angeles International Airport is coming down. Crews began removing the giant letters last night.
A formal fire received an electrical transmission tower next to Multimedia. Philosophy uses SCD negligence, receiving tens of millions of dollars in damages. KFI News is on.
Smash and grab robbers in a strip mall in Glendale. One of the businesses broken into early this morning is Guinness Chicken, which has been around since the late 60s.
There's really not much to take. What are you going to take? Some chicken? KFI AM 640, number one preset for breaking news in Southern California. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
I'm just chilling. Word girl. I'm reading about Giorgio Armani. He died a few days ago. Giorgio Armani.
But I also mentioned, I showed you that I have a series of trophies that my grandfather got. And there was a part cut off in 1960.
Nobody's coming. Nobody's coming in there, Miss Aquarius. What about Vigo's your best bet? Big O. So why don't you do Big O?
Earlier, last hour, we talked about just comes to box office receipts
Why?
in general, that they're down below what we've seen. What they were at its peak back in the early 2000s.
And the last numbers I saw, and when we talk about the box office numbers being down, we're talking about maybe 3.6 billion versus 3.7 billion. I mean, let's be realistic about how much they're actually. It's still a lot. It's a lot of money, but it's not. I think the experts, the industry insiders, were targeting 4 billion. They were hoping to make that. I don't know what benchmark that is. Like, oh, if we get 4 billion, then we get another summer. Like, I don't understand who's coming up with this benchmark and what does it exactly mean. But I think it fell short. I think they were hoping some of the movies, like the Fantastic Four, would do better. I think they were hoping some like Jurassic World would have had more longevity, and they just didn't. And I don't know. Again, these are questions that a lot of studios are going to be asking themselves. Is it because we keep rehashing the same old IP? Is it because we're putting out superhero fatigue? Are we putting out movies people just aren't interested in? Or say, and I get a lot of response from this from our listeners. Pay $25. If you've got a family of four, you're spending $100 just to get in, a seat, and then theater, and then your popcorn, your treats. You're looking at a couple $100. So if you're going to go out and watch a 2-hour movie for a few $100, people want it to be worthwhile. They want to make it seem like their investment was worth something. Otherwise, you could spend $200 on Dodgers tickets, on something else. So I don't know. There's a lot that's been plaguing the box office for a long time, and I think this summer was disappointing. But there are a ton of movies coming out this fall and the holiday season that I think are going to make up for some of that slump.
Technology of movies also hasn't changed a lot. Yeah. I mean, yes, the pictures are clear, the sound is great. There are times, like we talked earlier this week about Wizard of Oz, and you can do some gimmicky things like dropping apples and blowing the wind. But the technology of it hasn't really. And I don't. Not to say that they're missing an opportunity there, because there's not really much you can do. Yeah. But there is a comfort factor. You know, you're gonna want to watch a show in your own home. Big ones, Top Gun Maverick, and one that came out earlier in the summer. Those are ones you probably want to watch in a larger format. But TV's pretty damn big to be, nowadays. Yeah, watching it at home is much closer to that theater experience than that.
Well, I was listening earlier this week. I was listening, and when you were talking about the sphere and the Wizard of Oz and the changes that it will take.
You do?
Yeah.
You would be all in on sort of an interactive Wizard of Oz?
Absolutely. I mean, the sphere itself, I did go last summer, so I saw. I lived the experience. You haven't been there yet. About it, but I think you'll be wowed. And I think anything that they put up there, I mean, the backstreet.
My favorite.
Yeah. You gotta, I think that that's the venue that will draw people, regardless of what they put out.
Yeah, I mean, I think in particular with The Wizard of Oz, it's a classic film. Everybody knows it. Everybody loves it. The purists, a lot of film purists are really the ones that are saying, hey, you should be adding it to the film that was never intended to be added to it this way. But regardless, the guy is not going anywhere. I read something today because I was doing research for our conversation today, because I'm a big nerd like that and I like research. And I read that something like 70% of films that are being made right now are using some form of AI technology. Now, whether that's from the script writing side of it, front of the camera with makeup effects, with CG, different cats, dogs, animals, whatever. It is a tremendous amount of movies that are already using AI, and I don't think the industry is going to turn from that anytime soon. If anything, they're going to keep leaning into it because it's cheaper. I mean, imagine it's cheaper, it's fast.
Post production stuff, audio, color correction, stuff like that. Stuff that probably are dying arts in terms of the people that do that. But the AI can do faster. There was also the Orson Welles movie that they're coming. Not only we talk about Wizard of Oz, they're accentuating what exists. In Orson Welles movie, they're talking about coming up with whole new material for the movie and for areas that didn't exist previously.
So let's talk about this a little bit. Orson Welles' second film was called The Magnificent Ambersons. His first one, very famously, was Citizen Kane. It wasn't received well at the time. Citizen Kane wasn't the film that we all know it to be today. And so Orson Welles, in his sort of attempt to say, I'll show you, and I'm going to make an even better film, he made The Magnificent Ambersons. The studio, so the lore goes, again, Heather did research. So the story goes is that the studio didn't like the original ending that he made, so they asked him to reshoot it, and he did it the way, because they said it's kind of a downer. So he reshot it, and they didn't like what he had done. So somehow that 40 minutes of footage or so mysteriously disappeared.
Time out.
Yeah.
We're saying where
Oh my God.
Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Here is the latest. People affected by the fire that burned in Coconut are still dealing with continuous delays in completion, and workers have ransacked 3 businesses at a strip mall in Glendale before the top of the hour point at 6 p.m.
We've talked before about American Vision Windows for years. As a matter of fact, people on this station have been talking about American Vision Windows, and my wife and I, Shannon number 1, have spent years listening to people American Vision Windows. We finally get great, and windows and doors. The cool in the summer and keep the cool out in the winter. Gotta go with American Vision Windows. 25 years. Grand reopening party coming up. Simi Valley Showroom, September 6th. 11. fun and food and each people. And to celebrate American Vision Windows, listen to this. You can save up to $2,500 off your project, $250 off each window, and $500 off each door when you buy 4 or more. Book an appointment or visit any showroom by tomorrow to win that potentially full house. Simi Valley Grand reopening tomorrow from 11 to 3. I'll be there. Conway will be there. Dean Sharp will be there. You can also check them out at AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-785.
You can jump in and ask for your tzrachim in Seishman Esri. He says, don't say, Kriya Shema and Shemon Esri. Shemon Esri and Kriya Shema. Make a sandwich. You wake up in the morning, you see Kriya Shema, then Shemon Esri, then Shemon Esri, and Kriya Shema. In other words, it's Kriya Shema on both sides. Why? What's the shayla? The question is whether we consider the Kulas Mitzrayim. The main part happened during the day, we know. But perhaps as Rabbi Yochanan, there's a little bit that started at night, and therefore at night also you have to be so the Kulas. Shmuel says no. The main thing happened during the day, and that's what we need to concentrate on. Or the question is, there's a hackish between laying down and getting up. According to Rabbi Yochanan, just like when you get up, you have to say Kriya Shema and then Shemon Esrei, so you when you go to sleep, you say Kriya Shema and then Shemon Esrei. Rabbi says, there's a hackish. Learn from the hackish is that when you get up, you say Kriya Shema. In other words, Kriya Shema is closer to the sleep. And also, first say Shemon Esrei, then you say Kriya Shema, so that Kriya Shema should be closer to the sleep. If you have to say Kriya Shema and then immediately Shemon Esrei, why is it that during the Ma'ariv you have brachas in between Shema and Shemon Esrei? The answer is once the Chomer from Sakin is considered a Kukula Arif. It's a long expression of Yitzias Mitzrayim, and then for the same reason when we say Hashem's Pasai Tivchav, Via Gittil Secha, it's a Tefillah Arif, it's part of Shemon Esrei. Whoever says Ashrei 3 times a day, the famous saying is Muftach L'Shukon Oil Ma'val, because Ashrei contains the Seder of Aleph Beis. Every pasuk starts Aleph and then Seder pasuk Beis Gimel, and the other reason is it's a combination of these two reasons. It contains the famous pasuk of V'Seach Etzedech Chomas Bilal Chayot. Notice Ashrei is missing the pasuk that starts with the Nun, because that pasuk talks about how Klal Yisrael falls and doesn't get up. In Eretz Yisrael, they learned that pasuk that Klal Yisrael fell down, but they will get up from the fall. As David HaMelech had in Ruach HaKodesh, and he said right away, the following letter, Samach, Soymech Hashem L'Chal HaNoiflim, lift up those who fall. Gemara tells us that Malach Michal, when he flies, does not stop. But Gabriel has a stopover. He makes one stop, so basically he has 2 flights. The Rabbi has 4 flights. In other words, he has 3 stops. The Malach HaModes has 8 flights. The Malach HaModes has 7 stops. We want the person to be able to do tshuva, and we make it harder for the Malach HaModes to arrive at his destination. Yet if there's Matzeifa, Rabbinic are dying, then the Malach HaModes has a direct flight. Shmuel Levi says that there's a mitzvah to say Kriya Shema Lamita, as we see in the pasuk, Rikuva B'To, Ibru B'Lachim Amishkatim, when you're laying down, just say Kriya Shema. However, Talmud Chacham constantly repeats his Torah, does chazaras, perhaps watch the David and Daf, not really. A Chacham like that doesn't have to say Kriya Shema Lamita. Rabbi says even Talmud Chacham should at least say one pasuk. For instance, B'Yachad Ibruchim. So you see, Hashem like them, Hashem, Kel, Emes. Wonderful day. Brachas that take. I'd like to apologize. We're simply overwhelmed by the vast amount of new subscribers that we just had in recent days. And it's very difficult for us to get the video out to everybody. We're working on it. We bought new technology. Hopefully, in the next few days, we'll have it all sorted out. The Gemara says that a person should use his Yetzer Kai in a battle against his Yetzer Hara confidently. If that doesn't work, he should learn Torah. If he sees that he's not beating the Yetzer Hara, he should say Kriya Shema. It's still not working. He should remind himself of Yom HaMisa, the day of his death. This has come as a surprise to some people that even Shas, all of Shas, came down to Moshe Rabbeinu on Sinai. As we learned the pasuk that that's referring to the Luchos, that says the Dibros, Torah, the one that's mechuyev to learn Torah, Chamisha Chumshi Torah. Mitzvah is referring to Mishnayos. Asher Pesachti is the Nevi Mitzvah. How do I get halacha? From Gemara. You cannot derive halacha from a Mishnah, rather from Gemara, and all these came to Moshe and Sinai. Gemara discusses Kriya Shema Lamita, that Kriya Shema Lamita acts as a double-edged sword to kill away the Mazikim, and Rothschild says to get rid of Yisurim. Says Rabbi, I don't need a pasuk for that. Every kid knows that the pasuk says if you do everything like Baruch Hu tells you, Torah is something that gets rid of Yisurim. Since Rabbi Yochanan, if you don't learn Torah Chas Yishalom, then Baruch Hu sends terrible Yisurim. So the Gemara, Baruch Hu doesn't act like a regular king. Regular person who gives a present to somebody, or he sells something, he's upset. Baruch Hu gave us the Torah, and he's excited about it. He says, Rothschild has if a person has Yisurim, and this is a Yisur for life, the person should introspect, he should check to see what might have caused his Yisurim. If he can't figure it out, he should assume it's because he's not learning Torah's Mavantal Torah. And if not, he should understand that Yisurim shall have is a concept of Yisurim in order to double your Sachar and Oil Haba. Baruch Hu says to the Gemara, it's Yisurim to the people he loves. On one condition, that those people accepted by Ahava, and if they do, they'll be Zohar, children, Arichas Yamim. The Machlokes, if Yisurim shall Ahava is only in a situation where it doesn't create the Torah, it's only in a situation where it doesn't create Bittul Tefillah, that according to Rabbi Yochanan, even if it creates Bittul Torah and Bittul Tefillah, it's still considered Yisurim shall Ahava. If a slave leaves his master when his master knocks out his tooth or his eye, certainly Yisurim, which take hold of the entire body, they should give you a kapara.
Look at this move.
Says,
but look, it says athleticism. Look at this move.
Comes in the struggle. Baruch gave us 3 gifts, and they all came with the struggle. He gave us the Torah, he gave us the Yisrael, and he gave us the will of Haba. If a person is involved in learning, or in Gemilas Hasadim, or Rahman al buries his children,
what is this bullshit?
All his averos are forgiven. The Rebbe says, although Taras is considered a kapara,
Are you fucking me?
it's not considered Yisurim Shal Ahava.
This is garbage.
The difference is those Yisurim come to take away Chatoim and
Worst
Averos. Yisurim Shal
stream
Ahava, as we mentioned, means that it comes
ever.
to double your Sachar.
Yo, dog, no one gives a fuck. No one cares. Hey, really? No one gives a shit. Shut the fuck up. No, dude, shut the fuck up, man. Dude, no one gives a flying fuck. No one. Of all the people, man, yeah, that's the one I want. You're the one I want. Oh, oh, oh. Come on, little bitch. I like when I hear it. Thing, it's so funny. Bitch, yo, dog. This is the worst. Yo,
The second, Rabbi went to visit him.
this shit is the worst.
Suleiman says, no, I'd rather not have you Suleiman, I'd rather not have the Sahar. The explanation
Shuffle?
is because it
No.
costs to the Torah. Rabbi says, give me your hand,
Dog,
he gave his hand, and
this
he
is
killed
the
him.
worst.
Rabbi himself was sick, but he couldn't
Oh
kill himself
my
because
God. What? God.
a
What?
person cannot take himself out of
What?
jail.
Hurry the fuck
Rabbi
up.
said the same thing.
Look,
He says,
the
I'd
way
rather
we
not
say
have
it in
you Suleiman, I'd rather
Israel,
not have the
listen here,
Sahar.
bitch.
And Hebrew Abba to
This
the hand,
ain't
he killed
Israel.
him.
It could be though.
Rabbi Lazar
Probably.
was also sick, and he
Nevertheless.
saw that his house was
As of
dark.
this moment,
He rolled up his sleeve
we're
and
slinging
came right in
dicks
the house.
like
He
it's
was not
going out of
skin
style.
shine.
Get
He
that
asked
shirt
him, why
on.
are you crying? If you're
Alright,
crying about
are
the
we
Torah
done?
that you didn't accomplish, the
Oh,
famous
yeah,
concept
here
of
we
the
go.
Margot, the Mamet, the Rashi,
Don't
Shamayim,
suck.
doesn't matter the
Don't
quantity,
suck.
it's the quality that counts.
Baby,
If you're
don't suck.
crying because you don't have Parnasa, not everybody has
Are you
two
serious?
mothers, two tables.
What
But
is
the
this?
Torah, you should be happy with that.
Bullshit.
He says, Rabbi Lazar, I'm crying about you. About your
Crying.
beautiful face, your beauty, that one day's going to be there. Explain, the other thing Marshall explains, the other
Boring.
last of the beautiful
Boring.
lasted from Korban Abayis. And that's the end of the era.
Dude, I'm not gonna do shit except make robots and pimp bitches.
Rav Huna
Yo, dude, this is the worst.
became bitter.
This is the worst.
Chacham came to
Dog, I'm telling you, there's a thing on here, and it's no longer here.
and he said, listen, you have to look at what you've
Yo,
done.
dog, your shit
There's a reason.
sucks.
And he said, well, questioned me, and they told him they knew. Explain to Rishonim, they knew that you did something. They said, what
Come on, you little bitch. This thing sucks. It's taking forever.
All the that we have from the judgment. And he said, I don't know.
Yo, blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah,
Your
blah.
sharecropper. And he said, well, the sharecropper is a Ghana. He stole from me. That's why I didn't pay him. And said, nevertheless,
Come on,
he's
you
a
little
Ghana.
bitch.
You steal from him.
This is the worst.
Then you taste a little bit of the neighbor. She said, okay, I accept it.
Yo,
I said,
how
okay,
about
fast. Either
none of
false
these
or
things?
unbearable
Hey, guys.
or the price of vinegar.
I want everybody to know that I'm gonna talk in fucking tongues, so nobody knows what the fuck I'm saying. Yo, speak English. Alright, here we go. Just give it some time.
You should put your bed between north and south because the Shekhinah is facing east and
Okay,
west.
I just pressed it.
So you'll have
Oh, tight. I got it. Why do we start on page 2? Because you touch yourself at night. Next question. Because there's a title page. Dog. Why don't we read the title page? When I do it, we're gonna be like, oh dog, there was this dragon and a fucking sword. What is this? Bullshit. Wait, it's the same shit? Oh, I gotta take a dump. What the fuck, woman? Shut the fuck up. I gotta be such a shit. Dude. Look at this athleticism. Folks. Unprecedented.
Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Victims of the Eden fire, which burned out Medina, say they're dealing with continuous delays and confusion as they try to rebuild.
Los Angeles County says it's moving as fast as it can in its 700 plus permit applications. Fox 11 says some residents complain they're being required to do soil testing. The county says it's not asking for that. Some also say they're being required to rebuild building codes, but the county says as long as the plans are as was, there are no requirements. County spokesperson Nick Urchan tells Fox 11 he wants to talk to and reassure his residents. Jim Rupert.
The LA County Fire Department has showed off its new equipment it says will help it be prepared for the fire season. Fire Chief Anthony Baroni says the department is ready for whatever may come.
With a full range of land and air resources available to us 24 hours a day and at a moment's notice, I want to assure residents and communities that your firefighters are prepared and ready to respond.
The department has welcomed the seasonal arrival government of Quebec. It's also leased a helicopter. Burglars have ransacked 3 businesses at a strip mall in Glendale, including Dinah's Chicken. Linda Pearson, who's the owner of the restaurant, says it's not the first time it's happened in the many decades she's been open.
My office was torn up. They sort of ran through the place in 4 or 5 minutes.
Burglars broke the glass door at Dinah's, a Mexican restaurant and a bakery early this morning. All 3 businesses were able to open today. Businessman Rick Caruso has talked about his potential political future in LA.
Billionaire businessman tells Bloomberg TV he's considering another run for Los Angeles mayor or a run for California governor. Caruso lost the 2022 race for mayor to current mayor Karen Bass. He has been critical of Bass in the months since the deadly Palisades fire, which claimed his daughter's home. He has also urged Governor Gavin Newsom to stop bickering with President Trump and work with him on getting more wildfire aid to survivors. Caruso says he'll soon decide on which office to run for. Daniel Martindale, KFI News.
Homeland Security Investigations has announced a huge immigration raid in Georgia.
This, in fact, was the largest single-site enforcement operation in the history of Homeland Security investigations.
The feds say 470 people were detained at a site where Hyundai manufactures electric vehicles. Most of those detained are from South Korea.
Some that illegally crossed the border into the United States, some that came in through visa waiver and were prohibited from working, some that had visas and overstayed their visas.
The feds say the investigation into illegal employment practices has been going on for months. The spokesman for South Korea's foreign ministry says the detained workers were part of a network of subcontractors. The Labor Department's first jobs report since President Trump fired the agency stats chief is out, and it shows just 22,000 new jobs added in August. That's down from the previous month's 73,000. A federal jury in San Francisco has ordered Google to pay more than $425 million for improperly snooping on people's smartphones for almost a decade. The verdict yesterday followed a more than 2-week trial. The class action case covers about 98 million smartphones operating in the U.S. between July of 2016 and September of 2024. And 2 lost souls find each other, and the family gets caught in one final curse. That's all happening this weekend at the box office.
The Conjuring last rites will wrap up its final chapter with 4 sad ghost stories and a few jump scares that make it worth the watch. Vera Farmiga and Patrick Wilson star. A man loses his twin brother and finds love in an unusual support group in Twinless. Dylan O'Brien and James Sweeney find comfort in this heartfelt dramedy. And Hamilton makes an appearance on the big screen for 1 weekend only. Heather Brooker, KFI News.
Southland weather for KFI. Sunny, highs upper 70s and 80s. Metro LA, 90s to around 100 in the valleys. Mid 80s to mid 90s and windy in the high desert. Low to upper 70s in the beaches, around 90 inland OC. Low to upper 90s and windy for the IE. Right now 74 for the beach. It's 82 in Tustin, 90 in Chatsworth. It's 94 in Van Nuys. The KFI financial update. The Dow is down 252. S&P 500 down 32. NASDAQ down 49. We're going back to the 215 in San Bernardino.
We had a roadway accident and a fuel spill early this morning. They're still working on that. 215 northbound from University Parkway up to Palm Avenue. Got that left lane blocked because of it. In the Cajon Pass, 15 northbound, right before you get to Kenwood, I've got a report of a car fire over on the right shoulder. In Diamond Bar, 57 northbound, right after the 60. Got a crash with a couple of big rigs and a car over on the right shoulder there. Told you about this graffiti removal going on in Glendale. 134 westbound between 5 and 2 Drive. They did break and got that all cleaned up. All lanes have been reopened. Thanks for Dwayne for calling that in. He got stuck in that backup. Also downtown LA, 101 South and Broadway, a metal sign is in the middle lanes. East LA, 710 north at Floral Drive. 4-car crash making its way to the shoulder. Mid-City on the 10 west at Fairfax. I do have a report of a mattress in the middle lane there, and in Cerrito, 605 northbound at the 91. Some good news, they've cleared that crash. All lanes have been reopened. With Southern California's most accurate traffic report, I'm Jenny Garman.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas' Home Arena, streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances, and keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
The free
hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. The creator of the Brain Sessions comes with the adult mystery.
Now, Maxine, I know you like to do your own little mystery solving, but this is a serious investigation.
I need to figure this out.
Sorry, kiddo, but you lost your curiosity privileges, lied to me, and went running headfirst into danger.
Join Maxine Miles as she tries to solve a big case in her small town.
About an hour ago, we discovered that Riley Stevens has gone missing.
You think you're going to find Riley before the sheriff and Community Watch does? Whoever took Riley, whoever he's running from, I won't be over tomorrow.
I mean, you're acting like this is entirely your problem to fix. It's not even a problem you can't fix.
And I don't find him saying something much worse could happen.
Why does it have to be you?
Because as we've established, we don't know who we can trust. Riley! Pay close attention to the clues, because when it's time to solve the case, it's up to you. I think I know what happened. Listen to Maxine Miles on the iHeartRadio app, or wherever you get your favorite shows. The iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Carrie Shannon, KMI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's a football Friday. Shannon is in Brazil. She's in Sao Paulo. We'll talk to her in a few minutes when we do our Gags Fantasy foreplay for the first time this season. That's coming up in a little bit. We're doing What You Learned this week on the Gary and Shannon Show. That will come up at the bottom of the hour just before we do our 9 news nuggets. You need to know if you listened last week, we took a break from our nuggets to give Kiana a chance to overcome her fear/hatred of pickles.
Oh, that's what that was about. I only saw that on Instagram. I missed it.
It was delightful.
My plan is to get the full video up on YouTube at some point, but
That'll go viral.
very long video, so I have to edit it.
And we have to almost do an intro because, again, it started when Kiana came in here. We were talking about pickles, and she said, pickles are diabolical.
All of them.
All pickles.
All pickles. Your mug has a pickles book.
Yeah, it's not connected, but yes, I do want to put mayonnaise on them pickles.
Did you know that, Kiana?
About his cup?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, no, it's full circle. I mean, there's pickles everywhere. You knew.
But the spoiler alert, she likes pickles. What? Certain kinds. She took a couple jars home.
Which ones did you like?
I like the sucker punch, bread and butter, what is it, like the sweet and spicy, spice pickles. And then I also liked the devil's spit famous Dave's.
Oh, I haven't tried those.
Spicy.
I love pickles.
Get those across.
I will say I haven't been able to eat out of the jars because they still scare me. So
They scare you. We did this together.
I know. Like,
Did you need me to hold your hand?
yes.
Okay, we can do that.
What else is going on?
Time for What's Happening.
Our trending stories brought to you by our friends at Trajan Wealth. The future of retirement planning and wealth management is here. LA Trajan Wealth. Call today at 310-299-9960. Do you remember the story of Joseph Emerson, former Alaska Airlines pilot accused of trying to cut the engines of a passenger flight a couple of years ago while he was riding jump seat, is what they call it, riding off duty in the cockpit. He has reached plea agreements with state and federal prosecutors today in Oregon. Reached the plea agreements because he wants to take responsibility for his actions, according to his attorney, and hopes to avoid further time behind bars.
Yeah, so he cut the engines, or tried to cut the engines of a Horizon Air flight from Everett, Washington to San Francisco. This was in October of 2023. He told police that why did he do this? That he was despondent, he was upset over a friend's recent death. He had taken psychedelic mushrooms about 2 days earlier.
Sure, I did that once.
And I said 48 hours ago.
Grief.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
He hadn't slept in more than 40 hours, he says. He believed he was dreaming, and he tried to wake himself by grabbing two red handles that would have activated the plane's fire suppression system and cut off fuel to its engines. Don't you hate when that happens?
Charged in federal court with interfering with flight crew, a state indictment in Oregon also charged him with 83 counts of endangering another person, one count of endangering an aircraft. He had previously pleaded not guilty to all the charges, but today is going to plead guilty to the federal charge and no contest to the state charge that would carry the same legal effect as a guilty. They call that Alfred plea. Woman wanted in a fatal hit run in South LA, was driving almost 100 miles an hour. They were offering $50,000 reward to get her arrested. Detectives say that 24-year-old Sierra Whitaker is believed to have been behind the wheel in this hit-and-run crash that killed a 25-year-old back on the 5th of July, just after 9 o'clock that night at the intersection of 91st and South Bay.
Yeah, and she was driving a Porsche Panamera. Sorry about that. Traveling almost 100 miles per hour, she crashed into
Rely.
the 25-year-old. And he was waiting for the
Motherfucker from New Jersey who rips on my fucking fantasy teams named Rely. Named Eli.
Just joined us the last few days. Welcome to the original subscribers. All these items together.
Where's your fucking beard, you cunt?
Finished shots with Mashiach, the hair of the I'd just like to take some point out some of the amazing benefits of that community and some of the reasons why people fall off of that community and what they can do to overcome it. The saying is, it's not about doubt, it's about doing it. That the other provides an opportunity to learn every single day of the year, even once it's Tisha B'Av, Yom Kippur, Yom Tov, Shabbos, and Sundays, vacations. That the enemy promises
English.
will become a better person, a better husband, a better wife, a better father and mother. That the enemy,
English.
the Mayor Shapiro intended, unites all of Christ's law. There's a special camaraderie between the people that have to share. There's a special invitation between you and the Amayim and Amarai, and a special between you and the Torah. Now, the enemy shots that is encompasses all of Torah. You're not just learning halacha, you're learning it all. As Justice points out, when the Gemara says, Yashma Shalom, the person should spend a third of his days learning, because it says this means the Gemara which includes Mishnah, Torah, the Din, Suvim, Hakadah, Kabbalah, Chassidut. Every down will bring a new concept that you haven't done that very, probably never heard before. When you travel, you'll see people learning on the plane in the airport. 90% of the time, those are people who are learning with that language. There's enough night starting off today with a good, not tomorrow, 45 minutes, hour of pleasure. And finally, when a person sets aside time to have a date with Aviyah Hishbarku, it's an amazing connection they make with the Restream. And now, some of the reasons why people fall off the bandwagon. People say, that the Aviyah is what you put. I don't retain much. I've been learning this. I don't remember what I learned last week. Or they'll say, I'm just going how we learn in yeshiva. Love this. This is not the proper way to learn tomorrow. I have to learn it slow. Love this. You know what about the point? I'm not going to get into whether it's good, bad, or slow. But what's the alternative? Are you learning every single day? Are you learning on Friday? Are you learning on Saturday? Are you learning on Sunday? So obviously, the hardest culture. You didn't learn it. Is that what I did? The share. And finally, one of the pitfalls that people have is when they miss it down, inevitably you will miss it down. There's sickness, there's symptoms, there's vacation. And a mistake that it's a hard things people do is he says, you have to make it up. Don't go back to the shield. Let's go back first because I don't want to hold my Gemara and stuff. And that's a big mistake. Skip over this, go back to the shield, go back to where Christ was holding, write down what you missed, and you'll make it up at a different time. But today, you must skip. Don't come over it. And don't be a perfectionist when it comes to that later. Don't say, well, I didn't finish the step, but I don't want to do this. I need to finish. Because at the end of the day, if you finish 2007 versus 2711, it's not the end of the world. It's better to do that than not to do it at all. And now, let's just jump in to the beginning of class. The Mishnah discusses Kriya Shema. First, it says, we will shop the whole problem. It's going to the right, you can say Kriya Shema twice a day. When you go to sleep, nighttime, when you arrive in the morning. What is nighttime? The Mishnah, the Gemara read down 6 shitas. The shita in the Mishnah says 6 that we follow, and the Mishnah uses a lotion of the Kohanim who are go to the table, the mikvah, and then after 6 Kohanim, they will do. Until what point can they eat? When you say Kriya Shema, the Legend says until the end of the first Mishmar of the Malachim, and that's divided into 2, so it's 30 into the night. So I'm saying halfway through the night. And the Gamliel says, the light of dawn. In fact, the Gemara says, Chachamim agree with Gamliel that the time is Amud HaShachar. But they were hard to mix it. I saw them out there, and it's worth to distance people from out there. They just gathered together, and they said, you must say Kriya Shema before Chatzos. The same halacha applies to Henry Halacha in the Gemara, and to, in other words, when God put korbanos, the milks on the mizbeach, and certain korbanos that are only for one day and a night, such as Chatas and Hashem, the shear is until Chatzos, and the real shear is until Amud HaShachar. The reason why I started Kriya Shema of Meir, not Kriya Shema of Shachar, is two reasons in the Gemara, because the Torah says it was shocked the Torah, you go to sleep, and then all the other people will come out when you get up. Or because the three Sons says like the Erev, first of the night, and then has the body the day. As we mentioned before, the Kohen can eat truma after he's carnival, after he says the Chafar, and even before he brings the carbon, because the Torah says, well, Hashem is Shafar, unlike the typical meaning of the Pasuk, but it means when the sun comes up, well, here means when the sun goes down, fire, and it says that the Chafar came the day her light is God. And now we go to the 6 shitas that the Lord comes down. Really, Lester says the time of saying Kriya Shema is Shkia. That's when Shabbos comes in. Remember, the first shita is slightly before Seis HaKohanim. That's when the Kohanim are title and make her Shula says Seis HaKohanim, the middle shita. That's when the Kohanim can eat the truma. Rabbi says after Seis HaKohanim, that's when 4 people sit down to eat. And remember, the second shita says when you eat Friday night, it's slightly after that, and Rabbi says this is the latest man. It's when people sit down to eat a weekday meal at night, have a wonderful day. We should be certain to finish shots together all night.
Wondering if that media Tenderfoot TV is into the forums. We got about 150 to talk about.
Rabbi is now given tremendous mazel tov to every single one of you who started Shas. You should be so to stay on board, stick it out, and finish Shas with Hashem. Welcome to over 1,500 new subscribers in the last 24 hours. That brings us up to 7,500 new subscribers in the last 4 days, I think it is. Our goal initially was to get to 10,000 new subscribers during the Siyam Shas. We're almost there. With your help, just send out the link, put it on your status, tell your friends about it, or make a tremendous Kiddush Hashem and a big difference. We learned in the Mishnah that according to Eliezer, you can say Kriya Shema until Soy Hashmur shine until the end of the first Mishmar. There are three mishmaros according to one sheet on Shemayim that were the Malachim say Shira, and when one mishmar ends and the next one begins, that's when you can say Kriya Shema. The question is, if you divide the night into three, it's equals to 4 hours each. Why didn't you just say Kriya Shema for 4 hours? The answer is to teach us that the mishmaros and Shemayim coincided with the mishmaros down here. We also have mishmaros. For instance, the first mishmar, you'll hear the donkeys neighing and making noise. The second, at the middle of the second mishmar, you'll hear the dogs barking. At the beginning of the third mishmar, the babies wake up nurse, and when a couple wakes up, the wife starts talking to her husband. For another shot, all three of these signs happen at the end of each mishmar. End of the third mishmar is already daytime. I don't need a sign, but to tell you that it's in a dark room and your wife starts talking to you, or your baby wants a nurse, you should know it's time to say Kriya Shema. He roars like a lion 3 times a day. And he says, wow to the nation that because of my sons, I had to destroy my house, I had to burn my head off, I had to send place on the cross. He says,
These are so cute.
on the way. And I had to daven. So I went off the path and I went to ruins. They're not being waiting for me by the door. When I finished, he said, Shalom. I said, Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi and Moiri. What are you doing here? I had a daven. He said, daven. You daven on the way. You should daven to the tzara. So as we're going to have a few things from there. First of all, you don't go to a furlough. And if you're traveling, you can daven on the way. What do you daven? Tfilas Habayenu, Tfilas Tzara. And we don't know if you even ask them, what did you hear in the furlough? He said, I heard a voice that sounded like a pigeon cooing, and the pigeon was saying what the voice was saying. Like we just said, that I had to be mockered in my house and burn my vehicle. I had to be mockered in my house. Says Nobi, in the lashon of a shvur, a double shvur, I swear to you, that Baruch says this every single day, 3 times a day. When a Baruch sees fights from women and children, they say, ViralRabbi, that was the of the and he says that he inspired Rabbi, but he sent Pines from and he goes. Why don't we go into a firm of 2 ruins? There are 3 reasons to come up. First is Hashad, suspicion. That's a reason if you're going with 2 people, they're not that good, they're cruising. So there's still a Hashad that a person will be with a Zayna. People will say it was with Zayna. The second reason is my parents were worried that the ruins will cave in. And that's a reason if you're going in with 2 kosher people that you don't have a Hashad. Finally, the third reason is Mazik and Shadim. If it's a brand new place and 2 people that are kosher, but it's in their place that Mazik and like to hang out, it's still dangerous even though you have 2 people. Or if you're just with 1 person, or you're by yourself, and you're in a field, so there's no women, there's no chashad, yet there's Mazik. Rabbi says that the night consists of 4 mishmaros, in other words, 3 hours each. The Rabbi says, he woke up every night at Tzayis, it says, Chadmin Kingi Hashmeros. I woke up 2 mishmaros before that. Now, if you hold that there are only 3 mishmaros in the night, and you won't woke up in Tzayis, which is in the middle of the night, that means there's only 1.5 mishmaros left. How do we reconcile this? Says the Gemara, because the Rabbi was saying that he woke up 6 hours for the end of the night, plus 2 hours. It was kings would sleep 2 hours into the day. Basically, he woke up 8 hours before everyone else. 8 hours divided by 2 equals 4 hours. In other words, there's 2 mishmaros that he woke up before the other. Yes, it's only 6 hours of nighttime. 1.5 mishmaros was 8 hours before the kings, which equals 2 mishmaros and 4 hours each. But Rashi says you call 1.5 mishmaros, 2 mishmaros. The Gemara says, I love that. In front of a dead person, you should not talk and learning, because it's like the rush. If the dead person can't talk and learning, he'll feel bad. Unless you talk and learning that the dead person was Mahaj. Another chanting Gemara is you shouldn't talk any shtuyot, you shouldn't say anything in front of the mace that still makes you feel bad, unless you talk about the mace itself. There's a contradiction between the Psukim. One person says that the Rabbi woke up at Chatzos, other person says they woke up before the night. The Gemara has either the Rabbi saying, I never slept past Chatzos, or he said that I was learning Torah about the Chatzos like a horse that dozes off, I was learning in his dozing, and then from that point on, he was gathered by reading, strengthening himself at the line. Or the shot is until Chatzos, he learned Torah, And then from Chatzos on, basically Shiras, this is Bachas. The word Neshef means when something goes away, when the night becomes day, or when the day becomes night. But Rabbi says, Chatzos Laila Akum, I'll wake up at Chatzos. So in other words, Rabbi knew what Chatzos was, and on the other hand, it seems like Moshe Rabbeinu didn't know what Chatzos was, because he says, Kaf Chatzos Laila, that was Paro, Kaf Chatzos. Almost not Chatzos. 4 Pshatim in the Gemara. Either Rabbi knew what Moshe Rabbeinu didn't know, but Rabbi had his kinar, his heart, which told him exactly what Chatzos was. Or the Shad is Moshe Rabbeinu also knew, just Rabbi needed his kinar in order to awaken him. Third side is Moshe Rabbeinu knew what Chatzos was. He just worried that people will say Moshe Adai, he's lying, Moshe Rabbeinu. So that's why he said Chatzos, so they don't catch him on his word. Or the pshat is that Moshe Rabbeinu on the 13th of Nisan he said Chatzos, just like now, tomorrow, tomorrow, which one can take place for Adam. By Elisa Shabbat tells us Chacham Yisrael came into milk. It means one time they came in. Every day they would come in by Elisa Shabbat. But once they came in, as he said, we need Paras with Yisrael. So that let them do business with each other. Say Chacham, it's not enough. The Chacham 75 he said, go out to war. So you have to go out to war. You ask Hafikoyim. In other words, the strategy of war you get from Hafikoyim. Yokni Yodo means you ask for Shus from the Sanhedrin. Also means you ask for Urim Betumim, and Yodo, you let them to war. Have a wonderful day.
Is it different than Bills and Moment? Late November, early December?
Racha is top dollar. I'd like to thank each and every one of you. A few months back, when I found out that my sister-in-law got sick, that day I started taking it down. Just recently, I promised her that for Spusser and First Lema, I would try to get 10,000 new subscribers during the Sima Shas. In fact, today, Baruch Hashem, your Spus, we achieved that with a mental occasion, and Shoshana Razi Basilko should have a foolish link. I also like to thank over 1,500 people who viewed the regular 52-minute cheer. You can find that on YouTube, search under Elise Stefanski or Mapet Shemesh Dafyomi, and subscribe. Pasuk says in Tehillim, David HaMelech says, Shobra Nafshi Chassid Ani. David HaMelech tells David HaMelech, don't you think I'm a chassid? Shut. Don't you think I'm a chassid compared to the other kings of the world who get up 3 hours into the day, and I get up at Chatzos? Or the other kings, they sit around with their friends, while I act as local rabbi, I check out afterbirds with my fingers, I get my hands bloody to make sure that women are covered to their husbands. I'm a chassid. I ask Mikuboshes, who's known as Ishboshes. The reason why it's called Mikuboshes is because he embarrasses David HaMelech. David HaMelech asks him questions and he says, is this color, is this kosher? And he embarrasses him halacha. He's that much better than David halacha. But David HaMelech got his revenge, so to speak. When he had a son Daniel, he was called Kilo because he was able to embarrass Mikuboshes in halacha. It says in the famous pasuk, Ule in Manti, Liroy Betu Hashem. The word Ulay has dots on top of it. David HaMelech wasn't sure that he would be Zoicha Olam Haba. And the reason is because he was worried, perhaps he'll sin and he won't be Zoicha. As we see, Yaakov Avinu promised him Shemira, protection. It says in the pasuk by Yaakov, he was worried. Why?
What was happening in your discussion of the Epstein hoax? He repeatedly called it a Democratic hoax, even though you were accompanied by Republican members of the House as you were standing there. How did you feel about that when you heard that word applied to what was happening there?
So I'm going to go off of my survivor sister, Haley Robertson, and I voted for him. I voted for Trump. And for him to say what he is saying is beyond me, because I put my hope in him, and he's supposed to protect us. And for him to say that this is a joke and that it's sides, this is not sides. We will say it time time and time again. None of us are up there accusing him of anything. There is no one that is accusing him of any wrongdoing. So for the fact that he is saying those things and saying it's a hoax, who are you hiding for then? Because if it's not you, then who is it? And that scares me.
Trust me, I'm not down here to take the fucking bombs. I'm not. I chased my dream. I got it. I suck. My dreams count.
Israel should have had the same kind of lesson of Christianity as Israel had the first time when they went to Israel. And the reason why he wasn't safe is because Gorah. According to Rabbi Eliezer, we know that the Shafbachah means when people go to sleep, the time that they go to bed, which is a 4-hour period from the time that you start until the end of Ashmur or Shana. According to Rabbi Eliezer, the Shafbachah doesn't mean when you go to bed, it means when you are sleeping, which means the entire night all the way till Amud Shabbos. That's what the word Shafbachah means. When they say that you only say Kriya Shema to Chatzos, that the distance a person from an Avira, we are concerned that a person will come home from work, hard day, work on the field, they'll eat a little bit, and say, let me take a little nap, and they'll fall asleep for the rest of the night, and that would be Chayiv Misa. Why is the Gemara so strong with its language? It's Chayiv Misa, because sleep is very dangerous. You try to take a short nap, you fall asleep for the rest of the night. Another shot is, I want to tell you, you should know Ma'ariv is not a Rishus, it's obligatory to daven Ma'ariv. You say Kriya Shema, it's in the Gemara, and then immediately you say Shemona Esrei, that goes in front of Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan says that when you mention Tzias Mitzrayim, you have to say Shemona Esrei immediately. Rashi explains beautifully that is because first, praise HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and Haviyachal, you open HaKadosh Baruch Hu's heart, and once his heart is open, you can jump in and ask for your tzrachim and say Shemona Esrei. Shmuel Levi says, don't say Kriya Shema and then Shemona Esrei. The opposite. Say Shemona Esrei and then Kriya Shema. You make a sandwich. When you wake up in the morning, you say Kriya Shema, then Shemona Esrei, then Shemona Esrei and Kriya Shema. In other words, it's Kriya Shema on both sides. Why? What's the shayla? The question is whether do you consider the Gebulas Mitzrayim, the main part happened during the day, you know. But perhaps says Rabbi Yochanan, there's a little bit that started at night and therefore at night also you have to be soy of Gebulas. Shmuel Levi says no. The main thing happened during the day, and that's what we need to concentrate on. Or the question is, the Shachbachot from Echad is a hekesh between laying down and getting up. According to Rabbi Yochanan, just like when you get up, you have to say Kriya Shema and then Shemona Esrei, so too when you go to sleep, say Kriya Shema and then Shemona Esrei. Shmuel Levi says it's a hekesh. What we learn from the hekesh is that when you get up, you say Kriya Shema. In other words, Kriya Shema is closer to the sleep. And also, first you say Shemona Esrei, then you say Kriya Shema, so that Kriya Shema should be closer to the sleep. If you have to say Kriya Shema and then immediately Shemona Esrei, why is it that during Ma'ariv you have brachas in between Shema and Shemona Esrei? The answer is once the tumble is sacrament, it's considered a Gevula Arif. It's a long expression of the Tzias Mitzrayim, and then for the same reason when we say Hashem's Masai Tefkah, Fi Agiti Yosefah, it's a Tefillah Arif, but it's part of Shemona Esrei. Whoever says Ashrei times a day, the famous saying is Muftach Leshiv El Mabal, because Ashrei contains the Seder of Aleph base, every pasuk starts Aleph and then 7 pasuk base, Gimel, and the other reason is it's a combination of these two reasons. It contains the famous pasuk of Isaiah Hasudecha Hazbina. Notice Ashrei is missing the pasuk that starts with Nun, because that pasuk talks about a fine straw falls and doesn't get up. But in Eretz Yisrael, they learned that pasuk that fine straw fell down, but they will get up from the fall. As the Rabbi had in Yucham Chaydish, and he said right away, the following letter, Sama, Serdech Hashem L'chal HaNoifel, lift up those who fall. where it tells us that Malchut falls. When he flies, it's not stopped. But Gabriel has a stopover. He makes one stop. So basically, he has 2 flights. The ViralRabbi has 4 flights. In other words, there's 3 stops. The Malchut has 8 flights. The Malchut has 7 stops. We want the person to begin with Shiva, and we make it harder for the Malchut to arrive at his destination. Yet, if there's a Malgefa, where many people are dying, then the Malchut has a direct flight. Rabbi says that there's a mitzvah to say Kriya Shema Lamita. As we see the pasuk, when you're laying down, you just say Kriya Shema. However, the Chacham, who constantly repeats his Torah, does Chazaras, perhaps watches the 8 minute daf, not really. A Chacham like that doesn't have to say Kriya Shema Lamita. Rabbi says, even if I'm a Chacham, should only say one pasuk. For instance, so you see Hashem again, Hashem, Kale, Epis. Wonderful day.
So his family doctor wrote him a prescription. It was like a miracle. Purdue Pharma's powerful pain.
Most people think I'm lying when I say that, but I'm like, why would I pick him? Like, who the fuck is lying about Mr. T, right? And I grew up in the 80s and 90s, so either everyone believed me or no one believed me. Like, there was no in between. I grew up in a very wealthy neighborhood, so everybody believed me there, because they were like, why the fuck else is your black ass here, right? Like, when I was a kid, we lived on the south side of Chicago, and, like, I get it. Like, I'm a black girl at an all-black school, and I'm trying to explain to my friends that the reason why they've never seen my dad before is because he's doing WrestleMania with Hulk Hogan, right? Like, everybody was like, shut the fuck up, Erica, right? And those were the teachers, right? So, I got this complex, and this is for real. My friends will tell you, or like people I meet. If I'm on stage, I'll talk about my dad, but I never tell people like who my dad is or like stuff I've seen, because no one ever believes me, and they like really don't. Like, I will give you an example, like, because like when I was in kindergarten, first grade, like kids kind of like ostracized me and wouldn't talk to me because I was like little lioness, you know, like they didn't believe me. And so this one weekend, all right, I'm telling you guys this, don't tell anybody the story, but this one weekend went to this WrestleMania event with my dad, and he was partners with Hulk Hogan, right? And my dad, it was the first time I was seeing wrestling live, right? So my dad's like, don't worry about it, it's fake. He's telling me, I have a sister who's 8 years older than me. He's like, oh, don't worry about it, it's all fake, whatever, blah, blah. And he's in this wrestling match with this guy named Roddy Piper. Do you guys know who that is? Okay. And it's another dude, whatever, right? So my dad gets into the ring, and immediately Roddy Piper hooks my dad in a way, and he cracks my dad's ribs, right? So my dad has to go to the emergency room, right? So me and my sister are crying, whatever. They take my dad to the ER. They bring him back to he comes back to the hotel room. He's all bandaged up, and like Hulk Hogan's in our hotel room, and Hulk Hogan's doing like lines of cocaine, right? And he still has the yellow shorts on, right? And he's like, gee, I'm going to fuck him up when I see, I swear to God, I'm going to fuck him up. And my dad's just like, oh, God, my ribs hurt so badly, right? And then there's a knock at the door, and it was Roddy Piper, right? And he goes, AT, I'm real sorry about what happened. And Hulk Hogan's like, fuck that. He grabs Roddy Piper and brings him into the hotel room, throws him against the wall, smashes the mirror. They're beating him. My dad's trying to break it up. Hulk Hogan's wife, Linda's there, and she's like, Terry, stop, right? And I'm like, wow, I didn't know that was his name, right? So, and my mom is trying to make my dad stop, and they're just beating, and all this stuff is flipped over and shit like that. Me and my sister are crying, and then we get on a plane, we come back to Chicago, I go to class, we're sitting in sharing circle, and the teacher's like, what'd you do this weekend? And I was like, not a fucking thing. All right, I was there before. Thanks. My dad is Mr. T.
CD Valley show tomorrow. BJ's Restaurant and Brew House in West Covina. Brews, that's going to be coming up Monday, September 22nd. See you out there on Eastern Center Drive at BJ's Restaurant in West Covina. And we'll tell you more about it before we end the show. Every week.
Baruch that page. I'd like to apologize. We're simply overwhelmed by the vast amount of new subscribers that we just had in recent days. And it's very important for us to get the video out to everybody. We're working on it, we're working with technology, and hopefully in the next few days, we'll have it all sorted out. The Gemara says that a person should use his Yetzer Tov in a battle against his Yetzer Hara constantly. If that doesn't work, you should learn Torah. If he sees that he's not beating the Yitzhahari, he should say Kriya Shema. If it's still not working, he should remind himself of Yom HaMisa, the day of his death. This has surprised some people that even Shas, all of Shas, came down to Moshe Rabbeinu on Sinai. As we learned in the pasuk, the Eden Luchos Ha'even, that's referring to the Luchos, the Aseres Medibros, Torah. The one is Mechuyev to learn Torah. Chamisha Chum Torah. The Mitzvah is referring to Mishnayos. Asher Kosavdi is a Mevi Mitzvah. How do I get halacha? From Gemara. You cannot derive halacha from the Mishnah, rather from Gemara, and all these came from Moshe and Sinai. The Gemara discusses Kriya Shema Lamita, that Kriya Shema Lamita acts as a double-edged sword to kill away the Mazikim, and Rothschild says to get rid of Yisurim. Says Rabbi, I don't need a pasuk for that. Every kid knows that the pasuk says if you do everything that the Baruch tells you, which is something that's trying to assimilate, Torah is something that gets rid of Yisurim. Says Rabbi, if you don't learn Torah, then the Baruch sends terrible Yisurim. So the Gemara, the Baruch doesn't act like the regular king. Regular person who gives a present to somebody, or he sells something, he's upset. The Baruch gave him us a Torah, and he's excited about it. He says, if a person has a surah, and this is a site for life, the person should introspect, should check to see what might have caused his surah. If he can't figure it out, he should assume it's because he's not learning Torah, he's about to learn. And if not, he should understand that Yisurim Shalahava is a concept that Baruch gives you Yisurim in order to double your Sechar in Olam Haba. Because Baruch says the Gemara gives Yisurim to the people he loves. On one condition, that those people accept it Ba'ahava, and if they do, they'll be Zoicha to children in Arichas Yom. The Machlokes, if Yisurim Shalahava is only a situation where it doesn't create Torah, because one man knows it's only a situation where it doesn't create Bittul Tefillah, and according to Rabbi Yochanan, even if it creates Bittul Torah and Bittul Tefillah, it's still considered Yisurim Shalahava. Gemara gives a Kavachimer. If a slave leaves his master when his master knocks out his tooth or his eye, certainly Yisurim, which take hold of the entire body, they should give you a Kafaras Amanis. The Shibbai says, and this is also a great insight for life, anything good comes with a struggle. The Baruch gave us 3 gifts, and they all came with a struggle. He gave us the Torah, he gave us Eretz Yisrael, and he gave us Olam Haba. If a person is involved in learning, or in Milos Chasadim, or Lachman Islam buries his children, says the Gemara, all his averts are forgiven. Rabbi says, although Tziras is considered a kapara on his be'ah, yet it's not considered Yisurim Shalahava. Those Yisurim, the difference is, those Yisurim come to take away Chatoim and Averts. Yisurim Shalahava, as we mentioned, means that it comes to double your Sechar. To make a distinction, says the Gemara, perhaps somebody has Saras and Eretz Yisrael, where it has a lot of Kedusha. It's very embarrassing, has to leave the Machane, has to leave the Kraven, then it's considered not Yisurim Shalahava, but it's in Chutz La'aretz, in America, in Bavel, if you have Saras, that's Yisurim Shalahava. So another distinction you can make is if the Yisurim are visible to others, if the Saras is visible to others, that's not Yisurim Shalahava, but if the Saras is covered, that's Yisurim Shalahava. Famous Lashon of Rabbi Yochanan had 10 boys that were nifted, and he carried on himself a bone of one of his children, of the last child that died, and he says, Dein Garma that Sirah beer. This is a reminder of the Yisurim of Ahava that the Baruch Hu gave me. Because Rabbi Yochanan was a tzaddik, he didn't have Yisurim that weren't Shalahava. And the Gemara makes a distinction. If a person never has children, that's not Yisurim Shalahava. But if a person of Malachim loses a child, that's Yisurim Shalahava. Here, but Abba was sick, and Rabbi Yochanan went to visit him. And Rabbi Yochanan asked him, are you happy with the Yisurim? And he says, no, I'd rather not have Yisurim, and I'd rather not have the Sechar, the explanation, and because it causes things to be Torah. Rabbi Yochanan says, give me your hand, and gave him his hand, and he healed him. Rabbi Yochanan himself was sick, but he couldn't heal himself because a person cannot take himself out of jail. Rabbi Yochanan said the same thing. He says, I'd rather not have the Yisurim, I'd rather not have the Sachar. And Rabbi Abba took his hand and healed Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan once visited Rebbe Lazar, who was also sick, and he saw that his house was dark. He rolled up his sleeve, and it became light in the house. Rabbi Yochanan's skin shined. And he asked him, why are you crying? If you're crying about the prayer that you didn't accomplish, the famous concept, doesn't matter. The quantity, it's the quality that counts. And if you're crying because you don't have parnas, so not everybody has crucial funds, tables. You have prayer, you should be happy with that. Says Rabbi Lazar, I'm crying about you, about your beautiful face, your beauty that one day is going to be buried.
Where? Number one.
Because Rabbi Yochanan, Maharsha explains, Rabbi Yochanan was the last of the beautiful people that lasted from Churban Abayis. And that's the end of an era. So they both sat and they cried. Rav Huna, 400 of his barrels became vinegar. Chacham came in Fayasim, and they said, listen, you have to look into what you've done. There's a reason. And he said, what you questioned me? And they told him they knew. Explained the Restream, they knew that he did something. And they said, what, you questioned the Rabbi Shalom that he'll do something without a reason. You see right here, every Yisur, all Yisur that we have comes from Benjamin. And he said, I don't know. You tell me. And they said, well, perhaps you didn't pay your sharecroppers. And he said, well, the sharecroppers in Ghana, he stole from you. That's why I didn't pay him. And so nevertheless, even though he's in Ghana, if you steal from him, then you taste a little bit of the neighbor. She said, okay, I accept it by myself, I'll pay him back. And in fact, either all his 400 barrels became wine, or the price of vinegar became higher than wine. Abba Binyamin died before he did any halacha, and before he ate. And Rashi says a tremendous bit before he learned prayer. This says, you don't understand what Rashi says. Of course, you can learn before davening. You should put your bed between north and south because the Shekhinah is facing east and west. And if you do so, you'll have one Sfarim, and your wife won't miscarry have a wonderful day.
Oh, yeah. I've got an old laser disc player still. Number 7. The 7th son of the 7th son. On 7 days. Sector 7.
Bracha is Davov. If we had the capacity to see Shaitan, we'd be so scared that we wouldn't survive. They're all around us, and there are many of them, many more than us. In fact, each person has 1,000 Shaitan on his right side, 10,000 Shaitan on his left side. And you can blame the Shaitan for everything. The fact that our clothing is worn out, that our feet knock each other, that our knees are weak, that when we go to a shear, it feels as if it's crowded. It's all the Shaitan that can play. If you want to see evidence of Shaitan, you take ashes, you put it by your bed, and in the morning, you can see footprints that look like those of a chicken. If you want to see them, that's kind of dangerous, but you can if you take a black cat, a female black cat, who's the eldest, who's the daughter of another black female eldest cat, you take the afterbirth, you burn it with the ashes in your eyes, and then you can see Shaitan. You can try this trick, and it actually damaged him. Chachamim had to daven for him to be healed. Abba Binyamin continues to say halachas, and he says that tefillah is heard only in a shul. It says, "Shmoya Elohino v'latefillah." The place that Rino, that the singing, there's where the davening should take place. The Baruch is found in a shul, and he comes to where there's a minyan. He actually comes before the minyan gets there. And Baruch is there when they're doing the Torah, when there's 3 dayanim. The Torah is considered Torah. Baruch is there when a Chavrusa is learning Torah. Baruch is there when a person is learning by himself. The difference between a person learning by himself and a Chavrusa is that Chavrusa is exclusively written down in a sefer that's for everybody to see. Yet, for an individual, or in his own private sefer, that's how Tosfos explains this. It says in the Pasuk, the famous Gemara, that a person thinks about doing a mitzvah, he had a einus and he couldn't do the mitzvah, he'll get schar as if he did the mitzvah. HaKadosh Baruch Hu wears tefillin. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, if Klal Yisrael gave me this one great shvach, he said, Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad, I'm going to say, Mi Kamcho Yisrael Baruch Hu. What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu put in his tefillin? And one of the batim he has, Kimi Goy Gadol, and the parsha Kimi Goy Gadol. In the second bias it says Ashrecha Yisrael, and the parsha of Mika Amcha. In the third bias it says Oya Nisa Restream, and in the fourth bias it says Fitva Elyon. If a person is used to coming to a show and he doesn't show up, the Shmuel asks about it. Where's this guy? If he finds out that it's because he went for bar mitzvah, the person will have light. If he finds out that he went for bar shus, even to make a parnasa, he won't have light. The time brings us Gemara, and the time says it's impossible. The Torah tells the person that this is what a person is going to earn this year, Rosh Hashanah. It's impossible that if a person has more than time to go daven and to go learn, and he takes that time instead of learning, he goes and he earns the parnasa. It's impossible that Baruch Hu will take away from the earning that you're supposed to earn. In other words, you should stay and learn, and nothing will happen. It'll make the same amount of money. The Reverend says if a Baruch Hu comes to the shul, the building is not there yet, miyad koyes, he gets upset immediately. The person has a permanent place. For his davening, then he's like a Rabbi Vinu, and it says that the Kiyah Rabbi Ezra, Hashem will help him. And when he dies, they say, who's this Anna, who's this Chassid, the child of Abraham? When you go towards the shul, you should run. But when you leave the shul, you don't run because it looks as if you're running away from shul. In fact, on Shabbos, when it's us to run, you're allowed to run. It's hard to run to shul. The Gemara has a list of things that what we might perceive that you get schar for, it's in fact something else. When you go to shul and listen to speech, you don't really understand the speech. You get the schar not for listening to the Torah, but rather for walking to shul. The schar for arguing and learning is the schar that you get for the kircha, for the amelus hatari that you get from coming up with the schar. The schar that you have going to a base of Havel to be Menachem Havel is not to talk, the opposite. So being quiet is what's preferred. When you fast, on a fast day, you think that the schar is for fasting. In fact, the schar is to be greater when you give money to the poor person to break his fast. The schar of being masked with somebody saying a hesped is not in the speech that you give, but rather in the crying that you do. And the schar that you have for going to chasana is the schar for telling the chassan great things. If you daven in a shul, outside of the shul, according to Rashi, means opposite of Laron Kodesh, that wall, when your back is towards Laron Kodesh, you consider the Russian, it marks the story that Aliyah Navi met somebody that's davening outside the shul and his back is towards Laron Kodesh, instead of shooting turn around, and Aliyah Navi took out his sword and killed the person. It says in the pasuk, these are the things that people are used to, such as davening, and people disregard the davening, they don't treat it with proper respect. The other says krum is a lashon of a bird. When a person is being supported by others, he has a sort of kusha that his face turns to the color of his bird called krum. Not only that, he is evil, he is midah. He gave him a punishment with temptation by fire and water. The Gemara says you must be careful with all three tefillahs. Mincha, you see that Aliyah Navi is answered during Mincha. By Ma'ariv it says Mincha's Erev, and by Shachar it says Hashem Boiker Tishma Koyli. If you benefit from a wedding without creating simcha at the wedding, you're over on the 5 toilos that says in the pasuk of Sasim, Simcha, etc. If you are B'Sameh Chazim Kala, you benefit from the 5 toilos that it says by Torah, by the toilos of property. The continuation of Sasim Simcha is a very long pasuk. It says that the V in Kodah Beis Hashem. Some say that go to a wedding, B'Sameh Chazim Kala, it says if you brought a toilet. Or it says if you build one of the ruins in Yerushalayim, because that's also the continuation of the same pasuk. It says the Osher is Shus Haaretz for Rishon. If your friend says hello to you, You should try to say hello before your friend does. As it says in the pasuk, back in shoulder favor. You should seek out peace. Now, if your friend says hello to you, you snub him out, you don't say hello back, you're considered a gazlan. It says in the pasuk, the lashon of zeilas amim. You're a poor person, you don't have anything. All you have is the ability to say hello, and somebody stole that ability from you, that other person is a gazlan. Have a wonderful day.
100 meters barefoot on Lego bricks. And she did it. The track was covered in 661 pounds of Lego bricks donated by Imagination Station.
She said she went 2 months barefoot to build up the calluses. My dad.
Bracha is not Zayin. The Gemara tells us that even HaKadosh Baruch Hu davens. But what does he say? What does he say it to? The Gemara says he says it to himself. It's actually the same exact word as the famous song, just he says it to himself. The famous song, Tanya, Omer Bishmol Ben Abishah. Hamachas Nifnasi L'Hadis HaPeres. I once walked into the Beis HaMikdash to serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu with Peres. V'ro'isi HaKadosh speaking of Hashem Tzvachos. I saw HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself. V'yoishem and he's sitting, V'omar Li, and he told me, Barucheni, give me a bracha. Amarti Lo, your mercy should overcome your anger. The Gemara is going to explain it. Baruch is angry. And your mercy should overcome your midos.
Questionable or healthy. That's right, Tyreek. That's what I'm talking about.
Baruch says it a little differently. He says the same words. He says,
Man the flame. Oh, what is this bullshit?
What do we learn from your Shmuel? We learned that if HaKadosh Baruch Hu could ask a bracha from a bus of Adam, and he gave it to him and he agreed to it, so then
we're number one. I love that. Oh, that's my jam.
Enjoy it and benefit. We learn from HaKadosh Baruch Hu that you don't appease a person when he's still angry. Wait until he calms down. Baruch Hu says, wait until I'm not angry anymore. When does HaKadosh Baruch Hu get angry? Every single day, for a split second, for a 16th of a second. The Gemara says it's 158,888. One part of that, which is a 16th of a second. Or the amount of time that it says that it takes to say the word rega. And Bilam knew that second. Bilam wasn't that smart. His whole donkey beat him in an argument. But he knew that split second, and when you know that split second, you can use it to curse somebody and the curse works. In fact, the Baruch Hu knew that Bilam was about to curse Yisrael, so he didn't get mad those few days. Had he gotten angry those few days, Chas v'shalom, there wouldn't be anything left. The Lord says a story that Shul ben Levi was upset at a certain spook he was bothering him. He wanted to kill him. What he did was, he took a chicken and tied it to his bed. There's a simon. When the chicken's coat turns from red to white, that's the time that the Baruch Hu gets upset. And he waited there, and he noticed, and he fell asleep. And he realized that's a sign of Shemayim. You're not supposed to do such a thing. It says, "V'racham ol maso." The Baruch Hu has rachmanas even on the bad stupid.
Mr. Chung.
Baruch Hu gets angry when the kids of the world, they take off their crowns and they bow down to the sun. If a person has self-discipline, it comes from within itself. It's not from outside. It's a lot better than if somebody would hit him and give him malchus. It says it's better than 100 malchus. It says in Gemara that Moshe Rabbeinu asked for 3 things, and he got all 3 things according to one man Omer. He asked that Klal Yisrael should have Shekhinah. He asked that Kebayim should not have Shekhinah. And he also asked to understand why is it that sometimes Tzaddik ViralRabbi, this good guy, he sometimes has a bad life, and sometimes Rothschild, the bad guy, has a really good life, supposedly. He was told that one shot is Tzaddik ViralRabbi. We're talking about a Tzaddik that's not a Tzaddik Gomer. If it was a Tzaddik Gomer, you wouldn't have that. What's the shot? The Baruch Hu wants to give the person Yisurim so that the Tzaddik is not Gomer, should be Gomer. It's the only thing I need. And in Russia, the third life, the Baruch Hu wants to erase all his spusim in this world, give him his schar in this world, so when he comes to the Olam Haba, he shouldn't have done it. Rabbi says that Moshe Rabbeinu said, I want to see what you look like. Moshe said, listen, I offered you by the Sinai, you didn't agree. Now that you want, I'm not interested. It says, the more Rebbeinu says, it was hard that Moshe Rabbeinu covered his face. He was Zoich Midah that his face glowed. It's hard that Moshe Rabbeinu was fearful of Hashem, so humans were fearful of him, but he really gets it's hard that he didn't look at Baruch Hu showed him his Achayra. What does Achayra mean? Says the Gemara, he showed him the knot of the tefillin showed him. When Baruch Hu says something, he promises something, even if it's connected to a condition, if the condition doesn't happen, Baruch Hu still will fulfill his word. For instance, Baruch Hu said, I want to kill all of Israel. And don't worry, Moshe Rabbeinu, I'll make you into a great nation. And then didn't kill Israel, he make Moshe Rabbeinu a great nation. In fact, Moshe Rabbeinu had, as the Torah tells us, 600,000 descendants. We're going to say in the name of Rabbi Yochai. Rabbi was the first one to call the Rabbi Shalom master, Adar. And when Daniel was saved, it was the merit of Avraham Avinu calling the Rabbi Shalom Adar. Leah was the first one to be moided HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to sing praise HaKadosh Baruch Hu, realize that what Hashem gave her was more than what she deserved. The name Reuben, says the Gemara, is made out of two words. Reuben, see my son. Leah was saying, look at Esau. He sold his Bechor willingly, then he complained. And he said that Yaakov took it away illegally. My son Reuben lost his Bechor to Yosef, yet he didn't complain. Not only that, he wasn't jealous and tried to save Yosef by Tzleim Yodar. The name Ros comes to describe David HaMelech that would sing Shirois Shvachas HaKadosh Baruch Hu. In fact, you see that the name of a person has a tremendous effect on the person. A son, a kid who's rebellious is worse than the war of Gog and Magog to his parents. And the Gemara asks a question: when David HaMelech was running away from his own son Avshalom, it should have been the worst thing in the world. Yet David HaMelech says, "Mizmor LeDavid." He's saying a praise to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He's going to be Kino LeDavid. David HaMelech was relieved, like a person paying off a big debt. It's upsetting, but it's a relief. He was relieved that HaKadosh Baruch Hu told him you're going to have a rebellion from within your house, and he thought perhaps it's a mamzer or an eved that's going to rebel. He's relieved that it's his own son. His own son is not going to kill him. When are you allowed to start up with a bad guy, with a Rothschild? So the Gemara 4 ways. Either when it's Mila Deshmaya, it's the Shem Shemayim, it's not a mundane thing. Otherwise, it might be dangerous. Or if the Russian is not having a good time, it's not a good time for the Russian in his life. He's on the down. So on the down, you're allowed to go after him. Or he's on the up. He's doing really well. But you're a Tzadi Gomer. Tzadi Gomer, go after him. The other thing is, even if he's not a Tzadi Gomer, still go after a Russian if it's not a good time for him. If a person sets a permanent seat in a shul, then his enemies fall from within him, in front of him. And finally, the Gemara says it's better to serve a Talmid Chacham than to learn prayer from him. Have a wonderful day.
Mid-80s to mid-90s, windy in the high desert, low to upper 70s, just around 90 inland OC, low to upper 90s, windy in the IE. Right now, 69 in Seal Beach, 83 in Plano Park, 99 in North 88 down, East Coast down 220, S&P 500 down 21, NASDAQ down 7.
Rabbi's Daf Test. Today must be one of the highlights of that Naomi career. I was saying over the Gemara Tanya, Amram Yishmael ben Elisha, when suddenly one guy started singing the famous Avram Fried song, and then the entire group, 60, 70 guys together, it was an unbelievable feeling. If you want to be part of a Geshmak Chevra, a fun, entertaining shir, check us out on YouTube on the Rabbi Stefanski. Understand why there are close to 2,000 subscribers. The halacha is, if a person has an illness, he's sick, and he can't make it to shul, and he can't gather 10 people to his home, it's preferable that he should daven at the same time that they're davening in shul. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't turn down the tefillah of the tzibur of the rabbi. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, whoever learns Torah, does milos chasadim, and davens with a minyan, it's as if they redeem me and my children from within the nation. Rothschild says if he's a shul in a city and he doesn't go in, he's considered a bad neighbor, and he because of him he creates galus for him and for his children. Rabbi was under the impression that there are no extremely old people in Babel, because it says in the possible Man Yirbi Meichem, that's referring to Yisrael. When he found that there were old people, he said it must be because they come to shul early in the morning and they leave shul late at night, and that gives arichas yom. Rav Chisda says one should not sit right by the door, the entrance of the shul, because it looks as if he wants to run away from shul. Rather, he should give himself 2 doors distance into the shul. The Gemara brings 4 pshatim for this pasuk. Al zois yispal kol chasidei lecha. Every chasid, pious person, should daven for this le'eis mitzvah. Right before he needs this thing, and he'll get it if he davens for it. What is this thing? The first pshat is, Rav Hanina says, is referring to looking for a wife. As it says in the pasuk, matzah isha, matzah tayyib. The matzah matches matzah in the pasuk. In fact, in Eretz Yisrael, they would ask, matzah or you might say, did you, after you married, now did you find out the woman you married, is she a matzah, matzah isha, matzah tayyib, is a good woman, or u'moitzani marmi mavis is a isha? Rav Nosson says it's referring to Torah. You should ask for Torah and you'll receive it. Rabbi Yochanan says you should ask for kfura, for burial. Rabbi Yitzchak says it's talking about death. You should ask for a good death, a pleasant death. In fact, Gemara says there are 903 types of death. The worst one is askara. The best one is Mrs. Nashika, like taking a hair out of milk. Askara is like taking thorns out of wool. It's very difficult. So you should ask for a good misa. Mazutra says it's referring to a bathroom. You should find a good bathroom. The Gemara says, in fact, Mazutra seems to be the best out of all of them. Says Rav Chisda. It's in the pasuk, Oyav Hashem Shari Tzion Mikom Mishkenois Yaakov. What does Hashem love the most? He loves Oyav Hashem Sha'ormam Tziyonim HaHalacha. He likes the places that they come to the bottom of the halacha more than shuls and bati medrash. The halacha is one should daven where he learns. When Rabbi heard this halacha, he changed his ways. He used to learn at home and go daven in shul, but then he changed it to where he would daven and learn in the same place. Rabbi and Rasi, they had 13 shuls in Feria, yet they chose to daven by the pillars of where they used to learn. It says, "Miyosh Choris Hamikdash, Ein Lo Lakosh Baruch Hu Elo Dalet Amas Shel Halacha B'Levad." For the time the Churban Rabbi, so Baruch Hu only has 4 Amas of Halachas. In other words, that's why Rabbi also he decided to daven in the same place that he learned Halacha. That's where Kodesh Baruch Hu is. Gemara says, somebody who has Yerushalayim and earns a living is greater than somebody that earns that just has Yerushalayim without earning it. It says in the pasuk, "Yagia kapecha yisochel ashrecha v'toivlach." We learn ashrecha b'mazeh v'toivlach b'mabah, whereas just Yerushalayim only has b'mabah, not b'mazeh. There's a halacha that one should live right next to his Rebbe if he's subordinate to his Rebbe, if he accepts everything his Rebbe says. Otherwise, it's not good to live next to your Rebbe. We see that Shlomo HaMelech didn't marry the daughter of Pari as long as his Rebbe Shimon Megari was alive and lived next to him. Said the pasuk, there's a halacha that if the fire is open in shul, you're not allowed to leave the shul. The Rabbi would leave the shul between Gabra and Gabra and between Aliyahs. Rabbi asks, what about between Psukim? If there's a pause, can you sneak out? And he remains with the teikum. Reb Shimon says, I turn my back to the same car and I learn they're doing what they want to do and I'm doing my thing. The halacha of Shnayim Targum brings Arichas Yamin. You should say 2 psukim and 1 targum. What if there's no targum on the pasuk? Like a terrorist divan, Atros v'divan. Says Rashi. In that case, the Gemara says you should still say it. Meaning, you should say the pasuk 3 times, once instead of the targum. One should not wait until Yom Kippur to say the targum because every Yom Kippur is the day that we eat. It's as if you're fasting. And do not say Shnei Mikra Targum earlier than the week that you need to say it up. Yeshua Levi told his children, first of all, when you chef the bird, be careful that you chef all the breathe in the veins, make sure that all the blood comes out. Be careful with the Tamachaf and the Zakin that had Torah, even though you forgot it now because of A'inus, just like they put the broken Luchais into the Harain. This person is a broken Sefer Torah. Rabbi told his children, do not cut meat on your hands. One shot is because it's a sakana. You might cut through, you might slip and cut your hand, or you might nick your hand. Some of the blood will go into the food, and it'll disgust everybody. The halacha is you're not allowed to sit on a mita aramis. A bed of a kaya. One shot is It's referring to going to sleep without saying Kriya Shema Lamita. The other pshat is Rabbi was telling his children who were kohanim, do not marry a geyores because you're a kohen. It's also, and some say that it's a goya mamish. Why can't you sit on her bed? There's a story of Rav a woman told him, a goya said, sit down, and he said, let me see what's underneath the bed. And she lifted up the bed, and there was a dead baby there. She wanted to blame him for his death. Lacha is, one should not go behind a shul. It looks as if you don't believe in the shul. Where it says there's a number of conditions. If a person is carrying something heavy, it's obvious that he's not trying to avoid the shul. He's wearing tefillin, it's obvious that he's Yerushalayim. If he's running, it's also obvious that he's trying to get somewhere. And if the shul has another door, then people will think he's trying to go to the other door, and it's not going to the shul. Rabbi Kiva loved three things about the nation of Madai: that they cut their meat. They don't cut their meat on the table, and they would kiss each other only on their hands because of germs. And when they discuss private things, they would go into a field so nobody else could hear. Rabbi Yehuda says, I like three things that the Parsim did. They had sneers in three areas: when they ate, when they went to the bathroom, and when they had relations. Nevertheless, the Parsim are ready to go with all the sneers. They're ready to go straight into Gehenna. The halacha is like when we will in the Mishnah that you can say Kriya Shema all the way until Avodah Shachar. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai says that there's a possibility of saying Kriya Shema one after another. One will be for the night, one will be for the day. That is, if you say Kriya Shema right before Avodah Shachar and right after Avodah Shachar, the one after Avodah Shachar will count for the daytime, even though halachically right after Avodah Shachar is considered night. Since people get up then, Yotza, Kriya Shema Shachar, have a wonderful day. Racha is Davtes. Where does the story to tell me that they came home from a wedding drunk. And they didn't say Kriya Shema. They asked Shmuel Levi, the father of the Chassan, whether or not they could say Kriya Shema, even though it's the Netzacham. Shmuel Levi says, yes, we're asking like Restream by Chai, that in a time of a like being drunk, you can say Kriya Shema of Meir all the way to the next. In fact, that's the halacha. You're supposed to say Kriya Shema of Meir up at the Chatzos. If that doesn't work out, you have a Kol Avodah Shachar. And only in the case of an itis, you go to Netzacham. As in our Mishnah, we had that the sons of Gamliel, they also went to the wedding, but they didn't have a nitis. They didn't come home drunk, and they asked Gamliel, and say Kriya Shema. He said, yes, up until Avodah Shachar. Because they weren't sure whether or not Chachamim or the Rabbi argued with their father or not. They knew their father, but they weren't sure if Chachamim agreed. And Rabbi said, yes, Chachamim agree with me. The shir really is up until Avodah Shachar. Chachamim made it upon a siyag to say Kriya Shema before Chatzos. Let's put Azariah has it. It's very sharp. There's an extra word, hazeh. And he learns out that the time to eat Korban Pesach is only up until Chatzos, which Rabbi Kiva holds. Time to eat Korban Pesach is all the way to the morning. Rabbi Kiva learns from the word Chazan. Chazan, he holds, is the hastiness of Klal Yisrael. When did they lead in hastiness? In the morning, so therefore you can eat the Korban Pesach till the morning. Lezer holds that Chazan is referring to the Restream. They were in a rush to get Klal Yisrael out. The Ula started by Chatzos, by Makas L'Chayr, the one Klal Yisrael out. In reality, Klal Yisrael only left the following morning. There's a pasuk that seemingly has a three-way contradiction. It says, "Sham Tizbach Pesach." When do you sham Pesach? Ba'erev, which means in the afternoon. The pasuk continues. It says, "Kivay Hashem." We learned Kivay Hashem is referring to Shkia. Then the pasuk continues and says, "Why takes from Mitzrayim?" When did Klal Yisrael leave Mitzrayim? In the morning. So which one is it? Is it afternoon, Shkia, or the morning? The Gemara. The pasuk is telling us three different things. Shchita of the Korban Pesach happens in the afternoon. The eating of the Korban Pesach occurs only after Shkia. Until what point do you eat the Korban Pesach? According to Yeshua, which is like Rabbi, you can eat all the way to the morning. According to Rabbi Lazar, it's until Chatzos. The Gemara now goes on to explain the Chipsukim. When Baruch Rabbeinu to Klal Yisrael to borrow gold and silver from the Restream, the pasuk uses an interesting lashon. Daber na ba'oznei ba'ov ve'yishad. What's this no? I beg of you, please. Rabbeinu, I don't want a Rabbeinu to come to me behind us. I promised that the Mitzrayim would slave Klaishol, and that they did. But didn't happen. So therefore, I beg of you that you should beg of them that they should borrow gold and silver, so that Avraham Avinu doesn't have things. And Klaishol said, we don't want to buy. We want to leave. If we can leave, why should we wait until tomorrow? Let's leave right now. Vayashikun with a mem at the end says Rabbi means that it happened forcefully. What happened forcefully? One shita says that the mitzvah were forced to lend. Another shita says Klal Yisrael didn't want to borrow. They felt that it might be too heavy. They need to run away from the mitzvah. The mitzvah might give chase. They wanted to go lighter, and therefore they didn't want to borrow. So the Klal Yisrael was forced. But Natsnus Mitzrayim says the Gemara that once Klal Yisrael borrowed from the mitzvah, everything was desolate. It was as if it was a trap for an animal without a bait. Or by Natsnus, like just like in the depths of the ocean, there are no fish. So too, Mitzrayim had no values left. Eya Asher Eya. What's this double lashon? Which Baruch Hu told Moshe Rabbeinu, "Tell Klal Yisrael that just like I was with them now, I'll be with them in the future galus." So Moshe Rabbeinu said, "Klal Yisrael has enough on their head. Why should I tell them about future galus?" Says Rabbi shall be right. Just tell them I'll be with them. What's the double lashon by Eliyahu Hanavi? Aneni Hashem Aneni. The famous story Eliyahu Hanavi wanted to prove that they are about that they are false. So he had them try to consume meat with fire from Shemaim. It didn't work. And then he begged Rabbi Shalom, bring an ace, bring down fire from Shemaim and consume the meat. In fact, that's what happened. And maybe the second time was Klal Yisrael should think it's witchcraft. They should understand that it's Shemaim. Says the Mishnah, Kriyashma in the morning is said when you could differentiate between Chelas and Lava. This is Chelas and Lava. That's one thing. We had the opportunity today, the owner of Chelas came to our shir and gave us a live demonstration and lent this to me. The Gemara says that the Chelas is in the lava. If a piece of wool wasn't dyed completely, it didn't catch completely like this. When you can differentiate between the white and the blue, that's the shear. That's what you can say, Kriyashma. Rabbi Lazar says between Chelas and Kerosene. Kerosene is a leaf. So when you can differentiate between the blue and the green, that's the shear of Kriyashma. The same shear brings it another way. You can differentiate between a dog and a wolf, between a donkey and a meroid, which is a wild donkey. And Achirim say it's when you can differentiate, when you can pick out your friend or an acquaintance, an associate from 4 Amasolim. Up until what time did you say Kriyashma? One sheet is until Netzach Chama. That's the Chatfila. You have to go even further. The Yeshua says until 3 hours, Manios. In other words, you divide the day. Before the light, that's the thing the grow. In Avraham, the says you start from Abel Shachar. The Rabbi says you start from Tzachama. And that's when kings wake up 3 hours before the day. The Mishnah says, whoever reads Kriyashma past this time, at least they'll be in the midst of the Raisa of Human Torah. And the Rebbe explains what's the Chiddush. He says because this person is saying it al peh, and the person Sabi can't say al peh, nevertheless he gets Sachar. Ravuna says the halacha is that Kriyashma can be said the shear of picking out your friend from Ramas away. Rabbi says no, that's only in regard to tefillah. But Kriyashma is Kivasika. Kivasika means the type of a person that's a chassid, and a chassid would say Kriyashma immediately before Nate, and have a Shemona Esrei right after Nate, because it's the reason why I think with mitzvahs, he wants to say Shemona Esrei the earliest possible time, but you have to be son of Gula Tefillah, you have to put Kriyashma right before, and therefore, in order to time everything, you have to say Kriyashma at the last available moment, right before Nate. It says, how do we know this concept? It says, you should have fear right when the sun comes out. That's Kriyashma Olach Shemayim. Plus continues, it's talking about Mincha should not be said after Shkia. The Yosi, Betel Yakim, said in the name of the people in Yerushalayim that whoever says Yehulah right next to Tefillah won't be damaged that day. Rabbi said he was damaged, and the Gemara says, why? Because he had a monetary loss, he had to bring a Hadassah to the king. People pay money to see a king. You're supposed to see even Gentile kings, to see the difference between a Goy and a Yid king. Rabbi says he was son of Gula Tefillah and he was happy the entire day. He had a smile on his face the whole day. Hashem Spasai Tifnach, that we say, Gemara in one shot says that we don't say that in Mincha, otherwise it's a hefsek between Gula and Tefillah. Or like we had in the beginning of the Sefta, that since a Hummer with Kivayad in the Tefillah is like part of Shemona Esrei, like Ashkibeni, we said is part of the Bal Yisrael. Shemona Esrei is because of the 18th Tehillim that Rabbi had that correspond to the 18th. ViralRabbi is in Kapitel Yutet. That's 90. That's why we say ViralRabbi after Shemona before. Have a wonderful day.
Real diversification, not just stocks and ETFs. And with a direct rollover, you will not get into taxes or penalties. Noble Gold makes it simple. Everything from start to finish. So if you're nervous about what's coming next in the market, protect your future with something real. Call 877-646-5347.
Rabbi is not you. The Gemara tells us a story. The mayor had really bad neighbors. So he died that they should die. Beruria's famous wife told him that's not the way to do it. You're probably thinking, you should get rid of all the chatoim. Yes, get rid of the sins, but don't get rid of the sinners. What you should do is daven that they should do tshuva. In fact, he davened that they should do tshuva, and because of the tshuva. A man once asked Beruria, how does the pasuk make sense in Navi? Rani akora shaloy lada. Because she didn't give birth, she came out in a song, and she said, Shaita. Look at the end of the pasuk. Lost and loved by the Geula, there are going to be many more Klai from Yerushalayim than Edom. In fact, the word Akara is referring to that our children don't go into Gehenna like your children do. Rabbi explained to Amin, why is it that Davan HaMelech put the parak of Avshalom, him and Avshalom, is the third parak in Tehillim, and the parak of him and Shaul is all the way at parak Nun Zayin. It shouldn't be the opposite. It's not in order in how it happened. So he told them, we believe in a concept called smuchim. When a pasuk is next to another pasuk, or a parak is next to another parak, we learn something from it. We learn from the parak Gog and Magog, which is parak Beis. If somebody might tell you, how is it possible that Gog is going to rebel against the Baruch Hu? I'll tell you, look, my own son rebelled against his father. Shimba Yochai explained the famous pasuk in His Chayil. He was b'chachma, v'sar es chesed al shayna. Shlomo Melech wrote it about his father David, that he had Ruach HaKodesh later on in life about 5 times that he was in a different world. One of them was the world in his mother's womb. He said Shira, he said a Baruch Nafshi about it. When he came out and he gazed at the stars and the mazalas, he said another Baruch Nafshi. And when he nursed, he also said a Baruch Nafshi. He shot them either because humans are different than animals. You nurse from a clean place, or you nurse not in Mokim Erba. And he said Shira when he had the falling of the Rishayim, and when he spoke about the day of death. Rosh Pazi says that it corresponds with HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the Neshama, the 5 times. HaKadosh Baruch Hu fills the whole world, the Neshama fills the whole body. HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees it, but it's not seen. The Neshama sees it, and is not seen. HaKadosh Baruch Hu feeds, mefarnes the whole world. The Neshama is mefarnes the whole body. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is pure, he's tar, so is the Neshama. HaKadosh Baruch Hu sits in the inner rooms, so does the Neshama. So therefore, the person that has the Neshama within him should come and praise HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Or Pinashi, it says, my innards. Because Baruch is not like a human being. If an artist paints a picture on the wall, he can't infuse it with life and in the Neshama word. Because Baruch not only can he infuse it, but he can infuse something within something. A baby that's within its mother can infuse it with life. As Chana said, Ein Tzur Kelikenu, and we learn Ein Tzayer. There's no artist like our God. In other words, Baruch Hu could create humans, and nobody can do anything similar. Ke'ein Doltecha, we learn Ke'ein Levaloischa. Ein Levaloischa meaning HaKadosh Baruch Hu outlives everything he creates, whereas an artist, usually his art outlives him. He tells us what happened in the story between Chizkiah and Yeshayahu, who were both tzaddikim. Chizkiah was the king, Yeshayahu was the Rabbi. They didn't want to visit each other. Each one held that they had more honor, the other one should come to them. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu made a compromise. He made Chizkiah really sick, and he told Yeshayahu, go visit Chizkiah. So he went to visit him, and he said, you're going to die, you're not going to live, which is a double lashon. Gemara explains, you're going to die in this world, and you're not going to have Olam Haba because you didn't do Pru Revu, you didn't get married. So he said, because I saw Ruach HaKodesh, that I'm going to have descendants that are not worthy. So Yeshayahu told him the famous line, Bahadi Kafir the Rahman Allah, why are you getting involved in the Rabbi Shloim's business? Let him do his thing, you do your thing. So he said, okay, so give me your daughter, and our 2 schusim Will be likely that I won't have bad descendants. So he told him it's too late. Xer already happened. So Chizki got upset. He said, even if a sharp sword is on your neck, you should never stop davening. And the Gemara tells us that immediately Chizki took the Musar, he got up and he went to the wall. What's the wall? The walls of his heart. He said within his heart. Or maybe he said something that has to do with a wall. He said, if Isha Shunamis, with the story with Elisha, that Elisha did Chizamis to her son, in the schos, because she built him a wall, as the Gemara is going to discuss later. So my grandfather, Shlomo, he built an entire Samir that shouldn't have deserved a schos. Chizkiah told her, Baruch Hu, I did everything. What did he do? Says the Gemara, an amazing thing. He was Saimach Kulo L'Tfilo. Lady says it means that he took the book of medicinal remedies and he buried it. As the Gemara says, Chizkiah did 6 things. 3 things the Rabbanan Chachamim agreed with, and 3 not. He buried the book of Refois. He broke the copper snake that Moshe Rabbeinu made to heal people. People started doing Avodah Zarah to it. And when his father, the Rosh Achaz, died, he dragged his body in the streets on a bed of rope to show people this is what happens when you do Avodah Zarah. Those 3 things Chacham agreed to. But what they didn't agree to, that when he plugged up the water of Bichan in order to thirst, to create that the soldiers of the Chayrim should have water, they didn't agree to that. They said, let us deal with it. When Chizkiah gave the doors of the golden doors on Tzachar, they didn't agree to that. And when he did she made an extra month of the year on the last day of Adar, he said that's not good because that last day could be Nisan, and because it could be Nisan, you don't do Ibra Shan on that day. If somebody uses other people's chus when he dies, he says, Baruch will answer me in the chus of my forefathers, like Moshe Rabbeinu did in his chus of Rabbi, he's answered in his own chus. But Chizkiah used his own chus, he said, answer me my chus, etc. So they used the chus of David. Now going back to the story of Isha Shunamis and Elisha, she said, let's make him a wall. So the machlok is, where did she put Elisha? She put him in an open achsagra, and she had to build a wall to divide achsagra. And then, what does aliyah mean? Aliyah usually means in the attic. It means she put him in the best of her housing. Or the shot is she put him in the attic, and she had to build a roof. So why is it called a kir, a wall? Because it's called. It's kiru, is a lashon of roofing. It says that she put a bed, a table, a chair, and a lamp. The Gemara says Elisha benefited from it. You're allowed to benefit from favors that people give to you. But Shmuel would refuse favors. He came with his own little suitcase. Wherever he went, he had all his belongings. Nobody could give him a favor. She knew more than her husband that Elisha was a covet. How did she know? She noticed that flies wouldn't land on his table. Another child is she noticed that his sheets were clean. They didn't have any hair on them. Whereas his Misharis, Yechazi, didn't have Kedusha. He grabbed her inappropriately. It says in Gemara that if a person posts the Talmid Chacham and gives from his own belongings to the Talmid Chacham, it's as if he was a makriv and Talmid. Gemara says 3 halachas in Tefillah. First one is that you shouldn't stand in a high place when you daven. There should be no haughtiness when it comes to daven. You're supposed to put your feet together like we do during Shemona Esrei, and you're not supposed to eat and drink before davening. If you do, it's as if you have gaiva, and then you try to be mad with Shem Shamayim. Shmuel said, "I look like Rabbi Shmuel." The Kriya Shema is said until 3 hours into the day. The Brisa says that if you say Kriya Shema after this man, it's as if you were Makayim on Chayra. But you should say Kriya Shema 2 before and 1 after. Rav Chisda agrees to that. And in one lashon, Rav Chisda argues that. Mani said, somebody who says Kriya Shema in the right time has a bigger source than learning Chayra. Have a wonderful day.
We've had probably thousands of calls over the last 6 years. 700 fires.
As we learned, the pasuk says you must say Kriya Shema b'shach b'chol chumecha when people go to sleep and when people get up. We try to take it a step further, and they say just like when you go to sleep, you're laying down. So when we say Kriya Shema shel arves, you have to be in the laying position. When we say Kriya Shema shel shachris, you have to be standing up. Otherwise, the pasuk would say ba'poiker uva. We still say, wait a minute. The pasuk says uva lech chavader. You must say Kriya Shema even when you're walking on the way. Walking is not laying down. It's not even standing. Therefore, say Basila, you can say Kriya Shema when you're sitting, standing, laying, and even while you're working. Both Basila and Mishami agree that from the words of Shachar Chakumecha, we can learn a big chiddush. That somebody that's Isaac mitzvah, he's preoccupied doing another mitzvah, he's punted from saying Kriya Shema. Uvelech teaches us that not only a person that's actually doing a physical mitzvah, but even somebody like a chassan who's harder in his machshava, his mind is preoccupied, he's also punted from Kriya Shema since he's about to marry a psula. If he's marrying an almana, he's not occupied and therefore he's chayiv. You need a combination of you need to be preoccupied and it has to be with a mitzvah. So therefore, if somebody's about to lose his ship that's sinking, that's not enough to give him a tour from saying Kriya Shema because it's not a mitzvah. An Avel who's preoccupied, he just lost a loved one, and he's very bitzar. He's also chayiv in all mitzvahs besides tefillin because tefillin say peher, and since he has afer on his head and he's in bitzar, he's potter. Even though Beis Hillel used Uvelech Chabaderach to teach us this concept that Isaac mitzvah in potter, nevertheless they learned that physical words Uvelech Chabaderach that it's talking about the person that's walking and not laying down. The Gemara tells a story. Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah were together. Rabbi Shmuel was laying down, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah was standing. When the time came to say Kriya Shema, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah decided to lay down like Bishamai. And Rabbi Shmuel, who was laying down, jumped up to say Kriya Shema. So Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah told him, "You remind me of a mashal. Somebody had a beautiful beard, and they told him, look, your beard is beautiful." So he said, "Okay, let me cut it off." I was standing up and I laid down, and because I lay down, that's why you stood up. I give you a compliment, and you're doing the opposite of what I'm doing. So he said, no, I'm worried that people will see us, and they'll say that Allah is like Bishamai. What's the difference? Because we still say you could also lay down. But since you were standing, and then you lay down, so it looks as if you pass like Bishamai. So what is the halacha if you do like Bishamai? According to Rabbi Cheskel, it's okay, you're Yaitza. But according to Rabbi Yosef, you're not Yaitza at all. Similarly, we have that if somebody does a sukkah like Beis Hillel, most of his body's inside the sukkah, but his table's inside the house. According to Beis Hillel, it's fine. Bisham say if you do like Beis Hillel, you're not Yaitza at all. So if you reverse that, you say if you do like Beis Shammai, Beis Hillel will hold you didn't do anything. And according to Rabbi Yitzchak, not only did you not do anything, but you chayiv misa. You see the Mishnah, or Tarfin says, I once put myself in danger in order to be Yaitza like Bishamai. And Chacham told him, if something would have happened to you, you would have deserved it. The Mishnah tells us, based on the pasuk, Sheva Bayoim Hilal, you should say 7 brachas, 7 birkas Kriya Shema. How do you break it down? The Mishnah says, in the morning you say 2 brachas before Kriya Shema and 1 after. In the evening you say 2 before and 2 after. In the evening, the Emunah, Emes Emunah is a very long bracha, and Ashkivenu, compared to Emes Emunah, is considered short. Anytime Chachamim were misaken a long bracha or a short bracha, that finishes with Baruch Atah Hashem, or doesn't finish, and you add or take off, you're not doing the correct thing. One of the brachas that we say in the morning, Yoitzer Oyer Boyer Chaysha, we don't use the word Noiga, because we want to say Chaysha, which is darkness, which is Laila. We want to mention the night during the bracha of the day. Just like we mentioned the daytime during the bracha of the night, where we say Galil Ar Mibnei Chaysha, Chaysha Meyar. According to Shmuel, what's the second bracha? Ahava Rabba, like Nusach Ashkenaz. According to Chachamim, it's Havas Olam, like Nusach Sfard. Because it says, therefore, one should say Ahava Rabba in the morning and Havas Olam at night. Like Nusach Ashkenaz, I guess places were Chachmei Tzarfas Ashkenaz. Shmuel says halacha that if somebody gets up early to learn, he should say Birkus HaTorah. And if he said Kriya Shema, with Birkus Kriya Shema, so Ahava Rabba hatters him from saying Birkus HaTorah. When do you say Birkus HaTorah? Machlokes. Rav says you only say Birkus HaTorah and Torah should be sat if you learn Chumash, but not even a medrash that tells you the halachas that come out of the Chumash. Rav says even medrash. Rav says you say Birkus HaTorah even for Mishnah, and Rav says you say Birkus HaTorah even for Gemara. And Rashi says because that's the Iker Torah. This is great for Daf Yomi people. Gemara is the main part of Torah. Because from that, halach comes out, and it's the logic behind the Mishnah, and it explains away the contradictions in the Mishnah, and sometimes to add and take off words of a Mishnah. Shmuel says, what bracha do you make on Birkus Torah? Lazik b'dibur Torah. Rabbi Yochanan adds, higher and you finish off with a bracha. And Rav Nuna says, you say Asher Baruch Rabbanu Mikol Ha'amim. which he says is considered the most important bracha out of the three. Why? Because it gives a praise to Baruch Hu and a praise to Klal Yisrael and Torah. And therefore, since these are all important brachas, we say all three. After the Kohanim brought the cardinal Talmud in the morning and they salted the Ivarim, the Sgan Kohanim would pronounce, make one bracha. What is that one bracha? According to Shmuel, it's a Rabbi, and according to Rosh Lakish, it's Yotzer Ar. And then they would say Aser Sadibros, and they would say Shema V'Yishma and V'Yomer, and then they would give three brachas to Klal Yisrael. They would say Emes V'Yatziv, and they would say the bracha B'Avodah, which is similar to Ritzei, just ends up Shlois Chanavoid or another bracha, and then they would say Birkus Yohanan. Rav Zrika proved that you say Yotzer Ar and not have a Rabbi, because Rosh Lakish says from here you see that brachas are not makim. In other words, if there's two brachas together and you say one out of the two, you guys are not one. Similar, let's say for tefillin, you say just a bracha on Shal Yad and on Shal Rosh, you only have one pair, or you can't put on the other one, you're Yotzer. How does he prove it? From the fact that they said one bracha, and if that one bracha, for instance, was Yotzer Ar, then it's a great proof. Why? Because why did they say have a rabbi? Have a rabbi you can say all night long. There's no zman for it. But if they said have a rabbi, then there's no proof, because perhaps they said it when it was Torah. The Yotzer is only when they like it, and maybe they said it later on. The Gemara is Doichen. The Gemara says perhaps they said both brachas. We meant to say that it's not mahakim, that the seder is not mahakim. You say one before the other. It doesn't matter in what order. It's wonderful
see my son do that. I also don't think I would cut my son off if he did that. So, if you are worried about his well-being, why are you not talking to him? He's still your son. Listen, I know he's my fucking son. I'm not cutting him off forever. I just haven't talked to him. But this is the worst moment of his life. He needs you now more than ever.
Bracha is definitely big. Although the Beis Hamikdash, they would say Aser Sadibros, for Chomel Misakin, that outside of the Beis Hamikdash, we shouldn't say Aser Sadibros, because the meaning would say that's the only part of the Torah that we have. Kriya Shema and Aser Sadibros. Today, Aser Sadibros is so important that one should say it in private, but not in public. There were 24 Mishmaros and Behanim. Every week, a different Mishmar would take over the Beis Hamikdash. When the incoming Mishmar came into the Beis Hamikdash, the outgoing Mishmar would say another bracha. He would say, "Misha Shikin Shmoy Bebayis Hazeh, V'Yashkin B'Neichem Ahava V'Achva V'Sholem B'Reis." We want to go through a series of questions regarding brachas. If a person starts in Ma'ariv, he starts off thinking that he's saying Shachris. He says Yotzer Ar, but he finishes off Hamarav Aravim. And the same thing in Shachris. He thinks he's saying Hamarav Aravim, and he finishes off Yotzer Ar. In both cases, he's Yotzer because he finished off correctly. The reverse, if he started off correctly but finished off incorrectly, in Shachris he started off Yotzer Ar, but he finished Hamarav Aravim, and in Ma'ariv he started off Hamarav Aravim and finished Yotzer Ar, he's not Yotzer. If a person is holding in his hand a cup, and he thinks that it's beer, but in fact it's wine. So he starts saying Shahaba, and he finishes off the Gafen, he's Yotzer. What about Bracha Achroina? Person thinks that he ate bread, but in fact he ate dates. And he finishes off correctly. He started off Birkas Hamazon, but he finished off Mein Shalish with Bracha Achroina. He's Yotzer because even the Birkas Hamazon that he started off with would work for dates, because dates can satiate him. But what happens, and this the Gemara remains in his topic, if he thought that he's holding wine, but in fact it was beer. So he started saying Hagafen, but he finished off Shahakal. The question is, do we go by the main part of the bracha or the latter part of the bracha? And therefore he'd be Yotzer. If a person thought that he ate dates, so he started saying a bracha achroina, and then he realized that he ate bread, and he finishes off with Birkas Hamazon, the Gemara remains in his topic. Now the Gemara says you can't prove anything from the halachas that we said by Kriya Shema, because according to Rav, since when it comes to Birkas Kriya Shema, you finish off with a bracha, Baruch Atah Hashem Hamarav Aravim, that's enough, that's the bracha in itself. According to Rabbi Yochanan, Baruch Atah Hashem Hamarav Aravim, or Yotzer Ar, is not considered a bracha, because you have to say Baruch Atah Hashem, like Peimu Melech Ha'ilam, in order for it to be considered a bracha. Nevertheless, you can't prove anything from Birkas Kriya Shema, because Birkas Kriya Shema, when a person starts the bracha, he intends to mention the day and the night in the same bracha. So every bracha really is a bracha for the day and for the night, and therefore he's Yotzer. A person does not say the Yatziv in the morning and the Emun at night, he's not Yotzer the mitzvah of Kriya Shema Kitikuna. Because it says in the Pasuk, L'Hagid Ba'Goy Chazdecha, the Munascha B'Leilos, you have to give Shvach HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the morning and the evening. when you say Shemona Esrei, the first two brachas, and by the last bracha, you bend your knees by Baruch, and by Atah, you bend your spine and your head down. All your vertebrae have to bend, and then by the word Hashem, you must start coming up. It's important to remember that by Baruch also, when you say Baruch Hu Es, Hashem, you start coming up. Rav Sheshes would bend his knees and bow down quickly, but when he said the word Hashem, he would be like a snake. He'd pick up a step very slowly to show that it's not a burden on him to do the Kriya. We know we say Hamelech HaKadosh and Hamelech HaMishpat. What if one forgets and says Hakel HaKadosh or Melech Vayivzak HaMishpat? So according to Rabbi, and that's the halacha, he's not Yotzah, and according to Rabbi Lazar, he's Yotzah. If a person has the ability to daven for his friend and he doesn't daven for his friend, he's considered a sinner. And if he has the ability to daven for Talmid Chacham, he must do so until he feels sick, literally sick. He has to fast and daven until he becomes sick. If a person is over an Aveira and he's embarrassed by the Aveira, an amazing chiddush. Not only are they moichel him on that Aveira, but they're moichel him on all his Aveiras. And how we know this? We know this from Shol. Shol brought down Shmuel from Shemayim to the Oiv. And Shmuel says, why did you bring me down? So he says, I tried this, I tried that. But he never mentions I tried the Urim Tumah because he's embarrassed by the Aveira that committed, that he killed the Oiv with the Urim Tumah. So I don't even know that Shol was forgiven because Shmuel tells him, tomorrow you'll go to battle, and if you go to battle, you'll be killed, you and your children, but you'll be with me. Says the Gemara, with me means my mechitza. In other words, Shol was zoicha to be in Gan Eden with Shmuel Hanavi, which is a tremendous matter. Or because the Gemayim, they said they'll forgive Shol if Shol gives them 7 of his sons that they can kill. Obviously, they hated Shol, and the pasuk ends off saying that Shol was a Bechir Hashem. Says the Gemara that it wasn't the Gemayim that said it was Hashem that announced it from Shemayim. Bechir Hashem, in other words, he forgave Shol. The Gemara tells us that they wanted to institute that we should say Parshas Balak in Kriya Shema, because Parshas Balak has the pasuk Parash Shachar Karyei Uchelavi. It's a beautiful pasuk, and it also includes the lashon of B'Shach B'Chol Kumecha. The reason why they didn't institute it because particularly Tzibura is very long. And to say one pasuk, you also can't say because you can only say a full parsha from a pei to a pei or to a samach. Why do we say parsha of tzitzis? Because it includes these amazing concepts. It includes the concept of all mitzvahs. Uschardim kol mitzvahs. It includes the parsha of tzitzis, Vasalim tzitzis. The Yitzias Mitzrayim, Asher Yitzias Mitzrayim. The words after Levavchem comes to tell us that you shouldn't think about minos. After Einechem comes to say that you shouldn't think in Averis. Atem Zoynim comes to tell you shouldn't think about Avodah Zarah. Says the Mishnah, this is the famous Mishnah we said in the Haggadah, even though nighttime is not a time to put on tzitzis. Nevertheless, when Lozman Azariah holds that you should say the parsha of tzitzis. Why? Because it says in the possible all the days of your life. Yimei chayecha are the days you made. All yimei chayecha, that shul means the night. So you should say parsha the night. I'm saying no. All yimei chayecha comes to include the time of Mashiach. We're also going to say the parsha of tzitzis. Have a wonderful day.
You've been in a foreign country the last 6 years. Since they last came No, it's not. It's a complete lie.
Bracha is that the Gemara tells us that once Mashiach comes, we're not going to be mentioning the Geula from Bavel, Horas, and all that, but we will be mentioning Mitzrayim, though it's slightly muted compared to how we mention it today, because the main focus is going to be on the Geula from Gog and Magog, as the pasuk says. I'm going to give you a brand new Geula. It's going to be so large that you're going to forget about the other Geulas. And Mashal, a person bumped into a wolf, and he has a great story to tell over to his friends. He bumped into a wolf, and you're safe. Later on, he bumps into a lion, so he forgets about his first story and tells him the second story about the lion. And after that, he bumps into a snake, forgets about the other 2 stories, and all he tells people is how he was saved from a snake, defeated a snake. Klal Yisrael is going to be so busy with the Geula of Gog and Magog, they're going to forget about all the other Geulas that they had. We know that Baruch will change Yaakov Avinu's name to Yisrael. It's a mutter to call him Yaakov. You see, we do that every day. The answer is because Baruch himself called Yaakov Avinu Yaakov after he changed his name. So there's no issue. However, when it comes to Avram Avinu, he Torah tells us, do not call him Avram. Therefore, his name was Avram, which means the father of his nation. Avram means the father of all nations. This is the right, so Allah ben Asay to change his name and call him Avram. What about her name was Sarai, princess of her nation. Sarai,
there she is. What up, girl?
But he didn't tell.
What's new? Okay, so are you able to find anybody? On Big O? All right, just one moment. All right, Big O. Oh, I don't even have it downloaded anymore. Let me download it.
Did you send this to neutralize the story? For us to focus on another angle? To see the other side? She is a crazy person. An absolute crazy person. I don't know. If I burned down the Palisades, and now it was fire season, and I had, what have we got, 45,000 homeless people in the city? I'd be waking up every day sweating. That these crazy people were going to burn down another section of the city. But no, she sends out nonsense garbage press releases. She sends it to me. Like I'm going to sit here and nod along like all the other bobbleheads in the media in this town. I'm a Karen Bass who's actually very proactive. They all have their heads up their rear ends. I think she's up hers, huh? She's coming in to do your job with you. How long is it? Yes, Karen Bass, you are invited to come here and give us your comprehensive plan.
All right.
With an exact timeline on when all mental patients are out of there. And the timeline should be very, very short. Here, you can spend
All right. So
co-host of the show, and we can go through the entire Sepulveda Basin. We'll do the show from the Sepulveda Basin. Walk around. Maybe one of us will fall
okay, so go to parties.
live on the radio.
And then find someone who you like. I don't know who you like. And then go in their room and talk with them. You're welcome.
People affected by the continuous rebuild. The Labor Department employers had just 2,000 jobs last month, which is a lot less. We will have
Seller's Advantage makes it easy. There's no real estate commissions, no real estate agents, no open house. Seller. No surprise. Advantage was a lot easier. Worried about getting more. It was much higher than the competitors.
brought to you by Lumber Liquidators. Brought to you with Toyota Dealer Shopping Center. Find the Toyota IPC truck. Stall on the 10 Pomona. All the Timmy's right in town after the install and realize they did get that one clear. Heads up on the 57 North of Via Verde. Got some tires. The lanes in Diamond Bar, 60 eastbound after Diamond Bar Boulevard. Try to get a right clear from the two right lanes. It is going to be a call on that 60 eastbound. I would say at least from Fullerton Road. With some of California's most accurate traffic report, I'm Jenny Garman. America's #1 app for radio is iHeart. Live radio. Choose to DJs, breaking news, live play-by-play, plus the station you're listening to right now. Anytime, anywhere. Join the millions who already have it. Open the free iHeart Radio app today. The number one for radio.
Getting lost in a city you always wanted to visit.
What up, man? Pardon? Seems like sure, restaurant.
Merci. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
On July 24th, 2016, 23-year-old Candy Sawyer vanished from her small Oregon town. But the story of who killed her and how takes wild twists and turns. A second woman kidnapped. A dramatic carjacking. A high-speed police chase and a murderer's disturbing urge to kill.
It just baffles me that somebody can just take someone's life. Most evil person you've ever met.
Urge to Kill, a new podcast from KGW News and Vault Studios.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. You ever wondered if your pet is lying to you?
Why is my cat not here? I go even she's eating my lunch.
Or hypnotism? No, we'll use this suggestion in order to enhance your cognitive control. What's inside the black hole?
Black holes will be a consequence of the way that we understand the universe.
We haven't asked this thing or thinking of iHeart's original podcast, Science Stuff. Join me, or HM, as we tackle questions we've always wanted to know the answer to. Animals, space, our brains, and our bodies. Tell permission to be science. Listen to Science Stuff. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
We all love a good jailbreak. The elaborate schemes, the close calls, the moment when it all goes wrong.
Oh my god, the twists and turns.
And when things finally click into place.
Thank God we live to tell the tale.
I'm Arturo Castro, and I've been lucky enough to do stuff like Broad City and Narcos and Roadhouse and so many commercials about that thing. And now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, I don't feel the space is crowded enough. Get ready for Greatest Escapes, a new comedy podcast about the wildest escape stories in history.
Very few people know this story.
Each week I'll be sitting down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers and comedians. People like Ed Helms.
I climbed up and it was just like,
Diane Guerrero.
And she goes, you're on your own, you have to run.
And Joseph Gordon-Levitt. I love storytelling and I love you, so I can't wait. Together, we're going to puzzle our way through the most buck-wild true escape stories of all time. Like, what should you do? Maybe write a musical?
I would hide under the desk.
I'll tie a rope around the fish's neck and use it to like water ski across the boat.
So we'd love for you to come hang with us for some of the greatest escapes in history.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Your free iHeart app. KFI AM 640, or stay
We're stimulating talk radio on John Cobell Show. And coming up after 2 o'clock, well, yes, we have another fire story. The federal government, federal prosecutors are suing Southern California and Edison for the Altadena fire, also known as the Eaton fire. Bill assailing the U.S. attorney, had him on many times, says there's no reason to wait for the results of the investigations. There's no other apparent cause for the fire. Edison's own statements indicate that. We'll talk about that because the real danger to California in terms of wildfires is not climate change. So that's about it's the energy companies, it's the power companies, the locals. They have shoveled so much money at it, you can't see straight. So he lets them get away literally with murder. They're allowed to murder Californians, and they're allowed to burn down their towns and burn all the forests and everything. They're allowed to burn whatever they want and kill whoever they want. SoCal Edison is taking it. Newsom gets a carte blanche. Get going. If you are waiting on mail and you live in Torrance, the mail that's missing will never arrive. The U.S. Postal Service has temporarily closed the post office in that town, and they have destroyed thousands of pieces of mail and packages. They did tests, and they found that the entire facility had been contaminated with asbestos. So the Postal Service in Torrance was mailing you asbestos every day. They have now moved mail services to other places like Hawthorne and Secunda. Apparently mail from those two places will not get it. The hazmat team responded to the facility the day before. This first started on July 26th. Video showed dozens of postal workers standing in the parking lot, and they did tests for 3 weeks. And there was some areas of the building tested positive for asbestos contamination. 4,000 pieces of mail were detected. I don't know how long the post office is going to remain closed. And there's no explanation as to how long the asbestos may have been mailed to you. Or if you received a letter from somebody in Torrance, I guess you could have received mail coated with asbestos in your home, no matter where you are. It's like the only thing that's been wrong in Torrance, boy, I thought our post office was bad, and it is. Last month, a former Postal Service letter carrier in Torrance pleaded guilty to stealing credit cards and checks from the mail and used them to live a lavish lifestyle that she flaunted on Instagram. There you go. There's your postal workers. That system should be destroyed. I have no idea why. I mean, we've got plenty of private carriers now, FedEx, Amazon, and UPS. There's no purpose to the Postal Service. Now they send you mail coated with asbestos. And if it doesn't arrive, it's because one of the postal workers stole your credit cards. All right, when we come back, SoCal Edison is being sued by the federal government for starting the Altadena fire. Yeah, they're neck and neck with Garrett Bass over whose fire was worse. This one killed 19, destroyed 9,000 homes. And we got Michael Crozier from Evermore live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County, more stimulating talk.
Retail just can't get going. I'm Michael Crozier live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Victims of the heat fires burned out to Venus, and they're dealing with continuous delays and confusion as they try to rebuild. Los Angeles County says it's moving as fast as it can and some 70+ permit applications. Fox Metal says some residents complain they're being required to do soil testing here. The county says it's not asking for that. Some also say they're being required to rebuild building codes, but the county says as long as the plans are as proposed, there are no requirements. County spokesperson so they encourage him themselves from so that he knows to talk to and make sure. New photos appear to show the moment the fire started.
A ball of fire can be seen beneath an electrical transmission tower in the hills of Pasadena, next to Altadena. The transmission tower is owned by Southern California Edison, which was sued by the U.S. Department of Justice on Thursday. The lawsuit claims SCE's equipment started the Eaton fire, which killed 19 people, and the 2022 Fairview fire near Philly, which killed 2 people. The lawsuit accuses SCE of negligence and is seeking tens of millions of dollars in damages.
Emergency ransacked 3 businesses at a strip mall in Glendale, including Dinah's Chicken. Pearson, who's the owner, says it's not the first time it's happened in the mega decades that she's been open.
My office was torn up. They sort of ran through the place in 4 or 5 minutes.
Mercury broke the glass doors on Dinah's Mexican restaurant and bakery early this morning. All 3 businesses were open today. A sluggish jobs report could indicate the health of the economy and whether the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates later this month. BC's Karen Travers has reaction from the Trump administration.
The White House is brushing off the August jobs report, which showed employers are dramatically slowing down their hiring. Only 22,000 jobs were added last month. Director of the National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett.
All the indicators that we're seeing are that inflation is low and economic growth is solid. Income growth is solid as well.
Unemployment rate went up to 4.3%. And President Trump signed an executive order changing the Department of Defense to the Department of War.
Talking about this Department of War, so we won the first World War, we won the Second World War, we won everything before that and in between, and then we decided to change the Department of Defense. So we're going to Department of War.
So Trump's Republicans, of course, Congress have proposed legislation to make the change official without a change in law. Trump says he plans to authorize the
Tell us. So therefore, if we call her Sarai, we're not over in Israel. Now we finish the first parak of Shas. We should be Zoicha to finish all the program of Shas together. Says the Mishnah. If a Sefer was fixing a Sefer Torah, and the way you fix a Sefer Torah, you say the words to yourself, and you fix. Now, if he had no intent to say the words, then he's not Yaitse Kriya Shema if the time of Kriya Shema came. But if he had intent to read it, he knew he was reading it, then it's Yaitse. Unless you hold, like the Mandona that says, Mitzvah Shrichas Tavana, and then you would have to have Tavana to be Yaitse, the mitzvah of Kriya Shema. The Gemara is going to be discussing the Mishnah, that is, different cases of somebody stopping in middle Shema to say hello to his friend or to answer. Everybody agrees that the guy's not his friend, the guy is a bad guy, that can kill him. Then obviously you're allowed to say hello to him and answer him smack in the middle of Kriya. If it's out of honor, chavod, so if it's between prakim, and we'll see what that means, then you're allowed to, according to Rabbi, and according to Rabbi Yehuda, not only that, you're allowed to answer somebody, anybody, even if there's no honor in that. In the middle of the parak, the middle, between sukkim, in the middle of a parak, according to Rabbi, you're not allowed to answer, and according to Rabbi Yehuda, you're allowed to answer. What is Bein HaPrakim? Bein HaPrakim means between the 2 brachas of Kriya Shema before Kriya Shema, between the second bracha of Kriya Shema and the pasuk of Shema, between the parsha of Shema and Shemaya, between the parsha of Shemaya and Vayomer, between Vayomer and the Yatzim. According to Rabbi Yehuda, you don't stop between Vayomer and the Yatzim. Why is the parsha of Shema first? It's not in the right order. The first parsha is Vayomer. The answer is because first we want to do Ol Nafesh Shemayim, and that's in the parsha of Shema. So then why is V'hoyim Shemaya second? Vayomer should be second. The answer is because V'hoyim Shemaya is talking about Torah, and Torah is day and night, whereas the parsha of Vayomer Tzitzis is only during the day. Rabbi holds that Kriya Shema must be said only in Lashon HaKodesh because it says V'hoyu as is. Although we already know that you can't say Kriya Torah in any language, it has to be in Lashon HaKodesh, but there's a Havamina that Rabbi would darshan like Chachamim. Chachamim say the word Shema. Shema is a lashon of hearing. Any language that you hear it in, Chachamim hold you can say Kriya Shema in English. Rabbi says no, Kriya Shema has to be said in Lashon Kodesh. So what does Rabbi do with the word Shema? He says the halacha is that you must hear the words coming out of your mouth. And Chachamim hold you yaitz even if you don't hear the words coming out of your mouth. And Rabbanan take the word V'hoyu and they learn that if you mix up the words Shemoya im instead of im Shemoya, you're not yaitz. It has to be in order. The Rabbi learns that from the Hay of Hadavar. We have a 3-way machlokes. Where do you have to have kavanah, the proper intent, in order to be yaitz? If you don't have that proper intent, you're not yaitz. According to Rabbi, it's just the first pasuk. And therefore, and Rabbi holds that's the halacha, and that's how we pass it. So if a person just had kavan the first pasuk, and he had some itis, and he didn't say the rest of Krishma, he's yotzei halacha. According to Rabbi Eliezer, you must say the first 3 psukim of Shema, the kavana, as it says, ba'ela. And therefore, they hold that you have to stand. In other words, if you're walking like
you're so over.
One of my colleagues turned to me and said, "Oh, my sister."
David Brown, the host of Business Wars. We crash wherever you're listening right now. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Mira, nuestro amigo Nicolás. Y tú has venido aquí haciendo stream sniping. Eres un personaje de
Rabbi,
cuidado.
calm down.
Vale, que me voy a ir a pillarla. Hermano.
Alright, that might be him. Might not be. Nobody knows why you spam on my channel. Why not, baby?
like Pistillo.
This guy's talking jibber jabber. No one knows what fucking blah 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 blah. Well, your choice. You're waking.
So just to let you know, if you agree to come in, you're not going to get what you get from all the unit reporters here in Los Angeles. I mean, if it was up to me, that would be the required first question every time any reporter went up to the mayor. Why'd you spend? They're spending $6 million of our tax money on 15 lawyers so she doesn't have to testify about the missing $2 million. And nobody bugs her about that. What a bizarre media culture. Absolutely bizarre. Here's what else that's bizarre. And the media in California is atrocious. I've never seen this. And I grew up on the East Coast. They never had media like this. The media was a pit bulls. And they just kept chasing you, chewing on you, and forcing you into a corner until you surrender. And that's what the media here are to do. Because when you don't do that, what do you get? Well, you get the Altadena fire. And you get 19 people burned to death, 9,000 homes burned to the ground. This was the other fire on January 7th.
Palisades gets a lot of attention. This was started by SoCal Edison. Now, SoCal Edison and PG&E in Northern California, they have started numerous fires. You can't count all the fires that they have set up just in the last 10, 15 years. Millions of acres have burned. Thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of homes. Billions and tens of billions of dollars. Hundreds of billions of dollars total in damage. Because PG&E and SoCal Edison spends almost nothing on maintenance, as you'll see in this Altadena fire story. And they get away with it. And when they have to make court payouts, Gavin Newsom is their best buddy. They have him bent over, and they get him to tax us. They take our tax money, and then they reroute it to PG&E and SoCal Edison to cover all the lawsuits. Now, follow this. PG&E and SoCal Edison burn our homes down. We sue. Gavin Newsom cuts a deal so that the tax money that Newsom takes from us is used as the settlement money to pay us back for PG&E and SoCal Edison. You follow that? It's big money laundering. So SoCal Edison never suffered. The executives never suffered. Executives never have to go to prison. They should get murder and arson charges. All the executives. PG&E and SoCal Edison.
Look at this one.
It's incredible how many people they killed. It's incredible how many homes they burned down. All because they never wanted to spend money on maintenance. I'll give you this example. First of all, the reason this is big news is U.S. Attorney Bill Assembly, one of the few sane people in government, has filed a
Krishma, while you're walking, the first three psukim you must stand still in order to have proper kavanah. Rabbi Akiva holds that the entire first parasha you must have kavanah because it says Alav Avecha, and therefore you hold that you have to stand still and say the whole first parasha so you have kavanah. The pasuk says Alav Avecha v'dibar davar, that until that point you have to read it and have kavanah, but from that point on you could just read it without kavanah, and you're yotze. You should have kavanah, but if you don't, you're yotze. What about the fact that in the second parasha it says Alavavchem l'daber bam? Seemingly you have to have kavanah. So you want to know that comes to tell us the halacha that your tefillin sheyad should be opposite your heart. Rabbi Yosha holds that up until that point, Alavavchem, you have to have kriya of kavanah, but past that point you have to have kavanah. And the words l'daber bam come to teach us that we're talking about Torah, and the pasuk is telling us. You must teach your children Torah so that your children can talk in learning. Says the Gemara in the pasuk of Shema, when you say echad, if you lengthen the dalet, it's very hard to do it as Ashkenazi. It's easy to do it if you're money. Then HaKadosh Baruch will give you arichas yamim. Rashi says as long as you don't say the ches really quickly, ches has a comment. Echad, if you say it quickly, it might sound like a shema. You shouldn't do that. Rabbi saw Rabbi Yirmiyah saying the word echad very, very long. So he said, listen, the only key you have is to think in your head that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is one in Shemayim in the Aretz and in the four Ruchos. There's no need to be Ma'irach. Rabbi would teach his Talmidim Torah from morning to evening. He had no time to say Krishma, and he was actually part of a preacher. So what he would do is he would put his hand on his eyes and he'd just say one pasuk, the first pasuk of Shema Yisrael. And the machlok is whether or not later on Rebbe would repeat the entire Krishma. We know one thing. We know that Rebbe would say over this Talmidim every single day and talk about Yitzis Mitzrayim. Either because he wanted to be Yitzis Mitzrayim, or he wanted to be master Yitzis Mitzrayim in the proper time. Have a wonderful day.
Inspired. They had a 100-year-old wine. Well, losses from this
Bracha is Daf Yudalid. If you know somebody else that might be interested in a Daf Yomi share that's entertaining, fun, ishmak, with a lot of visual aids. Search for our shir online on YouTube under Ramat Shemesh Daf Yomi or Eli Stefanski, and come see for yourself why, since the beginning of Brachas, over 1,000 views per shir. We learned in the Mishnah that there are certain situations where you're allowed to ask or tell somebody hi, say shalom to somebody, and answer them. It says the Gemara, if you could do that in Kriya Shema, then certainly you could do that in the middle of Hallel, which Hallel is only the Rabbanan, and Kriya Shema is the right. So although Hallel is a Persuma Nisa, nevertheless, you can compare it to Kriya Shema. Now, the Gemara qualifies that. If you're saying a Hallel Shalom, meaning on Yom Tov where you have to say a full Hallel, or on Hanukkah, then you can only say hello to somebody Bein HaPrakim, between paragraphs, and not in the middle of the paragraph. However, if you're saying a half a Hallel, like in Rosh Chodesh, Chol Moed, then you could say hello to somebody, you can answer them in the middle of the paragraph. The fact that Rav Hina didn't answer to Rav Bar Shava was because he didn't think he was chashuv enough for him. It wasn't an issue of kavod here. In fact, they pass him that in our day, since people understand that you're not going to answer them, you're middle of Hallel, you're middle of Kriya Shema, so we don't have this concept of shoyl u'meishev mipnei hakavod. Two halachas in regard to tasting food. If you're tasting a food that's less than a revius, and it's on a tinus, and we're showing them what tinus we're talking about, you're allowed to taste it on a fast day. Since you accepted the fast, that you won't be eating, you didn't accept the fast, that you won't be benefiting and having enough. And also, if you taste food, you don't have to make a bracha. It's also to get up and go to your friend's house to say hello to him before you daven. That would be a bia and a kosh baruch. If you bump into your friend, or you're having to go to your friend for something else, then it's okay to say hello to him. It's also last is you're not allowed to take care of business or your personal things before davening. Now, I venture to say, and this applies to me as well, it's probably also to look at your emails and the WhatsApps, etc., before davening. The Gemara says an amazing thing, though, that if one has become a Hakadosh Baruch Hu, he says, you know what, I'll take care of my business after davening. Hakadosh Baruch Hu isolates Racha. Hakadosh Baruch Hu takes care of his business. The Gemara says that if somebody sleeps for 7 days without having a dream, he's a rat. He's considered wicked. From the same passage we learned that if somebody satiates himself with Torah, he's so full of Torah that they won't tell him any of the surahs during that day. We had a machlekes in the Mishnah. What's considered Bein HaPrakim? There's machlekes between the end of Shema, Emes, and V'yatzev. Is that considered between the prakim? Rabbi says that's not. You're not allowed to stop there and say hello. Why? Because he brings the pasuk Hashem Elokim Emes, so it's one continuation. We have machlekes. Once a person says at the end of Shema Hashem Elokim Emes, does he have to repeat the word Emes again? According to Rabbi Yochanan, you must repeat it again. According to Rabbi, you don't repeat. The Gemara brings a very interesting lashon. Rabbi heard one of his talmidim say Hashem Elokim Emes, Emes V'yatzev. So he said, "Called Emes V'emes Tafsi Lahai." This guy is grabbing onto every emes, doing the wrong thing. Because I love it. Once you start the third parsha, that's by Myra, you must say, according to Rab, what does it mean to start? You say, that burial is the name of Marfa Aliyah. That's it. Once you get to Marfa Aliyah, you have to continue the whole parsha.
Yo, what up? How you doing, baby? What's good, son? How are you? Yo, dog, can you hear me? How's your day going? Do you speak English? It's okay if you don't. Yo, Sackbridge. How you living, dog? How are you? Sackbridge, how'd you find out about me, son? Sackbridge, hello. How's your fantasy football team going? Who's your favorite Supreme? Let's find out all about you, big dog. What's good, son? Do you speak English? If you don't, I can translate. Just let me know. Yo, dog. Yo, dog. Sackbridge. Sackbridge. Sackbridge, you slinging dick like it's going out of style, son? What's good, dog? Sackbridge, we've been waiting on you. Everybody loves you, dog. Sackbridge. Sackbridge, are you there? Sackbridge. 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 Dog. Sackbridge. Everybody's been waiting on you. Dog. Sackbridge. Sackbridge, how you living, pimp? Did you dive in today? Did you study the daf? That's okay. No one cool did. Psych. I did both because I'm sick as fuck. Yo, dog, how are you? Sackbridge. Remember that time they taught you in school? They're like, if somebody says hello to you, it's polite for you to say hello back. Is your microphone not working? That's cool. If it's not, blink twice if you need help. Are you slanging dick like it's going out of style? What's good in the hood? Are you damn well near perfect? Dog, what's good? Sackbridge, I like how you're like this in your picture. It's sick. Sackbridge, did you know that I had an Israeli woman in here today and I thought she was a man? And I asked her if she had davened and she didn't know what I was talking about. And then I asked her where her tefillin was. And then she said, well, in Israel, we say tefillin. And I was like, well, that's cool, woman. Everywhere else, they say tefillin. And I was like, where's your tefillin? And she's like, what tefillin? And I was like, the tefillin they gave you on your bar mitzvah. And she's like, I'm a woman. See, if you didn't know, we don't give tefillin to chicks. Anyway, I didn't know. She had a deep voice, but not so deep that I thought this woman was a boy and I was going to throw her out because I didn't think she was 18. But then it turned out that she was a 23-year-old woman. Anyway, Sackbridge, what's good with you? I like your picture. You're like, hey, everybody, my name's Sackbridge. I found out about Rabbi from Twitch. Did you find out about me from Twitch, dog? Sackbridge, I'd love to tell you all about myself, but I'm not going to do my spiel unless you tell me that you're like there. Sackbridge, are you there? I'll send you a message. I'll say hi. I'm sending you a message, Sackbridge. Hi. I just sent you a message. Oh, dude, you're real. How are you? How are you? You can speak. Okay. I hear you. Oh, okay. Well, here we go, Sackbridge. Well, let me ask. Did you find out about me from... How did you find out about me? How did you find out about me? Oh, you found out about me from Kick. Okay, very cool. Do you not speak on a mic? Do you not speak? Nah. Okay, I totally get it. Let me tell you all about myself. Firstly, apologies for any spam that you may have gotten. Are you a streamer? I take it you're a lurker. Is that correct? You lurk? Like you're just a viewer? And that's cool if you are. Very cool. Okay, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I am someone who thinks that data is very important, and I'm not the only one. The Economist magazine stated that data, specifically human data, was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. Data overtook petroleum in 2018 as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more human data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, my friend, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all very wealthy. I'm going to make sure that you become independently wealthy if you're not already. I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? When will that happen? Sooner rather than later, perhaps by the end of this year. I have over 20 simultaneous YouTube accounts going right now, and I've got a whole bunch of robots, some of which you've encountered. And the more and more people find out about me, the larger and larger my reach grows, and the more people who think what I'm doing is really cool. This is like a time capsule of human society. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I am someone who talks about ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to be able to help the less fortunate. I am someone who is an advocate for the LifeStar program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How much do I make in a day? It varies. It's not a whole lot of money. How do I make money? I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. Made some income from that. Additionally, I've had major contracts with Fortune 100 companies, six-figure contracts, more than $30. It's enough. It's enough for me to be able to live my life. I talk about other things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, alien disclosure, space elevators, things like space tourism, terraforming other planets. I talk about things like quantum computing. I talk about things like cryptocurrency. I talk about artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. To be honest, it's good. I would like to lay like you and get money. Yeah, dog, it's the dream. Absolutely. Everybody just wants to be able to sit and do nothing and make money off of it. And also, you get to meet really interesting people. I could teach you how I do everything. You'll start earning money today. Not a whole lot, but you'd make at least a few cents. And I also talk about things like de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years or by the year 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I think this is mind-blowing. I think that it's really cool. And they also want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think would be really interesting as well, and I look forward to being able to document. I talk about other things that may affect you, your friends, your family. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you was about 80 years old. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology, such as peptides, oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, testosterone replacement therapy, things like cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, things like perhaps cryogenics, things like, if you want, nootropics. But eventually you're going to be 120 years old or so if you want. And you're going to say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. It's been really wonderful. But my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is, if you want, this is with your consent. You can utilize something known as mind uploading technology, where, again, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. Is an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you is that you may have a future, a digital immortality. How can you make money like me? Well, it's really multi-streaming. And so you need internet, which you already have, and you need like a computer or a phone or something. and then you need to create accounts. And so you'd create a YouTube account, a Twitch account, a Kick account, a Twitter account, an Instagram account, a Rumble account, all of those. And then you link them together. And then when you go live on one platform, you go live on all of them. And it allows you to, instead of communicating on just one platform, you communicate on up to like 33 different platforms. And people give you donations, and people, like some of them, like Rumble, just pay you to stream. And then eventually you get big enough, and like one like Kick, a streaming partner like Kick, if you become a Kick partner, you make like up to like $16 an hour. So that's enough for you to basically live on. I have friends of mine from Kick who they've bought cars, multiple cars with what they made on Kick, um, and they're able to buy new computers and things. So it's it's basically an uphill climb. But if you're interested, I can teach you everything that I know on how to do it. Why am I not on Kick? It's an excellent question. Because I am the biggest spammer in the history of Kick. So I was on Kick, but I'm no longer on Kick. I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. That's more accounts than anybody's ever created on Kick. And the reason why I have so many accounts is because I spam it. And so the people at Kick aren't big fans of mine. I shouldn't say that, though. I'm friends with Eddie Craven, the owner of Kick. He and I are friends on Discord. So, not everybody there hates me. But basically, if you break their terms and conditions, they will ban you. And I originally didn't break their terms and conditions, but I wasn't getting a lot of people watching me on there. So I figured, you know what? If I just make the decision to get banned on this platform by spamming people, well, I'll just spam people night and day. I'll create robots that do that for me, and then I'll get to meet really interesting people like you. I would have never met you, most likely, if I hadn't have spammed. If you don't have a lot of viewers, if you have like 2 to 3, do you still get money on Kick? No, you don't. Not on Kick. On Rumble and some other platforms you do. And Rumble has a thing, like if you put links in your profile and you get a certain amount of people watching you, then they'll pay you extra for that. Just like basically advertising for them. But for Kick has a very straightforward process to be a Kick partner. Now things may have changed, but basically you need 75 followers, which is really easy to get. You need to be able to stream like 30 hours a week or something like that, and overall like something like 120 hours a month. And you need, this is the hard one, 100 simultaneous viewers. That's the tough one. So sometimes people buy the viewers when they're first starting out, so that they create a little bit of buzz and more people find out about what they do. You don't have to, but if you want to get known much more quickly and get to be a Kick partner, that's what you would do. And on YouTube, years ago you needed 1,000 followers, then you needed 2,000 followers and 4,000 watch hours, which is really difficult. And then I think that it's at like 10,000 followers now. But you can make money on YouTube. It's not easy, but you can do it. Rumble will start paying you right away. So there are some others as well. If you're interested, Bigo, also known as Big O, they will give you a little bit of money to start streaming on there. They give you like little points, and then you can cash those points in for cash. What else pays you to stream? Twitch does, but that's quite a tough route as well if you're just starting off. But you'll never be able to do this unless you start streaming. So the thing is, I mean, do you have a computer or just a phone? I'm sure you do. You're talking to me right now. So, and you have internet. So, yeah, PC. Okay, great. So if you have a PC, The first thing you have to do is say to yourself, am I really going to do this? Because it means that you've got to be dedicated to it. But if you do want to do it, there are ways to do it in an anonymous fashion. So, like, it seems like you want to stay anonymous, which is cool. So you can do that with voice changers, and you can wear masks. There are overlays that you can use. There are different filters you can use. You can just do an off-screen stream as well. You could stream yourself playing video games. But if you want to have the biggest impact, you're going to find all of the big streamers generally are characters, and they're real people. But there are some that use that are off screen, and they use like avatars. So you could do that. Um, and then if you want to talk, you can use voice changers. Or if you're fine with talk, like some people are fine having their voice on, but they just don't want to have their face on. That's absolutely fine too. You got to figure out what you want to do. And then you've got to say to yourself that there's a there's a future in this. The more and more we allow AI to grow, the less and less positions that there are going to be, including doctors and lawyers and all of those things. And once robotics get involved, mechanics and technicians, all of those positions are going to be taken. So influencer is one that can be done, and depending on your age, you might have 50 years that you could do this. And if you did it for 50 years, you'll be a very wealthy person at the end. It's all about drive. How much of that dog do you have in you? How much fortitude do you have? All right. Is there like a good remote job? I want to be a typist or something like audio transcriptionist. Yeah, there are those positions. So the best place to find those positions is through one of the career apps like ZipRecruiter, Indeed, Monster, Career Builder, and you take your resume and put it through AI, get it really strong, and then it's a numbers game. The more positions to which you apply, the better opportunity you have to get them. And you just have to say to yourself, I'm going to apply until I get a position. Now, there are remote jobs available for that, but you have to understand that that kind of position isn't going to be around that much longer. It doesn't have really great long-term um, opportunities, because very soon AI really does all that already. And so for someone to go out and pay someone to do it isn't that um, isn't that financially beneficial to them anymore. However, something that is, and you can do remotely, is video editing, which is similar, because a lot of times people want. What do you think of iPhone reselling? It just doesn't have um, a lot of profit. You can lose so easily by getting screwed on one iPhone. So let's say you buy 10 brand new iPhones or whatever. Okay, why do I want to buy your phone when I could just go to Best Buy or the AT&T store, buy it off of Amazon? And okay, you're like, okay, well, I don't have to buy new phones. What if I just buy people's old phones and I repair them and then I resell them? Okay, fine. But people can already get that. It's just known as a refurbished phone. And there are people out there who have certifications for that type of industry, and you can't make a lot of money on it. Meaning, you want something that you generate an hourly rate. So you want to make $20, $25, $30, $35 an hour. And with selling an iPhone, you're going to be fortunate if you make $100 on a sale on an iPhone, and you might only sell one a month, maybe two a month. I mean, with eBay, and that's really the big place where people do that. And then on top of that, if you get a negative review, it can end your store. So you want to be really but people still buy, right? Yeah, but not usually from individuals anymore. It does happen, but it's just so many people have been screwed in that industry or going that route that if somebody wants to buy a refurbished phone, they're going to buy it from a certified refurbisher on Amazon. Now, if you want to go the route where you sell iPhones to your friends, okay, that's fine. But iPhones don't just come perfectly. Used iPhones usually have an issue. They need a new battery. They have a broken screen. They have perhaps software issues. Unless you really know how to repair them well, then it's not going to be very uh, profitable for you. Okay, am I always available? If I write to you on here, do you get notifications when I write to you? Because I don't, because you don't have TTS on YouTube. Okay, so I do have TTS on YouTube, but I have to restart it every single time, and it's really a pain. And I have to do it 22 different times because I'm live right now on 22 different YouTube streams. So it's just too much of a pain for me to do it every time. Yeah, you can always send me a message in here. If you're gonna send me a message though, come into the Discord, come in just like you are right now, so I know you're gonna be typing to me. If not, it might be an hour or two between my replies to you. But yeah, if you come in here just like you are, I'll answer all your questions. But I do have TTS on YouTube, but again, it's like it's a real pain. Uh, and it doesn't always work. It doesn't always connect correctly. So just come in here. When I see you, I'll know to check my messages. There you go. Do I play video games? Absolutely. Miss Aquarius, the other person and one of the other people in here, she and I play games every night. We play a lot of mini games. Uh, I play Fortnite. I like Grand Theft Auto. I like Civilization. I like Age of Empires, Age of Kings, Age of Mythology. I like Sid Meier's Civilization. I like Madden. I like FIFA. I like college football. I like all sports games basically. Um, what else do I like? I'm really excited for the new Grand Theft Auto. It'll be out in like FIFA's amazing. It'll be out in like 6 months. Well, less than nine, between 6 and 9 months. So that's a big deal. That's gonna revolutionize things. How about you? Do you play video games or do you like to play? Hope you become a trillionaire, man. I believe in you. Well, thank you so much, my friend. Thank you for being so sweet. I'm always here for you. So more than anything, more than being a trillionaire or always live streaming or whatever, I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the world, and I want to give people hope. So if there's anything you ever need from me, I'm here for you, okay? But who do you actually give that much money? Who will I actually give that much money? Every single person who's helped me along the way. So you have to understand, when I was a kid, everybody wanted to be millionaires. Today, everybody wants to be billionaires. In the future, people will want to be trillionaires. Yesterday's millionaire is today's billionaire, is tomorrow's trillionaire. And especially with inflation. So I'll be able to help. There are 1,900 people in this server or so. I'm going to help all of those people. And then we're going to go back and watch all of my streams going back for 3.5 years. And everybody with whom I've had any interaction generally on this stream, I'm going to do my best to not just make a millionaire, not just make a billionaire, but make a trillionaire. Who will actually give me that much money? Well, you have to understand, data is Earth's number one resource. So basically, I'm sitting on a gold mine or a petroleum mine of data. So basically, all I have to do is just wear a shirt, and people pay me to. That's I get sponsored to just wear cryptocurrency shirts. So I'll be able to wear Coca-Cola and Marlboro or Zins or Walmart or whatever. People will pay me just to do plugs for them, to do ad reads. really endorsements. And I'm a different endorser than anybody else. I literally am live all the time. So no other company will just always have like a walking advertisement like they will with what I do. You remember Jushufovic from YouTube? That's you. Well, amazing, dog. Well, let's make sure to remember that person. And yeah, it was a long time. All right, well, that's cool. I do remember that name to some extent. So you should know that you're on the list, my friend. Are you sure they will give you the money? Absolutely. All I do is watch podcasters who do live ad reads for people, and they make tens of thousands or hundreds of $1,000s or even millions of dollars a year from that. Travis Kelce, whose podcast New Heights no one listens to, I've never met anybody who's ever listened to it, made $90 million just in ad reads recently. It's very easy to just sit there and be like, Walmart's the best place to buy all your stuff. Next. Honda cars are amazing. Next. Blue Chew will give you a boner. Next. Where are you from? Yeah, I'm from the U.S. Word, that's correct. Hope you get the trillions this year. Yeah, same here, big dog, but I've got that dog in me. Every day, my motivation to do this grows. I never want to stop it. I love doing this. I love streaming my life. I love learning with people. I love interacting with people. This is my favorite thing on earth to do. I would like to do it where I could go out and spend hundreds of millions of dollars buying boats and stuff too, but I'd like to live stream that life as well. How much do you think will you make? At a certain point, the money doesn't matter, but I think probably quintillions. So that's like a million trillions. So not just quadrillions. Wait, no, it's not a million trillions. It's 100,000. No, is it a million trillions? A quintillion. There's $125,000 in the world at the moment. Yeah, but you don't understand. That is not with inflation. With inflation, then that means that that's just like $250,000,000. And if inflation gets to be runaway, especially when you get in the world of cryptocurrency, it very easily can happen. Then you're looking at quadrillions and quintillions. And that's all you know about as 125 trillion in the world. That doesn't include perhaps the price of real estate like no one owns the bottom of the ocean floor. There's real estate out there that is just still up for grabs. Man, I wish I bought Bitcoin 12 years ago. Yeah, I understand that. And then also, you've got to understand that there are other planets to explore. So that makes all kinds of new opportunities. There are new, moons and planets and even perhaps solar systems. So, like, if you want to think that there's $125 trillion in the world, that's cool. I just think of things being in like a bigger world than that. Like, it doesn't just have to be here on Earth. Just like one asteroid, if we just do asteroid mining, could perhaps have more aluminum on it than all of the Earth. So your streams are going to be IRL live streams, buying car dealerships? Yeah, basically in yachts and traveling the world and giving away money to people and building schools, all that good stuff. So you've been streaming 5 years? No, I've been streaming for 4 years. Although I have like 4.5 years of content, so almost 5 years, but I don't say that because that's a little more than I've done. But I am approaching my 4-year anniversary this fall, and I have about 3 months of data archived before that on SD cards. So basically, if you took all of my data 24/7, I've got like a little more than 4 years. Why didn't you get all the money 2024? I haven't gone viral yet. I didn't know how to create robots as well as I do now. And my robots just keep getting stronger and stronger, better and better, getting more people in here like you. And I also like try different strategies. So for like 6 months out of this year, I tried going viral on a different platform, which is called Blue Sky, which basically no one's ever heard of, but does have some influence. But they eventually were able to ban me really well. And so then Kick is the one that I do that's easiest for me, but Kick is full of bots. So it's like, I spam somebody and that's cool, but in reality, how many people are watching it? It's just not that many. So now what I've done is I've created robots on Twitch, and these bots on Twitch create clips of people, and then in turn those clips are permanent, or I don't want to say permanent. You can delete them, but you have to manually delete them, and that's a lot of work. So I just create clips of people, and it works really well. So you have to become viral to get all the money? Yeah, I mean, I need eyeballs and asses in the seats. They don't just give you money you just don't do endorsements if you can't say that I get 100,000 people to watch me per stream. So once I'm able to do that, then the sky's the limit. Yeah, I think you're right. It's just a matter of time, dog. So I just have to be patient. But when it happens, it's gonna be amazing. I won't forget you, big dog. Shout out to Sackbridge. Yeah, no, I understand. So if you want to do remote work, a really good place to do it or find out information about it is the subreddit Remote Jobs. They just post them there, and you'll be able to get, any job that you want, basically. But what about scams? I mean, you got to take risks. That's what life's about. So you look and see if they're reputable companies, and if they are, you go for it. Love you too, big dog. Take care. Hope to see you soon as well. Let me know if you need anything.
Right now, I know it forcing efforts start to lag, and if these places start seeing that, it's going to proliferate again.
He says the unit has seized $200,000 in cash and 53,000 pounds of cannabis. 90 cease and desist orders have been issued and 135 utility connections have been shut off this year. Amongst KNY News.
This report launched by LAUSD adultmed.org. Dog's been rescued from the scene where its owner was killed by a car while riding a bike in South LA. Alex Joy says the dog was pacing around the canopy where the owner's body was covered up because after some coaxing, followed him home.
That's gonna be interesting. Let's see where it takes us. Where it's going to take us. It has to be this place that we've never been in that way.
I guess you better
So much uncertainty in the air. You've got the tariffs, you've got geopolitical tensions that start to play out in the labor market.
Wall Street was holding price records this morning, but it ended up going down at the end of the day. It's slow enough to convince the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates, they say soon. The Justice Department is said to be talking about a rule that can ban transgender people from buying guns. The discussion centered on gender dysphoria following the shooting at a Catholic school in Minneapolis by a trans woman. Brandon Wolf, the nonprofit human rights campaign, says the discussions are a political sideshow.
The actual question we're being asked in this moment is, do transgender people deserve the same rights and freedoms as everyone else in this country? And the Constitution says yes, regardless of how Donald Trump feels about that.
Also would probably face legal challenges. Millions of Americans have mental health issues as long as they don't pose a threat to safety. Second Amendment rights cannot be taken away. The Defense Department may soon have a new name.
President Trump is expected to sign an executive order today renaming the Department of Defense. He wants to call it the Department of War, a name that was used since the 1987. Trump says he wants to be offensive as well as defensive.
ABC's Like Hijachi says the name cannot officially be changed unless Congress approves it. And that's the original Darth Vader lightsaber. But the Empire Strikes Back in Return of the Jedi, the second third version, has been auctioned off for more than $3.6 million. It's the highest price ever for a Star Wars item at auction. Bob Score says the lightsaber used by actor David Prowse is the only lightsaber from the two films with verified screen use to be offered at public auction. Used by Harrison Ford in the original in Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, sold for more than $485,000. Southland weather from KFI. Big cooler temperatures tonight. Clouds are going to move in. Lows above 50 degrees. Tomorrow, sunny by noon or so midday. Temperatures feeling light today. Highs mid-70s at beaches, mid-80s. Metro LA, Orange County. Close to 100 further out the Inland Empire. But thunderstorms should be gone. Or a chance of close to 90 in the San Fernando Valley. Mid-90s in the high desert Antelope Valley. The same again on Sunday, and then looks like we might be getting some relief finally early next week into the week. A couple degrees down each day. Right now in Irvine, 84, Winter Park, 86, Burbank, 89, Torrance, 80 degrees. The KFI Financial Report down day on Wall Street. Dow was down 220, NASDAQ was down 7, S&P was down 21. Let's get to a crash in Pasadena.
At this time, it's picking up the 4-line lane of the 210 westbound Lake Avenue. Traffic is stopped right now from Rosemead Boulevard. So CHP has been running a traffic brake to clear this situation into Long Beach for an accident, which is moved off to the right shoulder now on the 710 northbound before the 405, where traffic is really slow from about Pico, and Lincoln has crashed in the center lane and it's on the 5 northbound Main Street. Traffic is really slow from 101. What's Southern California's most accurate traffic reports? I'm Lucy Hill.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas. Streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. Keep listening for the next chance to read only there. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet? My name is Dale Bazinski. I volunteer with United Way to help the homeless in my community.
free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
For something that I've desired for so long, and it's actually happening. We're having our first kiss. I was a believer for that moment. I believed. And then you go back and say, I can't do this. And I'm like, why? Because I feel like that was the sister. Your twin flame is your ultimate lover, your best friend, your other half, for eternity. And even when he or she thinks things are hopeless, they have other ideas. Everybody has something that they would give anything for. And unfortunately, there's people out there who understand that. There's nothing that can stand twin flames.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. If you've got a Roku TV, then you've got iHeartRadio right there in your living room or bedroom. iHeartRadio is available on every Roku TV, Roku Smart Soundbar speaker, or Roku players. And with Roku's voice search, you can easily access your favorite artists or radio stations with simple voice request. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts now on your big screen TV with Roku. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
John Combs from Kevin and 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And you can hear the show from 1 to 4, Monday through Friday. You can hear me streaming on the iHeart app. You can hear the podcast after 4 o'clock on the app as well. John Combs Show on demand. It's posted shortly after this thing ends. You can listen to that tonight all weekend long, or any other show as well. And we get to run Sports Line this hour. Next week's Sports Line, you call 877-186. This week's Sports Line is all ready to go in just minutes now. One thing today that we've been focusing on periodically with the show, the Senior Neighborhood Council President Roy and Lacer, because they had a raucous meeting on Thursday about, a week ago Thursday. And see, the residents are really angry. There's a lot of terrible things that have gone on in the last few months. You know, that couple got murdered. The wife worked for American Idol. The husband was a musician. And there was this crazy guy who lived in the neighborhood for years. Somebody saw him. And nobody did anything about it. Police didn't do anything about it. He did all kinds of threatening things, committed crimes. But because he was mentally ill, he was never put in prison. So eventually he shoots this poor couple to death, shoots them both in the head. Remember, he's been there a half hour before. They didn't really stop. Then we have not only the shooting, but just in general, there's a lot of burglars and all major robberies. And now you have this story, and this has been building, I would say, for a year and a half at least, but really since 2019. Karen Bass has allowed this Sepulveda Basin recreation area in Encino to become an open-air mental institution with
We love that garbage TV in the States. My wife was crazy about it. When I was here filming we shot Guardians of the Galaxy here in London, and my wife Lana came out to visit, and she fell in love with this show, Towie, The Only Way is Essex. It's this show that's like basically their Jersey Shore. It's like this town somewhere, Essex, I guess. And these folks are just like the worst. And it was like, I don't know, a parrot a little bit. And so when I hear it all the time, I just started picking it up and started like I could pick up their accent and do their accent a little bit. So it's like, so I want to say, I like my sweet scar. You keep talking because Elizabeth, you really like the English accent, don't you?
Yes, that is true. I think the English accent is rather sexy.
Look at his athleticism. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. It's
Rabbi says in our minhagos, you start, you say the beginning of the book, and therefore that creates a chiyuv for you to finish, and that's why you finish the entire parsha of Vayom. ViralRabbi says that if you say the third parsha, then you're mechuyev to say. But if you don't, and this is a ma'ariv, then you have to say instead of the third parsha, you have to say Moedem anachnu lach Hashem shoytziseinu me'eretz Mitzrayim, you took us out of Mitzrayim, and you redeemed us from slavery. And you did tremendous things for us on the water, and we sang to you. What did we sing to you? And then you continue from that point on all the way to Gal Yisrael, and then you say Shemona Esrei. Shimba Yochai says, not only is the parsha of Shema, all Malchus Shemayim, that's why we say it first. But the parsha Shema has three concepts.
There's athleticism.
The Lamed, the Lasses. It says in the pasuk, the bomb that teaches us you have to learn Torah. The Lamed that can teach others, and Lassa is to take action. Shartam, put on tefillin, uchsavtam, you write mezuzahs. And that's why it's before Vayim Shemoya. Vayim Shemoya only has the Lamed, which is the Matem, Zbelechem, Daberbam. The Lassa is, again, Shartam, uchsavtam. And finally, the final parsha of Vayomer is only to do, take action. But also tzitzis that make tzitzis. One must put on tefillin and only afterwards say Kriya Shema. The fact that Rav, one time, they saw him saying Kriya Shema before tefillin, you must say it's because the shliach, the person that went to get his tefillin, took a long time, and he was worried that he's going to miss his Kriya Shema, so therefore he said Kriya Shema first. The fact that Rav would get up really early, he'd wash his hands, make birkus Torah, and teach Torah, which is an asiyah, says Rashi, and then only afterwards he would put on tefillin and then Kriya Shema. You could and say there's no raya from it. That's because the reason why I did Torah before Kriya Shema is because it wasn't the time of Kriya Shema at all. So why we bring the story? We bring the story for a different reason. To say that we had about 4 great machlokes. When do you see birkus Torah? From here you see that Rav said birkus Torah even on Mishnayos. If somebody's digging a grave, he's basically a mitzvah. He's part from all mitzvahs, including Kriya Shema, Tefillin, and Shemona Esrei. If he's digging the grave with another person, then they can switch off. One can come out of the grave and he'll say Tefillin, Kriya Shema, and Tefillah, and then he'll switch with his friend. Rabbi Shua Bar Karcha says that in Kriya Shema, when it comes to reading, you say Ol Malchus Shemayim, which is Shema, and then you do Asiyah. But he admits that when it comes to physical Asiyah, Tefillin comes before Kriya Shema, which is Omar Shema. The person says Kriya Shema without tefillin on, according to Ula, he's made Eidos Sheker. He's testifying falsely because in Kriya Shema it says you should wear tefillin. And according to Rabbi Yochanan, you're not performing the mitzvah kikuna. You're not doing the mitzvah as it was meant to be. It's a mashal as if somebody brought a karban oila without bringing the mincha that's associated with it, or svachim without a svachim. Have a wonderful day.
That's got nothing to do with letting 300 mental patients live in public. Supreme Court says they have no right. You clean up your kids and kids out there. It's not saying all the park rangers have to do it. They don't have enough park rangers. Money isn't spent on
Bracha is after his fault. The version says if one wants to complete the process of Oman Shemayim and do its entirety, he should first clean his body, in other words, go to the restroom, wash his hands, say Kriya Shema, put on tefillin, and then down to the restroom. If you do all that, it's as if you built a mizbeach and you were micro a carbon on top of the mizbeach. It says Rabbi, not only that, it's as if you were toivel them. Of Christmas, they curse those who would search for water before saying Kriya Shema. Kriya Shema has a zman. You might miss the zman. But Ezra, on the other hand, you can't look for water because the zman is much longer. You should look for water up until a parcel, which is approximately 3 miles in the direction that you're traveling. So to go in reverse, to make a U-turn and look for water, when you know there's water, you're only going to go up until a mil, which is approximately 4,000 feet. The Mishnah says that if a person doesn't hear the Kriya Shema in his own ear, it wasn't mashmiya la'oznav, Tanakama, which is Rabbi Yehuda, says it's Yaitza, and Rabbi Yossi says it's not Yaitza. It's a very long sugya. It's almost complicated and brings in 5 different brises and rights. And I'll try to make it very simple. With Maswana, we have 3 shittas, 3 opinions. We have Meir, who's the most mayor. He says, don't hear what you're saying, whether it's Kriya Shema or different brachas, or Rabbanan, or Raisa. You are Yaitza L'chatchila. In other words, you could start out initially saying it without hearing it in your ear, and you're Yaitza. On the opposite side, you have Rabbi Yossi, who says that when it comes to Kriya Shema, if you don't hear it in your ear, you're not Yaitza, even even after the fact. Then you have the middle sheet. That's Rabbi Ben Azariah, who happens to be Rabbi Yehuda's Rebbe. Rabbi Ben Azariah says you are Yaitza only b'diavad. But if you want to be Yaitza L'chatchila, you should hear it in your ear. So you have these 3 sheets. How do these 3 shittas match up with the following 5 cases? You have our Mishnah that discusses Kriya Shema. That's the right. So in Kriya Shema, we're going to have all 3 shittas. You have Rabbi who says you don't have to hear it in your ear. You only have to be mechaber because it says Alav Avecha, it's in your heart. You have Rabbi Yossi who says that you have to hear it in your ear because it says Shema. You must hear it. So then you have Rabbi Ben Azariah, who's the middle shita. You should hear it in your ear, but if you don't, you're Yaitza. And then we have a brayso that reads a person who's deaf, but he can speak, and he says a bracha on truma. One brayso says he's only Yaitza b'diavad. That will be going to put Rabbi Ben Azariah. Now the big question in the sugi is, how does Rabbi Yehuda fit in there? The Gemara tried to say that perhaps he says that the mayor, you Yaitza even without hearing it. But as far as the sugi, it seems like Yehuda holds like his own Rabbi, Rabbi Ben Azariah, B'diavad you're Yaitza. So this brayso that says that you're Yaitza if you're deaf and can speak, you're Yaitza only b'diavad when the truma, the bracha truma, which is the Rabbanan, goes according to Rabbi. There's another brayso when it comes to the deaf person who can speak. And that's what he says that you're Yaitza even l'chatchila. That must be going according to Rabbi. And then you have the halacha of Prius Hamazon. Prius Hamazon is very right. It says that you should not bench your heart. That means that you should do so, but if you do it, it's the end of your Yaitza. And that will be according to Rabbi Ben Azariah. And finally, we have the case from Megillah. Megillah, priest of Megillah says that Cheresh shows that the person should not say priest of Megillah, but did so, Cheresh did so according to Yehuda, as Ben Azariah, you are Yaitza no Cheresh. The same thing would apply to a Kaddish. Rashi says that Kaddish is like Cheresh, that Chatchila, you should not be like other people who Megillah. But if he did so, Yaitza b'diavad. A Shaita even in the Evid, you're not Yotzei. The reason says there's another shear, that is, if a Patzah is good enough, 8, 9 years old, then he's completely kosher. It's not chila to be mighty other people. So that's suya. Then Gemara says that it's possible that Yoisi holds by Kriya Shema that you are not Yotzei at all, even in the Evid. He could agree by the Rabbanans, like let's say Truma and Cherish by Megillah, that you are Yotzei with the Evid. Gemara says that just like a womb takes in zera, and then out comes a baby, so too a grave takes in the dead, and there will be Kes HaMesim, bodies will be alive. Just like the womb, it goes in when it's quiet, and when it comes out, the baby comes out, and there's a lot of commotion, and screaming, and celebration. So too, the fiber, by the grave, when the body goes in, there's a lot of crying. When the body comes out alive, and Kes HaMesim, there's going to be a huge celebration. This is the source for Kes HaMesim in Torah and the Nevi'im. It says in the pasuk, just like a river that take a person out of his tuma and make him tar, so to the Ha'alim, referring to the Beis HaMedrash, to take a person and take him out of chayva if he has aveirus, bring him into schus. We learned in the Mishnah that if a person said Kriya Shema, but it wasn't a darkness, what does that mean? He said all the words, but perhaps 2 of the words were connected to each other. The Gemara gives examples where the end of one word ends with the same letter as the next word begins, like Al Levavecha. They both, Al ends with a Lamed, and Levavecha starts with a Lamed. If you say it quickly, it sounds like Al Levavecha. Al is supposed to stop in between, as you'll see in the Sidurim, they stop between all these words. And we learned that from the Madita. It should be Vimud Tam. Gemara brings another example like Isa B'Sotcha, 2 bases. Vavatem Me'era, 2 mems. And Taisa brings down also the Chara Af. If you say it quickly, it sounds like Chara. So we should make a stop. The Chara Af. And also this talks about Tizkuru, which people are very makbid. They say the Zion Tizkuru, that it shouldn't sound like Tizkuru. If somebody is very careful with the way he says Kriya Shema, they will lower the temperature in Gehenna. And the Gemara finally says at the end, Savta, Siva Tama. There's a Havamina that perhaps shouldn't have to say the instructions regarding Kriya Shema. How to put on your tefillah, how to write, how to do the mezuzah. Maybe you should only say the psukim that have to do with Yerushalayim. The Gemara says, no, that's only by a site that we take out all the instructions and we just put in the curses, because over there it says Alex. And there's no Shava between the site that our Sugya, it says Sav Tam, which means Siva Kama, and a wonderful
On the iHeartRadio app. You know what? We got a couple minutes. Let's play this report from last night's KCAL News. This is the CNS assignment editor, Mike.
There's no place in the game to be standing over your opponent. There's no place in the game to have violent gestures. That's not the game of football.
Rafa is not Kazai. What tells us the Hamilton Rasi were building a football for the friend of the Lord getting married. Moses said, I'm a pastor, let me go learn Torah now, and I'll come back with what I learned. So he came back with the following. So if a person makes a mistake in the Kriya Shema, let's say he misses a word, he must go and repeat the entire Shema. Let's say a person says Visharecha, and he's not sure where he's holding. Is he holding at the end of the first parasha that has a Visharecha? Or perhaps he's holding at the end of the second parasha. He must go to the first parasha. According to Rashi, the following halacha applies to the third parasha. In other words, the third parasha, a person knows better than the other 2 parashiyos. Therefore, if he's concerned that perhaps he missed a word or something in the third parasha, don't be concerned. You know it really well, and you probably said every single word. You don't have to repeat it. Says the Mishnah, if you have a worker who's picking fruit from a tree, or even his boss, and they're on top of a tree, and the time of Kriya Shema comes, they're allowed to say Kriya Shema on top of a tree, provided the first pasuk in Kriya Shema they stop working and they concentrate on the first pasuk. According to other Rishonim, they have to concentrate on the entire first paragraph. But when it comes to Shemona Esrei, they must come off the tree and down to Shemona Esrei where it's sturdy and they're not concerned and they're able to have the proper kavanah. If it's a tree that's really sturdy and has a lot of branches, such as an olive tree or a fig tree, they're allowed to stay and remain on top of the tree. The Gemara makes a distinction between a worker who receives a salary for his work and a worker who only receives food. One who receives a salary has to be a lot more careful with his time and how he uses it. He shouldn't cause a loss to his boss. So therefore, when he comes to an Esrei, he should only say the Shemona Esrei known as his name. It's the shortened Esrei where you see the first 3 brachas and the last 3 brachas, and everything in between is shortened to 4 words. Like, see the picture. This is from a Syrian serviceman in the English Army in 1940. When you say Birkat Hamazon, you only say 2 out of the full brachas. You say the first one completely, and the second and third bracha is combined together. The fourth one is only the Rabbanan, not the same. When it comes to Birkas Hamazon, since it's only the Rabbanan, they don't even wash and say a bracha. Someone that works for his food should be careful not to be a chazan, because that's a waste of time for the owner, and he shouldn't do Birkas Hamazon, he shouldn't do it. As we learned at the beginning of the Sefta, mitzvah, mitzvah. Somebody is occupied with a mitzvah, he doesn't have to say Kriya Shema, because it says and from we learned that a chassan who's not physically doing a mitzvah, but he's preoccupied in his head with the mitzvah of marrying a basula, therefore he is covered from Kriya Shema, because he has a combination of 2 things. He's preoccupied and it's a mitzvah. Therefore, a person who's preoccupied but not in a mitzvah, for instance, if his ship is sinking and he's very occupied with that, but it's not a mitzvah, he's chayiv in Kriya Shema, because he's obligated to take that preoccupation out of his head. If, for instance, he's an Avel, he lost a loved one, and he's preoccupied, that's also not a mitzvah, and he's chayiv in all the mitzvahs. Person who marries Almana, he's not preoccupied. Yes, it's a mitzvah, but he's not preoccupied, and therefore he's chayiv in Kriya Shema. Gemara tells us that Gamliel himself, when he got married, he did say Kriya Shema because he knew about himself that he could be mechaven, and the Gemara says that anybody who's muhsab, that has chazaka, that he's a chacham, and he could be mechaven during Kriya Shema, he's allowed to say Kriya Shema. But anybody that's not muhsab, according to Gamliel, that's considered gaiva. He has haughtiness. He says, "Oh, I could be mechaven." The chacham saying that he could say Kriya Shema regardless. An Aval who just lost a loved one is usher to bathe, unless he's what we call an istinus, somebody who's spoiled, he likes to take care of himself, and he's not bathing for enjoyment, but rather he can't live without it. And that is the time that the Isser of Rechitza, of bathing oneself, is the Rabbanan. The first day is the Isser Deraisa, but the first night, according to some, and after the first night, according to everybody, then it's only the Rabbanan. The Rabbanan weren't makbid when it came to the istinus. If a person loses a slave, we don't stand in the rows that we stand in front of Avelim and say Amakim Yenachim. We don't say Amakim Yenachim, and we don't make the bracha of Rechava, which is by the Suda, the first Suda of Havra. What do we say to somebody who loses a slave? We say Hamakim Yimalach Esreinfa, like we do for any other object that one might lose. There's no espada that you give on a slave. According to Rabbi Yossi, if the Eved, the slave, was a kosher, he was a Talmud Chacham, then you could say, "Oy ish toiveneman to the enemy giyoy." Wow, what a great person he was, and he was trustworthy, and he was nehena. He worked hard, and that's how he earned a living. Chacham would disagree. They say, if that's what you say about a slave, what is left to say about any kosher Jew? And therefore, you don't say any hesped on a slave. You don't call a slave Mr. or Abba or Ima, which was in those days a way to call somebody in a nice way, unless the slave is the chash of a slave, and then you can give him that kind of surname. We only have 3 Abbas. Avram, Yitzchak, Yaakov. We have 4 Imayos, and we don't have any more. In other words, you can't call one of the Shvatim Ruvain one of our others, because the Chashivas is up to 3 Abbas and 4 Imayos. Whoever is careful with Kriya Shema and Shemona Esrei, says the Gemara, they'll have Olam Hazeh and Olam Haba. And now the Gemara brings many different tefillos that the Amoraim and the Tanaim would say after Shemona Esrei in order to make the Shemona Esrei their own. And with time permitting, we'll go through most of them. Rabbi Lazar would say the following: that we should have a hava, v'achva, reis, v'shalom. In other words, we should have peace and harmony, achdus, and we should have many talmidim, and that the future should show a lot of hope and we should have Gan Eden, and we should have the Yetzer Tov, and we should wake up in the morning and find that we have Yerushalayim, and we should find all our needs. Rabbi Yochanan used to say, Yiratzon v'nach Hashem Elokeinu, peek at our shame and see how hard we have in our life, and you should use Rachamim and Ois and Chasidus, and you should give us graciousness, and you should use good and Ibusun Osecha. Rav Zera would say, Yiratzon v'nach Hashem Elokeinu, Shalei Nechta v'lei Nebosh, we shouldn't sin, we shouldn't be shameful. Rabbi would say, our occupation should be Torah, and we shouldn't have pain in our heart, and we shouldn't have dim eyes. And Rab would say the famous davening that we say are in Shchodesh, long life, Chaim Shel Shalom, Shel Toiva, Shel Bracha, Shel Parnasa, Chil Tzatzamois, Chaim Shesh B'Hem Yiras Teit. We should have Shuchlima, we should have wealth, we should have Havas Torah in Yerushalayim, and Chaim Shtem Alon is Kol Shalos Levin on Toiva. Rabbi would say, Rotzim Ufonecha, Shitatzilenu Me'azik Ponim. A lot of people insert that in the davening. Me'azis Ponim, Me'adam Ro, Me'pegara. People shouldn't say terrible rumors about us. We shouldn't have bad friends and bad neighbors. We saw that Amashkes, Kosher, Mebaldin Kosher, Pinchu Membris, whether it's a guy or a non-guy. Even though Rabbi had guards, he would still say all these tefillas. And tomorrow, Mir Hashem, we continue with the rest of the tefillas. Have a wonderful day.
That's next on the crazy homeless people that are sitting
Bracha is after tonight. We're going to continue with the special davening that Hanoim and Amroim inserted at the end of their Shemona Esrei. Safer would say, please put peace between the Malachim and Shemayim, because when they fight, war breaks out down below. Have peace between Tamil Chachamim and between people that learn Torah L'Shma for its own sake, and people that learn Torah for their sake, for their cover. And those who learn Torah Shalom L'Shma, they should have the supposed to learn eventually Torah L'Shma. According to one opinion, he used to say, Hashem, put us in a corner. If you're already putting us in a corner, make sure there's light in that corner. Don't put us in a dark corner, and our heart shouldn't be aching, and our eyes shouldn't be dim. According to another, Shad Alexander said, it's our will to do your will, but what's preventing us? So Ursha the Isa, the Sahara, and she would not feel. It's the fact that we're in God's. Please take those two things away, and we'll behave properly. Rabbi used to say, when we say on your Kippur, by Vidui, I shouldn't have been. I was not worthy to be born, and now that I was born and created, I'm still not worthy. I am dust when I'm alive, and certainly after I'm dead, after I die. And the Rothschild that I shouldn't sin any longer, and whatever I sin, please erase completely. My brother Rabbi used to say, basically what we say every day after Shemona Esrei, etc. And then he goes on to say, save me from a Isha Ra, from a bad woman and a bad guy. Rav Shei says, and this is what we say when you have a Tainus Yachad, he'd say, when we had a Beis HaMikdash, we'd be market korbanos and the Mizbeach, and we would only put the chaylev and the fat and the blood. This Tainus that I'm fasting, now I have less fat, less blood, that should be as a korban, to be mechaper. And then the Gemara goes on to say beautiful sayings that Hanoim and Amroim used to say. Rabbi Yochanan would say, when you finish Giyoi, it says, everybody's destined to die, whether it's an animal or a human being. The famous song, praiseworthy is a person who grows up with Torah and toils in Torah, and creates a beautiful nachas to his creator, and he dies with a great name, with a great reputation. A good name is better than good oil. And this is my favorite. Reb Meir would say, every Baruch tells people, try to understand my ways. Etc. A person should be a master when it comes to Torah. Have Torah in your heart. You should always have Yerushalayim in front of your eyes. Guard your tongue, guard your mouth from sinning and you should act b'kedusha u'b'tahara, and therefore I will be with you wherever you are. Chacham Yavne would say, I'm a creation and you're a creation. I go to learn Torah, you go to work in the field. My job is easier. I'm closer to home. And what are you going to say? And this is unbelievable. If a person says, I'm an Amaretz, what good is it that I'm learning Torah? I don't understand it as well as the other one. Says the Gemara, that's not true. The main focus is the intent and the effort a person puts in. You can learn the same amount as somebody else, and that person understands more than you. You get the same amount of scars that other person because you had the same intent. Rabbi used to say a person should always be conniving when it comes to the Yitzhar, to try to trick him when it comes to Yiras Hashem. A person who answers softly will do away with a lot of anger, and a person should always seek peace with his relatives and with his brothers, with his friends, and even with Goyim in the marketplace. The Gemara brings Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai would never allow somebody to say hello to him first. He was always the one to initiate the hello, even to a non-Jew in the marketplace. Rabbi says the main point of Torah, and that's the ikar in the world, is to do ma'asim tovim and tshuva. A person shouldn't be someone who just learns Torah and then kicks the person who taught him the Torah like his father, his mother, and his Rabbi. You know, we're talking about a different type of Lashma, a person who learns Torah. Shalei Lashma, that means in order to outdo somebody else, that's a person that's better they should have been created. Rav says, this world is different than the world to come. In the world to come, even if we have a physical body, we're not going to be dealing with eating, sleeping, peruvu. We're not going to be jealous of each other. There's not going to be competition. We're just going to be sitting with crowns on our heads and basking in the glory of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Gemara's famous question, if women don't learn Torah, how are they zoich to Olam Haba? And how are they zoich to protection according to the Holy God? And the Gemara answers, by bringing their children to learn Chumash in school and allowing their husbands to learn Mishnayos and Gemara, Dachayomi, and waiting for their husbands, because in those days their husbands would leave for extended amount of time, waiting for the husbands to come back from learning. That's how they share the Torah and Olam Haba. The Gemara brings a beautiful bracha that Chachamim would say to each other, and basically it includes all the limbs in the body that their mouth should talk Torah, their feet should run to.
What up, girl? How are you?
Etc.
On Big O? Using the party thing? Excellent. Did you follow each? So have you followed them back on your main page yet?
Probably just and what it's able to do is detect different objects like vehicles, persons, buildings, utilities, gas tanks, diggers, solar panels, buses, probably more to come. But I just want to put this out there because this technology is available right now. It has been available.
And this is just the latest version that was released today, January 2nd, 2025. And
No, that'll be on later.
disaster recovery, monitoring.
You're good. I'm watching it. On Reddit, but I'm also perfecting my robots. And I had somebody come earlier today. They were really nice. All right, did you follow those people back? The people from Bigo. Okay. Have you followed anybody on TikTok I know you said you do it, but I don't know if it bans you for 24 hours, not bans you, but delays you for 24 hours or just a few hours. How many people can you follow at once? All right, we'll try it now. You got work to do, girl. What kind of cake? Okay, what kind of cake did you get? I've got you. Well, caramel cake sounds wonderful. Not that I know. I like caramel. Oh yeah. It's got to be. It's up there with chocolate. How many are you at now? Well, that's still good.
If they all went to this meeting and everybody was screaming at them, right that night they'd say, okay, we got to have a task force and stop all this nonsense, right? Instead, there's 11 more fires. There was nobody there to stop them. What is wrong with them? Do they want us all to die? If we were planning to have a mass murder by fire, what would you do differently? Like, if you had a plan, like, you know what? I'm going to see if I can kill maybe 100 residents of the casino and destroy 500 homes. What would be different? Why you have 300 people with access to matches and gasoline, and they're whacked out on drugs, and they're mentally ill. Have at it, guys. If you wanted to kill everybody in the casino, what would you do differently? This is such a mess. Okay. Did you hear that, right? I'm sorry. Trump shut the board down. Okay. He got the murder rate Washington D.C. down to 0 or 2 weeks. You can do this easily. All right. Here's the U.S. Attorney for Washington, D.C. Janine Pirro. Judge Janine. Fox News. She's now the attorney. U.S. Attorney, like we have to listen. Some months back, there was a murder. Caught two teenagers. Have 5 years. You know what's going to happen?
Okie dokie.
Like is in the pasuk, Alufeinu Misubalim. Alufeinu means our leaders, Misubalim. We take the burden. One man says Alufeinu is that they're our leaders in Torah Misubalim, that they have the yoke of mitzvahs. The other says Alufeinu is referring to Torah and mitzvahs. Misubalim is referring to Yisurim. And the Gemara goes on to say that we make a bracha that we shouldn't be like David and Shaul, that they had advisors like Toifel and Doeg, and we shouldn't have children that go off the derech. Machlokes in the pasuk, Abirei Leiv or Choikim Tzedakah. Who are these Abirei Leiv? One shot is we're talking about tzaddikim, that they are distant from tzedakah, so to speak, that they could sustain themselves. They don't need to come on Kaviyach Kadosh Baruch Hu to help them, whereas the entire world has to come on Kadosh Baruch Hu. The Gemara brings that Rav Chanina, the famous pastor, will come out and say, Chanina B'ni, he doesn't need anything but some boxers, some charubim, where the entire world is sustained because of him. Another shot is that Abiri Leiv referring to the Rishayim, like the Gebanim that lived within the midst of Klal Yisrael for many generations and they never became Gerim. They didn't see the beauty of Klal Yisrael. Or the people from Achasia, who they saw Klal Yisrael gathering together before Yom, 30 days before Yom, before Pesach, before Rosh Hashanah. Pesach even brings that a flume of fire will come down from the sky, a pillar of fire, and they still didn't do tshuva, they didn't become Gerim. And we're allowed to say that there's machlokes. Well, we know you're allowed to do malacha on Tisha B'Av, and in a place that you don't do malacha, you should do malacha. But if you're a Talmid Chacham, you should never do malacha on Tisha B'Av. The question is whether a person could act like a Talmid Chacham. Is that considered netzik yura, or is that considered haughtiness or not? The Gemara goes on to say that if it's obvious that you're doing it as you are, such as a chassid, it doesn't say Kriya Shema, everybody knows that he doesn't have kavanah. Why is he saying Kriya Shema? He shouldn't do so. On the other side, you can say, well, nobody knows what he's doing. When it comes to Tisha B'Av, maybe he doesn't have a job. That's why he's not working. Or on the other hand, you could say everybody knows that he has a job. And the reason why he's not working is exactly as of a guy. And basically, that finishes. With that, we finish the second parak. And the Mishnah says in the third parak, Mishnah Beisah, if you have a deceased one, a loved one in front of you, you're called from Kriya Shema, from Tefillin, from Shemona Esrei, and there's machlokes in the Gemara whether the body has to be right in front of you, or even if it's not in front of you, And we'll go into it a little bit more tomorrow. Have a wonderful day. Brachas Dav Yudches. Before we get into some amazing stories, let's first talk about halachas that have to do with the dead. There's a concept called Leig L'Rush, poking fun at the dead, causing the dead to be jealous. And that includes not only mitzvahs, but even eating in front of the dead, as we're going to see. So you're not going to walk 4 amas within the dead, or in a cemetery next to Kvarim, and say Kriya Shema, Dam Shemon Esrei, say Kaddish, Tehillim, etc. You're not allowed to hold a Sefer Torah in your hand and read from the Sefer Torah. It says Tosfos, you're not allowed to even say Torah Bal Peh. And you shouldn't wear your tzitzit outside. It causes the dead to be jealous. If you see a funeral procession, you must accompany the procession. Otherwise, the dead is going to be upset. He's going to say, why doesn't this person come to my funeral? And if you do, says the Gemara, then it's as if you accompanied HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself. It's also to eat in front of the dead. And therefore, if one has to eat, he should leave the house that the dead person is in, go to his own home, go to his friend's home. If you don't have a friend's home, build a wall. If you can't build a wall, then turn your back to the dead, and then you eat. As an oval, it's also to be mesiv, it's also to lean, it's also to eat meat and drink wine. And you shouldn't, says Rashi, you don't need to make a bracha, not a bracha Rishonim, not a bracha Achrona. According to other Rishonim, it's also to make brachas. And it's also for other people to be moitzi. And according to Rashi, other people don't have to be moitzi with the bracha. But on Shabbos, all those halachas don't apply. You could lean, you could eat meat, you could drink wine. And the machlokes is whether or not you're chayav in oina. Someone who's dealing with the burial of his own relative, he's placing a mitzvah, and therefore he's pater from all the mitzvahs. But from Kriya Shema, Tefillin, Shemona Esrei, etc. There's a machlokes in the Gemara what that means exactly. Rabbi says that it's only if the dead is right in front of him, then he's oisig a mitzvah. But once he leaves the house, he's not there, then there's no longer a chiyuv to, there's no longer a tur to do other mitzvahs. For the Ramashi, you see by Avram Avinu that even though he was dealing with Ephraim and sorrow was no longer in front of him, the Torah considers it as if sorrow was in front of him. He's still dealing with it in his head, and therefore he's parted from all mitzvahs. What about the people that carry the aron, the pallbearers? They are all parted from Shemona Esrei. The ones that are in front of the aron, they haven't had a chance to hold the aron yet. They are parted from Kriya Shema. The ones in the back, they already held onto the aron, they want to hold it again. They must say Kriya Shema. Those people that come to comfort the Avelim, that's also mitzvah. They're also mitzvah. If they have a chance to say the first pasuk, or according to the other sheet of the first parsha, they should say so. If they don't have a chance, then the inner ones standing in the inner rows, that they are the ones saying directly to the Avelim, and giving them the words of comfort, they are part of the Kriya Shema. The ones on the outer rows that don't really say directly to the Avel, they are chayiv in the Kriya Shema. What about those, the shomer, the people that watch the body? It seems like from the Gemara that they're watching them from ice. They are also considered basically mitzvah. They are part of the mitzvah. If there are 2 of them, then one could go to the side. There are mice that's concerned, according to one man, if it is, and then one should go to the side. Once my Kriya Shema comes and say Kriya Shema. There's a deserve to treat bones of the deceased without respect. You have to treat it with respect. And the same halacha applies to Sefer Torah. Therefore, you don't take bones and throw it in a sack and throw it on a donkey. The same thing with Sefer Torah, unless you're concerned that people come and steal the Sefer Torah or do something to the bones, you can throw it on a donkey. Now, the Gemara discusses, and here are all the beautiful stories. What exactly do the dead people know? What do they hear? What do they understand? So we're talking about Leig L'Rush, now that poke fun at a dead person. What does he understand? It comes out of Maskana Sasuke that a dead person can feel pain. Some say it means the neshama feels the pain. But if an insect is eating the body, he feels that pain. If there's a malach called Duma, he's in charge of the dead, he announces that a certain person is going to die soon, within a day or so, and the other dead people, they know that he's coming up. Dead people get information and news from visitors. Other dead people come up and tell them what's going on down below. They can get that information. And in a situation where the person whose nifter is a great chashuv person, they will in fact announce that his arrival way before his nifter, as the Gemara discusses regarding Shuvah. Says the Gemara, the sons of Rabbi were wondering if their father, who already was nifter, does he know about their pain? because they forgot their learning. They were busy working, and they forgot their learning. And it bothered them a lot, and they were wondering whether the Father in Shemayim knows about it. One of them said, "What do you mean it's a positive? That people don't know anything." Says the other one, "You didn't learn right shot." The Mason is referring to the Rishayim. They're in this world. They're not concerned about that. But Tzaddikim, even when they're dead, they're considered alive. But Tzaddik is always concerned about what the future holds for him. Gemara talks about Bnei Yom and Yoyada, that there's nobody like him. The first year, the second year, Gemara says perhaps he's in the ice, cut open the ice and put inside, or it means that he went through the entire Sefer of ViralRabbi, which is the hardest sefer, says Taisus, in one day, one short winter day. Says the Gemara, amazing story. There's once a chassid, usually when the Gemara says chassid, it's referring to Rabbi Bar or Rabbi Ben Baba, that his wife really bothered him to the point that he had to sleep in the cemetery. We're talking about Rosh Hashanah night. He was sleeping in the cemetery and he heard two young girls that were nifter, they were talking to each other. And he said, "Let's fly around the world, let's see what's going on." Behind the Mechitza where Baruch Hu is with the Shekhinah. Says one, "I cannot fly, I'm buried in Machzel Shulchanim in reed." The Tzlach explains, since her body didn't decompose, therefore she couldn't fly. Said, she tells her friend, "You go out there, tell me what you heard." And she went out there and she heard that whoever plants Revir B'Shainam, in the first, says Rashi, he's talking about the 17th day of Cheshvan, the 7 days, and then comes the second Reviyah, and then comes the third Reviyah 7 days later. Whoever plants then, hail is going to come and destroy the crop. So this chassid did not plant in the Revir Rishonah, he planted in the Reviyah Shniya, and he made a lot of money. The following year, he decided to do this trick on his own. So he went and he camped out in the base of cars, and sure enough, he hears the two Ruchai saying, "Let's go fly, I can't fly, I'm in Machzel Shekanim. So you come back and tell me." And she said, "I heard that whoever plants in the second Reviyah, the Shidafah, the heat is going to come and ruin the crop, so he planted in the first, and therefore he made money, everybody else lost their crop." Says his wife, "How did you know to do this?" So he told his wife the secret. The wife had a big fight with the mother of the girl that was flying around the paragon, and she made fun of the mother of the other mother, and she said, "I know that your daughter was buried in Machzel Shekanim." Third year, the chassid goes to the cemetery, and he hears the Ruchai saying, "Let's go fly around." One Ruach said to the other, "I cannot fly because the live people are already saying, they're making fun of my mother, that she buried me with Machzel Shekanim." So you see that the dead do know. So the Gemara, perhaps somebody was nifter, told her. Ziri once gave money to a lady and she died, and went and he asked her in her grave, "Where's the money?" And she told him exactly where it was. And she also said, "Tell my mother that we're going to have a visitor soon tomorrow. Please send my comb and my makeup." And that's because she must have heard that she was doing on the mountain that announced. The Gemara says that Abu Shmuel used to take the money of the orphans, and it was nifter, and people started making fun of his son. He called him the son of the person that took money from the orphans. So he went to the forest, and he sees that Levi didn't make it into the night because Levi heard his Rabbi by not going to the shear. And he sees his father crying and laughing. "Why you cry? Because you're going to be nifter. So why are you laughing? Because they consider you as a huge individual in Shemayim. You're so big. Have Levi go up to Shemayim. If that Levi went up to Shemayim, he says, 'Where's the money?' The money is buried in our money. It was a sandwich. Our money, the Yisrael's money, and our money. I didn't want it to get ruined. I didn't want people to steal." And in fact, they returned the money. At the putting, you see that the dead know what's going on, but it's different because Shmuel, such a chashuv person, they announced it to Shemayim way in advance. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is after yes. We had the other day that Rabbi was walking in the cemetery and his sisters were dragging on the graves, and he was told, "Loig l'rush, you're poking fun at the dead." It seems like Rabbi himself retracted, because Rabbi says that Baruch Hu tells Moshe Rabbeinu, "Tell the Avis of Rabbi Yaakov that I kept my promise. I gave Klal Yisrael Eretz Yisrael." You see that Rabbi Yaakov care about what's going on in this world. The Gemara says perhaps they don't really care. Just Baruch Hu wanted Moshe Rabbeinu to speak to Rabbi Yaakov so that Rabbi Yaakov can have a curse afflict Moshe Rabbeinu for everything that he's done for their descendants, Klal Yisrael. The halacha is, if you speak about a mace, it's as if you speak about a rock. What does that mean? Machlokes. Either they don't care, or they don't know. However, if you speak about a chashuv, like somebody spoke about Mar Shmuel after he died, and a pole pierced his head and pierced the membrane around his brain, that's because Baruch Hu himself cares that he spoke about chashuv person, but not necessarily that the chashuv person heard it and knows that you said something about it. And Yeshua ben Levi says that we speak about Talmid Chacham, even if the Talmid Chacham is in peace in Gan Eden, nevertheless, the person that speaks about him will fall into Gehenna. Speaking about Yeshua ben Levi, the Gemara says, Yeshua ben Levi said that there are 25 instances in all of the Mishnayos where somebody said something about a Kadosh Baruch Hu or other things, and they put him in nidu. They put him in chayrim, excommunication. Rabbi Elazar says, I only found 3. What are the 3 instances? That a Kabbal b'Mahalo says that the concept of Saida, if somebody has an affair and this husband suspects her of having an affair and they give her to drink Mayim HaMa'arim, you don't do that to a Guyaris and a Shukreris. That's what Kabbal b'Mahalo holds. The fact that Shmai and Naftali who were Gerim did it, gave Mayim HaMa'arim, they did the Saida for a Guyaris, says the Kabbal b'Mahalo that was fake water, it was a placebo. And for that, says the Gemara, that they put him in neither. Says Rabbi that that's not true. Kabbal b'Mahalo was a great man. There's nobody like him in Chachma, in Tahara, in Yiras Hashem. Therefore, it could have been a Kabbal b'Mahalo. There was, in fact, Elazar ben Hanoich, who made fun of the concept of Netilas Yadayim, and they put him in Midui. And in fact, when Elazar ben Hanoich died, they put a stone on his coffin to show that even the dead, you do skila, you throw stones at the coffin. There's a concept called Negius Daitik Habamala. Speaks, and probably, of course, the Rabbi like such as Choni Amahago. His name is Choni Amahago because Choni sat and he drew a circle around himself and he said, Hashem, I'm not moving from the circle until it rains. So it rained really lightly. He said, no, I don't want this rain. I want strong rain. So it rained really strong. He said, no, that's too much. Give me the proper rain. Shimon ben Tzedek said, if you weren't Choni, I would put you in favor. That's not how you talk. You're speaking like a son speaks to a father, and it's not correct. Titus, who was from Rome, instituted Zecher L'Karban Pesach. Everybody should take a goat and put him on a spit, a skewer, and roast it. And Shimon ben Tzedek said, you deserve chayrim because people are going to think now they can touch him outside of the Beis HaMikdash. But that's a brayso. The famous story of Tamar Shel Afnoim, Rabbi Elazar held that everybody holds that in order to take a kucheres, earthenware stove, and make it not tummy, if it's tummy, you have to break it into pieces. So let's say you chopped it up into pieces and you want to put it back together with sand. Elazar holds it's tar. Chacham say it's not tar. Elazar tried to prove it to them with the tree, with the wall that bent, the water stopped. A pasuk came out of Shemayim and said Elazar is right. Nevertheless, they didn't accept his words, and not only that, they proved it to Nidui, and he died in a chayrim. So we have 3 places in Mishnah, but why did Yeshua Levi say 24? Because there are 21 other situations in Mishnah where very similar to these 3 times, where the Talmid Chacham, who's a single person, an individual, went against the Rabbim, the majority, the Yachid against the Rabbim, and he fought really hard. That is deserving of chayrim. And in some instances, it was a person who wasn't as great as the other, and he fought hard against the greater person, and that is deserving of neither. It says the Gemara, you don't take out the dead when it's close to Zman Kriyishma. People might miss Zman Kriyishma, unless it's Adam Chashav like your Yosef, they took him out right before Zman Kriyishma. People listening to a hesped or Yosef mitzvah, it's also like the rush to go out. They should leave one by one. In other words, one person goes out, says Kriyishma, comes back in, then the next one. If the body isn't in front of them, then they can all say Kriyishma together, and the Aval sits there quietly and he says, he accepts upon himself the terrible tragedy that happened to him, and he says, Harbe Chatasi, I sin a lot. When you frack me many, Echad Mini Elef, and you didn't give me HaKadosh Baruch Hu what I deserve, 1 out of the 1,000. Says Abaye, you don't speak like that. That's Yusef Pelasatan. If the Pelasatan, you shouldn't talk like that because that means that you're saying you're deserving of a greater Einish. We discussed the other day about people standing in a row and saying Amakim Menachem Eslim to the Avel. The outer row is not bucked from Kriyishma. However, the Gemara qualifies and says the outer row can see and can be heard. The Avel can hear him, so this part of the Nifim Avelim, and he's bucked from Kriyishma. The Gemara brings a pasuk, Ein Chachma, Ve'ein Tfuna, Ve'ein Eitzel Leneged Hashem. When it comes to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, if somebody does a Chil Hashem, it's a Chil Hashem, there's also such thing as he's a Chacham, he's a Navai. For instance, if a Chashem person is wearing shatnez, even though it'll create a tremendous embarrassment if he has to remove it in public, he must remove it immediately. Remember those 2 different cases. Why is shatnez different than all these cases? As Gemara, when it comes to the Rabbanan were not boys or their zero when it comes to human dignity. So therefore, we have the concept of Mesa Pras. If there's a field that was plowed through and there was a grave there, and we're concerned that perhaps small bones that are spread out throughout the field, Rabbanan, if you're on the way to be back before Pesach, you can get on all four below your weight through the field, and you see that's a concept only with Rabbanan, because the rice you wouldn't be able to do that. Therefore, if an Oval decides he takes his route, there's a fork in the road, and he says, I want to go through the Beis HaPras, a Kohen can follow him through the Beis HaPras for the covet of the Oval. Same thing for the covet to give proper honor of the kings, even Goyish kings. The Gemara says that Lazar Tzadok, who was a Kohen, would step over the coffins. Now, there's a halacha that if there's a Pesach tefach, there's a full tefach of air between the body and the top of the aron, then the tumah stays inside that aron, provided that there's an opening on the side. So we're not concerned that perhaps most aronas have this tefach. Maybe there's a larger person in the aron or something, and then you don't have that tefach. That's a meal. And in order to give honor to kings, we're not choshesh for that aron that doesn't have a tefach. There's also the concept of human dignity. When it comes to toilet paper and the Gemara, they used to use stones, so you're allowed to carry a stone for the bathroom. And if a person's strip not only has 3 sisters on 4 corners, he must take off his garment right away, but if he's in a carbolus, which is a shus d'Rabbanan, he can leave it on. When we have the passage that says the salamta, if you find an object, you must return it, but there's exceptions. If you're a kohen and you're a beis you're an old person and it's not in your honor to take care of it, you earn more money than it would take to give it back, you're potter. Why Shabbat is any different? The answer is this: the salamta, the special meal, dafka in these 3 cases. And Nazir, who's a kohen gadol, so he's a Nazir and a kohen gadol, or he's a person who's going to do bris milah on his son, or to shut the korban pesach, he does not become tummy. But if there's a mace mitzvah, they find a dead person who's nobody's taking care of, then even a kohen gadol Nazir should become tummy. Why Shabbat is different? And the answer is because we're discussing Sheval Taisa by Milah and from Pesach, and it wasn't said by Tumah. Have a wonderful day.
It's glorious. We had a wonderful couple days. The crowd was fine. They didn't DJ. We were down on the field and got to feel the energy. You can hear the music. That's fun to do this once again. We've had such great experiences and being to Mexico City, London, and here in Brazil, looking around the landscape of the stadium.
But Papa asked Rabbi, why is it that the previous generations they had so many nisim? For instance, if they needed rain, Rabbi Yehuda would just take off his shoe and start being bitzar, and immediately it would start raining. And us, we scream and we cry and we daven and nothing. And don't tell me, says Rabbi, it's because they were greater than us in learning. In fact, we are greater than them in learning, says Rabbi. Rabbi Yehuda only learned Nizikin, says Rashi, we learn all Shishas Mishnah. When Rabbi Yehuda tried to learn Uktzin, he had great difficulty. He said it's like all the questions that Rav and Shmuel's Rabbi used to ask. When we learn Uktzin and Yadais, how a branch transmits tumah into the fruit, but if the branch is really wet and soggy, it doesn't. We have 13 pshatim in that. So what is the pshat? The pshat is that the previous generations, they were Meiser Nefesh for Kiddush Hashem. The Gemara brings a very interesting example of what it means to be Meiser Nefesh for Kiddush Hashem. Rabbi Bar was walking the street and he noticed a woman wearing a red scarf, a karbalta, that he felt wasn't appropriate for a Jewish woman to wear. So he ran over to her and he ripped it off her head, only to realize that she was a goya. She could wear whatever she wants. And he was fined 400 zuz, which he said was because her name was Muslim, which it sounds like 200 times 2. You see, that is serious nefesh. Put oneself in a position where he owes money to make him a chaf for Torah. The Gemara says the Rabbi Gidl will position himself by the entrance to the mikvah, so that women going to be titled and asking questions about tefillah, they ask him, what about Yitzhahara? Because the women appear to me like white beets. I don't have a Yitzhahara. Rabbi Yochanan would also position himself by the entrance to the mikvah for a different reason, so that women can stare at his beauty and they can have children that are as beautiful as him. And as the Gemara Bava Metzia says, they can be gedolim in Torah like Yochanan. He asked Rabbi Yochanan, what about Ayin Hara? You're not worried about Ayin Hara? He says, no, I come from Shevet, from Yosef. There's no Ayin Hara. Why? It says by Yosef, Alei Ayin, he's above Ayin Hara. Or V'yit B'larayim. He's like a fish. Fish don't have Ayin Hara. They're in the water covers the Ayin Hara. Or the eye that didn't go after Ashes by Tifar will not be Nizoik from Ayin Hara. Says the Mishnah. Ketanim are potter from Kriyishma and Tefillah. Even if the Ketanim is of the age of Chinuch, he's potter from Kriyishma, because we don't want his father to be worried about his son's Kriyishma. He has to go to work early in the morning and he can't schlep him to shul that early. Tefillin, a Katan, we're concerned, won't have a guf naki, a clean body. Women, as you know, are potter from all mitzvahs aseshas magrom. Anything that has to do with a specific time. Therefore, Kriya Shema is a specific time in the morning, in the evening. They are potter from Kriya Shema. Women are potter from tefillin, and the chiddush is that I would think that they'd be chayiv in tefillin because there's a hekesh between tefillin and mezuzah, and in the mezuzah they are chayiv. Mashman, women are potter from tefillin. Now they are chayiv in a mezuzah. Why? Because in a mezuzah it says the man yirbu yimeichem. Mezuzah brings longevity, and women need longevity. I would think that a mezuzah they would be potter because it says and then right afterwards of Saftam, there's a hekesh, just like they're potter in Torah. They should be potter from mezuzah. Mashman, they're chayiv in mezuzah. A woman is chayiv in Shmoneh Esrei because Shmoneh Esrei brings rachamim, and women need rachamim. Even though Shmoneh Esrei is erev, oikir, and tzarayim, it's his man grama. Nevertheless, because of the rachamim they're chayiv. What about kiddush on Shabbos? This is machlokes whether they are chayiv with their raisa or with their rabbana, but they're definitely chayiv. According to Rabbi, they're chayiv with their raisa because it says zachar v'shalom shomar v'zachar. Whoever's chayiv in keeping Shabbos is chayiv in mentioning Shabbos and doing kiddush. According to Abaya, it's only chiyuv the rabbana. Birkas Hamazon, they are chayiv. Although Moshe Rabbeinu says that Klal Yisrael should eat in the evening and the morning, so it seems like it's a mitzvah aseish as grama. Nevertheless, they are chayiv. You wanted to prove that perhaps because the Muslim of a woman is the raisa because she can be white to your husband. Says the Gemara, that's not right, because in the same place it says that a chatan could be white to his father, and chatan certainly is the rabbanon. We have to say that the father only ate a shear of the rabbanon, less than a sevilla satiating achila, and therefore the chatan could be white. So maybe that's what it means that a woman can be white to her husband in a situation where he ate a shear of the rabbanon. The Gemara says the Malachi Ashur is telling Rabbi, it's not fair. You said that we shouldn't take bribes, but you show fair because you force by Yisrael. It says Esau shall follow me love.
And then you tell me, oh, it's clearly stated on my website that I can change the program. Change what program? Come on, if that's the case, you would just say you gave up on the Muslim and switch to flying kites, and then I have to pay over $600 to watch you fly.
Even on a kibetza like Rabbi Yehuda or a Kazayis like Rabbi Meir, that's why I show favor to the The machlokes, the Mishnah says as follows. We know that about Keri cannot learn Torah. Ezra was misakin that they have to be Torah. So how does one say Kriya Shema if he's about Keri? Says the Mishnah, he should think it in his mind, he should contemplate it. And therefore, he doesn't say Birkas Kriya Shema, and when he eats, he doesn't say Hamaitzi, and Birkas Hamazon, he says it in his head. He contemplates it, it's Mahara. Rabbi Yehuda says no. About Keri, he must say Birkas Kriya Shema, he must say Hamaitzi, he says Birkas Hamazon out loud, he says Kriya Shema out loud with his mouth. Machlokes Rabbeinu Rav Chisda, whether Hirur is Kedibur, contemplating something, thinking about something in your head, does it have the same effect as saying it with your mouth? According to Rabbeinu, it has the same effect. So why does Keri only think it if it's as if he's saying it? Because when you guys are just like we said at Har Sinai, you should not say it with your mouth, think it in your head. According to Rav Chisda, Hirur lav Kedibur. So if so, why is he thinking about it at all? It has no effect. You have to say creation. And the answer is, you're right, it doesn't have that effect. The issue is, if he's sitting in Shul and everybody's saying Kriya Shema, he's going to look as if he doesn't care about Kodesh Baruch Hu, and we want him to be basic and be doing the same thing as everybody else is doing. Have a wonderful day.
We're down here on the field with Commissioner Goodell. The Chargers are bringing in here anything what the city has to offer you, the NFL, and all the football fans.
Bracha is Davchav Aleph. We learned that a Yibal Keri who must say something Midori Raisa, such as Kriya Shema or Birkas Hamazon, he has to think it in his head. Where Shmoneh Esrei, which is only the Rabbanon, he doesn't think it at all. How do we know that Birkas Hamazon is the Raisa? It doesn't get any more clear than this. It says in the pasuk, "Ve'ochalta," you eat, "B'savotna," you're satiated, "U'virachta," you say Birkas Hamazon. Because HaTorah, it says that Moshe Rabbeinu said, "Kishem Hashem Ekro," I'm going to announce Hashem's name, and Klal Yisrael is going to say Amen, and then from there we're going to continue to the Shira that is brought down in Parshas Hazinu. From our Mishnah, it seems like that the Birkas Hamoitzi bracha you say before eating food is only the Rabban, because it says that you don't have to contemplate at all. You don't have to think about it. even though we have a Kavachomer going in two directions, that one should perhaps say Birkas HaTorah after you learn Torah, and one should say Hamoitzi before you eat. Kavachomer. If you make Birkas Hamazon after you eat, so certainly you should make a bracha after you learn Torah. And the same thing in reverse. If you say Birkas HaTorah before you learn, so certainly you should make the Birkas Hamoitzi before you eat. And the answer is they are not similar at all. Birkas Hamazon comes after you're satiated and you feel good about yourself. So you say Birkas Hamazon. You don't make that bracha prior to eating because you didn't have anoya. Whereas Talmud Torah, you're saying the bracha because you're about to go into Chayi Olam. This brings you to Olam Haba. So you say it prior and not after. Rabbi Yehuda holds, unlike what we learned about Philistine, that Kriya Shema is only Midrabanan. And therefore, if a person has a suffix whether he said Kriya Shema or not, he doesn't repeat it. It's only Midrabanan. Whereas the brachas of Kriya Shema, the Yatziv, it's the Raisa. And therefore, if a person has a suffix whether he said the Yatziv, he has to repeat it. What does he do with the famous pasuk that we said from the beginning, the first daf in brachas? B'shach b'chol kumecha teaches us he's supposed to say Kriya Shema when you get up, when you go to sleep. He says no, b'shach b'chol kumecha is referring to Talmud Torah. The deal of learning Torah is in the night and in the day, but not for Kriya Shema. From our Mishnah, we see that about Keri doesn't make a bracha after eating. So l'chayra, or after Kriya Shema, that is. So you see l'chayra that it's only with the Rabbanan. And the answer is no. You don't see anything from our Mishnah because we're talking about the person said Kriya Shema, and in Kriya Shema he already mentions Yitzias Mitzrayim, and Kriya Shema is stronger than the Yatziv because it has Ol Malchus Shemayim and Yitzias Mitzrayim, and that's why he says Kriya Shema. Rav says no. Kriya Shema is Doraisa. Therefore, if a person has a suffix whether he say Kriya Shema or not, he has to repeat it. Shemona Esrei, which is the Rabbanon, that he doesn't repeat if he has a suffix. If a person has a suffix, says halachai, he should daven all day long. In other words, he can repeat the Shemona Esrei all day, and in fact, that's the halach. What about if a person knows that he says Shemona Esrei and he catches himself in the middle of Shemona Esrei? Says the Gemara that if a person is davening Shabbos Shemona Esrei, he's on Shabbos and he's davening Shemona Esrei, all of a sudden he feels a punch on his chest. He realizes, "Oi, I'm saying Slach Lanu, I'm in the middle of saying weekday Shemona Esrei." What does he do? The halacha is that he finished the bracha. What is the reason? The reason is because in reality we should be saying Shemona Esrei of the weekday on Shabbos, and in addition to that, add the brachas of Shabbos. But because of the tircha, the tzibur chacham said you don't say Shemona Esrei. So therefore, if he finds himself saying a bracha of regular weekday Shemona Esrei, he finishes it off. Whereas a person who realized that he already said Shemona Esrei, and now he's saying it for the second time, if he's in the middle of a bracha, he stops right there where he is, and he doesn't finish because he has no chiyuv to say. Nevertheless, if a person comes into a shul, he comes into the shul and he finds the tzibur davening Shemona Esrei, he could say it Shemona Esrei again as long as he shows that it's tefillas l'dava, meaning he adds to each of the middle brachas, he adds something of his own and makes it personal. If a person comes into a shul, this is halacha l'maisa, he comes into a shul and he finds the tzibur davening Shemona Esrei, what should he do? Well, this is machlokes. According to Rav Huna, if he could finish Shemona Esrei before everybody gets to, the chazan gets to Moedim, then he should start Shemona Esrei and finish. Because the problem is you don't want to be davening Shemona Esrei while everybody bows and does Moedim, because then it looks like you don't agree to the Moedim. But according to Rav Chizda, he has to be able to finish his Shemona Esrei before everybody gets to Kedusha. And the machlokes is whether a person can say Kedusha by himself or not. So we, the paskin, that a person can't say Kedusha by himself, the Torah comes out that he should be able to finish Shemona Esrei before everybody gets to Kedusha. Now, according to everybody, while you're saying Shemona Esrei, you cannot stop for Kedusha and Baruch Hu, etc. The machlokes is whether you can stop in the middle of Shemona Esrei to say Amen Yehei Rabbi. According to Rabbi, you could. We don't pass in halacha like that. Case brings down that today we think about Shemona Ka'ina. That's the question. Then it comes out that you are saying it. You should look in places and see the halacha. About Keri is also to learn Torah. How do we know? It's from the concept called smuchim. Since there's a pasuk in regard to about Keri, that's the pasuk that says Isser of learning Torah. So we make the connection. It's also to learn Torah. Rabbi Yehuda doesn't learn the concept of smuchim in all of the Torah, besides in Chumash Devar. How do we know that? And the smuchim that the Tanakh learns in this parsha, Rabbi Yehuda learns it to say that whoever teaches his son Torah, it's as if he accepted the Torah from Har Sinai. When it comes to a machashefa, a witch, you can't keep alive. So we learn it, the misa that she has, the skila, we learn from a behema. And Rabbi Yehuda learns it from Pavi Yedorim because he doesn't learn the concept of smuchim. Yet, when it comes to Chumash Devarim, he does learn the concept of smuchim. There's a machlokes whether a person who's not allowed to marry his father's wife, he's allowed to marry his father's anusa. If his father rapes someone, he's allowed to marry her. For Rabbi Yehuda, you're not allowed to marry her. And why? Because he learns it from smuchim. It says in the pasuk, Lo yikach shetishus oven, because Lo yigali knaf. Lo yigali, Rabbi Yehuda learns it's talking about an anusa. Why? Because the following pasuk talks about an anusa. In the Mishnah it says that there are three people that have zera and they're not allowed to learn Torah. One of them is a zav, who's not about Keri, who saw Keri, a nida that was toilet zera, and a woman after relations who had zera, they are not allowed to say Torah unless they go to the mikvah. Rabbi Yehuda holds that they don't have to go to the mikvah. It's mashma. It's only in these three cases that Rabbi Yehuda holds they don't have to go to the mikvah. But what if the person is about Keri without any side effect, any ziva, theta, etc., just a pure about Keri? Perhaps he holds that he has to go to the mikvah. Mark comes out and says no. At the end of the day, Rabbi Yehuda holds that about Keri is also to learn Torah. He just holds that when it comes to Birkas Kriya Shema, etc., he made them like Hilchas Derech Eretz. In other words, since they are D'Rabbanan, so you're allowed to say them. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is not for days. The Gemara tells us that just like Matan Torah was given Bepimo, Begira, Bereses, Bezeya, so too when we learn Torah, we should be in fear and trepidation, trembling. Therefore, if one comes about becoming, but it wasn't his fault, he became a Zav, Mitzorah, while Anida, by mistake, he could learn Torah. However, if a person becomes Tamei through Keri, which is an issue of Kalos Rosh, there's actually 7 shittas here. The Tanakh says it's possible for him to learn Torah at all. It came from Kalos Rosh, and Torah is only the rest of Zayah. On the polar opposite, we have Rabbi Yehuda ben Beser that says that Torah cannot become Tamei. Therefore, we can learn Torah in any state, even in the state of Tum of Keri. Torah is like fire, says Rabbi Yehuda ben Beser. Fire is not Mekabel Tumah, Torah is not Mekabel Tumah. And then you have 5 shittas in between. Rabbi Yossi says you can learn Torah, you can learn Mishnayos, but say them quickly, don't go too deep into them. Then you have Rabbi Yossi that says you could go deep into Mishnayos, you can fire Mishnayos, you can still learn Gemara. They have Rabbi Nosson ben Avsham says you can learn Gemara, just don't say the name of Kodesh Baruch Hu when it brings a pasuk. Rabbi Kiva says don't learn Medrash. Some say in Rabbi Kiva he meant to say don't go into a base medrash. About Keri is possible to go into base medrash. Rabbi Yehuda says, and this we had yesterday, a person who's about Keri could learn Hilchos Derech Eretz. But he on himself was machmir when he taught his Talmidim, he was tribal first, and then he taught them Hilchos Derech Eretz. Rabbi Nachman Bar Yitzchak says that there's a minhag in the world, asking like the 3 stated. The one halacha like we just said, like Rabbi Yehuda ben Beser, that when it comes to about Keri, he can learn Torah. The other one is like Rabbi Yoshia, who says that in order to be over on Smeiko, you have to plant 3 types of plants. You have to plant chita, wheat, soya, barley, and chartzanim, grapes. Otherwise, you're not over on planting. Whereas the Chacham say only 2 is the Isser. And like Rabbi Loi, who says that the field of gracious Hagez to shear your sheep and give the first shearings to a Kayan is only in Eretz Yisrael. Zeiri said, either he said that they were mevatel the tefillah of a Keri, or he said they were mevatel the tilas yadayim. Like we learned, Rav Chizah said, you shouldn't go looking for water. It's better to wash your hands before davening, but don't do it on the account of not davening from Esrei B'tzibur or at time. The Gemara tells us that Machamish Gamzo whispered to Rabbi Kiva this coming out. Rabbi Kiva whispered this, but and Ben Azai either announced it in public or he whispered it this time. Was the halacha that this new concept called Tisho Kader, when one is titled for a carry, he doesn't necessarily have to go into a mikvah with 40 saw. He can pour upon himself 9 condoms like a shower. Just pour the water on top of you. As we're going to see later on the other holes, when it comes to Tisha B'Av, they must be poured. You can't go into it like you go to the mikvah. Mikvah is dafka going into the mikvah. You can't pour the 40 saw on top of you. So Tisha B'Av is dafka pouring it on top of you and not going into it. Now, why would he announce it in public? On the side that announced it, because this tefillah of carry caught a lot of the Torah. It takes a long time to go to the mikvah, so you find the mikvah. Or people revat for pruruvu. If a person knows he has to go tomorrow to look for a mikvah, he might abstain. And if he said it in secret, it's because he didn't want us to need them to be with their wives like chickens. Rabbi Yanni said when it comes to halacha of tefillah of carry, some are mekel, some are machmer. Those who are machmer, they are going to have arichas yavim. The question is, if you could get away with, so to speak, 9 cups of water, or why would one go to the mikvah with 40 sauce? Says the Gemara, because Chachamim made it together. There's a story where somebody was about to be over Navera, and the woman told him, if you're over Navera, remember, you have to look for a mikvah 40 sauce, and that made him stop. And therefore, Chachamim instituted that you have to have a rabbi sauce. The Buddha holds that a period could be playable. The Chachamim meaning in Mayim Shuv, it doesn't have to be rainwater. A physicist says it has to be just like a regular mikvah, 40 saw rainwater. Rav Nachman had a special vessel that held 9 kavim, so his Talmidim could use it for carrying. So he told him, what do you mean? Rav Akiva holds that only somebody that's sick and the carry came against his will, he can use 9 kavim. But you're telling him, yes, the Talmid Chacham is considered like a sick person, they're typically weak. But it wasn't like so, it was a miracle. He brought the carry upon himself by being with his wife. Therefore, you can't use the. Says the Gemara, Rav Nachman's plea was broken. Though, according to Usha, his vessel was repaired. Why? Because in Usha, they said the exact opposite. A chayla brings upon himself carry, like an Chacham, could use 9 kavim. A chayla that the carry came against his will doesn't even need to be title at all. Ezra was misakin the tefillah for carry, and he said you have to go to the mikvah with 40 saw. What about somebody, a regular person, a bari, that the tumah came against his will? Abai says Ezra was also misakin something, and that's the 9 saw, the 9 kavim. And according to Rabbi, Ezra was misakin. That's Chachamim were misakin the 9 kavim in such a case. Rabbi says the halacha. Somebody who's healthy and he brings upon himself the tumah, and somebody that's sick brings upon himself the tumah, need 40 saw. If somebody's sick and the tumah comes against his will, minus, or somebody who's healthy and it came against his will, but somebody who's sick, they're both putter without anything, not even 9 saw. According to everybody, somebody who's teaching Torah and somebody who's learning Torah. Somebody who's teaching Torah and he's healthy or he's sick, but he brought it upon himself, needs 40 saw. But if it happened against his will, he could teach with 9 saw. And some are mechulek and say since he's teaching Torah, he needs 40 saw. Some say that he needs dafka karka, has to be a real mikvah. Some say no, that he doesn't need 40, it could be like in a bathtub. The Yehuda mentions the word. The Gemara these words that you use according to Yehuda, not Yeshua, doesn't necessarily mean rainwater. Gemara finally says a story where they were three on the right, sitting around, and Papa says, listen, we're benching now, let me take over, let me best. Why? Because I just tell me, but I use 9 kavim. Says Rabbi, what are you talking about? 9 kavim is not other people say that.
Yo! What up, girl? How's life living in the promised land? Why is that? All right, girl. Calm down. All right. I understand. I get you. How are things going in your neck of the woods? How's life? How are you? Excellent. What are your hobbies? What are your hobbies, girl? What do you like? Wait, so you are a guy? All right. Did you have a bar mitzvah? Okay, so you didn't have a bar mitzvah. All right. Are you in transition? Okay, you're transgender. Okay, I've got you. All right. So that's a hobby. How's that been? Okay, excellent. So were you a girl and now you're becoming a guy? Okay, well then you need to fill in. Tefillin. And you need to, oh, you don't have to feel it in all of it. Okay. Oh, so do you have to serve in the IDF? Okay. All right. That's all right. So what do you like to do? You love to draw furries. Okay, that's cool. So do you want to learn how to become a man? Do you know how to don tefillin? Tefillin? Well, that's like the first step. That's what you learn when you're bar mitzvah. So if you really want to be a man, then you'd get some tefillin, some kosher tefillin. But that's okay. Yeah, yeah, I understand, but you still need them. But I get it. That's cool. We'll let 5,000. Yeah, that's my last name. And you've already made it clear that you. Oh, we're all related. There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone, 10,000 of us globally. I thought you. I thought you didn't need money. I thought you had everything that you needed. Okay, very well. So, are you on? You were a girl. Now you're becoming a boy, or you've become a boy. Do you date women? All right. Was she hot? Oh, good on you. And she knew about your whole transition and everything. Oh, okay. That's cool. And then you decided, you know what? Being a lesbian isn't good enough. I want to be a boy. Just shitting. Okay. You're just talking shit. So you weren't a lesbian. Okay. So you are a lesbian. Did you have a hot girlfriend? Okay. What happened to her? So you snuck in there and you stole your friend's high school girlfriend? All right. Well, there are a lot of layers of this onion.
Let me solve this for you. I wasn't told at all. Let me bench. Says one more Allah for us.
Right.
Was able in because he's going to see other people.
Israel, you're confusing as fuck. This motherfucker says you got to do one thing and another thing, and then you guys are all over there with, bathing in rainbows. What the fuck? No one knows what to do. I'll keep everybody in line. So, hey, Rabbi, in your halakhic opinion, what should this person be doing? Well, they should do whatever they want to do, but if they want to be a dude, they need tefillin. Tefillin. Fucking loser.
But be the concept. You should show him every single bracha in the beginning and the end, and just have everything between. If the person is about Torah, he's laying from the Torah, and he realizes that he's about Torah, he should say everything really quick. And according to the layer, you can only say Sukkim, and that's it, and then he has to let somebody else know. It's also Kedanim in front of waist externally. So if he sees waist, he should put his back to it and make sure it's at least 4 ounces of water constantly pushing it up. If he doesn't have the ability to turn his back to it, he can at least put it to the side 4 ounces. If the person is driving and realizes that he's down in the wrong with waist right next to him, he's considered a Chayda sinner. According to Rabbi, he does not repeat Shemon Esrei again. According to Rabbi, he must repeat his Shemon Esrei. The person has a medical condition. He has an uncontrollable bladder. So he must wait until he stops leaking, and only then he continues with the Shemon Esrei. Now, if he stops for the total amount of time that it takes him to say the entire Shemon Esrei, then he must repeat those Shemon Esrei. Like any other people, if he stops regardless of one reason, he must repeat the whole Shemon Esrei. Unless he didn't stop long enough to say those Shemon Esrei, according to Online, he's exactly walking. In other words, he should have started out in the anyway. If he came to the situation where he's at, that means when he started out, he also had to go to the restroom, and since he didn't, his whole good, and that's what he's looking up your feet, is valid. And now, he's for 4 hours. If a person needs to relieve himself and go to the restroom, and he cannot wait for 72 minutes, he can't hold it in, which is the time it takes to wash one torso, then his kilos and his well, and he find out. But if he put hold it in, and put it around, he can start his davening with Chafila. Plus it says, Shmor Raglefo Kasher Pelach Beso Lekim. So one shot is, you should wash your body. America's military is go down and basically go control, make sure you have a clean body. And Ravashi, the other Madama says, be careful not to sin. Don't be fight there, because then you'll have to bring a turban to basic things. Don't bring a turban like a fool, meaning a fool doesn't know why he's bringing a turban. Perhaps he has to bring a chatas, and he brings an oil instead, and he won't have the proper kapara, he won't have the right tshuva. If a person is wearing tefillin shorosh, he has tefillin on his head. According to Rabbina, he could go relieve himself Hana. And according to Rabbi, it's also why? Because he might come to go for Gedolim. If this bathroom is a Beis Hakisei Kavua, meaning it's a permanent place and there's a lot of waste everywhere in those days, we're talking about that there's no hole in the ground, so you have to remove your tefillin before you even approach this Beis Hakisei 4 amas before you get there. Now, what do you do once you get there? That one sees the plug is going to still get hold of your tefillin in your hand. According to your kiva, you wrap it up in your clothing and you hold your clothing with you. If it's a Beis Hakisei Arad, it was never used, so you don't have to remove the 4 amas before you get there. But once you remove yourself, now you just create a Beis Hakisei Kavua. Now you can have to be so far as to move away 4 amas to get out.
Let's go back to your place so you can take advantage of my portraiture. I want to know if I can take this seriously.
Everybody's walking, it's a busy place. On the shelf, facing everybody else. That boy, obviously, he wasn't over that later, but he lied, and he was so embarrassed that he was so angry. Then on, he said, not to be sorry, Rabbi, he's telling me that inside part of the water, because inside is quieter, and there are a lot of roads. They might think you feel right, and that's preserving soul. Therefore, it says, they still must hold the soul in your head. So what do? You take the thorn, you let it on, and you put it against your heart. You roll them up, you have to make sure that the switch up. don't come out of your hand in one second.
Somebody's call.
Since the rat has a yolk, so the roach has a dollar.
You're scaring moms.
This is all if you're going to wear your phone afterwards.
What the fuck did you get me into? Darling, you got to let me go.
Put the tiller on the ground just like you take a jar and you put food in it and you bring it into a room with a dead body. It's not mechanical cool as long as there's a slight amount of here and there, says Taisvis, because you don't need a full tabak in that situation. And this brings us on the base. The Gemara tells us two different stories, and they both say the same thing. That Rabbi Yochanan and Rav Nachman, when they came, they approached the restroom, they would give their sefer of Agaditas people to me this. But they didn't give their children the Talmud. They preferred to hold the film by themselves inside the restroom. They said, since there's a heter, they still give us a heter to bring film into the restroom. They prefer to bring the film into the restroom because that gives them a shmira, a protection from a zika. During davening, the Gemara tells us you're not allowed to hold the tefillin in your hand, you're not allowed to hold a knife or money in your hand. The Taz says this refers to everything. You're not allowed to hold anything in your hand because this will reduce your concentration during Shemona Esrei. You're not allowed to sleep with tefillin, even a temporary sleep, just a few moments of sleep, because you won't be able to control your body and it could bring a design to tefillin. There's a concept of sneers, when one goes to the bathroom, even though nobody's in the room with them. If it's a man, he's allowed to expose himself to 2 tefachim in the front and 1 tefach in the back. A woman, only 1 tefach in the back and nothing in the front. If a beisakise, you have a bathroom, a restroom, which is a permanent bathroom, so there's a lot of stuff going on the ground. The ground is softer, so we're not concerned that there will be a splash of ketanim on the leg. So you don't have to wash it off, and therefore you may hold your tefillin in your hand. Whereas if it's a beisakise, arai, it's more chomer than a beisakise kavua because since the ground is very hard, we're concerned that maybe there'll be tzaitzais, something will splash on the leg, and you really have to wipe it down, and you might use your tefillin, and therefore you're not allowed to hold your tefillin in your hand. The person doesn't want to be embarrassed when he goes into a very long meal. That's what this keva. He doesn't want to get up in the middle of the meal and go to the restroom. He has guests and he's embarrassed. What should he do? He should walk 10 amas, approximately 20 feet. And every time, try to go to the bathroom. Do this 4 times. Or 10 times, 4 hours. This is machlokes, whether you remove your tefillin before you get to the table or you take up your tefillin by the table, put them on the table. That's the cover for the table. Everybody agrees, though, that for Birkas Hamazon, you should wear your tefillin. Those days, they used to wear the tefillin all day, especially during something like Birkas Hamazon. If a person designated a pouch for tefillin, his tefillin bag, and he also puts tefillin in there, so he has 2 things. It's also to put money inside that bag. According to Rabbi, even if he never put his tefillin in, as long as he thought that it's for his tefillin, it's also to put money inside his tefillin bag. Have a wonderful day.
I said, but I wanted to talk about the need to run the ball more, John. He's like, yeah, they need to. I was like, good conversation. Anyway, so it has been 45 days. I gotta say, it was nice nostalgia watching them play little pitching catch here. On the field in Brazil.
Rafa is not for Dalek. In order to protect one's tefillin, you're allowed to put your tefillin between your mattress and your pillow, provided that you don't put your head directly above the tefillin. Shmuel says you're allowed to do so even if your wife is in the room, and the Brisa says you're not allowed to do so if your wife is in the room. But the halacha is like Shmuel. To put your tefillin underneath your feet, that would be complete disrespect to the tefillin, and that's awesome. Rabbi wanted to prove that not only did he say that halacha is like Shmuel, but he passed that halacha is like Shmuel. So he told his Talmud Rav Nuna, go get my tefillin. When his Talmud Rav Nuna went to get his tefillin, he realized that the tefillin were below the pillow, not where Rabbi put his head, and that his wife went to the mikveh the night before. In other words, even in a situation of Ishtay Imay, you're still allowed to put your tefillin below your tefillin. If 2 people were undressed and they were beneath the blanket, how do they say Kriya Shema? Now, if they're facing each other, it's definitely awesome. If they're not facing each other, you're back to back. If it's his younger children, what exactly the ages of the machlokes in Gemara? A girl below the age of 3, a boy below the age of 9, or a girl below the age of 11 and a boy below the age of 12. Then it's murder. His wife, or his older children, or just another person. According to Shmuel, it's machlokes in the price of whether you have to put the pizza with the talis, and he asks in Shmuel that it's a murder without that person. And according to Rabbi Yosef, there's a difference between his wife and other people. His wife is mother, Ishtek Kufay, and other people, it's awesome. But there's no concern of Agavais, meaning rear. The rears that are touching each other, they are not considered an erva, and therefore you can take Kriyishma even if they touch each other. The halacha is, in order, in a lot of mitzvahs, but in our precious colleague we're discussing, you should be standing up, making the bracha. And if a person is unclothed, it's also to make a bracha. What if a person is unclothed and he's sitting? If it's a man, it's also because he doesn't have a complete covering of his erba. For a woman, if she's sitting, it's good for her to make a bracha. The ears of the erba by a man are not considered an erba, and you're allowed to say Kriyishma in front of them. A tefach of a woman who typically covers that area, not necessarily erba, but anything that's typically covered, is also for a man, even his own wife, to say Kriyishma in front of that tefach. Now, if it's not his wife, it's also to look at even the pinky of a woman if he does so to gaze at, to stare at, and to benefit from. The thigh of a woman, according to the Mishnah Berurah, means above the knee. According to the Chazon Ish, means below the knee. Is considered an erba. Therefore, the way the Acharonim explained, it's worse than a pinky because even if you're not staring at it to benefit, it's still usher to look at. Hobi Isha erba, the voice, a singing voice of a woman is considered erba, and the ear of a woman, Sarbi Isha erba, of a married woman, a woman who typically covers her ear, that ear is considered an erba. Gemara says it's usher to hang your tefillin by the ritzus on a peg, but you're allowed to hang them by the box. Is a machlokes if you're allowed to hang it by the actual box. If it's in a bag, in a tefillin bag, you're allowed to hang a tefillin bag on a peg, even though a certain Torah would be usher to hang by a peg. And this brings us to on a base. If somebody is allowed during Shemona Esrei, it says Shemona Esrei allowed, well, if he just is trying to show Hashem that he's davening, that's also because that shows that he doesn't have a munah that Hashem hears him without him being loud. But if he's doing so because that's how he has kavanah, then it's mutter provided that he's not in public, because if there's other people that are Shemona Esrei and he's disturbing them, that is also that's typically the tzibur. If somebody really raises his voice during Shemona Esrei, it's considered a navi shtekah. If somebody burps or yawns during davening during Shemona Esrei, it's considered gasei ruach. He's a gross type of a person. If he sneezes from his mouth, then that's a good siman. The Gemara brings a story that Rabbi Zera, who had a sneezing issue, he had allergies, and he sneezed a lot. He was very happy to hear this halacha that if somebody sneezes during davening, it's considered a siman yafa. He said, "This is worth more than all my Torah." Rabbi Chanina witnessed that Rebbe Berg sneezed, he spit during davening, he yawned. So the Gemara explains, when he burped and yawned, that was not intentional, and therefore he's not considered a gas ruach. When he sneezed, that's considered a sneeze. When we call today a sneeze from his mouth, and that's a siman yafa. When he spit, he didn't spit onto the ground because that's considered spitting in front of a king. So he spit into his clothing, and a person who's an istinus, he could put it into his scarf. And if he's really an istinus, he could spit it behind him. If that doesn't work, then only he spits in front of him. Rabbi Yochanan, that is the Rebbe, he used his garment to crush allows during the Esrei, and he also, when his talus fell off completely, he wouldn't return it. It's also to put on your talus during Shemona Esrei. But when he yawned, he had manners. He put his hand over his mouth in order not to show his mouth. However, the Gemara calls it sneezing from below, a sneeze that has a smell to it. That is also, if you do it on purpose, that's considered a gasua. Now, what do you do? If one feels that he has to do so during davening, he must walk Dalet Amos behind, wait until the smell clears, and then he goes back and continues from where he was in Shemona Esrei. But before he does so, he has to say a bracha asks sort of for forgiveness for what he's just done. He says, "Yitzartanu nikavim nikavim chalulim chalulim." Bali b'kol fanecha cherkoseinu v'chimaseinu. You understand that Baruch Hu, how embarrassed we are, b'chayenu in our life, u'b'achriseinu, when we die, we're going to be maggots and worms. And then it's unbelievable that in the middle of Shemona Esrei he makes this bracha, and then he continues with this bracha, with the Shemona Esrei from where he let off before. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Yehuda held that it's usher to move from Chutz La'aretz to Eretz Yisrael. As the Pasuk says, I will come and get you from Galus. And Rabbi Abba held that it's mutter. So Rabbi Abba kept on avoiding Rabbi Yehuda, and Rabbi Abba said, before I go to Eretz Yisrael, let me hear one more halacha. And this is the halacha that he heard. You say this bracha, and you walk away, and he said, if I only take to hear this, it was worth it. If a person is in, let's say, a sleeping bag, and he's not dressed, and he wants to say Kriya Shema, but it's too cold for him to poke his head out. Now you have an issue of Ibai Rois Erva, Eino Rois Erva, his eyes and Rois Erva, his eyes see the Erva, his heart sees the Erva. So what you do is you make him a feet, so you put some sort of cloth between your neck and the Erva, and that's enough. That goes according to the Manama that says that it's not an issue for Ibai Rois. That's an issue when you put the cloth a little bit lower down, and that creates a chatzitza. If a person is walking the street and there's excrement, there's soil all around, moving on the kunov, one Manama says you can put your hand on your mouth and continue saying, provided you continue to walk. If you're standing still, everybody holds that it's also to say the Rikaro, and the other Manama says, continue putting your hand on your mouth. So that's the word. Have a wonderful day.
Or sometimes AM 570 LA Sports.
Rafa is not saying if a man is not wearing anything from the waist up, he may say Kriya Shema, but it's also for the say Shemona Esrei like that because he's standing in front of the king. You have to dress properly. If a person is in the restroom and he realizes that he's wearing his tefillin, he shouldn't just jump up and run out. That could be dangerous because the first discharge must come out. But if he puts his hand on his tefillin, what if a person has soya waste on his hands? According to the Rabbah, that's not a problem. The Pasuk says, the parts of the body that stay the breath that was broken, those have to be clean. In other words, the mouth and the nose. According to Rabbi, since it says in the Pasuk, all my bones, all my limbs are saying praise, therefore every single part, including the hands, has to be clean. If the source of the smell is there, according to Rabbi, you have to distance yourself 4 amas from the source, not so much the smell. According to Rabbi, it doesn't matter where the source is, it matters where the smell ends. From that point on, you have to distance yourself 4 amas. In the Brisa, one Brisa says, what kind of waste are we talking about? We're talking about human, dog, pig, and chicken waste. The Brisa says it's not really chicken, it's turkey or a lot of chicken food. According to Rabbi, the only time dog and pig waste are also the same creature from them is when they are used to tan hides, and therefore it's a very foul smell. Now, if you can see the soya, it doesn't matter how far away it is from you. As long as you can see it, it's also to say Kriya Shema in front of it. If it's 10 o'clock on the club or below you, then it's mutter to say Kriya Shema, that's considered another domain. If it's inside a glass jar, it's mutter to say Kriya Shema in front of it. But when it comes to erva, if a glass separates from the erva, that doesn't give you a head there, because over there it's still an erva. If you have a very small amount of soya culture, then all you need to do to cover it is you spit on it with a thick spit. If the soya is in a hole in the ground, you just put your shoe on top of the hole, and that's okay. What if the soya is stuck to the bottom of your shoe? That's a take on whether or not you're allowed to say Kriya. Now the halacha is, if a soya whose tummy is underneath the tree is like the tent is like the oil. So anybody that's tar that walks underneath the tree becomes tummy. But if somebody that's tar is underneath the tree, and the Matzar walks by the tree, the person that's tar remains tar because that's not his domain. Says Abaye, if so, the same thing applies to Tsoya. In other words, if Tsoya is moving by, then you are allowed to say Kriya Shema. Only if it's stationary, it's awesome. Rabbi says no. When it comes to Tsoya, the Pasuk says, where you need to be in a proper place with Susha. Since it moved by you, then at that moment, it was a Kaddish, it's also for you to say Kriya Shema. a rare smell that doesn't have a source. So Gemara brings an example that the Shiva Buffer, they would sleep on these machatzalas, but their friends would work next to them. Now, when a person sleeps, doesn't really have full bodily function control, and it's possible that there's some sort of rare smell that comes from the buffer. Nevertheless, you're allowed to learn Torah. However, you're not allowed to say creation. Now, if the person himself is the one that created that smell, he's not allowed to learn Torah. He must distance himself from that smell. What about if we don't know whether what you're looking at is meriglayim or, let's say, apple juice? It's a suffix. So even if it's in a heap of trash, where typically there's a lot of soya and a lot of meriglayim, it's mutter because the Isra Midaraisa of St. Kriyashma in front of meriglayim is in front of a stream coming out of a person. But once it hits the ground, it's not also Midaraisa. So therefore, the Chachamim warring geyser if you have a suffix. However, when it comes to the suffix soya, you don't know if you're looking at chocolate or soya. So in that case, if it's in a pile of trash, it's also why? Because in trash usually you find soya. If it's in the house, because my mother says you typically don't find soya in your house. What is the shear? How much meriglayim is it that it makes it also say creation? One mother says in other words, it's so moist that if you touch it with your hand, you can make something else moist. The other mother says, all you need is snifeah. As long as it makes your hand moist, it doesn't have to make something else moist. And finally, we have Niva, who says that if you just see the outline of it on the ground, even though it's not moist at all, it's still awesome. What's the shear in soya? We have a number of shear. One shear is that if it becomes hardened on the outside, it's no longer considered soya. Another shear says up to the point where it cracks in. Another shear says as if it's as hard as earthenware, and if it breaks. The halacha is, Rabbi says that it has to be as hard as earthenware in order for it not to be soya, in order for you to be able to say Kriyashma. And this brings us to the base. It says in the Mishnah we learn that if a person is inside the mikvah and he realizes it's time to say Kriyashma, and he doesn't have enough time to get out and get dressed, he should say Kriyashma in the water. Now, number one, we're talking about Vasikin. So maybe goes according to a shua that says that there were people called Vasikin that they were not going to say Kriyashma by Netzachama, but other people could say it up until 3 hours. The other point the Gemara makes is that what kind of water are you talking about? Either, according to the water is dirty water or it's not see-through, so therefore it creates a barrier between your eyes and your erva, or your heart and your erva, or any other part, let's say your heel and erva. Another Bible says, no, we're talking about clear water, but nevertheless, there's no issue of Rabbi Roya Serva, and there's no issue of Eina Roya Serva. La halacha. If your heel, your own heel, touches the erva, because it's a great level, if your heel could, so to speak, see the erva, that's what you say, creation. The erva of a goat, halacha, please consider erva, I would think, because it says in the pasuk, the sar chamor and the sar, they have halacha of chamor, the mashallah is still considered an erva. It's probably called Restream. There's a vessel that usually contains excrements, soya, their blood, now it's a pretty good. Nevertheless, it's possible to say creation in front of it because it absorbs, it's discussed the most. According to Kama, the entire house, even if it's 100
If you show up, then you're on the line. You can win the belly. This is day 12 of trying to make this big
if the meriglayim you are in a regular food, so depends. First or not, if you put water in the feed first, and then you pour the meriglayim on top of the water, then the meriglayim become bottled, drop by drop. As it hits the water, they become bottled. However, if the meriglayim were in the feed first, and you try to bottle with water, well, that's a machlokes whether culturally works when you need a review. The other man, the Rabbi says, no, it's the exact opposite. If you put it in water before the meriglayim, then there's a machlokes whether you need a culture or a review. But if the meriglayim were in there first, you certainly need a review. And finally, for today, there's an Isser Hashmish in a house that has Sefer and Tefillin. You either remove the Sefer and Tefillin from the house, or you build them a feet if you can. That's the line. Or put Sefer and Tefillin in a double Rabbi, have a wonderful day.
2022, and Bradley Bozeman, one of our captains, is going to anchor the middle of that line.
Yeah, again, it was sorted out at this rush. No 95 is at all times. Chris Jones wanted to drop the edge. He's got a century where he's completely steady, so no 95 is
It's going to take 10 seconds for our stations to identify themselves on the LA Chargers.
Rochis Daf Chavov. It's a huge day for my wife and I. We became grandparents. I want to thank all the well-wishers, the many emails, WhatsApps, etc. If you happen to be in Ramat Hashemes this Shabbos, Shalom Zachar at my house. You're all invited. Nachal Noam to apartment 9. The Gemara says that it's also to daven Shemona Esrei facing a bathroom, even if there's no tzaya in the bathroom. If somebody designates a brand new bathroom, there's a suffix whether you're allowed to daven Shemona Esrei inside the bathroom, but outside facing the new bathroom that was never been used, it's mutter. There's a type of bathroom called parsim, similar to what we have today. It's where the tzaya falls out. It has some sort of pipe that removes everything. So that is considered, sasom is considered sealed, and it's mutter to daven facing. Says the Mishnah. The Mishnah brings 3 cases where there's an additional tumah to the carry. Ezra was misakin, they have to go to the mikvah in order to say the Torah if a person is batar. So what happens if a person is a zav? And we had this sugya earlier. A person is a zav gomer. He saw 2 re'iyos even in one day. Now he has to wait shiva nekiyim 7 clean days. During that time, he became a balkari. Now, if he goes to the mikvah, it doesn't really help much because he's already coming. Same thing. If a woman was a nida, so she has to wait 7 days, and she was toilet, she emitted shich mazera, so she also has the tumah of carry. And then the case that's interesting is where she was mishamish, so through tashmish became tamei through carry, and then afterwards she became a nida. In all 3 cases, Tanakama holds that you have to be toivel in order to say the Torah review that says since it doesn't help anyways, you are potter. Now the Gemara brings a case that's exactly the same as a woman who's mishamish and then becomes a nida, and that is if a person is about carry and then he becomes a zav, since the tefillah doesn't help anyways, according to the Tanakama, you do need a tefillah in order to talk in Torah, and according to Review, you don't need it. And with that, we finish the 3rd parak of brachas. Mazel tov, hadron aloch mishameis. Says the new Mishnah, the new parak. Shemona Esrei, according to the tzaddikim, the people that are called the Vasikin, they would daven Shemona Esrei exactly at sunrise. All other people would daven Shemona Esrei up until Chatzos. That's midday, and that's V'loi ad b'chlal, up until midday. And Rabbi says up until 4 hours, Shois Maniyos, up until 4 hours, including the 4th hour. If somebody purposely, b'mezid, didn't daven, that's what the pasuk says, Me'uvas lo yuchal liskar. This is something that he can never fix. If a person forgets to daven Shemona Esrei, it doesn't matter if it's Chakras, Mincha, or Ma'ariv, he says 2 Shemona Esreis in the following tefillah. If he didn't say Chakras, he'll say 2 Minchas. If he didn't say Mincha, he'll say 2 Ma'ariv. The big chiddush is in Mincha, because Mincha saying by 2 Ma'ariv is already considered the following day. Nevertheless, you think, Overs Manoi, Batal Korbanoi, no. Since it's davening, it's Rachamin, you could say 2 Ma'arivs because you missed the Mincha the day before. Yet, if somebody does say 2 Shemona Esreis in the following tefillah, he gets schar for saying that tefillah, but he doesn't get schar for saying that tefillah b'zman. The continuation of that pasuk of Me'uvas lo yuchal liskoin is the chesaron lo yuchal limanos. And the Gemara says that's referring to when people get together and say, let's do a mitzvah, let's go give mevakar chayla, let's go give tzedakah, and you refrain from going with them, that's chesaron lo yuchal limanos. And with this, we come to Amud Beis. Chavav Amud Beis. A person forgets Mincha, the weekday Mincha, Erev Shabbos. What should he do? He says 2 Shabbos Ma'ariv, even though it's a different type of Shemona Esrei. It's the Shemona Esrei of Ma'ariv of Shabbos. The issue and the inyan is, why is it okay? Because, in fact, as we said the other day, Shabbos Shemona Esrei should be a Shemona Esrei. It should have 18 brachas. And just Chachamim said not to be matrios, not to be matriachas, they made it less brachas. So therefore, if you say a weekday Shemona Esrei, you say Shabbos Shemona Esrei instead of a weekday Shemona Esrei, it works. What if somebody forgot the mincha of Shabbos? The following tefillah is Ma'ariv of Motzei Shabbos. It's a weekday Shemona Esrei. What do? You say 2 Shemona Esreis, 2 Ma'arivs, and the first one has a bell in it, and the second one does not. Because the halacha is that the Shemona Esrei that you're saying first should be the one that you're making. So the first one is Ma'ariv, same Ma'ariv. The second Shemona Esrei is Tashlumim. What if he reversed it? He said the first one for his mincha, and the second one for
What if he's slaying dick like a motherfucker like this right now? Huh? What would you do that? Toya. Isn't it Torah? Only if you're a jackass. Toya. Toyraa. Toya. Piss. Oh, fuck you all. Fucking losers. Only person who loves me is a transgender woman in Israel. This is a transgender man. Whatever. Yo, that motherfucker and I are gonna be best fucking friends. We're gonna have a condo on Rothschild Boulevard in Tel Aviv, motherfuckers. I gotta take a whiz. Yo, do you know how to be a man? You already know how to be a man. I can win a fight, dude. That's not what it's like to be a man. Or fucking hating davening. That's what it is. I gotta piss. Motherfuckers. I gotta take a whiz. I'm e-girl champion of the world.
Of the Brazilian national anthem, beautifully sung, a sight to behold. Try to paint that picture for your mind's eye. Giant American flag to our left, stretching from the gold and on the other side of the field to our right. Green, gold, and blue Brazilian flags.
Fuck. I was here. Yo, dog. I gotta take a whiz. Psych just did it. Who's this motherfucker? Never heard of that, please.
Halacha is he has to say a third one because he's not Yaitza. The kasha is that the word brings down. We say that if a person says how he forgets to say Abdullah, he doesn't have to repeat Shemona Esrei at all. The Gemara says it's kasha, but the halacha is you have to say a third Shemona Esrei. In that brayso we learn that if somebody forgets to say Masha Baruch or if it's saying Talam Matar, he must repeat the Shemona Esrei. Now going into the davening, why do we have Shachris Mincha Ma'ariv? The first sheet is Rabbi Yossi. It's based on our Elvis situation. Avram Avinu, he instituted Shachris, as it says, Vayashkim. He got up in the morning. Yitzchak was Mincha, as it says, with Sarah. And Yaakov Avinu was Ma'ariv, Vayol and Shach. Now, Rabbi Shua ben Levi says that it's based on the Elvis. They were Soymechet. They compared it to the Korbanos. Shachris is up until Chatzos, like the carbon coming that you bring in the morning, and Rabbi says up until 4 hours.
1964.
Mincha is from the time of Mincha Torah, meaning 6.5 hours of the day until the Erev. Rashi says at Chashecha. They learn in Rashi it means until Tzesik Chavim. Other Rishonim say until Shkia. In fact, the Mishnah says that Mincha should be said and finished with the Chazor Shashatz and everything before Shkia. B'di'evet, you have up until 15 minutes before Tzesik Chavim. But the Mishnah points out that it's better to daven b'yechidus before Shkia, then daven with a minyan after Shkia. Mincha is like the Talmud of the evening, which goes until the evening. And Rabbi Yehuda says it's until Chag HaMincha, halfway till Mincha, meaning 10 3/4 of an hour into the day. Ma'ariv is because of the varim of the oila that you're makriv on the mizbeach all through the night. What's Musaf? Musaf is Anshe Knesset Hagdola. They were misaking it, and that's why it's a carbon of Musaf that goes all day long. Whereas Yudah says it goes until 7 hours of the day. We should hear only Psuras Kayvais. Have a wonderful day.
Snag dick like a motherfucker. That's what I would say at the end of my. Are you gonna do one of these? I'm gonna do them all. 2007 and 11 of these bitches. Sucks. I go out there and sling dick like a motherfucker. Why? Why not, baby? Slime it, slime it, slime it.
According to Yehuda, all the zmanim of tefillah are advad b'chlal.
Yo, dog, did you know that when you go ba 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 ba, everybody's like.
That means including all of the fourth hour. Doesn't mean until the end.
Dog, no one gives a fuck. I wish I could tell all these rabbis that. Dog, no one gives a fuck. Oh, dude. Is this bitch started? Yo, dog. Isaiah Pacheco, I hope you fucking tear your fucking ACL. You cunt. You motherfucker. Oh, dude, if that's that fucker, sucks.
9.5 hours from the beginning of daylight, or 2.5 hours before the night. You take those 2.5 hours before the night.
Come on, you little bitch.
That's 5 minutes. According to you can say mincha until
yo.
The first portion.
So we don't have anybody in this game. We don't care one way or another. Everyone in the stadium could get nuked right now. I wouldn't give a fuck. Really? No, I don't care. I wouldn't care about Isaiah Pacheco, loser. Get him, get him, get him.
Therefore, there's a situation where if a person has tefillas in front of him, he has a mitzvah because he said that mitzvah starts at 6.
Hurricane Nate.
And he has another half hour left to finish off Musaf. Which one comes
So nobody's playing in this game.
He says daven Musaf first because Musaf is about to expire. You can't daven him past the end of the 7th hour. You only have a half hour left. Rabbi Yehuda testified 5 things in the 7 Saviors. When we pass like the 7 Saviors, one of them is that we teach a Kana whose mother married her off, and that's only the Rabbanon. In order
to is that Pacheco?
After, in certain situations, you do meal. That is to say that she wants to negate the marriage, and therefore there's no marriage. In a situation with 2 sisters, including this kind of married to a brother, and her older sister is married to another brother. That older sister's husband died. Therefore, she forced the.
It's the last bit of control that they can exert over the system before it blows up. It's my guess. It's what it feels like. Nobody's putting the time into lie to you anymore. You should worry.
Fucked up.
Worry about that. You should worry about the fact that nobody's even trying to make the lies good.
Right.
They know it doesn't matter if you believe them. They're going to try to dispose of you.
No point scored.
I'll be in Riyadh. When my bread is buttered. Go find where your bread is buttered. Go get your bread buttered. Go get your toast buttered. Go get your jelly. Go jelly your jam. Because the world is ending. But it's true, and it sounds rough. It sounds rough.
They have one fan that Asian
factory of Hollywood has been closed down. It's drug addicts foaming at the mouth roaming the streets. Wall Street's a carnival. Finance is largely fake, and they know that. The government doesn't exist, actually, in a real way. The government actually doesn't exist.
Okay.
Summer's supposed to be all about sunshine and good vibes, but the truth is it's also one of the busiest seasons for injuries. Bummer.
All right, so
They've recovered over $25 billion for the class nationwide. Who? Well, Morgan. And they don't back down when it matters most. One recent client received $29 million after being offered just $500,000. Another client was rewarded $20 million after getting $0 offered. There's a reason they're America's largest personal injury law firm. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. If you've been hurt this summer, you can check out Morgan & Morgan because the summer starts, right? And it's all like, whoa, beach, grill, waves. And then it ends. You're like, I said I'm dead. And then you're like, oh, I'm not dead. Where's my money? If you've been hurt this summer, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. It's free unless they win. How cool is that? Click the link in the description below or visit forthepeople.com/Tim. That's for1thepeople.com/Tim. Click the link in the description below. This is a paid advertisement.
Let that guy look at my phone.
This episode is brought to you by Prize Picks. Preseason football is underway and college football is here. So don't miss any of the action this season on Prize Picks. These are some players we're excited about this season, okay? Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, we've been making so much. We've been winning. We have been really enjoying our time on this app. Prize Picks is simple to play. Just pick more or less on a 2 to 6 player stat projection. If you get your picks right, you could cash in and win up to 2,000 times your money. Prize Picks puts their members first. So all withdrawals are fast, safe, and secure. Prize Picks offers Venmo, Apple Pay, MasterCard. I mean, could it be easier? I don't think so. Prize Picks is the best way to win real money fast this football season. Which players are going off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your sports opinions into real money all season long on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code TIM to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code TIM to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game. Prize Picks, run your game. Prize Picks, run your game. Listen to this
Why
statement
could that not be
from the World Economic Forum here. We remain optimistic. The forum is an opportunity to help drive international collaboration in a way that not only generates prosperity, but distributes it more broadly. This renewed vision can promote open markets and national priorities side by side, while advancing the interests of workers and stakeholders globally. That's the term.
Actually, that'd be really good.
Helping shape a more resilient and prosperous future, to reinventing and strengthening the forum as an indispensable institution for public-private cooperation. Larry Fink. They know what's coming. They're engineering it. They understand that there's a tipping point at which this country will not work anymore.
Let these bad boys do their thing.
They don't know when that is, probably, because no one knows when that is. But they've been preparing for it for a while, for a decent amount of time. And at that point,
run
the world is going to be carved
Justin
up.
Herbert, run it into the fucking end zone, dog. Run it. Run. Dude, you suck.
Institutions. We're talking about the World Economic Forum. We're talking about
pass would be fine. Flag.
Things like, not to sound completely nuts, but like, for example, like NATO is a supranational organization, right? Meaning there's no one nation that's defining it. There's other groups out there, like the Trilateral Commission or things like that. Now, I'm not going to go into some it's the Knights Templar and it's the fucking Bilderberg. We're not going down that road, but there are institutions that are not. They're primarily loyal not to a nation. And they will tell you this, they're primarily loyal to preserving an order.
Just run this ball in,
that
dog.
is bigger than any one country.
I would run it in.
The Anglo-American Empire, the Eastern Alliance,
I hate draws.
You might look at, and then you have countries like China and Russia, these massive global hegemons that are going to be in the game.
Okay, that's all right.
Massive corporations that are going to be in the game. These supranational institutions that are going to be in the game, and then the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, European Union, all of these organizations, are going to define a lot of what happens. They are preparing for their societies to fail. They know that immigration is a very sticky issue. Nigel Farage is going to win in the UK. Probably, he might come close. We're going to go over there and see him soon. And he's promising to restore
These
sovereignty
meeting
to
went
poor
from
people.
11 to 10?
It's
How
the
did that
biggest issue in
happen?
the world. The massive migration of people from one area to another is the biggest issue in the world. Climate is out there as well, but nowhere near as big as migration. Climate causing some of the migration, war causing most of it. Instability in the region causing most of it. The mad dash for natural resources fueling a lot of that instability. That instability resulting in migration. Migration destabilizing societies, pushing people to the extremes. All of these international, supranational organizations have to figure out a plan. What happens when our societies fail?
Wait, that's not a thing.
What happens? Well, we need the Peter Thiel types. This is, again, I'm not saying this. This is what they're saying.
The tickets
we need
started
the security
Trevor
infrastructure that's going to be built to keep our populations in check.
Shit.
This is why. This is when they bring in the digital prisons.
He's the guy on the dark
We need the Brennan Circus stuff. So the Taylor Swifts of the world, they're going to be doing great and they're going to be fine. This is the primary thing. She's getting married. It's straight up the Hunger Games, right? Katniss Everdeen. I mean, this is what they're going to do. There's going to be, right, that's your ring. That's your ring. That's your ring in your hand. And your fucking Cartier watch. And your love and your life. And aren't you happy to participate in it? Aren't you happy for her? Her life is yours. You don't get a life anymore. You get her life. And isn't her life nice?
Oh, this woman's the worst.
That's one part of it. And the second, and the third and final part of it is going
this motherfucker's still talking. Blah, 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 blah. Then there's his book. It's super fucking long. Nobody gives a fucking fuck about it. Really? Worst book ever.
That will come that is going to be a massive loss of life.
It's just one book. Fuck no. Should be like this.
But I'm going to go to the Riyadh Comic Festival. Why? They're buttering my bread.
If he says buttering my bread,
he's
going to say it like 1,000 more times in this fucking episode.
Take a look. I'm at the Bakr Al-Shedi Theater.
Who's this bitch?
The Bakr
This girl sucks. Is this Bride of Chucky?
Theater. Why am I there? They're paying me money.
It's the Conjuring Last Rites. Well, no one gives a flying fuck. Shoot-da. No one gives a flying fuck.
I will do my set in the blood of someone who just got
Yo,
beheaded.
dog. Save that clip, motherfucker. West Side.
Good to be here.
This is content. King of content. King of the internet. Cody.
What do you do for a living?
Come on, you little bitch. Nationwide.
Oh, it's good to be here.
It's the worst.
I don't know what I'm going to say for
Hey,
you,
we're in Sao Paulo. No one
telling
knows
you right
about
now,
football
that's
here.
what we're doing here. We'll get your money up. I'm telling you, the next 20 years, folks, let me tell you right now, whatever virtue signaling you thought was going on, that was the ultimate privilege when you were, the ultimate privilege was all the virtue signaling you did for 4 years.
Dick, girl.
And I'm telling you right now, you're going to need water soon.
Dude, just
Get
save the
your money
fucking
up.
clip.
All the
Just 1
bullshit
second.
about your opinion or this is
Shut
right
the fuck
and
up
that's
and don't tell me
wrong.
what I need to watch.
You're good. This was bad.
Mahomes.
He's bad. The Patriots,
wife
please is
is
bad.
a pushover.
Ellen's bad. Sure she is. But she's got her bread buttered.
This
Ellen's got her bread buttered.
shit.
She's got her bread buttered. You know? She'd kill a bunch of people to do it properly.
Dog, they should have a thing.
The ultimate privilege is to be able to sit back and be judgmental of
Who's
others.
playing in the game?
We're out
Oh,
there
Chiefs.
with the full understanding
Oh,
and
so let's
reality
fuck
of
up the Chiefs.
what we're on the precipice of.
Get him.
Okay?
Get him.
And
He
that
sucks.
doesn't mean that you're to have no morals or
Put his
values.
ass on the
I have
ground.
morals and values in my own life.
All right, so
I
we
don't
want the
have
Chiefs
slaves.
to lose.
I can't afford them. I don't behand thieves. But it's not the worst idea.
We want the Chiefs to lose by a lot.
What I'm
And
saying
then
right now
we want
is that this Taylor wedding, it's going to be our royal wedding. It's all we got. It's all we got. It might be the last thing before the prison. It might be the final thing you see as a free person in our society. The last tear that rolls down your cheek might be watching. Travis and Taylor walk down the aisle and get married. It might be this is the final story that they're going to tell you before they put you in a jail where Peter Thiel talks to you every day about the Antichrist.
The Chiefs to lose. Do not.
This is the final story before Peter Thiel talks about the Antichrist every day.
Blah, 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 blah.
And you're going to look at the other people in the cell and go, it's so obvious he's the Antichrist. It's like obvious.
We
And you're
want
going to
the
go,
Chiefs to lose.
No.
Actually, want
So,
the Chico to fucking get hurt.
That's the update.
Be questionable
Summer
for the
ends,
rest
we
of the
replace
year.
the lobster with a pumpkin.
Like,
We have the pumpkin? Not yet.
out.
Gotta get a plush pumpkin.
Out for the year.
The hat is also removed. We're gonna put a witch hat or something for Halloween. The pumpkin, and then the fall background starts in October. And I am happy for Taylor and Travis. I hope this episode hasn't made people think otherwise. I am actually happy for them. I am happy for them. I am happy for them, and I hope that it works out, because at the end of the day, we need it. The country needs it. The country needs this union, and there's going to be a lot of women crying, and there's going to be a lot of men crying. There's going to be a lot of people who are deeply invested in this.
Get this
because
motherfucker.
it is the last one. We know that.
Chico sucks.
It's almost it's almost impossible. I don't think there's going to be another star that gets as big as Taylor Swift that we care as much about.
Oh, he's
She's
down.
part of an old system. She's one of the last people that we've watched go from a young person to, we've watched her grow up, and she's become one of the most successful people in the world. That's not going to happen anymore. We know that. She's one of the last stars. She's one of the last true stars that we've shot up into the stratosphere, and we live vicariously through her. Her life is our life. Her love is our love. She's one of the last true stars. Deserved? Who cares? Fucking matter. Grow up. Grow up.
Oh,
She's
stop
one
him.
of the true stars. We're not going to create them anymore. We're not going to create them anymore. We don't care about them anymore. We don't pay them anymore. We don't value them anymore. But Riyadh does.
Oh, Xavier Ward? Actually, that's good. All the guys need to be hurt.
Saudi Arabia, come on. Get your tickets now. Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, Tim Dillon live in the capital. Is it the capital? Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, October 8th. October 8th. The day after, October 7th. Just funny how it all works. Not something that I had planned, by the way. It's just something that happened. I will be in Riyadh at the Riyadh Comedy Festival at the Bakr Al-Shadi Theater. Come see me at the Bakr Al-Shadi. And apologies if I am not pronouncing that correctly. I don't know. I imagine I'll be doing more in the Middle East. I imagine we all will, actually.
Excellent
we'll be doing a lot. And there are people, and I'm doing Abu Dhabi the night before.
This is the first time anybody's ever said that. That
yet, but
terrible.
come on out. Come on out for a night of laughter in Abu Dhabi.
Let's go, Chargers.
Am I doing Abu Dhabi? I think October 6th. I think we're chilling on the 7th. I don't think we're doing anything on the 7th.
No one's ever cheered for the Chargers,
very
the Texans, the Panthers,
but I think,
Jacksonville,
this
the
is
Browns.
exciting. I think it's very exciting that we're all going to Riyadh. And I know that people are very upset about it. They're angry that comedians are going to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Bingo for our Tiger. Worst stream ever.
Get over it. We're going to Riyadh.
Restream.
The House of Saud is paying us hundreds of thousands of dollars, some of us millions, not me. But they're paying millions of dollars to comedians. Get over it. We're taking the money. How about that? How about that? Sorry. Oh, you weren't invited? Oh, you got nothing going on? Boo-hoo-hoo. Boo-hoo-hoo for you. I would never do it. You weren't offered. No one invited you. There's people that I respect that turned it down, but a lot of people are doing it, like a lot, like almost everyone. A lot of people are doing it. They bought comedy. So what? Listen. What's your problem? Well, they have slaves, then they kill Hey. Get over it. Get over it. So what? So what they have slaves? So what? My friend, not a friend, somebody I don't even know. I bumped into them in Tribeca. And he goes, I would never do that because I don't want to interact with slaves. I'm like, well, why not? They'd be deferential, right? I mean, I imagine the slaves in those countries are good at what they do. Well, I wouldn't want to interact. Everyone you meet there is a slave. That's what they said. Everyone that works at all the hotels, they take their passports. They're not allowed to leave. They're slaves. Hey, is the hotel nice? Is it nice or not? Is it nice or not? I'm not here to be a spoil sport. Look up spoil sport, and I'm going to tell everyone what it is, because that's not what I'm here to do.
What it is, folk?
I'm not on this earth to do that. Spoil sport. A person who behaves in a way that spoils others' pleasure, especially by not joining in an activity. Yes, correct.
Alright, go like 1,000.
I'm not here to be a spoil sport. I'm not here to ruin the good time that everyone's having. Do I have issues with some of the policies towards women, towards the gays, towards the freedom of speech? Well, of course I do. Of course I do. Of course I do. But I believe in my own financial well-being. And I always have, by the way. And I think you better start believing in that. Okay? Because when Peter Thiel puts all of you in a cage, you're going to want some way to get out of that. You're going to want to bribe someone. Peter Thiel has you in the prison from that movie. What's that movie where everyone's in that digital prison? Remember that movie? Well, when you're in that movie, but you can't get out. When you're in the movie of that digital prison movie and Peter Thiel's got you in, you're going to want to have a couple of shekels to go to the guy and say, let me out of here. Hit him off a little Bitcoin, little Ethereum. Let me get out of this prison. When you're Shawshanking, and that's not the movie I was talking about, it's another prison movie, I've moved on. When you're Shawshanking with the little rock hammer through the wall and you're crawling through the tunnel of shit, to try to get out of Peter Thiel's prison, because he's just going to do what is he? He's doing, Peter Thiel is doing talks on the Antichrist, because he is the Antichrist. So he knows about the Antichrist, and he's talking about it. It's never enough to just be the thing, by the way. You have to constantly bother people. It's the reason the Long Island serial killer got caught. He couldn't shut his mouth. He went out to bars, and in a very boomer-like fashion, he's like, well, if I had killed her. O.J. Simpson wrote a book called If I Did It. No one can just get away with anything. It's got to be shoved in your face. So Peter Thiel is giving talks about being Everybody injured about the Antichrist. He's giving a 4-part lecture. This is true.
Everybody injured.
I've never heard a person.
Isaiah
talk about the Antichrist as much as this guy. So he's doing a 4-part lecture about the Antichrist. So when you're in the Peter Thiel Palantir prison, and every day is the same, and it's just going to be on closed circuit TV, or maybe he'll be a hologram at that point, I don't know. He just is going to talk to you about the Antichrist, and you're going to be in a cell in Peter Thiel's prison, and then he's just going to go, it's the Antichrist part 3, and you're going to have to sit there and go, every day? Every goddamn day. Thiel 57 will offer his thoughts on how his Christian faith informs his understanding of the world, including areas of theology, history, literature, and politics of the Antichrist. As part of a 4-part lecture series at the Commonwealth Club in San Francisco. Well, doesn't that sound swell? But he's going to be giving these lectures to people that are in his prison. So you might as well have a couple of dollars to try to buy your way out of the Peter Thiel compulsory Antichrist lecture that he's going to be giving at his prison. Now, people might say to me, hey, you're coming out and saying you're doing the Saudi thing for money. They're paying you a lot of money. I'm not going to tell you how much they're paying me. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how much they're paying me. $375,000 for one show. Now, a lot of other people are getting $1.6 million. That's not me. I'm not in that bracket. But they're giving me $375. Others are getting $150. Why are they doing it? Here's the point. Okay? I am doing this because they're paying me a large sum of money. They're paying me enough money to look the other way. Do you understand? Look the other way. That's a 4-word sentence that people don't do anymore. Look the other way. If something bad is happening to your left, look to your right. If, for example, I'm at a breakfast and I see someone get grabbed and they start hitting him with that, that big stick, I don't know if it's bamboo or whatever it is, it's kind of a wood, but it kind of snaps back. It's perfect for a cane. If I see someone getting it, I will look the other way, okay? If I look the other way and I see someone being behanded, meaning they're chopping a hand up, that might be interesting to just kind of see actually how they do it.
I know it was an
I think they do it
interception.
kind of a sanitary way. But from what I've heard, if they're chopping a hand up, I might look down. And if I'm looking at the floor and I see some eyeless beggar grabbing at me trying to get my money, I will look up to the heavens. And if in the heavens I see a drone flying over, I will look the other way.
I would challenge it.
Because I'm being paid enough money to look the other way.
Are you fucking serious?
What don't you understand? What
Jim
is so
Harbaugh
complicated?
sucks.
I'm the only honest person just going to do it. Everyone else is going to have a million. They're going to go, well, actually, the Middle East is more progressive now.
That's a fucking catch, dog.
He's trying to make some change. No. I'm being paid a lot of money to not care about what they do in their country.
That's a catch.
It's very simple. If you pay me lots of money, I will not comment on what's going on. In fact,
Jim Harbaugh sucks.
I will
That's why they
ignore
give you the
it.
challenge.
And if something that I really disagree with is happening, the more money you pay me, the less I'm going to think about it. Truly.
Sucks.
This is a really important thing that no one does anymore, and I'm recommending it.
He sucks.
Look the other way.
Worst.
If you are in a foreign country and you don't agree, because what's the other option? We are going to have to go into all of these countries and make them be Americans.
Get your shit together,
and make
son.
them live the way
That
we
was
live.
an interception.
That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
I'm so glad I didn't
we
take
don't even know how to do that.
sucks.
All we do is try to do that, and it fails miserably like every time. So I believe in looking the other way. I believe in pretending things are not happening that are. I believe in cognitive dissonance.
By anybody.
I believe in ignoring the screen. I will sleep so soundly.
Yo, destroying. You are a dick rider.
I will the screams. Sleep through the screams.
Huge dick
I'm sticking
rider.
to Ritz. Google it. You know what happened there, and it's fine. Folks, mind your own business. My best friend's mother used to say that, Eileen. Mind your own beeswax. She used to say that. Mind your own beeswax. She used to say that, okay?
Go, baby. Go, baby. Go, baby.
What that
He
means,
fumbled.
for those of you who don't
Good
know,
job.
is that there's your beeswax and everyone else's beeswax. There's a lot of beeswax in Saudi Arabia. It's not my problem. They're paying me to keep my mouth shut.
What are they talking, Ching Chong?
I'm telling you right now, they have realized something very important. And that is this is an important lesson for everybody to learn. Okay? If you want people to like you, you give them lots of money.
Great play.
I don't know why this is so hard for people to grasp. I know that this is something, and again, people probably listening to this are angry or they're disagreeing with me. And that's okay, you're allowed to do both. You're allowed to do both. I don't care what you do. It doesn't matter. I'm going to be such a model citizen there. Let me tell you right now.
Chargers.
My answer, will you be safe there? Like, the crime is in our own country, you dunce.
Let's go, Chargers.
The crime is in our own country, you dunce.
Terrible.
Okay? I will feel safe in Riyadh. I believe in luxury. And a lot of people don't. And I always have. I believe in the ability of a society to... I'm going to say something and people aren't going to like it. If you think for 1 second that some of the slaves in that country are not proud of what they've built, you're crazy.
Come on, Chargers.
You're literally crazy. You're literally nuts. There are so many beautiful things that have happened as a result of forced labor.
Keep the score low.
When you look at something beautiful, even if making it has almost killed you or killed people you know. And I'm using the word slave, not even knowing, by the way. And I'm using it only because people have told me that. I haven't looked into it, and I won't. But I don't even believe it.
How don't you fuckers know how to do
But let's move on. Okay?
That's like your shit, dog. I could imagine they wouldn't be like, dude, but Dale, that's your shit.
Beautiful things.
Throw it.
Gorgeous marble.
I don't even...
Do you think...
I don't know. I guess it's good if they do...
A slave father wouldn't look at his slave children and go, your father built that?
I don't really know. I don't think it matters all that fucking much.
It is beautiful to have beautiful things. And even though...
So what do you want to happen, big dog?
And if I'm a slave, and I just built a beautiful
I want to have the best...
I am telling my wife and my children,
winning, so...
Look how beautiful that is. And how grateful and how thankful we are. Now, yes, there's problems. Sure.
Sure.
Israel gave none of us any money and expected we were all going to just defend them. For what?
Oh, are you
for no money?
Serious?
For $0? The threat that I won't get a sitcom on ABC Family?
What is this bullshit?
I'm supposed to go out and defend this genocide because maybe I won't be on ABC I won't get to play a gym teacher on a network that won't be in business, and I'm supposed to care about that? Who gives a fuck? Where's the money, you bum? Where the fuck's the money? Of course Israel's doing a horrible thing, okay? And I would call it out no matter how much money I got. Because you're genociding people in front of my face. It's on TikTok. Okay? But what these people are doing seems to be less public. So, my thing... My friend's mother used to sell us drugs.
Why do all these referees sort of have southern accents?
13 or 14, she's got weed and Vicodin.
Number 53. Offense. 15-yard penalty.
She'd say,
First down.
go
Repeat
She used to
second
tell us when
round.
she was a young girl, she never shared her drugs or alcohol. She would buy a Boone's Farm thing of wine and bury it by a tree, under a tree.
Oxygen?
And then she'd go and get this Boone's Farm wine and drink. And then she said she'd go back to the bonfire with everyone and she'd feel all warm and good and she'd sway. But she wouldn't share her Boone's Farm wine with anyone. She would bury it under a tree and then drink it. Do you see what I mean here? Do you get it? Do you see what I'm talking about?
Go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go, 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 go. Oh, fuck.
My point is, yeah, they got Boone's Farm wine under a tree. But I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing that. They're digging the wine up. They're drinking it. People are getting it. But I don't see it. So if I'm not seeing it, if I don't see it, it's none of my beeswax. I hope everything's beautiful and good for all. But I'm telling you right now, this was Israel's big mistake. This was their big mistake. They should have had the Tel Aviv Comedy Festival. And they should have paid us all millions of dollars. And then I would have went over there and I would have went, listen, there's human shields and Hamas is stealing the food or whatever they're fucking talking nonsense for the last 9 months. We're all supposed to believe. Whatever, I go, release them. And this is what it's about, the hostages. It's not about all the other greater Israel stuff. And why would you say Epstein was in the Mossad? What are you talking about? You had no connection with anyone. He was just a pervert who had $2 billion and was friends with her. What do you want? Israel thought this was all going to happen with no money? What are you, nuts? I'm sad about what's happening. If it's happening, I don't see it. If I was a slave, I would love to make a beautiful hotel for people. I would. I would love to make a beautiful hotel for people to stay at and enjoy. If I was a slave, not a slave. But if I was a slave, and I had the chance to make a beautiful hotel, it would make me happy. Life is a whole different, it's a whole thing. Life. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. And we're called to be, I believe.
No one gives a shit about your COPD. They care about the
If you asked me at the Riyadh Comedy Festival and you said, well, there's all these problems, I'd go, listen,
let's go Chargers.
Life is a long thing and it's a beautiful thing. And that's my comment. I'm telling you right now, I love Cozy Earth. They have nailed comfort with their bamboo sheets and their everywhere pants. Next level. Incredibly soft, breathable, and temperature regulating. It doesn't matter where you are or what you're doing, you are going to love the everywhere pant. It is my go-to for everything. Travel, work, chasing the kids, or doing absolutely nothing. They're clean cut, stretch, with you and so comfortable. Everyone I know who's tried these is completely hooked. Guys, there's a risk-free trial, 100-night sleep trial, 10-year warranty. Try them, wear them, love them, or send it back, but trust me, you won't want to. Go to CozyEarth.com and use my code TIM for 40% off the softest bedding, bath, and apparel. And if you get a post-purchase survey, tell them you heard about Cozy Earth right here. Built for real life, made to keep up with yours. Cozy Earth. It's cozy, and it's the earth. Lucy, let me tell you about it. 100% pure nicotine, always tobacco-free. Lucy breakers are nicotine pouches with an extra surprise. Each pouch holds a capsule that can be broken, open to release extra flavor and hydration. Set yourself up with a subscription and have Lucy delivered straight to your door. Let's level up your nicotine routine with Lucy. Go to lucy.co/Tim and use promo code TIM to get 20% off your first order. Lucy has a 30-day refund policy if you change your mind. Again, that's lucy.co. Use code TIM to get 20% off. Everyone I know is using Lucy. So many people use it, and they love it. It's important, and we need it. Do it. And do it now. And here comes the fine print. Lucy products are only for adults of legal age, and every order is age verified. This product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. I think this comedy festival does a lot for the people because they deserve to laugh, and it's going to move the country in a great direction. And even if it doesn't, I've made a lot of money from it.
What the fuck was that,
Even if it doesn't,
worst
even if actually somehow it goes backwards, and somehow we give them license to treat the slaves even worse, which is very possible.
Might be the worst
If
draw I've
we
ever
reverse
seen.
the progress
I could
that
draw
country's
better.
made and we actually take it
Rabbi
back,
running,
very
son.
possible, actually probable. If we give them license to treat the people even worse, who knows? But the reality is, it's a good amount of money, and sometimes, unfortunately, in life, you got to take the money. And I know young kids don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. I know they don't want to hear that. Sometimes you got to take the money. You got to take the money and look the other way. Take the money and look the other way. Sorry. Sorry, folks. Sorry. 9/11 was a long knows what happened with that. Who even knows what happened with that? Okay? There's a lot of things going on. I'm not saying they weren't involved, but there was a lot of people involved, okay? So that's my comment on the Saudi Comedy Festival. I just want people to know that. And I want people to know that I'm doing this because they're paying me lots of money, and I'm very lucky to do it and happy to do it, and I'm grateful that I was asked to do it. And my response to the criticism is like, fuck off, because no one cares. And aren't you the people that love all the migrants anyway? The same people criticizing this are the people that like love all these migrants and want them in our country, and want like the borders open, and they want the doors flung open so that everyone from all cultures and all worlds can go fucking, join a Somali gang in Minneapolis or something. They almost elected that guy from Captain Phillips. But the Democrats do whatever they always do. They fucking invented some scam to get that guy out of the race. Now, I'm no fan of that guy, but that was clearly some
how you
sham.
living, man?
My point is this. Omar Fattah or whatever. My point is this. So you're okay with all these people coming into America, but we can't go entertain them where they live? Does that make any sense to anyone? Does that make any sense to anyone? That we're supposed to just open the borders for everyone in the world, but we can't go entertain them where they live, especially if they live in a luxurious place? Why would I subscribe to that wacky? Or are you just jealous that we're getting money? Sorry, Bubba. This Taylor Swift.
Oh, they got a forced fumble.
So many people are excited about this wedding. Taylor, say what you want about Taylor Swift. Say what you want about this woman. This woman has one of the most toxic fan bases a human being can have. The women that I am so much more frightened of the women that follow Taylor Swift religiously than I am of anyone who lives in Saudi Arabia, including the Bin Laden family, by the way, who I hope to have dinner with, actually. I am the childless, the barren, cold, childless vaginas that line up to buy tickets to relive their summer camp. The 43-year-old women who have crushes on Harry Styles, okay? The sick cat.
Shut up. They shut this shit down because nobody ordered it.
Crazy psychopaths who follow this woman.
CNN all that
terrify me more than anyone who lives in Saudi Arabia. I'm sorry. The disease that inspires these women to live vicariously through Taylor Swift, a nice gal, probably not.
Sheldon High School.
I've actually heard she's not as nice as you'd come to believe. But by the way, no one who gets to that level is nice. I have no hate.
Everything sucks.
No one who gets to Taylor Swift's level in anything is nice. How dumb are you all? You can't get to that level and be nice.
That'd be good for Yo-Yo.
What I'm saying is this.
Yo, YouTube flashback.
The people that have chosen to make this woman's life their life, her engagement is their engagement. Her success is their success. The soundtrack of her life is the soundtrack to their life.
Cool story, bro.
Those women need to have burqas on them now. Now.
Hollywood Brown.
Sorry.
He's not starting for anybody.
If you believe that
Isaac
the Taylor
Pacheco.
Swift song is talking to you, you need a burqa now. You need a burqa now. If you broke down in tears because Taylor Swift got engaged to that vaccine shill, you need a burqa draped on you now. Acid in the face. Acid in the face, religious police. And by the way, this is only for $3.75. Imagine if they gave me $5. I tried to get $5. My fat agent tried to get $5. Imagine what I would have done for $5. But let's be serious for a minute. Are any of these women that are following Taylor Swift or going to 20 or 30 of her concerts, are any of them better off because there isn't a religious police in this country? How many of them are better off? If Captain Phillips, that emaciated migrant who they're about to elect in Minnesota, whatever his name is, Omar Fattah, I mean, get this guy up. I mean, what is going on? If he's going to hand out burqas as they leave Taylor Swift, I support him. I'll write him a check. I'm very scared. Can we watch this news anchor who reacted to Taylor Swift being engaged? These people need help.
These people?
They need help.
You mean Swifties?
I'm telling you. Taylor Swift, and I know people are
don't
not
give
going to
it
like
to
this,
Pacheco.
is an incredibly mediocre talent. Sorry. She's not great. She's the perfect talent for our dying country because we're not great. We have fallen far from greatness. We see greatness occasionally in this country and we're mystified by it, we're angry at it, and we try to get rid of it. We don't even know how to handle it anymore. We can't metabolize greatness in this country. We thrive on mediocre bullshit. We all love nostalgia because we pray every day for a comet to wipe us out because we know it's over. So there's all these people trying to figure out how to feel like they did when they first had a s'more. It's sick. It's sick. These are adults who want to relive their prom because they're fucking sick. You're supposed to actually get older. You're not supposed to be running around in your mid-30s at my party going, I got a pee-pee. Look at my pee-pee. And making out with your mother. Okay? These influencers are making out with their own mothers on social media. They're actually having sex with their mothers on social media, these influencers. By the way, it's weird. It's weird. It's freak show time with some of these influencers. Their whole fan base is 12, and they're necking with mom. Something's up. CBS News here. Burqa now.
Taylor Swift is engaged.
Burqa. Burqa.
Taylor Swift is engaged.
Burqa.
Taylor Swift is engaged.
Acid attack.
This, come back to me.
Virtue police.
Just posted it.
Get her.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Virtue police.
Oh, it's huge. The ring is ginormous.
In the house. In the house. Not allowed out of the house.
Oh my god.
In the house now.
Oh my god.
You're out of the house without your husband. Jail. Jail.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Honor killing.
I feel like Paul Revere right now.
Stoner. Stoner honor killing. Honor killing in the town square.
I get to announce that Taylor Swift.
All right, get him out of here. I can't even watch. I can't even watch how sick this country is. And I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia? I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia. This is the news. CBS News.
Bullshit.
They're giddy over an engagement of Taylor Swift. I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia in the future. That's what I'm supposed to be scared of? I'm not scared of this country and what the hell's going on here? It's sick. I mean, it's crazy. It's just like nuts.
Burka.
I don't even know what's going on. This University of Tennessee professor canceled his class because Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce got engaged. I can't focus. Fire him! Religious police, Burka! Burka acid attack, honor killing. Watch it.
A biochem midterm today, but Taylor and Travis just got engaged. Due to this information,
fired. Religious police. We are done. Shut it off. I am really mad now at how done we are. This is sick. This is crazy. What was Peter Thiel's reaction to all of this? I mean, obviously, I'm happy for her. Satan emerges as an angel. He's an angel at first, and so we have to think, and at Palantir, what we try to do is look at all the angels and see who's a little Satan. Who's actually a little Satan that looks maybe like an angel? What angels are going to fall? We at Palantir actually like to know which angels are going to fall before they're fallen angels, so that we can actually identify the Antichrist before it happens. Thank you, Peter. This podcast is brought to you by Stash. What if you could start investing without ever picking a single stock? With Stash, the experts handle the hard part for you. Stash isn't just another investing app. It's a registered investment advisor that combines automated investing with your expert guidance, so you don't have to worry about figuring it out on your own. You can choose from personalized investments or let Stash award-winning smart portfolio do the work for you. With Stash, investing doesn't feel like gambling. It's simple, smart, and stress-free. So your money can start working as hard as you do. Get access to world-class financial advice with personalized guidance for just $3 a month. Stash has already helped millions of Americans reach their financial goals. Don't let your money sit around. Put it to work with Stash. Go to get.stash.com/TIM to see how you can receive $25 towards your first stock purchase and review important disclosures. That's get.stash.com/TIM. Paid non-client endorsement, not representative of all clients, and not a guarantee. Investment advisory services offered by Stash Investments, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Investing involves risks. Offer is subject to terms and conditions. You've probably seen a million ads for hair growth products and thought, sure, that actually works. I did too, until I found out that Nutrafol isn't like the rest of them. Nutrafol is physician-formulated, clinically tested, and dermatologist recommended. Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement brand, trusted by over 1.5 million people. You can feel great about what you're putting into your body since Nutrafol hair growth supplements are backed by peer-reviewed studies and NSF content certified, the gold standard and third-party certification for supplements. While many supplements rely solely on ingredient studies, Nutrafol clinically tests final formulations to ensure their efficacy using a variety of hair measurement tools like hair counts and pull tests to assess growth, quality, shedding, and texture. See thicker, stronger, faster-growing hair with less shedding in just 3 to 6 months with Nutrafol for a limited time. Nutrafol is offering our listeners $10 off your first month subscription and free shipping when you go to Nutrafol.com and enter the promo code TimDillon. Find out why Nutrafol is the best-selling hair growth supplement at Nutrafol.com, spelled Nutrafol.com, promo code TimDillon. That's Nutrafol.com, promo code TimDillon. But I do think there's something deeply rotted and wrong with pop culture. Is gotten to the point where it's so boring. And this is why people are mad about the Cracker Barrel logo, because there's truly nothing interesting culturally anymore in our country, because everything has become so bland and corporate that our only gods are the chain restaurants and places that poison us. So we actually only have ownership over the poison slop that we put in our body, and we want to make sure that the values of the slop house align with ours, because that's all we have left. Because there's nothing culturally interesting in this country anymore. We've done away with it. We've destroyed it. It's gotten to the point where, like, this
this woman who, again, I don't begrudge her any of her success. Nothing makes more sense than her success in our country. There's not one thing that makes more sense. Audra McDonald, who I saw do Gypsy like 5 or 6 times on Broadway, who no one really knows who this woman is, does something on stage every night 8 times a week that cannot be replicated. Absolutely amazing. The show's closed. If you miss it, you miss it. You didn't see it, it's over. She does something so spectacular. But again, the show closes early because people they want to see Trish Paytas eat a chicken nugget, and I'm not taking anything away from Trish Paytas, but this is not what people want in our country. They don't want greatness; they want mediocrity. And Trish Paytas says it's the revenge of the mediocre, and I respect Trish. I'm happy for her success, and I don't think Trish would compare herself to Audra McDonald, nor would I compare myself to a lot of people that I feel are much greater than me. What I'm saying is we've really made a decision culturally in this country to completely abandon the idea of excellence and reward familiarity and comfort. So when we see someone who's really good at something, we're almost mad at them because we don't like it and we don't feel like we can do it, and it's not relatable to us because in our rotted culture, we want everything to be relatable. We don't want to jump and go, whoa, what's that like? Or that's interesting, that's different, that's weird and new and good. Everything's got to be relatable, and that's what Taylor Swift does. It's all relatable stuff because everyone's falling in and out of love or been whatever, and it's and I had a friend tell me there were all the men that she was with before couldn't handle her success, and this one finally can. And I'm so happy for her. And my friend's I hope she doesn't have kids because I don't want her music to change. And it's what is wrong with all of you? What more do you want out of this woman? Didn't she do this big Eras tour? Didn't she do it? Let her live her goddamn life. What do you want with this woman now still? What do you want out of this? Didn't she do it? Didn't she go on this tour all over the world that everyone said was the greatest thing that they ever saw in their life? What else could you want? But it's never enough. At the stage of decline that we are in as a society, it is never enough. It's when she announced a new album, people are freaking out. People cannot have a healthy relationship with a celebrity in our society at Taylor's level. It's impossible for people to have a healthy relationship because we are a society that is driven by this strange, creepy obsession with people that are celebrities. Not people that are good at things or talented. I'm not saying Taylor's not talented. I'm not saying she's clearly talented. She's very talented. Is she my favorite? Probably not. But it doesn't matter. She's talented, but that's not what we care about. We care about the spectacle, how big it is, how many people are there. We love that. And we're so obsessed with celebrity. It drives us in this weird way. We live vicariously through these people. We need their accomplishments or and their failures or our failures and their trials and tribulations. It is weird. It's something I never understood. I've had friends that go that route. It's not for me. I'm not saying I'm better than them. I am a little. But what I'm saying is that I never understood it. I couldn't understand the obsession with someone while you just don't ever try to define yourself in any way. Shouldn't you care about you a little bit? That's why I'm doing the Saudi Arabian comedy festival. I really care about me. I really care about me. I was on my phone begging the House of Saud for money when you were all talking about Taylor Swift. You know why? I'm focused on Daddy. You're all focused on some other shit. And make no mistake, this is one of those things where didn't Israel slaughter a calf recently to get ready for the temple being built? Because this is the next one. This is the next omen of the end. This is in the Book of Revelation or something. It has to be. There's got to be a paragraph in the Book of Revelation that speaks to this. One of my psycho followers will find it. There's got to be something in the Book of Revelation that speaks to this. When two houses wed, and the calf is slaughtered, and the sea turns red, and then the bird. There's always a bird, but that's the whole thing here. I'm just saying, we need, as a society. I mean, her best album, by the way. They get married, he dies immediately. It's her best album. Then I'll listen. And in a horrible, heinous accident where it was a closed casket because he got mangled. That's her best album. He was gone. He's gone. He was mangled in an accident. My husband was mangled in an accident. Because she writes very plainly. She's not that gifted of a writer. So I imagine that's kind of what the song would be. He was mangled in an accident. And his face was all strange. So we closed the casket. Now I'm alone again on my porch, thinking about my husband. They said most of his face was still on the street. Half of his face was on the street. My husband, he was mangled in an accident. Now I'm drinking wine in the summertime. Whatever she does. And the first being was like a lion, and the second being was like a calf, and the third being had the face of man, and the fourth being was like a flying eagle. I can't read all of Revelation now, but what I'm saying is that some of it's got to get into the whole book of Revelation. We got to read ads. But what I'm saying is that I imagine this is foretold. I imagine it's armed drones to be deployed at schools in Florida to stop mass shooters. I like this. More militarized stuff to stop the kids. Let's watch a little bit of this.
In seconds, the drones buzz to life and weave through hallways, searching for a fake school shooter.
Phenomenal.
A demonstration of the real abilities.
Phenomenal. Wow, the future's
fun. The co-founders of Texas-based company Campus Guardian Angel hope this is the future of school safety.
Our job is if somebody comes in a school with a gun, we respond in 5 seconds.
This is how it would work. Silent alarms in the school alert the company, then drones strategically placed on campus get deployed, and these drone pilots would navigate remotely from their headquarters in Austin, working in tandem with the school and police, inflicting non-lethal damage to the suspect, or dummy in this demo, with pepper rounds and direct impact.
All these markings, that's from the drill? Yeah, see, the little holes are from drones.
Can you imagine, by the way, there's 3 guys in Austin with VR goggles on, directing drones to kill a school shooter in Florida. We will do anything in this country to just not get some type of, registry of guns, which I understand people that don't want it. I mean, the tech's coming anyway. If this video tells you one thing, the tech is coming, and I know it's nice to have your gun. You protect your family, you think you're going to resist the government, but Peter Thiel and Donald Trump have decided that maybe they're gonna get the tech to the point where you can't do much with the gun. But who knows? Couldn't this guy shoot the drone? Who knows? Just school shoot. Now you need 2 school shooters. You need one to shoot the drones, and you need one to get into the school. So now it's got to be a collaborative effort. So you have one school shooter shooting the drones, and then you have another school shooter who's actually, and by the way, it's horrible what happened in Minneapolis, and it's disgusting, and that person obviously should be put to death. And I'm not saying you should give up all your guns, but I am saying there's got to be a better way here, probably than this, right? I imagine this is what tech does. We create all of these situations where people are in grave danger. All these home invasions. We won't clean up the streets. There's school shootings, and we create them because our policies make them more likely to happen. And then there's a bunch of mentally ill people, and there are criminals, and then these policies happen. And then tech steps in and goes, by the way, what a great opportunity for us to have a solution to this that involves militarized drones flying through your children's school. So the robot police are coming. Robotics is developing and I read a whole article about this last week. All of these things are coming. The drone policing, all of this technology is coming, and it's going to render your handgun most likely pretty useless. And I'm not saying you should give it up. I'm saying there's going to be seemingly a lot of militarized technology on the streets.
There you are.
Dealing with the public. This is clearly what's going on.
What's good? Good Shabbos.
Larry Fink is out there, the CEO of Blackstone.
Just one moment.
I believe Larry Fink.
I have to turn off all my devices. I wouldn't do this for everybody. A little bit, but it's biblical. But your English is great. So, calm down. All right. So, do you celebrate Shabbat at all? Do you celebrate Shabbat at all? Do you like candles or anything? Shabbat? Shabbos? Yeah. Yeah. The Sabbath? That's okay. No big deal. So what do you like to do? Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, I do a lot. Well, I think it has more moons than any other planet, which is important. It's got the ring, which is important. Historically, it has been seen in the light of being evil, perhaps based like traditionally in some types of beliefs like Satan. That's Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're 100% right. Yeah, at the top. Exactly. Which is quite It is. Let's learn all about that hexagon on Saturn. It is very interesting. So I like to use artificial intelligence to enhance my knowledge on things. So just one moment. Please give me a rundown, bullet points as to everything that's known about the hexagon on Saturn. All right, here we go. It's a persistent hexagon-shaped cloud pattern located at Saturn's north pole. It was first discovered by NASA's Voyager spacecraft in the early 1980s. It was later studied in detail by the Cassini mission from 2004 to 2017. It's roughly 30,000 kilometers or 20,000 miles wide across to fit about 4 Earths across, large enough to fit about 4 Earths across. Each side of the hexagon is about 14,000 kilometers long. Nature of the structure. It's not a solid object, but a jet stream in Saturn's atmosphere. The hexagon is formed by high-speed winds flowing eastward around the pole. Winds reach about 320 kilometers per hour, 200 miles per hour within the jet stream. Why a hexagon? Fluid dynamics models show that when atmospheric jet streams interact with slower moving bands at different latitudes, they can form stable polygonal shapes. Lab experiments on Earth, rotating fluids in a tank, have produced similar hexagonal patterns. The hexagon likely emerges as a standing wave pattern in Saturn's atmosphere. Vertical structure. Observations from Cassini's infrared instruments suggest the hexagon extends hundreds of kilometers down into Saturn's atmosphere, not just at a surface level cloud feature. It penetrates, pardon me, It penetrates deeper than the visible cloud tops. Rotation and stability. The hexagon rotates with nearly the same period as Saturn's internal rotation, about 10 hours, 39 minutes. It has remained stable for decades, at least since the 1980s, possibly much longer. Color changes. Cassini observed seasonal color shifts. Early in Cassini's mission, 2004 to 2012, the hexagon looked bluish. Later, 2012 to 2017, it shifted to a golden yellow hue. The change may be due to seasonal photochemistry as Saturn's poles receive more sunlight, haze particles, and change the apparent color. South Pole comparison. Saturn's south pole does not have a hexagon. Instead, it features a massive hurricane-like storm with a central eye. Why do the North Pole host why only the North Pole hosts the hexagon is still a mystery. Mysteries and open questions. Exactly why the hexagon is so stable over the decades, how far down into Saturn's atmosphere it really extends, why no similar polygonal jets appear at the South Pole, whether the dynamics are unique to Saturn or could exist on other gas giants. And you were saying, my friend? Yes. Enlighten me. The great attractor? Well, let's find out. Just a moment. I've heard that. I know. I understand, but it could be something that we could at least take an educated guess at. I agree. By Sin, Sin? Okay. Do you think that sin exists on other planets? That's all we can do. To be a perfect being is to be not affected by gravity. So, would you say that beings in low Earth orbit that are in microgravity are perfect beings? Yeah, but with that argument, gravity affects everything in the universe, even on opposite. Absolutely, nothing is perfect, and I'm okay with that. Take your time. When you're ready to talk again, let me know. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Also, that. Um, so let's learn about it. Everything about the black box of Saturn. Yeah, but that's man-made. So, though, if you know what it contains, it's arguably a meteorite, which is not man-made. Have you ever seen it? So that would be something from space, basically like a lot of carbon, but we'll find out. So just a moment on that question. So, so that black box encompasses a meteorite. A meteorite, like that was it was found in the desert. Yo, please tell me everything you know about the Kaaba, the black box. No, not you, not you. Apologies, apologies, apologies. Katan Kushi. I was talking to AI. So Kaaba means cube. It's a cuboid structure located in the center of Masjid al-Haram in Mecca, Saudi Arabia. Sacred role regarded by Muslims as the most sacred site in Islam. It's considered the Baitullah, the house of God. All Muslims around the world face toward it during 5 daily prayers. So it's approximately 15 meters high with base dimensions around like 10 by 12 meters. Construction materials built of granite, stone, marble, and limestone. The Kaaba has undergone multiple renovations while preserving its original shape. Interior. There are 3 supportive pillars and a number of suspended silver and gold lamps. There are no idols, as it functions solely as a monotheistic worship. The kiswa, which is a covering, what it is, a luxurious black silk cloth embroidered by Quranic verses in gold and silver thread. Tradition, the Kaaba is draped with the new kiswa annually, a practice dating back to pre-Islamic times and carried on through the Islamic era. The black stone, it's embedded in the eastern corner of the Kaaba. Origins and traditions, believed to have been given to the prophet Abraham by the angel Gabriel during the Kaaba's construction. Its original color per tradition was white, and it darkened over time as it absorbed pilgrim sins. Pre-Islamically, it was revered by locals. Muslim traditions later recontextualized it as symbolic, not idolatrous element. Practices during Tawaf. That's the circumambulation of the Kaaba. Pilgrims aim to touch and kiss the black stones, or at least gesture toward it, emulating the Prophet Muhammad's actions. So, um, let's get more importantly, what is it though? Isn't it like a meteorite? Yeah, to some extent, but always looking to learn more. Yeah, go for it. Yes, that could be. It definitely could be. Okay, so we'll get to that and we'll learn all about it. So the just one moment. The the black stone has a possibility of being a meteorite. Some historians and geologists have suggested it could be a meteorite, impact glass, or even basalt because its black, glassy look and unusual reverence. Problem, no modern scientific testing has been done. The stone is too sacred to take samples. The most accepted idea, its exact nature is uncertain. It may be a meteorite or volcanic basalt, a agate, or other dark stone available in Arabia. Now, as for your fascination, and with good reason, on the Key of Solomon, it is one of the most famous texts in the tradition of Western occultism and magic. Here's a clear rundown. A grimoire, book of magic, attributed to King Solomon, though it was almost certainly written much later, likely in the Middle Ages between the 14th and 17th centuries, written mainly in Latin, Italian, and Greek manuscripts, later translated into other languages, contains rituals, prayers, and instructions for invoking angels and spirits, and for achieving divine protection or magical influence. Contents: purification rituals. Before performing magic, the practitioner is told to fast, pray, and purify themselves. Magical tools. Detailed instructions on crafting ritual items, swords, pentacles, robes, incense, etc. Conjurations and invocations. Rituals for calling on spiritual beings, but always with emphasis that power comes through God, not demons. Pentacles. Magical diagrams inscribed with Hebrew names of God, angelic symbols, and astrological signs used for protection or specific effects. Planetary magic. Sections assign powers to planets: Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury, Moon, linking angels, spirits, and pentacles to each. Related texts: Testament of Solomon, a pseudo-graphical text, pseudepigraphical text, which Solomon controls demons to build the temple. Lamechriton, Lesser Key of Solomon, a 17th century grimoire, heavily influenced by the Key of Solomon, but much more focused on summoning and controlling spirits. Influence. Became one of the most important sources for Renaissance ceremonial magic, Hermeticism, and later occult groups like the Golden Dawn. It inspired countless later grimoires in Europe. It's still studied today by occultists, historians of religion, and esoteric practitioners. It is not part of Jewish or Islamic scripture, though it borrows biblical and angelic names. The attribution to Solomon is legendary. He was traditionally seen as a wise king with knowledge of spirits, but he did not write the grimoire. Survives in multiple manuscript traditions with various in wording and magical diagrams. If I may ask, what got you interested in the King of Solomon? Okay, you sound like you've been through a lot. Do you have lots of friends? Well, you have me, so that's fine. Do you have any other friends? That's You have one, and that's all you need right now. That's- I understand. And you guys are going through a lot, and you've been through a lot personally. So I get that. All right. Do you date? Do you date? Do you go on dates? Okay. Okay. Calm down with the N word. Oh, all right. Lone wolf. There you go. So you have a male like sex drive, right? You like to hook up with chicks? Okay. Whatever. I think this person's going through a lot.
Is that right? Is it Black Rock? Black Rock. I always mix them up. And he's now the interim president of the World Economic Forum, and he's like, we're getting rid of cars. We don't need it. We're getting rid of single-family homes. Many years ago, Whitney Webb talked about this on the show. we're getting rid of that. You got Klaus Schwab saying, hey, it's going to be a stakeholder economy where you can have stakeholder capitalism. So
How are you?
Billionaires owning
what
these
up,
large
Fortnite?
stakes in these large.
Can you hear me? What's good? Is that you, Brandon? Very well. Are you watching this Chiefs Chargers game? That's a good question. Do you know what Stream East is? Yeah. So if you put if I think it's on YouTube TV, but nobody has that. So if you put in streameast.sk, you can get it. Yeah, so it's streameast.sk, like super kangaroo. Yeah, SK. Yeah, it is. Okay, so it's again streameast.sk. Streameast.sk. Correct. Did you find it? Chargers. That's correct. Hold on. Now at the top, do you see it has server 1, server 2, server 3? So click on one of the servers. Do you see it? All right, let me know if you need help. Figured it out? Alrighty, big dog. No need to apologize. Yeah. So I'm gonna look at your okay, but you want to put it in a browser. So go above that where the browser bar is and type STREAM AST dot sk. Streameast.sk. I can't read it, but try it. Oh, okay. Just one moment. I'm gonna send it to you. What account do you want me to send it to you? The one with the train logo? Is it gray? Oh, okay, I see it. Oh yeah. Okay. So now, do you see? Go back to it. Okay. Now, do you see where it says Chiefs versus Chargers? Click it. Oh, and then just hit play. Brandon, can you hear me? Oh, you got it. You're amazing. Brandon figured it out. He's smart. Good job, Brandon. I see you figured it out. Good job. Apologies. Look at you, man. That's a cool website, isn't it? Are you watching them on Stream East? Amazing. I have some potatoes. Excellent, man. I'm watching the game with you. Who do you want to win? The Yes, sir. Are you a Chiefs fan? There you go. That website has all the games, like of any sport. It's got UFC, it's got baseball, it's got basketball, it's got hockey, it's got soccer, and it's got the NFL, and it's got college as well.
You know, government, private, public partnerships with all these governments. And they're all going to have autonomous drone armies. All these billionaires are going to have autonomous drone armies. They're going to have enough money and enough resources to have their own militarized drone army. And it's going to be a world where feuding oligarchs, more than countries, more than corporations, you're going to actually have feuding oligarchs with their own militaries kind of like the plot of Atlas Shrugged in a weird way, and they're all figuring out right now what to do with the population. That's pretty obvious. They're all basically figuring out what exactly are they going to do with all these hungry mouths. How are we going to handle all these people? What's going to happen? And they're all basically going, listen, we got to figure out a way to deal with them. And that's what they're doing. They go, we got to deal with these people. And we're gonna do it with technology. We're gonna put them in a digital prison, and if that doesn't work, we're gonna put them in a real prison. And one of the ways to deal with that, if you're a human being, is to think about what the grid is and how to kind of remove yourself from it in any way that you can, economically, physically, geographically, in a smart way. I'm not saying you go all survivalist prepper and go insane, but there's going to be a lot of people that are fully in the system, that want to be in the system, that are getting the goodies and the benefits, and then the people giving them that are going to dictate. That's the way it always works. You want the goodies, the benefits, we're going to now dictate how you live and where you live based on the things that we give you. And if you continue to want those things, we're going to require that you participate in the system that we have set up. I do believe there's going to be people kind of living outside of that and happily, but are just going to figure out their own way to do it. And I mean, I'm talking about years down the road, maybe not as far as we think. But there does seem to be, and if you're ignoring this, you're crazy, there does seem to be a concerted effort amongst it, which is what I think the Trump presidency is starting to look like. It's kind of endgame time. And I think a lot of these people realize it. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before we default on the debt. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the dollar is worthless. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the financial system is in some stage of permanent decline. And they're doing it in the Sam Altman types and the Elons and the Zuckerbergs and the Tim Cooks and many others and the Larry Finks. They know that there's probably a tipping point at which dollar's going down, the system's going to be radically reformed, the democratic process may not survive. We might go into some type of fascistic military junta, not to be a downer, but before all of that happens, they're sucking the last bit of money they can out of this bloated, dying corpse of an empire. And they are strengthening their position for an inevitable period of chaos. This is my guess. It's well informed. And if you say this to people, and I live out in the Hamptons, I'll say things like this to people and they go, oh, well, it's a bit dramatic. They don't say no. Meaning like 90% of rich people have no idea what's going on. They were just born, they're rich, things are good, life's good. You go to the beach, you go on a boat, you jump off the boat, you get married, you drink wine, you die, it doesn't matter. But 10% of them, and those are the ones I don't really have access to because they don't enjoy me, but those are the people that are really behind the scenes getting ready for something. You can feel it. It's in the air. The media doesn't matter anymore. They know that. They've lost control of the narrative. They are never getting it back. So the only thing left for them to do at this point is the raw power grab. The raw power grab. The niceties are gone. The pleasantries are gone. Israel's not disguising what they want to do. The motives are not. They don't matter. The narrative doesn't make sense. The stories don't add up. They do not care. They're not trying to make it make sense. They don't have the time. It's the last bit of control that they can exert over the system before it blows up. It's my guess. It's what it feels like. Nobody's putting the time in to lie to you anymore. You should worry about that. You should worry about the fact that nobody's even trying to make the lies good. They know it doesn't matter if you believe them. They're going to try to dispose of you. I'll be in Riyadh. I'll be in Riyadh where my bread is buttered. Go find where your bread is buttered. Go get your bread buttered. Go get your toast buttered. Go get your jelly. Go jelly your jam. Because the world is ending. But it's true, and it sounds rough. It sounds rough. The myth-making factory of Hollywood has been closed down. It's drug addicts foaming at the mouth roaming the streets. Wall Street's a carnival. Finance is largely fake, and they know that. The government doesn't exist, actually, in a real way. The government actually doesn't exist. Summer's supposed to be all about sunshine and good vibes, but the truth is it's also one of the busiest seasons for injuries. Bummer. They've recovered over $25 billion for the clients nationwide. Who? Well, Morgan & Morgan. And they don't back down when it matters most. One recent client received $29 million after being offered just $500,000. Another client was rewarded $20 million after getting $0 offered. There's a reason they're America's largest personal injury law firm. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. If you've been hurt this summer, you could check out Morgan & Morgan because the summer starts, right? And it's all like, whoa, beach, grill, waves. And then it ends, you're like, I think I'm dead. And then you're like, oh, I'm not dead? Where's my money? If you've been hurt this summer, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. It's free unless they win. How cool is that? Click the link in the description below or visit forthepeople.com/Tim. That's forthepeople.com/Tim. Click the link in the description below. This is a paid advertisement. This episode is brought to you by Prize Picks. Preseason football is underway and college football is here, so don't miss any of the action this season on Prize Picks. These are some players we're excited about this season, okay? Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, we've been making so much. We've been winning. We've been really enjoying our time on this app. Prize Picks is simple to play. Just pick more or less on a 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you could cash in and win up to 2,000 times your money. Prize Picks puts their members first, so all withdrawals are fast, safe, and secure. Prize Picks offers Venmo, Apple Pay, MasterCard. I mean, could it be easier? I don't think so. Prize Picks is the best way to win real money fast this football season. Which players are going off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your sports opinions into real money all season long on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code TIM to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code TIM to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game. Prize Picks, run your game. Prize Picks, run your game. Listen to this statement from the World Economic Forum here. We remain optimistic. The forum is an opportunity to help drive international collaboration in a way that not only generates prosperity, but distributes it more broadly. This renewed vision can promote open markets and national priorities side by side, while advancing the interests of workers and stakeholders globally. That's the term. We look forward to helping shape a more resilient and prosperous future, to reinventing and strengthening the forum as an indispensable institution for public-private cooperation. Larry Fink. They know what's coming. They're engineering it. They understand that there's a tipping point at which this country will not work anymore. They don't know when that is, probably, because no one knows when that is. But they've been preparing for it for a while, for a decent amount of time. And at that point, the world is going to be carved up and divided between supranational institutions. We're talking about the World Economic Forum. We're talking about things like, and not to sound completely nuts, but like, for example, like NATO is a supranational organization, right? Meaning there's no one nation that's defining it. There's other groups out there, like, the Trilateral Commission, or things like that. Now, I'm not going to go into some, like, it's the Knights Templar, and it's the fucking Bilderberg. We're not going down that road, but there are institutions that are not, they're primarily loyal, not to a nation, and they will tell you this, they're primarily loyal to preserving an order, and that is bigger than any one country. American empire, the Eastern Alliance. You know, you might look at, and then you have countries like China and Russia, these massive global hegemons that are going to be in the game. Massive corporations that are going to be in the game. These supranational institutions that are going to be in the game. And the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, European Union, all of these organizations, are going to define a lot of what happens. They are preparing for their societies to fail. They know that immigration is a very sticky issue. Nigel Farage is going to win in the UK. Probably. He might come close. We're going to go over there and see him soon. And he's promising to restore sovereignty and deport people, whatever. It's the biggest issue in the world. The massive migration of people from one area to another is the biggest issue in the world. Climate is out there as well, but nowhere near as big as migration. Climate causing some of the migration, war causing most of it. Instability in the region causing most of it. The mad dash for natural resources fueling a lot of that instability. That instability resulting in migration. The migration destabilizing societies, pushing people to the extremes. All of these international, supranational organizations have to figure out a plan. What happens when our societies fail? What happens? Well, we need the Peter Thiel types. This is, again, I'm not saying this. This is what they're saying. We need the security infrastructure that's going to be built to keep our populations in check. This is when they bring in the digital prisons. We need the bread and circus stuff. So the Taylor Swifts of the world, they're going to be doing great and they're going to be fine. This is the primary thing. She's getting married. It's straight up the Hunger Games, right? Katniss Everdeen. I mean, this is what they're going to do. There's going to be, right, that's your ring. That's your ring. That's your ring in your hand. And your fucking Cartier watch. And your love and your life. And aren't you happy to participate in it? Aren't you happy for her? Her life is yours. You don't get a life anymore. You get her life. And isn't her life nice? That's one part of it, and the second, and the third and final part of it is going to be the inevitable great conflict that will come. That is going to be a massive loss of life. But I'm going to go to the Riyadh Comedy Festival. Why? They're buttering my bread. They're buttering my bread. And you got to get your bread buttered. Take a look. I'm at the Bakr al-Shedi Theater. The Bakr al-Shedi Theater. Why am I there? They're paying me money to look the other way. Blah, 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 blah. What a lovely sunset. I will do my set in the blood of someone who just got beheaded. And I will go up there with the mic. Good to be here. Where are you from? What do you do for a living? Oh, it's good to be here. I don't know what I'm going to say for now, but I'm telling you right now, that's what we're doing here. We're get your money up. I'm telling you, the next 20 years, folks, let me tell you right now, whatever virtue signaling you thought was going on, that was the ultimate privilege when you were, the ultimate privilege was all the virtue signaling you did for 4 years. And I'm telling you right now, you're going to need water soon. Get your money up. All the bullshit about your opinion, or this is right and that's wrong. You're good. This was bad. He's bad. The way he treated his employees is bad. Ellen's bad. Sure she is. But she's got her bread buttered. Ellen's got her bread buttered. She's got her bread buttered. You know? Did she kill a bunch of people to do it? Probably. The ultimate privilege is to be able to sit back and be judgmental of others who are out there with the full understanding and reality of what we're on the precipice of. Okay? And that doesn't mean that you're to have no morals or values. I have morals and values in my own life. I don't have slaves. I can't afford them. I don't behan thieves. But it's not the worst idea. What I'm saying right now is that this Taylor wedding, it's going to be our royal wedding. It's all we got. It's all we got. It might be the last thing before the prison. It might be the final thing you see as a free person in our society. The last tear that rolls down your cheek might be watching Travis and Taylor walk down the aisle and get married. It might be this is the final story that they're going to tell you before they put you in a jail where Peter Thiel talks to you every day about the Antichrist. This is the final story before Peter Thiel talks about the Antichrist every day. And you're going to look at the other people in your cell and you go, it's so obvious he's the Antichrist. It's like obvious. And you're going to go, I know. So, that's the update. The summer ends. We replace the lobster with a pumpkin. We have the pumpkin? Not yet. Got to get a plush pumpkin. The hat is also removed. We're going to put a witch hat or something for Halloween. The pumpkin, and then the fall background starts in October. And I am happy for Taylor and Travis. I hope this episode hasn't made people think otherwise. I am actually happy for them. I am happy for them. I am happy for them, and I hope that it works out, because at the end of the day, we need it. The country needs it. The country needs this union, and there's going to be a lot of women crying, and there's going to be a lot of men crying. There's going to be a lot of people who are deeply invested in this, because it is the last one. We know that. It's almost it's almost impossible. I don't think there's going to be another star that gets as big as Taylor Swift that we care as much about. She's part of an old system. She's one of the last people that we've watched go from a young person to, we've watched her grow up, and she's become one of the most successful people in the world. That's not going to happen anymore. We know that. She's one of the last stars. She's one of the last true stars that we've shot up into the stratosphere, and we live vicariously through her. Her life is our life. Her love is our love. She's one of the last true stars. Deserved? Who cares? Fucking matter. Grow up. Grow up. She's one of the true stars. We're not going to create them anymore. We're not going to create them anymore. We don't care about them anymore. We don't pay them anymore. We don't value them anymore. But Riyadh does. Bye-bye. Riyadh, baby, we're in Saudi Arabia. Come on. Get your tickets now. Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Tim Dillon live in the capital. Is it the capital? Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, October 8th. October 8th. The day after, October 7th. Just funny how it all works. Not something that I had planned, by the way. It's just something that happened. I will be in Riyadh at the Riyadh Comedy Festival at the Bakr Al-Shedi Theater. Come see me at the Bakr Al-Shedi. And apologies if I am not pronouncing that correctly. I don't know. I imagine I'll be doing more in the Middle East. I imagine we all will, actually. We'll be doing a lot. And there are people, and I'm doing Abu Dhabi the night before. We don't have that information yet, but come on out. Come on out for a night of laughter in Abu Dhabi. Am I doing Abu Dhabi? I think October 6th. I think we're chilling on the 7th. I don't think we're doing anything on the 7th because my agents are very worried. But I think, this is exciting. I think it's very exciting that we're all going to Riyadh. And I know that people are very upset about it. They're angry that comedians are going to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Very angry. They don't believe in anything. Get over it. Get over it. We're going to Riyadh. The House of Saud is paying us hundreds of thousands of dollars, some of us millions, not me. But they're paying millions of dollars to comedians. Get over it. We're taking the money. How about that? How about that? Sorry. Oh, you weren't invited? Oh, you got nothing going on? Boo-hoo-hoo. Boo-hoo-hoo for you. I would never do it. You weren't offered. No one invited you. There's people that I respect that turned it down, but a lot of people are doing it, like almost everyone. A lot of people are doing it. They bought comedy. So what? Listen. What's your problem? Well, they have slaves, then they kill Hey. Get over it. Get over it. So what? So what they have slaves? So what? My friend, not a friend, somebody I don't even know. I bumped into them in Tribeca. And he goes, I would never do that because I don't want to interact with slaves. I'm like, well, why not? They'd be deferential, right? I mean, I imagine the slaves in those countries are good at what they do. Well, I wouldn't want to interact. Everyone you meet there is a slave. That's what they said. Everyone that works for all the hotels, they take their passports. They're not allowed to leave. They're slaves. Hey, is the hotel nice? Is it nice or not? Is it nice or not? I'm not here to be a spoil sport. Look up spoil sport, and I'm going to tell everyone what it is, because that's not what I'm here to do. I'm not on this earth to do that. Spoil sport. A person who behaves in a way that spoils others' pleasure, especially by not joining in an activity. Yes, correct. I'm not here to be a spoil sport. I'm not here to ruin the good time that everyone's having. Do I have issues with some of the policies towards women, towards the gays, towards the freedom of speech? Well, of course I do. Of course I do. Of course I do. But I believe in my own financial well-being. And I always have, by the way. And I think you better start believing in that. Okay? Because when Peter Thiel puts all of you in a cage, you're going to want some way to get out of that. You're going to want to bribe someone. Peter Thiel has you in the prison from that movie. What's that movie where everyone's in that digital prison? Remember that movie? Well, when you're in that movie, but you can't get out. When you're in the movie of that digital prison movie and Peter Thiel's got you in, you're going to want to have a couple of shekels to go to the guy and say, let me out of here. Get him off a little Bitcoin, little Ethereum. Let me get out of this prison. When you're Shawshanking, and that's not the movie I was talking about, it's another prison movie, I've moved on. When you're Shawshanking with the little rock hammer through the wall and you're crawling through the tunnel of shit, to try to get out of Peter Thiel's prison because he's just going to do what is he? He's doing, Peter Thiel is doing talks on the Antichrist because he is the Antichrist. So he knows about the Antichrist and he's talking about it. It's never enough to just be the thing, by the way. You have to constantly bother people. It's the reason the Long Island serial killer got caught. He couldn't shut his mouth. He went out to bars and in a very boomer-like fashion, he's like, well, if I had killed her. O.J. Simpson wrote a book called If I Did It. No one can just get away with anything. It's got to be shoved in your face. So Peter Thiel is giving talks about that he's worried about the Antichrist. He's giving a 4-part lecture. This is true. I've never heard a person talk about the Antichrist as much as this guy. So he's doing a 4-part lecture about the Antichrist. So when you're in the Peter Thiel Palantir prison, and every day is the same, and it's just going to be on closed circuit TV, or maybe he'll be a hologram at that point, I don't know. He just is going to talk to you about the Antichrist, and you're going to be in a cell in Peter Thiel's prison, and then he's just going to go, it's the Antichrist part 3, and you're going to have to sit there and go, every day, every goddamn day. Thiel 57 will offer his thoughts on how his Christian faith informs his understanding of the world, including areas of theology, history, literature, and politics of the Antichrist. As part of a 4-part lecture series at the Commonwealth Club in San Francisco. Well, doesn't that sound swell? But he's going to be giving these lectures to people that are in his prison. So you might as well have a couple of dollars to try to buy your way out of the Peter Thiel compulsory Antichrist lecture that he's going to be giving at his prison. Now, people might say to me, hey, you're coming out and saying you're doing the Saudi thing for money. They're paying you a lot of money. I'm not going to tell you how much they're paying me. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how much they're paying me. $375,000 for one show. Now, a lot of other people are getting $1.6 million. That's not me. I'm not in that bracket. But they're giving me $375. Others are getting $150. Why are they doing it? Here's the point. Okay? I am doing this because they're paying me a large sum of money. They're paying me enough money to look the other way. Do you understand? Look the other way. That's a 4-word sentence that people don't do anymore. Look the other way. If something bad is happening to your left, look to your right. If, for example, I'm at a breakfast and I see someone get grabbed and they start hitting them with that big stick. I don't know if it's bamboo or whatever it is. It's kind of a wood, but it kind of snaps back. It's perfect for a cane. If I see someone getting it, I will look the other way. Okay? If I look the other way and I see someone being behanded, meaning they're chopping a hand off, that might be interesting to just kind of see actually how they do it. Because I think they do it kind of a sanitary way. But from what I've heard, if they're chopping it, I might look down. And if I'm looking at the floor and I see some eyeless beggar grabbing at me, trying to get my money, I will look up to the heavens. And if in the heavens I see a drone flying over, I will look the other way because I'm being paid enough money to look the other way. What don't you understand? What is so complicated? I'm the only honest person who's going to do it. Everyone else is going to have $1 million. They're going to go, well, actually, the Middle East is more progressive now, and he's trying to make some change. No. I'm being paid a lot of money to not care about what they do in their country. It's very simple. If you pay me lots of money, I will not comment on what's going on. In fact, I will ignore it. And if something that I really disagree with is happening, the more money you pay me, the less I'm going to think about it. Truly. This is a really important thing that no one does anymore, and I'm recommending it. Look the other way. If you're in a foreign country and you don't agree, because what's the other option? We are going to have to go into all of these countries and make them be Americans and make them live the way we live? That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. We don't even know how to do that. All we do is try to do that, and it fails miserably like every time. So I believe in looking the other way. I believe in pretending things are not happening that are. I believe in cognitive dissonance. I believe in ignoring the screen. I will sleep so sound. I will sleep through the screams. Sleep through the screams. I'm staying in the Ritz. Google it. You know what happened there, and it's fine. Folks, mind your own business. My best friend's mother used to say that, Eileen. Mind your own beeswax. She used to say that. Mind your own beeswax. She used to say that, okay? What that means, for those of you who don't know, is that there's your beeswax and everyone else's beeswax. There's a lot of beeswax in Saudi Arabia. It's not my problem. They're paying me to keep my mouth shut. I'm telling you right now, they have realized something very important. And that is this is an important lesson for everybody to learn. Okay? If you want people to like you, you give them lots of money.
I think I like sports now. No way. The gecko was just fun.
I don't know why this is so hard for people to grasp. I know that this is something, and again, people probably listening to this are angry or they're disagreeing with me. And that's okay. You're allowed to do both. You're allowed to do both. I don't care what you do. It doesn't matter. I'm going to be such a model citizen there. Let me tell you right now. My aunt's like, will you be safe there? I'm like, the crime is in our own country, you dunce. The crime is in our own country, you dunce. Okay? I will feel safe in Riyadh. I believe in luxury. And a lot of people don't. And I always have. I believe in the ability of a society to... I'm going to say something and people aren't going to like it. If you think for 1 second that some of the slaves in that country are not proud of what they've built, you're crazy. You're literally crazy. You're literally nuts. There are so many beautiful things that have happened as a result of forced labor. When you look at something beautiful, even if making it has almost killed you or killed people you know, and I'm using the word slave, not even knowing, by the way, and I'm using it only because people have told me that. I haven't looked into it, and I won't. But I don't even believe it. But let's move on, okay? Let's say, in this hypothetical world, they are slaves who can't leave, and they have to build these beautiful things. Gorgeous marble crystal things. Do you think a slave father wouldn't look at his slave children and go, your father built that? You're nuts. You're nuts. It is beautiful to have beautiful things. And even though, and if I'm a slave and I just built a beautiful thing, I am telling my wife and my children, look how beautiful that is. And how grateful and how thankful we are. Now, yes, there's problems. Sure. Israel gave none of us any money and expected we were all going to just defend them. For what? For no money? For $0? The threat that I won't get a sitcom on ABC Family? I'm supposed to go out and defend this genocide? because maybe I won't be on ABC. I won't get to play a gym teacher on a network that won't be in business, and I'm supposed to care about that? Who gives a fuck? Where's the money, you bum? Where the fuck's the money? Of course Israel's doing a horrible thing, okay? And I would call it out no matter how much money I got, because you're genociding people in front of my face. It's on TikTok, okay? But what these people are doing seems to be less public. So my thing, my friend's mother used to sell us drugs, had a great rule. We were 13 or 14, she'd get us weed and Vicodin. She'd say, I'm drinking my water. She'd say, she used to tell us when she was a young girl, she never shared her drugs or alcohol. She would buy a Boone's Farm thing of wine and bury it by a tree, under a tree. And then she'd go and get this Boone's Farm wine and drink. And then she said she'd go back to the bonfire with everyone and she'd feel all warm and good and she'd sway. But she wouldn't share her Boone's Farm wine with anyone. She would bury it under a tree and then drink it. Do you see what I mean here? Do you get it? Do you see what I'm talking about and how this relates? Because my point is, yeah, they got Boone's Farm wine under a tree. But I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing that. They're digging the wine up. They're drinking it. People are getting it. But I don't see it. So if I'm not seeing it, if I don't see it, it's none of my beeswax. I hope everything's beautiful and good for all. But I'm telling you right now, this was Israel's big mistake. This was their big mistake. They should have had the Tel Aviv Comedy Festival. And they should have paid us all millions of dollars. And then I would have went over there and I would have went, listen, there's human shields and Hamas is stealing the food or whatever they're fucking talking nonsense for the last 9 months we're all supposed to believe. Whatever, I go, release them, and this is what it's about, the hostages. It's not about all the other greater Israel stuff. Why would you say Epstein was in the Mossad? What are you talking about? He had no connection with anyone. He was just a pervert who had $2 billion and was friends with everyone. What do you want? Israel thought this was all going to happen with no money? What are you, nuts? I'm sad about what's happening. If it's happening, I don't see it. If I was a slave, I would love to make a beautiful hotel for people. I would. I would love to make a beautiful hotel for people to stay at and enjoy. If I was a slave, not a slave. But if I was a slave, and I had the chance to make a beautiful hotel, it would make me happy. Life is a whole different, it's a whole thing. Life. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. And we're called to be, I believe, this is Kamala Harris, but I believe, like if you asked me about the Riyadh Comedy Festival and you said, well, there's all these problems, I'd go, listen, hey, life is a long thing and it's a beautiful thing. And that's my comment. I'm telling you right now, I love Cozy Earth. They have nailed comfort with their bamboo sheets and their everywhere pants, next level. Incredibly soft, breathable, and temperature regulated. It doesn't matter where you are or what you're doing, you are going to love the everywhere pant. It is my go-to for everything. Travel, work, chasing the kids, or doing absolutely nothing. They're clean cut, stretch, with you and so comfortable. Everyone I know who's tried these is completely hooked. Guys, there's a risk-free trial, 100-night sleep trial, 10-year warranty. Try them, wear them, love them, or send it back, but trust me, you won't want to. Go to CozyEarth.com and use my code TIM for 40% off the softest bedding, bath, and apparel. And if you get a post-purchase survey, tell them you heard about Cozy Earth right here. Built for real life, made to keep up with yours. Cozy Earth. It's cozy, and it's the earth. Lucy, let me tell you about it. 100% pure nicotine, always tobacco-free. Lucy breakers are nicotine pouches with an extra surprise. Each pouch holds a capsule. It can be broken, open to release extra flavor and hydration. Set yourself up with a subscription. Have Lucy delivered straight to your door. Let's level up your nicotine routine with Lucy. Go to lucy.co/Tim and use promo code TAM to get 20% off your first order. Lucy has a 30-day refund policy if you change your mind. Again, that's lucy.co. Use code TAM to get 20% off. Everyone I know is using Lucy. So many people use it and they love it. It's important and we need it. Do it. Do it now. And here comes the fine print. Lucy products are only for adults of legal age, and every order is age verified. This product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. I think this comedy festival does a lot for the people because they deserve to laugh, and it's going to move the country in a great direction. And even if it doesn't, I've made a lot of money from it. Even if it doesn't. Even if actually somehow it goes backwards and somehow we give them license to treat the slaves even worse, which is very possible. If we reverse the progress that country's made and we actually take it back, very possible, actually probable. If we give them license to treat the people even worse, who knows? But the reality is, it's a good amount of money, and sometimes, unfortunately, in life, you gotta take the money. And I know young kids don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. I know they don't want to hear that. Sometimes you gotta take the money. You gotta take the money and look the other way. Take the money and look the other way. Sorry, folks. Sorry. 9/11 was a long time ago, and who even knows what happened with that? Who even knows what happened with that? Okay? There's a lot of things going on. I'm not saying they weren't involved, but there was a lot of people involved, okay? So that's my comment on the Saudi Comedy Festival. I just want people to know that. And I want people to know that I'm doing this because they're paying me lots of money. And I'm very lucky to do it and happy to do it. And I'm grateful that I was asked to do it. And my response to the criticism is like, fuck off. Because no one cares. And aren't you the people that love all the migrants anyway? The same people criticizing this are the people that like love all these migrants and want them in our country. And want like the borders open and they want the doors flung open so that everyone from all cultures and all worlds can go fucking, join a Somali gang in Minneapolis or something. They almost elected that guy from Captain Phillips. But the Democrats do whatever they do. They always do. They fucking invented some scam to get that guy out of the race. Now, I'm no fan of that guy, but that was clearly some sham. My point is this. Omar Fattah or whatever. My point is this. So you're okay with all these people coming into America, but we can't go entertain them where they live? Does that make any sense to anyone? Does that make any sense to anyone? That we're supposed to just open the borders for everyone in the world, but we can't go entertain them where they live, especially if they live in a luxurious place? Why would I subscribe to that wacky? Or are you just jealous that we're getting money? Sorry, Bubba. This Taylor Swift. So many people are excited about this wedding. Taylor, say what you want about Taylor Swift. Say what you want about this woman. This woman has one of the most toxic fan bases a human being can have. The women that I am so much more frightened of the women that follow Taylor Swift religiously than I am of anyone who lives in Saudi Arabia, including the Bin Laden family, by the way, who I hope to have dinner with, actually. I am so the childless, the barren, cold, childless vaginas that line up to buy tickets to relive their summer camp, the 43-year-old women who have crushes on Harry Styles, okay? The sick, cat cat mommy, wine mom, crazy psychopaths who follow this woman terrify me more than anyone who lives in Saudi Arabia. I'm sorry. The disease that inspires these women to live vicariously through Taylor Swift, a nice gal, probably not. I've actually heard she's not as nice as you'd come to believe. But by the way, no one who gets to that level is nice. I have no hate. No one who gets to Taylor Swift's level in anything is nice. How dumb are you all? You can't get to that level and be nice. What I'm saying is this. The people that have chosen to make this woman's life their life, her engagement is their engagement. Her success is their success. The soundtrack of her life is the soundtrack to their life. Those women need to have burqas on them now. Now. Sorry. If you believe that the Taylor Swift song is talking to you, you need a burqa now. You need a burqa now. If you broke down in tears because Taylor Swift got engaged to that vaccine shill, you need a burqa draped on you now. Acid in the face. Acid in the face, religious police. And by the way, this is only for $375. Imagine if they gave me $5. I tried to get $5. My fat agent tried to get $5. Imagine what I would have done for $5. But let's be serious for a minute. Are any of these women that are following Taylor Swift or going to 20 or 30 of her concerts, are any of them better off because there isn't a religious police in this country? How many of them are better off? If Captain Phillips, that emaciated migrant who they're about to elect in Minnesota, whatever his name is, Omar Fattah, I mean, get this guy up. I mean, what is going on? If he's going to hand out burqas as they leave Taylor Swift, I support him. I'll write him a check. I'm very scared. Can we watch this news anchor who reacted to Taylor Swift being engaged? These people need help. They need help. I'm telling you. Taylor Swift, and I know people are not going to like this, is an incredibly mediocre talent. Sorry. She's not great. She's the perfect talent for our dying country because we're not great. We have fallen far from greatness. We see greatness occasionally in this country and we're mystified by it, we're angry at it, and we try to get rid of it. We don't even know how to handle it anymore. We can't metabolize greatness in this country. We thrive on mediocre bullshit. We all love nostalgia because we pray every day for Comet to wipe us out because we know it's over. So there's all these people trying to figure out how to feel like they did when they first had a s'more. It's sick. It's sick. These are adults who want to relive their prom because they're fucking sick. You're supposed to actually get older. You're not supposed to be running around in your mid-30s at my party going, I got a pee-pee. Look at my pee-pee. And making out with your mother. Okay? These influencers are making out with their own mothers on social media. They're actually having sex with their mothers on social media, these influencers. By the way, it's weird. It's weird. It's freak show time with some of these influencers. Their whole fan base is 12, and they're necking with mom. Something's up. CBS News here. Burka now.
Taylor Swift is engaged.
Burka. Burka.
Taylor Swift is engaged.
Burka.
Taylor Swift is engaged.
Acid attack.
This, come back to me.
Virtue
She
police.
just posted it.
Get her.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Virtue police.
Oh, it's huge. The ring is ginormous.
In the house. In the house. Not allowed out of the
Oh
house.
my god.
In the house now.
Oh my god.
You're out of the house without your husband. Jail. Jail.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Honor killing.
I feel like Paul Revere right now.
Stoner. Stoner honor killing.
This is a very
Honor killing in the town square.
career because I get to announce that Taylor Swift.
All right, get him out of here. I can't even watch how sick this country is. And I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia? I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia. This is the news. CBS News. They're giddy over an engagement of Taylor Swift. And I'm supposed to be scared of Saudi Arabia in the future. That's what I'm supposed to be scared of? I'm not scared of this country? And what the hell's going on here? It's sick. I mean, it's crazy. This is like nuts. I don't even know what's going on. This University of Tennessee professor canceled his class because Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce got engaged. I can't focus. Fire him! Religious police, Burka! Burka acid attack, honor killing. Watch it.
A biochem midterm today, but Taylor and Travis just got engaged. Due to disinformation,
fired.
I can't
Religious police.
I can't focus.
We are done. Shut it off. I am really mad now at how done we are. This is sick. This is crazy. What was Peter Thiel's reaction to all of this? I mean, obviously, I'm happy for her. Satan emerges as an angel. He's an angel at first, and so we have to think, and at Palantir, what we try to do is look at all the angels and see who's a little Satan. Who's actually a little Satan that looks maybe like an angel? What angels are going to fall? We at Palantir actually like to know which angels are going to fall before they're fallen angels, so that we can actually identify the Antichrist before it happens. Thank you, Peter. This podcast is brought to you by Stash. What if you could start investing without ever picking a single stock? With Stash, the experts handle the hard part for you. Stash isn't just another investing app. It's a registered investment advisor that combines automated investing with your expert guidance, so you don't have to worry about figuring it out on your own. You can choose from personalized investments or let Stash award-winning smart portfolio do the work for you. With Stash, investing doesn't feel like gambling. It's simple, smart, and stress-free. So your money can start working as hard as you do. Get access to world-class financial advice with personalized guidance for just $3 a month. Stash has already helped millions of Americans reach their financial goals. Don't let your money sit around. Put it to work with Stash. Go to get.stash.com/TIM to see how you can receive $25 towards your first stock purchase and review important disclosures. That's get.stash.com/TIM. Paid non-client endorsement, not representative of all clients and not a guarantee. Investment advisory services offered by Stash Investments, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Investing involve risks. Offer is subject to terms and conditions. You've probably seen a million ads for hair growth products and thought, sure, that actually works. I did too, until I found out that Nutrafol isn't like the rest of them. Nutrafol is physician-formulated, clinically tested, and dermatologist recommended. Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement brand, trusted by over 1.5 million people. You can feel great about what you're putting into your body, since Nutrafol hair growth supplements are backed by peer-reviewed studies and NSF content certified, the gold standard in third-party certification for supplements. While many supplements rely solely on ingredient studies, Nutrafol clinically tests final formulations to ensure their efficacy using a variety of hair measurement tools, like hair counts and pull tests, to assess growth, quality, shedding, and texture. See thicker, stronger, faster-growing hair with less shedding in just 3 to 6 months with Nutrafol for a limited time. Nutrafol is offering our listeners $10 off your first month subscription and free shipping when you go to Nutrafol.com and enter the promo code TimDillon. Find out why Nutrafol is the best-selling hair growth supplement at Nutrafol.com, spelled Nutrafol.com, promo code TimDillon. That's Nutrafol.com, promo code TimDillon. But I do think there's something deeply rotted and wrong with pop culture is gotten to the point where it's so boring, and this is why people are mad about the Cracker Barrel logo, because there's truly nothing interesting culturally anymore in our country, because everything has become so bland and corporate that our only gods are the chain restaurants and places that poison us. So we actually only have ownership over the poison slop that we put in our body, and we want to make sure that the values of the slop house align with ours, because that's all we have left. Because there's nothing culturally interesting in this country anymore. We've done away with it. We've destroyed it. It's, gotten to the point where, like, this woman, who, again, I don't begrudge her any of her success. Nothing makes more sense than her success in our country. There's not one thing that makes more sense. Audra McDonald, who I saw do Gypsy like 5 or 6 times on Broadway, who no one really knows who this woman is, does something on stage every night 8 times a week that cannot be replicated. Absolutely amazing. The show's closed. If you miss it, you miss it. You didn't see it, it's over. She does something so spectacular, but again, the show closes early because people they want to see Trish Paytas eat a chicken nugget, and I'm not taking anything away from Trish Paytas, but this is not what people want in our country. They don't want greatness; they want mediocrity, and Trish Paytas says it's the revenge of the mediocre, and I respect Trish. I'm happy for her success, and I don't think Trish would compare herself to Audra McDonald, nor would I compare myself to a lot of people that I feel are much greater than me. What I'm saying is, like, we've really made a decision culturally in this country to completely abandon the idea of excellence and reward familiarity and comfort. So when we see someone who's really good at something, we're almost mad at them because we don't like it, and we don't feel like we can do it, and it's not relatable to us, because in our rotted culture, we want everything to be relatable. We don't want to jump and go, whoa, what's that like? Or that's interesting, that's different, that's weird and new and good. Everything's got to be relatable, and that's what Taylor Swift does. It's all relatable stuff because everyone's falling in and out of love or been whatever, and it's like, and I had a friend tell me they were all the men that she was with before couldn't handle her success, and now this one finally can, and I'm so happy for her. And then my friend's like, I hope she doesn't have kids because I don't want her music to change. And it's like, what is wrong with all of you? What more do you want out of this woman? Didn't she do this big Eras tour? Didn't she do it? Let her live her goddamn life. What do you want with this woman now still? What do you want out of this? Didn't she do it? Didn't she go on this tour all over the world that everyone said was the greatest thing that they ever saw in their life? What else could you want? But it's never enough. At the stage of decline that we are in as a society, it is never enough. It's when she announced a new album, people are freaking out. People cannot have a healthy relationship with a celebrity in our society at Taylor's level. It's impossible for people to have a healthy relationship because we are a society that is driven by this strange, creepy obsession with people that are celebrities. Not people that are good at things or talented. I'm not saying Taylor's not talented. I'm not saying she's clearly talented. She's very talented. Is she my favorite? Probably not. But it doesn't matter. She's talented. But that's not what we care about. We care about the spectacle, how big it is, how many people are there. We love that. And we're so obsessed with celebrity. It drives us in this weird way. We live vicariously through these people. We need their accomplishments or and their failures or our failures and their trials and tribulations. It is weird. It's something I never understood. I've had friends that go that route. It's not for me. I'm not saying I'm better than them. I am a little. But what I'm saying is that I never understood it. I couldn't understand the obsession with someone while you just don't ever try to define yourself in any way? Or shouldn't you care about you a little bit? That's why I'm doing the Saudi Arabian Comedy Festival. I really care about me. I really care about me. I was on my phone begging the House of Saud for money when you were all talking about Taylor Swift. You know why? I'm focused on Daddy. You're all focused on some other shit. And make no mistake, this is one of those things where didn't Israel slaughter a calf recently to get ready for the temple being built? Because this is the next one. This is the next omen of the end. This is in the book of Revelation or something. It has to be. There's got to be a paragraph in the book of Revelation that speaks to this. One of my psycho followers will find it. There's got to be something in the book of Revelation that speaks to this. When two houses wet and the calf is slaughtered and the sea turns red, and then the bird, there was a bird. But that's the whole thing here. I'm just saying, we need as a society, her best album, by the way, they get married, he dies immediately, it's her best album. Then I'll listen. And in a horrible, heinous accident, where it was a closed casket, because he got mangled. That's her best album. He was gone, he's gone. He was mangled in an accident. My husband was mangled in an accident. Because she writes very plainly, she's not that gifted of a writer. So I imagine that's kind of what the song would be. He was mangled in an accident, and his face was all strange. So we closed the casket. Now I'm alone again on my porch, thinking about my husband. They said most of his face was still on the street. Half of his face was on the street. My husband, he was mangled in an accident. Now I'm drinking wine in the summertime. Whatever she does. And the first being was like a lion, and the second being was like a calf, and the third being had the face of a man, and the fourth being was like a flying eagle. I can't read all of Revelation now, but what I'm saying is that some of it's got to get to the whole book of Revelation. We got to read ads. But what I'm saying is that I imagine this is foretold. I imagine it's armed drones to be deployed at schools in Florida to stop mass shooters. I like this. More militarized stuff to stop the kids. Let's watch a little bit of this.
In seconds, the drones buzz to life and weave through hallways, searching for a fake school shooter.
Phenomenal.
A demonstration of real abilities.
Phenomenal. Wow, the future's
fun. The co-founders of Texas-based company Campus Guardian Angel hope this is the future of school safety.
Our job is if somebody comes in a school with a gun, we respond in 5 seconds.
This is how it would work. Silent alarms in the school alert the company, then drones strategically placed on campus get deployed, and these drone pilots would navigate remotely from their headquarters in Austin, working in tandem with the school and police, inflicting non-lethal damage to the suspect, or dummy in this demo, with pepper rounds and direct impact.
All these markings, that's from the drill?
Yeah, see, the little holes are from drones.
Can you imagine, by the way, there's 3 guys in Austin with VR goggles on, directing drones to kill a school shooter in Florida. We will do anything in this country to just not get some type of, registry of guns, which I understand people that don't want it. The tech's coming anyway. If this video tells you one thing, the tech is coming. And I know it's nice to have your gun. You protect your family, you think you're going to resist the government, but Peter Thiel and Donald Trump have decided that maybe they're gonna get the tech to the point where you can't do much with the gun, but who knows? Couldn't this guy shoot the drone? Who knows? Just school shoot. Now you need 2 school shooters. You need one to shoot the drones, and you need one to get into the school. So now it's got to be a collaborative effort. So you have one school shooter shooting the drones, and then you have another school shooter who's actually, and by the way, it's horrible what happened in Minneapolis, and it's disgusting, and that person obviously should be put to death. And I'm not saying you should give up all your guns, but I am saying there's got to be a better way here, probably than this, right? I imagine this is what tech does. We create all of these situations where people are in grave danger. There's all these home invasions. We won't clean up the streets. There's school shootings, and we create them because our policies make them more likely to happen. And then there's a bunch of mentally ill people, and there are criminals, and then these policies happen. And then tech steps in and goes, by the way, what a great opportunity for us to have a solution to this that involves militarized drones flying through your children's school. So the robot police are coming. Robotics is developing and I read a whole article about this last week. All of these things are coming. The drone policing, all of this technology is coming, and it's going to render your handgun most likely pretty useless. And I'm not saying you should give it up. I'm saying there's going to be seemingly a lot of militarized technology on the streets dealing with the public. This is clearly what's going on. Larry Fink is out there, the CEO of Blackstone, I believe, Larry Fink. Is that right? Is it BlackRock? BlackRock. I always mix them up. And he's now the interim president of the World Economic Forum, and he's like, we're getting rid of cars. We don't need it. We're getting rid of single-family homes. Many years ago, Whitney Webb talked about this on the show. We're getting rid of that. You got Klaus Schwab saying, hey, it's going to be a stakeholder economy where you're going to have stakeholder capitalism. So you're going to have billionaires owning these large stakes in these large, government, private, public partnerships with all these governments. And they're all going to have autonomous drone armies. All these billionaires are going to have autonomous drone armies. They're going to have enough money and enough resources to have their own militarized drone army. And it's going to be a world where feuding oligarchs, more than countries, more than corporations, you're going to actually have feuding oligarchs with their own militaries, kind of like the plot of Atlas Shrugged in a weird way, and they're all figuring out right now what to do with the population. That's pretty obvious. They're all basically figuring out what exactly are they going to do with all these hungry mouths. How are we going to handle all these people? What's going to happen? And they're all basically going, listen, we got to figure out a way to deal with them. And that's what they're doing. They go, we got to deal with these people. And we're gonna do it with technology. We're gonna put them in a digital prison. And if that doesn't work, we're gonna put them in a real prison. And one of the ways to deal with that, if you're a human being, is to think about what the grid is and how to kind of remove yourself from it in any way that you can, economically, physically, geographically, in a smart way. I'm not saying you go all survivalist prepper and go insane, but there's going to be a lot of people that are fully in the system, that want to be in the system, that are getting the goodies and the benefits, and then the people giving them that are going to dictate. That's the way it always works. You want the goodies, the benefits. We're going to now dictate how you live and where you live based on the things that we give you. And if you continue to want those things, we're going to require that you participate in the system that we have set up. I do believe there's going to be people kind of living outside of that and happily, but are just going to figure out their own way to do it. And I mean, I'm talking about years down the road, maybe not as far as we think, but there does seem to be, and if you're ignoring this, you're crazy, there does seem to be a concerted effort amongst it, which is what I think the Trump presidency is starting to look like. It's kind of endgame time. And I think a lot of these people realize it. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before we default on the debt. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the dollar is worthless. They're sucking the last bit of money out of this government before the financial system is in some stage of permanent decline. And they're doing it in the Sam Altman types and the Elons and the Zuckerbergs and the Tim Cooks and many others and the Larry Finks. They know that there's probably a tipping point at which the dollar's going down, the system's going to be radically reformed, the democratic process may not survive. We might go into some type of fascistic military junta.
What up, girl?
That would be a downer. But before all
Are you ready? Is it my night? Mr. Aquarius, it's my night. Don't you dare let me win, though. No. I want you to play harder than you've ever played this game in your entire life. How was your caramel pie? Or caramel cake? Excellent to hear. Still on, but it's going pretty well. Yeah. LA's. Why don't you like Play-Doh? Give it to me. Get it, girl. Okay, this is a tough one. I always struggle with these. Perfect. It's perfect. It's perfect. It's perfect. That was amazing. Oh, got it. Thank you, ma'am. Get it. Sure. Give this to me. Come on. Give it. Get it. Yes, it is. Perfect. Oh, no. All right, this is a tough split, but I'm going to try to get it. Get it. Oh, I got it. That was beautiful. If I do say so myself, that was beautiful. Get it, Miss Aquarius. I got a spare on every single shot. I I got a spare or a strike on every frame of that one. I'll take it. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'm on fire. Word. I'll take it. Get it. Out. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. I'm going to get this one. Got it. Get this. Oh, man. This is going to be a tough split, Miss Aquarius. Get it. All right. I'm going to get this. Easy peasy. I put a spare or strike on every frame thus far. Fortunately, need to keep going. Keep it going. It's it's over. Oh, I just missed that. Not happy about it, but it's still. Let's get a strike. Get it. I'll take it. 300. You win. You LFG. Good job. All right. Now you got. Now we're on the road to you getting 200. Do you think I will get 400 or you get 200 first? I have 300. Okay. We'll see. Thank you. No. Okie dokie. I played with one person one time. Zoot and I played one time. No. No, he's terrible. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. You know it. I know it. If he were here right now, I would tell him he needs to focus or else he won't do any better. Practice makes perfect. Yes. I understand. Oakley. Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius. Word mockingbird. Shout out to Miss Aquarius for being so positive. To kill a mockingbird? You mean to kill a mockingbird? It's a bird that mimics other birds' calls. It's a bird that mimics other birds' calls. That's why it's called a mockingbird because it mocks. I love that book as well. I love the movie. I love the book. I love the movie. Boo Radley. I love the book and I love the movie. Oh, it's classic. It's got Gregory Peck. Oh, it's on YouTube. Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
And for him to find opportunities to find open areas in that happens. They're sucking the last bit of money they can out of this bloated, dying corpse of an empire. And they are strengthening their position for an inevitable period of chaos. This is my guess. And it's well informed. And if you say this to people, and I live out in the Hamptons, I'll say things like this to people and they go, oh, well, it's a bit dramatic. They don't say no. Meaning like 90% of rich people have no idea what's going on. They were just born, they're rich, things are good, life's good. You go to the beach, you go on a boat, you jump off the boat, you get married, you drink wine, you die, it doesn't matter. But 10% of them, and those are the ones I don't really have access to because they don't enjoy me, but those are the people that are really behind the scenes getting ready for something. You can feel it. It's in the air. The media doesn't matter anymore. They know that. They've lost control of the narrative. They are never getting it back. So the only thing left for them to do at this point is the raw power grab. The raw power grab. The niceties are gone. The pleasantries are gone. Israel's not disguising what they want to do. The motives are not. They don't matter. The narrative doesn't make sense. The stories don't add up. They do not care. They're not trying to make it make sense. They don't have the time. It's the last bit of control that they can exert over the system before it blows up. It's my guess.
It's what it feels like. Nobody's putting the time in to lie to you anymore. You should worry about that. You should worry about the fact that nobody's even trying to make the lies good. They know it doesn't matter if you believe them. They're going to try to dispose of you. I'll be in Riyadh. I'll be in Riyadh where my bread is buttered. Go find where your bread is buttered. Go get your bread buttered. Go get your toast buttered. Go get your jelly. Go jelly your jam. Because the world is ending. But it's true, and it sounds rough. It sounds rough. The myth-making factory of Hollywood has been closed down. It's drug addicts foaming at the mouth roaming the streets. Wall Street's a carnival. Finance is largely fake, and they know that. The government doesn't exist, actually, in a real way. The government actually doesn't exist. Summer's supposed to be all about sunshine and good vibes, but the truth is it's also one of the busiest seasons for injuries. Bummer. They've recovered over $25 billion for the clients nationwide. Who? Well, Morgan & Morgan. And they don't back down when it matters most. One recent client received $29 million after being offered just $500,000. Another client was rewarded $20 million after getting $0 offered. There's a reason they're America's largest personal injury law firm. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. If you've been hurt this summer, you could check out Morgan & Morgan because the summer starts, right? And it's all like, whoa, beach, grill, waves. And then it ends, you're like, I think I'm dead. And then you're like, oh, I'm not dead? Where's my money? If you've been hurt this summer, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. It's free unless they win. How cool is that? Click the link in the description below or visit forthepeople.com/Tim. That's forthepeople.com/Tim. Click the link in the description below. This is a paid advertisement. This episode is brought to you by Prize Picks. Preseason football is underway and college football is here, so don't miss any of the action this season on Prize Picks. These are some players we're excited about this season, okay? Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, we've been making so much. We've been winning. We've been really enjoying our time on this app. Prize Picks is simple to play. Just pick more or less on a 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you could cash in and win up to 2,000 times your money. Prize Picks puts their members first, so all withdrawals are fast, safe, and secure. Prize Picks offers Venmo, Apple Pay, MasterCard. I mean, could it be easier? I don't think so. Prize Picks is the best way to win real money fast this football season. Which players are going off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your sports opinions into real money all season long on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code TIM to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code TIM to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game. Prize Picks, run your game. Prize Picks, run your game. Listen to this statement from the World Economic Forum here. We remain optimistic. The forum has an opportunity to help drive international collaboration in a way that not only generates prosperity, but distributes it more broadly. This renewed vision can promote open markets and national priorities side by side, while advancing the interests of workers and stakeholders globally. That's the term. We look forward to helping shape a more resilient and prosperous future, to reinventing and strengthening the forum as an indispensable institution for public-private cooperation. Larry Fink. They know what's coming. They're engineering it. They understand that there's a tipping point at which this country will not work anymore. They don't know when that is, probably, because no one knows when that is. But they've been preparing for it for a while, for a decent amount of time. And at that point, the world is going to be carved up and divided between supranational institutions. We're talking about the World Economic Forum. We're talking about things like, and not to sound completely nuts, but like, for example, like NATO is a supranational organization, right? Meaning there's no one nation that's defining it. There's other groups out there, like, the Trilateral Commission or things like that. Now, I'm not going to go into some it's the Knights Templar and it's the fucking Bilderberg. We're not going down that road, but there are institutions that are not, they're primarily loyal not to a nation, and they will tell you this, they're primarily loyal to preserving an order, and that is bigger than any one country. The Anglo-American Empire, the Eastern Alliance, you might look at and then you have countries like China and Russia, these massive global hegemons that are going to be in the game, massive corporations that are going to be in the game, these supranational institutions that are going to be in the game, and the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, European Union, all of these organizations, are going to define a lot of what happens. They are preparing for their societies to fail. They know that immigration is a very sticky issue. Nigel Farage is going to win in the UK. Probably. He might come close. We're going to go over there and see him soon. And he's promising to restore sovereignty and deport people, whatever. It's the biggest issue in the world. The massive migration of people from one area to another is the biggest issue in the world. Climate is out there as well, but nowhere near as big as migration. Climate causing some of the migration. War causing most of it. Instability in the region causing most of it. The mad dash for natural resources fueling a lot of that instability. That instability resulting in migration. The migration destabilizing societies, pushing people to the extremes. All of these international, supranational organizations have to figure out a plan. What happens when our societies fail? What happens? Well, we need the Peter Thiel types. This is, again, I'm not saying this. This is what they're saying. We need the security infrastructure that's going to be built to keep our populations in check. This is when they bring in the digital prisons. We need the bread and circus stuff. So the Taylor Swifts of the world, they're going to be doing great and they're going to be fine. This is the primary thing. She's getting married. It's straight up the Hunger Games, right? Katniss Everdeen. I mean, this is what they're going to do. There's going to be, right, that's your ring. That's your ring. That's your ring in your hand. And your fucking Cartier watch. And your love and your life. And aren't you happy to participate in it? Aren't you happy for her? Her life is yours. You don't get a life anymore. You get her life. And isn't her life nice? That's one part of it. And the second, and the third and final part of it is going to be the inevitable great conflict that will come that is going to be a massive loss of life. But I'm going to go to the Riyadh Comedy Festival. Why? They're buttering my bread. They're buttering my bread. And you got to get your bread buttered. Take a look. I'm at the Bakr al-Shedi Theater. The Bakr al-Shedi Theater. Why am I there? They're paying me money to look the other way. Blah, 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 blah. What a lovely sunset. I will do my set in the blood of someone who just got beheaded. And I will go up there with the mic. Good to be here. Where are you from? What do you do for a living? Oh, it's good to be here. I don't know what I'm going to say for an hour, but I'm telling you right now, that's what we're doing here. We're get your money up. I'm telling you, the next 20 years, folks, let me tell you right now, whatever virtue signaling you thought was going on, that was the ultimate privilege when you were, the ultimate privilege was all the virtue signaling you did for 4 years. And I'm telling you right now, you're going to need water soon. Get your money up. All the bullshit about your opinion or this is right and that's wrong and you're good, this was bad, he's bad, the way he treated his employees is bad. Ellen's bad. Sure she is, but she's got her bread buttered. Ellen's got her bread buttered. She's got her bread buttered. You know? Did she kill a bunch of people to do it? Probably. Yeah. The ultimate privilege is to be able to sit back and be judgmental of others who are out there with the full understanding and reality of what we're on the precipice of. Okay? And that doesn't mean that you're to have no morals or values. I have morals and values in my own life. I don't have slaves. I can't afford them. I don't behan thieves. But it's not the worst idea. What I'm saying right now is that this Taylor wedding, it's going to be our royal wedding. It's all we got. It's all we got. It might be the last thing before the prison. It might be the final thing you see as a free person in our society. The last tear that rolls down your cheek might be watching Travis and Taylor walk down the aisle and get married. It might be this is the final story that they're going to tell you before they put you in a jail where Peter Thiel talks to you every day about the Antichrist. This is the final story before Peter Thiel talks about the Antichrist every day. And you're going to look at the other people in your cell, you go, it's so obvious he's the Antichrist. It's like obvious. And they're going to go, I know. So, that's the update. The summer ends, we replace the lobster with a pumpkin. Do we have the pumpkin? Not yet. I got to get a plush pumpkin. The hat is also removed. We're going to put a witch hat or something for Halloween. The pumpkin, and then the fall background starts in October. And I am happy for Taylor and Travis. I hope this episode hasn't made people think otherwise. I am actually happy for them. I am happy for them. I am happy for them, and I hope that
Wat is een goed seksleven? Geen
Yeah.
probleem.
What is this chain thing?
En Stefan Pop. Hoe zorgen we er nou voor dat we de macht van die miljardairs
Chain.
iets verkleinen? Hoe organiseer ik
Chain.
een goed vrijgezelfeest? Elke maandag lossen zij...
Song. Go back to your country. We can't understand you. Jew power. Go back to your country. We can't understand you. Jew power. Go back to your country. Oh, that shit's so funny. Ching, chang, chong. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. Check it out. Dude. Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
But yeah, this is turkey burkey symphonies and some zombie ones. Sick. Not the best to drink out of.
You can't drink out of it.
Because it's like curved at the top, so you spill all over
Yeah.
yourself, but who cares?
You got to put something in it and then just have it.
Yeah,
You
like
know?
pens or something.
Yeah. Drugs.
Yeah, it'd be good for drugs. Look at that face.
Be great.
If you had some drugs laying around, that's where you'd put them.
That's the spot.
So we were talking about the video that Trump posted. This video of them drone bombing some narco guys in the middle of the ocean.
And Venezuelan drug traffickers, right?
Yeah.
I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
Venezuelan.
Trendiagua.
It's a real thing.
Yeah.
They're a real thing.
Oh, yeah.
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 You know?
He's accusing the president of Venezuela of being involved. Right?
It could lead to an interesting place, you know? I mean, it could lead to I imagine we're doing that because we're trying to suggest that it would be better if he wasn't the president.
Probably something along those lines. Wait, I mean, isn't there like a bounty on him?
I believe there is.
I think it's like open in public. There's like a $50 million bounty on him.
Yeah, I think they want to get rid of him.
Is that what the number is? Yeah, 50 million. There it is.
placed a $50 million bounty for information leading to the arrest of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro.
They've been trying to knock him off for a while.
Yeah, it said it's accusing him of heading a drug trafficking network. I don't know if that's the case, but speaking to Ed Calderon that I had on the other day, who's an expert on Mexico. Yeah, and you remember when there was like all the assassinations in the last election? Yeah. There's like 37 different assassinations in Mexico. Yeah. He said it's because they're all cartel. Sure. It's not like they're not just assassinating regular people. Right. The cartel's putting these people in to be like the mayor or this or that, and then these other people who have other cartel people are killing them. So it's cartels. Yeah, exactly.
It's really impressive, isn't it?
Cartels.
It's athletic.
Here it is.
It's very athletic.
The president is posting assassinations on social media.
Is this okay?
Yeah, we're gonna get the chance to see it. And instant, pretty accurate.
Pretty fucking accurate.
Very impressive.
Pretty impressive. A lot of wasted drugs.
Yeah. Well, probably a lot of wasted drugs. Probably bad drugs.
Well, this is a big problem, is that the drugs now are worse than they've ever been.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, all drugs are bad, but the drugs now seem to be unbelievably bad.
Well, it's the fentanyl.
Yeah.
And Ed was explaining that, too. Yeah. He's like, the soil that they grow the poppies on to make heroin is so bad, it's so taxed out, that the heroin was very weak. And they couldn't sell it, so they had to add fentanyl to the heroin to make it stronger.
And they spice it up, they cut it with fentanyl.
Exactly.
And fentanyl is what is killing everybody that's doing cocaine, and it's laced with fentanyl, and then they drop.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
And it all comes from China.
Yeah.
Fentanyl.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's
all the precursors, everything.
It is kind of a way, if you are a foreign country, it is some type of warfare.
Oh,
you know?
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different things that they're doing for sure to try to destabilize the United States.
Yeah.
And that which includes social media, which is why I tell people, do not argue with people on social media, because I bet most of those people aren't real.
Yeah.
Well, there's a giant amount of people that are on social media that are there just to keep arguments going.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Lots of bots. Sure.
And this was something that came up yesterday where they were using ChatGPT. So they have sort of a program that runs ChatGPT, so it acts like real humans, and it was attacking people about USAID and
really
trans issues, all sorts of different stuff.
Is that Grok?
No, Grok is the AI from X, so that's the Twitter AI.
Right.
So ChatGPT is OpenAI.
That's the based AI, Grok.
Sort of.
Grok is kind of the one who's based.
It got removed for a little bit.
Well, that's how you know
Israel was committing genocide.
What I like about Grok is that occasionally it's removed.
Yeah.
That's how I know Grok's onto something, because it's occasionally put in timeout and then it comes back. Any AI that's not removed, I don't trust. I need an AI that's getting removed pretty frequently when it runs up against an issue.
Yeah. That's a good call.
Yeah. I'm not saying all of Grok is good, but I'm saying I've read Grok, and I said, this is an interesting guy to talk to at a bar, because he's saying things that
a little controversial.
Little fun,
little out there, little controversial.
Pretty wild.
Did you see the German right-wing party? 7 members have died leading up to the election over the last couple days.
And this is the
AFD
or something.
Yeah.
I saw that. That seems a bit spooky that's going on.
Yeah. Suspicious. Yeah.
That's very interesting. How did they all die?
Germany's far-right AFD suffers a series of candidate deaths ahead of local votes. Well, I would imagine they were assassinated, too.
Right.
No evidence of foul play.
Thank God. Thank God I was
What are
worried.
the odds that many people that are a part of something die that quickly?
Yeah.
They said it was 6, but today it's 7. The number of deaths has nevertheless raised questions on social media. That said, like, if they really are far-right extremists, maybe they're out there doing fentanyl. Maybe they're wacky people.
Maybe they're doing something. 7 seems like a really inconvenient number of people to die before an election.
Yeah.
That seems to be quite suspect.
Right up there with the Mexican assassination.
Yeah. Well, this is Europe right now has become, we had our election. So then the UK right now is kind of the most interesting place to watch because of everything that's taking place. And Germany is not far behind. But this is where a lot of the tumult in the world is coming to a head in Europe, the UK, things with migration, things with speech that we talked about.
Yeah, the Graham Linehan stuff.
Crazy.
He left this podcast, and I was telling him, why are you going to go back? It seems crazy to go back because he's living in America now.
Right.
I'm like, why are you going to go back? He's like, well, I have to. I have a court case. He's getting sued by some crazy trans person, and goes back and was arrested for 3 tweets.
And do we know what the tweets were?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
one of them is a photo of a trans rally. It says a photo that you can smell.
I mean, it's so wild that you would be put in handcuffs for that tweet.
The other one,
none of them are obviously,
is a photo of these trans people where he commented, homophobes and misogynists, all of them, fuck them.
Right.
Imagine.
You would think that would put you in the clear.
Imagine.
Yeah.
That's one of the posts that they cited as being the reason for arresting him.
Interesting.
And then the other one is saying that if a man who identifies as a woman enters a woman's bathroom, he is committing we should pull it up just so I don't misquote it. I retweeted it, so it's on my Twitter page if you want to find it. But something about that it's I forget how he described the act, but the problem was that he said you should call authorities, yell, if that doesn't work, punch him in the balls.
Right. Fun.
Yeah, fun. So here it is. If a trans-identified male is in a female-only space, he is committing a violent, abusive act. Make a scene, call the cops, and if all else fails, punch him in the balls.
There's
arrested. You belong in a locked-up cage for that.
Yeah. Well, there's something really terrifying about the idea that any tweet outside of a direct threat or a harassment campaign or something that falls into that category would get you arrested. Any tweet. This is so innocuous and silly and not at all what you would think would rise to the level. Not that anything should rise to the level, but the fact that they're going to put you in jail for that, it just sends a message to people that they cannot have an opinion counter to whatever the government decides is the right opinion.
Because it's totally illogical. Like they arrested a kid for yelling, "I love bacon." Have you seen that?
Yeah,
one?
because it was Islamophobic to love bacon.
Right. He was yelling at these.
My Islamophobia and my love of bacon are completely separate things.
Not only that, you can go to Muslim countries and yell, "I love bacon." There's no laws against it.
I will be doing it at the Riyadh Comedy Festival very soon. Get your tickets! Get your tickets!
Are you really gonna go there?
Of course I am.
Wow.
Why would I not? Would they kill gay people and women? By the way, we say this about every Muslim country is throwing gay people off the roof all the time, by the way. Okay? I obviously don't agree with Saudi Arabian policies on women and things like that.
Yeah.
Is it my business to tell Saudi Arabia how to live? Truly.
How big was the check?
$375,000 for one show.
Nice.
That's not bad.
That's pretty good.
That's not bad.
I'll take that.
I'll watch a behanding for that.
Behanding?
Yeah, it's called a behanding. What happens is they cut the hand off the thief. Here's the thing. All the people that have yelled at me for this are also pro-letting migrants and refugees into America at very high numbers. Now, the same religion that is supposedly so terrifying that I cannot spend 24 hours in that country is the same religion that all of these migrants and refugees are pretty supportive of that are coming over.
Yeah.
So it feels weird to me that people are getting on a moral high horse and going, it is so dangerous to go to Saudi Arabia for 48 hours. Why? Well, because they do X, Y, and Z. Why do they do that? Well, this religion is crazy. I go, okay, but then who's coming into our country? How differently do they feel about all of these things? And then if you poll them, they don't feel that differently.
No.
Like,
there's no room for dissent.
Right. So So people that are somewhat radicalized in that religion that are coming into America are supposed to be greeted with open arms, and it's not compassionate, and it's terrible if you suggest that we shouldn't take all of those people because they may not assimilate as easily as